Chapter 1, Not Yet Graduated, Twin Daughters. Ding! System binding in progress, indicating the imminent birth of the host's twin daughters. Shin Emo was jogging in the park when a voice suddenly rang in his mind, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. What happened? Handsome, are you alright? Fortunately, a young woman caught him in time, and her eyes lit up when she saw that he was a handsome man. Thank you, I'm fine. Shin Emo steadied himself and thanked them, but his attention was completely drawn to the voice in his mind. The ultimate system binding for old Deng has been successful. The host has had offspring for the first time. Reward, Grandmaster level Xing Quan. Two voices rang in his mind again, and this time Shin Emo heard them clearly. System? I have a system now. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and a powerful sense of strength and countless essential techniques of boxing were integrated into his memory. Is this real? He subconsciously followed his instincts, turning to the side, twisting his waist, and throwing a punch, his movements as swift and seamless as lightning. Bang! With a muffled thud, a clear fist print was left on the trunk of an old tree nearby. This. Shin Emo looked at his fist in disbelief. Clench your fist and feel the powerful energy flowing through your body. I did it! Looking at his unharmed fist, he had an expression of disbelief on his face. Oh my god! A composed middle-aged man strode forward, carefully examining the fist print, his face filled with shock and fervor. Young man, did you do this? My name is Yi Shan, and I have always loved studying traditional martial arts. Today I have finally met a true master. Please give me a chance to exchange ideas. Am I really not dreaming? I just went for a run to vent my frustration after a breakup. Why is it all about systems and communication? Master, what kind of fist technique is that? Xing Quan. Shin Emo blurted it out almost without thinking. No wonder he's so powerful, it turns out he's using Xing Quan. What did you just call me? Master. When did I agree to take you in? Just now, Master, you didn't refuse. Yi Shan looked smug. Unlike others, he had only one hobby, collecting various martial arts techniques. Unfortunately, most of his life's work was just a collection of empty names. Just when he was about to give up, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Just as Shin Emo was about to retort, the sound of hurried high heels came from behind. Thump thump. Shin Emo. We've finally found you. A pretty girl in a black JK uniform came running up, panting, her face full of anxiety and resentment. Come with me now. Who are you? He didn't want to move, and no one else could really pull him. He looked the woman up and down. She was about the same age as him, and her looks were about 8 out of 10. His gaze finally settled on her ample breasts. Are you leaving or not? Shidoni suddenly raised his voice, attracting the attention of the elderly people in the park. Cough cough, I'm leaving. Yi Shan watched Shin Chuan depart into the distance. As expected of my master, he's even more skilled than I was in my youth. It's a pity he's a bit too young, otherwise I would have introduced my daughter to him. But that girl looked familiar, wasn't she Dong-yi? After a sigh, he didn't think much of it and his gaze fell on the fist marks on the tree trunk. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. The two ran to the park roadside in one breath. Shidani opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Seeing that the other person was standing still, he showed displeasure on his face. Well. At this moment, Shin recognized the other person. This beautiful senior from the previous year, no wonder she looked familiar. Now she is a streamer with millions of fans. He couldn't help but think to himself. I've never even crossed paths with her in 8 lifetimes, why is she contacting me? Could it be that she's after my body? After getting into the passenger seat, he couldn't help but touch his shirt, revealing the outline of his 8-pack abs. Shin Emo, what are you doing? You're so strong. Upon seeing the other person get into the car and touch his body and clothes, Shidani was so frightened that he immediately lost his voice, but he swallowed back what he was about to say. Now you can tell me. Touching my firm 8-pack abs, I knew I wasn't dreaming. 10 months ago, did you sleep with a beautiful woman? Cough cough. The other person's words almost choked Shin Emo to death, and he coughed several times before he felt a little better. Beautiful lady, you're not going to say that beautiful lady is you. At this moment, Shin Emo became more vigilant and began to carefully examine the arrangement inside the car, wondering if the other party was playing a prank on him live. Stop watching, I'm not live streaming. Seeing Chin Mo like this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and then said what she was going to say. 10 months ago, at Soho Bar. Soho Bar? After this reminder, the scene that Chin Mo had kept deep in his mind suddenly came to mind, and he nodded. That's true. That night was my roommate Sun Pingyun's birthday, and he invited some classmates to go to a bar for drinks. The atmosphere was lively, and all the classmates present were drunk. Chin Mo didn't know how he left the private room, and eventually went to a hotel with a woman. If you admit it, then let's go to the hospital now. Seeing the other party nod, Shidongi stepped on the gas. What's wrong with her? Upon hearing that they were going to the hospital, Chin Mo looked nervous. The battle that night had been extremely intense, and even after 10 months, some scenes were still deeply etched in his mind. His ability in certain areas is inherited from his family, and it won't be affected by drinking too much, quite the opposite. Yi-won gave birth to twin daughters for you. What? I have a daughter, but I haven't graduated yet. Host, you don't need to worry about who'll take over, it's your twin daughters. Option 1, accompany Chi-doni to the hospital. Reward, 1 million renminbi cash, 10 years of parenting experience, and a large villa in Tai Mountain Villa, Guangzhou. Option 2, refuse to go, shirking responsibility. Reward, 100 renminbi cash, permanent negative status effect, guilt and shortness of breath. Chin Mo, you really are a scumbag. You took advantage of me and then didn't dare to admit it. I'll despise your impotence for the rest of my life. Seeing that Chin Mo did not answer, she thought he was trying to renege on his promise and immediately made the most solemn oath. You're so vicious. At the hospital. Chapter 2 Goddess Teacher, the reward is really great. Outside the delivery room. Chin Mo, you. Chin Mo, you. Shidongi paced back and forth, praying in his heart. Seeing Chin Mo standing still, he wanted to go over and say a few words to him, but seeing his absent-minded appearance, he held back. Chin Mo felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't even received his university diploma yet, but his father's employment certificate had already been delivered to him, double the amount. Squeak! At that moment, the delivery room door opened, and a nurse came out. Are Yi-won's family members here? Congratulations on the birth of twin daughters. Mother and babies will be out soon. Are the maternity pads and baby blankets ready? You need these? Chin Mo was completely out of the loop. Just as the nurse was about to explain helplessly, Shidongi came over with a bag. Nurse, it's all here. She quickly handed over a bag, looking embarrassed. Honestly, having such an unreliable husband like you. The nurse glared at Chin Mo and then closed the delivery room door, wondering how such a beautiful woman could find such a husband. 5 or 6 minutes passed. Squeak! The door opened again, and a nurse pushed out a transfer bed, handing 2 baby information cards to Chin Mo. He mechanically took it, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 swaddled babies on the bed. Those 2 little faces were rosy and slightly wrinkled, like sleeping elves. A tremor originating from the depths of his blood swept through his entire body. The information card contains the baby's birth information, including time, weight, and height. 5 pounds and 1 ounce. 5 pounds and 2 ounces. The baby was the oldest among them. When Chin Mo saw the infant, he was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He murmured to himself, I'm a father. Wow, so cute, my goddaughter. Shidongi exclaimed excitedly. Can't you two pay a little attention? Hurry up and get the pregnant woman to room 801. At that moment, the nurse felt that the new mother was carrying 2 people and would suffer a lot later on. Get out of the way. Shidongi shoved Chin Mo aside and pushed the transfer bed in the opposite direction of the elevator, not forgetting to remind him at the same time. Don't forget those 2 bags. Good. At this moment, Chin Mo was like a puppet on a string. He picked up 2 bags containing items for the mother and baby. VIP Ward 801. Family members, come here. Upon arriving at the VIP ward, the nurse called Chin Mo aside and carefully explained the precautions for postpartum care after a natural childbirth. How to observe lochia, how to assist with cleaning, how to massage to promote uterine contractions. Chin Mo listened attentively. The knowledge that he had initially found incredibly embarrassing now became exceptionally clear and important because of the weight of responsibility. Did you remember? At this point, what could Chin Mo say but nod? After the nurse left, he took a deep breath and walked to the bedside. Yi-won was pale, tired, and her eyes were somewhat evasive. Yiwan, I. Their eyes met, and Qin Mo was speechless for a moment. Seeing the patient's nameplate on the bedside table, his face flushed slightly. The nurse had just given him some instructions, most of which involved being completely honest with each other. Beautiful Yi, your two goddaughters look just like me. Shidani was only focused on playing with the two babies, and would occasionally burst out laughing. Yiwan, I. Qin Mo walked to the bedside, made eye contact with the other person, then looked away, stammering and unsure what to say. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Yiwan's voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. I do. Qin Mo took a deep breath and made a firm decision, just as the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your twin daughters. A new dad welcome gift pack is being awarded. Would you like to open it now? Yes. The system notification sounded in his mind again, and Qin Mo quickly nodded in agreement, glad that he hadn't refused. He now understood that the reward was related to his two daughters. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-of-the-line Bentley Flying Spur. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 years of experience in postpartum care. The host has been granted $1 million allowance for baby formula. As the gift pack was opened, 3 notification sounds followed, and then some memories flooded my mind. Before I could even fully process them, they had already become part of my being. I see, how amazing. The knowledge merged instantly. When Qin Mo looked at Yiwan again, his gaze had become professional and gentle. He naturally stepped forward and helped her adjust to a more comfortable lying position that would facilitate her recovery. You've just given birth, lying like this will be more comfortable. His sudden thoughtfulness startled Yiwan, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Oh, Miss Yi, you've been bribed so easily? Shi Dongyi teased from the side. Seeing this, Shi Dongyi stopped looking at the baby. Squeak! Just then, 2 nurses pushed open the ward door and walked in. Family members, come with me to have the baby checked out. Wow! Seeing Yiwan looking over, he knew what she wanted to say. Thanks. She didn't know how to start the conversation, but after hearing Qin Mo's words, the distance between them lessened. Let me do this. Seeing Qin Mo about to pick up the baby, Shi Dongyi quickly reminded him. Qin Mo, are you sure you can do it? But before I could finish my sentence, I saw the baby laugh. I had tried to coax the baby for a while, but I hadn't succeeded. He carefully picked up his eldest daughter, his large hands seemingly carrying a memory, steadily supporting the baby's neck and bottom, allowing the little one to sleep soundly in his arms. Handsome, have you ever taken care of children before? The nurses nearby, seeing this, asked in surprise. No, this is my first time, Qin Mo answered truthfully, mentally giving the system another thumbs up. No way, this is my first time. The 2 nurses looked on in surprise. Could this handsome young man be a natural-born dad? Handsome guy, please follow me. VIP ward service is great, they try to save patients the trouble of these things. You just need to focus on getting better. Qin Mo held her eldest daughter and followed behind the nurse. Miss Yi, was this young man married before? After Qin Mo left, Shi Dongyi moved a chair and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you think? Yiwan didn't answer, but looked at her best friend. She realized that her previous worries were unnecessary. The other person wasn't completely idle. Besides being young and not yet graduated, he also lacked money. However, that wasn't a problem, he had his own money. Miss Yi, your lips are practically curled up to the sky. Shi Dongyi leaned closer to the bed and lowered his voice. Looks like you're quite satisfied with someone's performance? A blush rose on Yiwan's pale face. Don't talk nonsense, he just did what he was supposed to do. Humph, that's more like it. But you can't let him off so easily, there are many more challenges ahead. By the way, when is the postpartum nanny you hired arriving? You can't really rely on this new dad, can you? It's already on its way. Yiwan answered softly, her gaze tenderly fixed on the crib. However, judging from the way he held the child just now, he doesn't seem that worrying. Seeing her relieved expression, Shi Dongyi deliberately covered his chest. Oh no, I feel like my position as your best friend is in jeopardy. You only care about them now. Chapter 3: The Pinnacle of Life, Mom's Phone Call. Outside the ward, Qin Mo looked at the 7-figure balance in his mobile bank account and took a deep breath. Luxury cars, villas, cash, and the mother and daughter in the hospital room. All of this reminded him that his life had been completely changed. A heavy sense of responsibility and an unprecedented sense of security replaced the initial panic. He put away his phone, a determined smile curving his lips. Mr. Cheen! Mr. Cheen! Two nurses came out carrying the baby. They saw the family member standing still, occasionally chuckling to himself. If the man hadn't been handsome, they would have wanted to kick him. What's up? Coming to his senses, Cheen Mo saw the nurse's murderous gaze and quickly changed his tune. The checkup is over so quickly? He felt like a moment had passed before he rushed forward and hugged one of his daughters. Okay, the checkup is complete. Both babies are in good health. They will need to undergo heel prick blood tests and hearing tests in 48 hours. We will let you know then. As soon as his daughter was in his arms, she stared at him with wide eyes, her lips twitching slightly to form a smile. Cheen Mo, who had 10 years of experience in raising children, knew what was going on. This was an early spontaneous smile in an infant. This smile is not a reaction to external stimuli, but a reflexive behavior, which usually occurs when the baby is sleeping, after eating, or when feeling comfortable. Thank you both, beautiful ladies. That's only right. The nurse, who had just been wearing a stern face, immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. They didn't want it to be like this, but their colleagues had said that this handsome guy was a bit unreliable. His wife was so beautiful and had given birth to twin daughters for him, why didn't he care about her? Squeak. How? Upon seeing Cheen Mo return, she couldn't wait to ask. The babies are all healthy. He gave Chi Doni a reassuring look before putting his little daughter in the crib. If it weren't for the wristband on his wrist, he really wouldn't have recognized his daughter. Wow! Before Cheen Mo could even sit down, both of his daughters burst into tears at the same time. Don't look at me, I haven't even touched the baby yet. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Chi Doni quickly raised his hands. You were fine just now, why are you crying? The two daughters cried even harder, and Yuan supported herself on the hospital bed with both hands, trying to sit up to check on them. Don't move, the baby must be hungry. Seeing the two women in a flustered state, Cheen Mo only needed to glance at them to immediately understand what was going on. So the baby is hungry. What should we feed him her? Having found the problem, Chi Doni breathed a sigh of relief and then voiced his doubts. Why are you all staring at me? Almost simultaneously, their gazes fell on Yuan, then shifted to the towering mountain peak. You're still watching. Seeing that Cheen Mo was still staring at her, Yuan blushed slightly. Although the two of them already had a daughter, it was after drinking, and they were in a daze. Now it's different, she can't get over the feeling of being watched while breastfeeding. Ahem, I'm going out for a walk. Cheen Mo, who had just stepped out of the room, heard Chi Doni inside exclaim in surprise, wow, baby's natural canteen is so abundant. He stumbled and almost fell. Chi Doni, shut up. Yuan's low, angry voice came from behind. I was wrong, I need to feed the baby right away. After Chi Doni finished speaking, she stared at her best friend's snow-white skin, then looked down at it again, and couldn't help but sigh. A thought popped into her mind, if she had children in the future, would she starve to death? Outside the VIP ward. Forget it, I'm not smoking. Reaching the stairwell, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then put it back. Ring bell. A cell phone rang, followed by vibration. Mom. Upon seeing the caller ID, Cheen Mo answered the phone without hesitation. Little Momo. Cheen Mo's face darkened as soon as he put the phone to his ear, and he immediately moved the phone away from his ear. Mom, can you guys be serious for once? In front of his mother, he will always be a child who never grows up. Xiao Momo is his nickname. Sure, you'd better find a wife and have a big, fat grandson. Stop. Hearing that this topic had come up again, Cheen Mo quickly stopped his mother from continuing. Mom, what's up? Tell me quickly, your son is very busy. He glanced at the ward, worried that Chi Doni wouldn't be able to help. Go away, you brat, what help do you have? I'm hanging up if you don't tell me. If you dare hang up, I'll break both your legs. As expected of Cheen Ma, he immediately backed down when she got angry. Okay, I won't hang up, alright? Your dad and I are at a hotel in Guangzhou. We'd like to have dinner with you tomorrow. What? You're coming to Guangzhou? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Cheen Mo's family is quite well off. Both his parents work. Since he was admitted to university, the two elders have been living a carefree life, frequently traveling around. I'm telling you in advance, you're letting us live in your doghouse. Cough cough. Hearing his mother's words, Shin Mo almost choked to death. He was a bit of a scoundrel, and his living quarters were unbearable to look at. My best friend gave birth today, I have to come over. Best friend? I came to see my best friend, you forgot? She's a really nice girl I met last time. Sigh, I heard she gave birth today. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that his mother had met her 2 years ago while traveling. He didn't know how they became best friends. One was in her 50s and the other was a beautiful university teacher. I don't know which bastard did this, if I find out I'll beat him up. What a jerk. Holding his phone, Shin Mo felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, and his back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That unlucky scumbag. Could it be him? Alright, I won't keep you any longer. After nagging for another 10 minutes, his mother, Jiang Chunsui, finally let him go. I wonder who that unlucky scumbag is. With a sigh, Shin Mo put away his phone, pushed open the door, and went inside. Wow. Back in the ward, he was greeted by a chorus of loud cries. Shidani was frantically dealing with a diaper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Changing diapers is nothing, I can do it. You should go find a nurse. Yuan looked at her daughter's red, tear-stained face and felt heartbroken. I'll do it. Shin Mo stepped forward and naturally took the diaper. With the help of his 10 years of parenting experience, he moved gently and followed clear steps, quickly and easily getting everything dry. De Bao's crying immediately turned into comfortable humming. Shidani watched in stunned silence. This shouldn't be, she said indignantly, picking up another diaper, which only made the baby cry even harder. Once again invited aside by Shin Mo, and watching him soothe her with the same efficiency, Shidani deflated like a punctured balloon. Missy, my godmother's skills are just too high. She suddenly remembered something and stared at Shin Mo suspiciously. Wait a minute. You're too skilled, kid. Confess honestly, is there some secret you're keeping? Thinking about how the other person held the baby before, and how skillfully he changed diapers now, Shidani circled around him. Ding! The host has successfully demonstrated fatherly love and gained his daughter's approval. Reward, top-tier medicinal cuisine chef. A wealth of fascinating knowledge about ingredients, pharmacology, and cooking time flooded my mind. Shin Mo's heart stirred, and he looked at Ji-won, whose face was still pale, already having made a plan. Chapter 4: Luxury Cars and Villas, but a missing mistress. Oh no! When Shin Mo came out of the hospital, he realized that it was already dark. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was already 10 p.m. Looks like I'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. He couldn't enter the school dormitory at 10:30, so even if he took a taxi, it would be too late. I almost forgot about this. He pulled his car keys out of his pocket, patted his forehead, and thought, I can sleep in the villa the system gave me. Where should the system park the car? Walking towards the hospital parking lot, I soon saw a jewel black luxury car, which was none other than the Bentley Flying Spur that the system had given me. Ding! Host rewarded with top-tier racing skills. A memory flooded his mind and quickly became his instinct. He felt that if he were to participate in a top-level racing competition now, those championships would be within his grasp. Nothing is more important than sleep. Let's go check out the villa first. Shin Mo sat in the driver's seat, the leather seat perfectly enveloping his body. He took a deep breath, pressed the start button, and the engine let out a deep and powerful roar, as if a sleeping beast had awakened. He didn't rush to drive away, but instead gently placed his hands on the steering wheel. In a single day, he went from a heartbroken college student to a father of 2 daughters, and then to having it all. An indescribable sense of control arises spontaneously. A slight smile played on his lips as he gently pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly glided into the lane. Now, he had enough confidence to face whatever the future held. Buzz boom. As the Bentley Flying Spur drove out of the hospital, it attracted a wave of envious and jealous glances. Whose young master is this? He's so handsome. No, I've realized I like this handsome guy. Are you sure you just like handsome guys and don't just want their luxury cars? What's there to hesitate about? I'll take both of them. Shin Mo had no idea that the moment he drove away in his luxury car, it caused a sensation in the hospital and even reached the inpatient department. Really, I saw it with my own eyes, a jewel black Bentley Flying Spur. It's so cool, the younger nurse whispered to her colleague. It's all over the work group chat, and someone even took photos. How could I not know? That's a top-of-the-line Bentley Flying Spur. Director Lu said it costs over 6 million yuan, and it's rare to see even in Guangzhou. The ward door opened, and the doctor walked in with a nurse, chatting as they went. This is Guangzhou, luxury cars are normal here. I know it's normal, but this is a top-of-the-line Bentley Flying Spur. There are only a few dozen of them in Guangzhou, and yet they're here at our hospital. Dr. Wang, the most important thing is the age of the car owner, he's only in his 20s. Alright, that's enough. Miss Yi, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Seeing that the nurse was about to say something, the on-duty hospital staff stopped her from continuing and walked to the bedside. Dr. Wang, I'm fine. Yuan shook her head, feeling that she was recovering very well and could go back to recuperate after staying in the hospital for a few days. If anything happens, remember to call us. After the examination, the doctor and nurse left. Miss Yi, your family owns a Bentley Flying Spur. Does your uncle know that you had a child out of wedlock? After spending a day in the hospital, Shi Dongi was exhausted, but even so, she was still worried about going back. It's not like we own it. Didn't you hear? The driver was a young man. If Yuan hadn't heard that the car owner was very young, she would have packed her things and gone home immediately. Her family had no idea she was pregnant until now. Look at me, how could I forget this? She slapped her forehead, a tired look on her face. Alright, I'm sleepy. You can go back and rest. Sister Lu is here. It was getting late, and her two daughters were already asleep, so Yuan had to find an excuse to send her best friend home. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. She was really tired today. She wasted half a day looking for people, but thankfully the other party didn't disappoint them. Shi Dongi yawned before getting up and picking up his bag. Be careful while driving. Miss Yi, you can rest assured about that. I value my life very much. She waved her hand and swayed her hips as she walked out of the ward. Taiyi Mountain Villa. Villa number 1. No wonder it's a top-tier villa in Guangzhou. After wandering around the villa, Qin Nemo went into the master bedroom, lay down, and let out a comfortable groan. Cool. He had been busy all day, and even though his body had been enhanced by the system, he didn't want to get up once he lay down. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Just as Qin Nemo was about to drift off to sleep, his phone rang. Who is it? If they don't satisfy me, I promise I won't break their third leg. Being woken up at this time is something only those who have experienced it know how unpleasant it is. He was reluctant to take out his phone. San Pingyun. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Nemo clenched his teeth, making a crunching sound. Fourth brother, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll make sure your son family line ends. Second brother, are you possessed? What nonsense are you talking about? I called you out of kindness, why don't you come back to sleep? He heard Sun Pingyun's innocent voice coming from the other end of the line, and he was a little confused. Your dad has been busy all day and was just about to fall asleep when he calls me. What do you think? Go to sleep, second brother, where are you sleeping? Don't do anything rash. If you can't figure this out, fourth brother, you'd better explain yourself, or I'll punish you according to the law. Don't try to play steel wool with a rich woman, that shortcut isn't easy. Get lost, don't disturb my sleep. Remember to come back to school tomorrow, your homeroom teacher has something to announce. No. Beep beep. Without giving his roommates a chance, Qin Nemo hung up the phone immediately. Depend on. I lay back down, but I wasn't sleepy at all, so I got up and went to the wardrobe. Good. Seeing the bath towels inside made him feel a little better. He took off all his clothes and threw them into the washing machine before heading towards the bathroom. That feels so good. Standing under the shower head, letting the cold water wash over my body. It's only been a week since school started, and taking a cold shower in March is still quite comfortable. A dozen minutes later. It took him several times longer than usual to finally emerge wrapped in a bath towel. If there were another lady of the house, it would be perfect. Standing on the balcony, looking at the night view outside the villa, I couldn't help but sigh. Am I stupid? I already have a wife, I just don't know if she'd be willing to come over. Recalling the scene at the hospital during the day, Qin Nemo couldn't help but smile slightly. Back in bed, images flashed through my mind. Whoosh! Before he knew it, he was snoring softly and had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5. I didn't mishear you, you like trash. The next morning. This is the right place. On the 8th floor of the hospital's inpatient department, a middle-aged couple were asking for information. "I'm not going in." Qin Shangming handed the things he was carrying to his wife. There was a woman in labor inside, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a grown man like him to go in. "Okay, find yourself a seat. I'll call you when you come out." Jiang Chuansui wasn't sure how long she would sit inside, so she could only ask her husband to make do. "No." He looked around and smelled the air, feeling a little uncomfortable, and walked towards the elevator. Inside the ward, Jiang Chuansui walked in, glanced around, and then her gaze fell on Yiwan on the hospital bed. "Yiwan, where is that scumbag?" Seeing that the baby was still sleeping in the crib, she sat down quietly. "Sister Jiang, he hasn't arrived yet." As she spoke, Yiwan glanced at the doorway, her heart filled with complex emotions. "Don't let me run into him, or I'll definitely get revenge for you. That scumbag didn't even come to see you once during your 10 months of pregnancy, and now you've given birth to adorable twin daughters for him, and he still doesn't appreciate it." Jiang Chuansui had endless things to say about this, and she kept talking non-stop. "Sister Jiang, it's not like that." Yuan wanted to explain, but Jiang Chuansui didn't give her a chance and started criticizing her again. "Stop making excuses for him. Xiao Yi, you're so beautiful. Having his baby is a blessing from 8 lifetimes, like your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke." 10:30 a.m. "Shin Mo, are you going back to school?" Shin Mo had just parked his car when his phone rang, so he had to answer it. "Arrive. Hurry up, the class teacher is coming over here, hurry up." The second semester of senior year is relatively free. Some majors don't even have classes, and the focus shifts from classroom teaching to graduation practice and thesis. Shin Mo still needs to come back to class for his major. He has several classes a week. Beep beep. That fourth brother. Seeing that his roommate had already hung up the phone, he shook his head and quickened his pace toward the classroom. "I don't have classes today, and I wonder what the class advisor has to do." Back in the classroom, some classmates had already returned, and he casually found a seat at the back. "Shin Mo, we've already broken up, can you please stop clinging to me like this?" Hearing someone sit down behind her, Mo Nianxiao turned around in confusion. However, his expression changed slightly the next moment, and he stood up abruptly, pointing his finger at the other person. "You poor loser, Mo Nianxiao, if you come with me now, you can forget about a toad trying to eat a swan." Yu Jianyuan also stood up, his face full of disdain, and deliberately put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder tightly. "Look what this is. An LV bag. You couldn't afford it with a year's salary, cutie." After getting together with Yu Jianyuan, she realized that she had been taken advantage of for 9 months, and that she could get a LV bag worth tens of thousands of yuan for just one night. "During this time with Qin Mo, I was tormented for an hour every time, and in the end, I couldn't even bear to buy him an iPhone." At that moment, Mo Nianxiao was glad that she had broken up with him. "Young master you're so naughty." Before she knew it, Yu Jianyuan had placed his hand on her buttocks and deliberately gave them a hard pinch. "This feels amazing." He put his hand in front of his nose, took a deep breath, and showed an expression of rapture. "Seriously? There are people who like to smell my trash." Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the two, but when they came close to him, Qin Mo had no reason not to cooperate and slapped them hard. "Qin Mo, say that again if you dare." At first, Mo Nianxiao didn't realize what was happening, but when she heard the laughter of her classmates around her, she immediately came to her senses and realized that they were treating her like trash. "Oh my, this is the first time I've heard of someone who likes to be insulted. Listen carefully, I'll say it again, someone likes the trash I throw away." Qin Mo's lips curled slightly as he glanced at the two of them indifferently. You, don't get agitated, I know you like trash." Embarrassed in front of his classmates, Yu Jianyuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. His hand trembled as he reached out. Qin Mo quickly grabbed his hand, looking like he was thinking of him. "Let go. Let go of me." Yu Jianyuan tried desperately to shake off the other person, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. This scene made the surrounding classmates burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Second brother, that's so satisfying." Before he knew it, the fourth brother, Sun Pengyun, had entered the classroom and placed his hand heavily on his shoulder. "Young master ignore them, they're just a bunch of poor losers." When Qin Mo's roommates came over, Mo Nianxiao realized that if she continued talking, the two of them would be no match for each other, so she took her boyfriend's hand and sat down. "You just wait." He glared at Qin Mo, thinking he had stolen the other man's girlfriend and would be humiliated, but it turned out he had shot himself in the foot. What? You're also interested in other types of trash? That's a great hobby, quite environmentally friendly. You, humph. Eugenio clenched his fist, wanting to punch the other person. Alright, the class teacher is here. At that moment, a woman in her late 20s walked into the classroom. She was wearing a white t-shirt and tight jeans. Her outfit accentuated her beautiful figure, drawing the attention of the male students in the class. Our class advisor is so beautiful. If I had a girlfriend like her, I'd be laughing in my sleep. As the class teacher walked in, Sun Pengyun made a lecherous face. She's still not as pretty as my goddess. Third brother, there's still hope for me, but goddess Yi, don't even think about it. The second brother is right. Goddess Yi is not in the same class as us. We wouldn't even dare to dream of her. TCH, you wouldn't even dare to dream, what's the point of being human? Second brother, what are you laughing at? At this moment, the three roommates noticed the smile on Shin Mo's face. The goddess you all talked about is now my wife. Cut. 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 Almost simultaneously, his three roommates gave him the middle finger. If you don't believe me, then forget it. He doesn't have a fever. The second son is just heartbroken. Don't do anything rash. Sun Pengyun reached out and touched his forehead, his face showing a look of heartache. Second brother, let's go to the barbecue stand tonight, it's on me, you can eat whatever you want. Yeah, you just said it was garbage, there's no need to make things difficult for yourself. His three roommates quickly comforted him, fearing he might do something foolish. Alright, I was just joking. Seeing that their conversation had already caught the attention of the class teacher, Shin Mo had no choice but to give in and put his things on the table. Hey, second brother, your car key is really unique. Seeing the car keys on the table, Sun Pengyun picked them up out of curiosity. Car keys? Shin Mo, that poor bastard, could never afford one in his entire life. Eugenio, who was seething with anger, turned around when he heard the voice behind him, revealing a disdainful expression. This is the car I just picked up, not a decoration. Bentley, Shin Mo, you said you bought a Bentley, haha, that's hilarious. After seeing the car keys clearly, Eugenio could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, ignoring what the class teacher was saying. Chapter 6, You must apologize and show me what I'm capable of. Shin Mo, you stop right there. Imo Nianxia rushed over and grabbed Shin Mo's arm. Is there anything else? The students who were about to leave, along with the beautiful class teacher, stopped in their tracks, looking quite interested when they saw this scene. Shin Mo, apologize to young Master Yu and I'll forgive you. She raised her head, looking superior, as if to say, I'm speaking to you now because I think highly of you. Ha! Did this thing really not get caught in the door crack when you left today? Shin Mo sneered. For the first time, he wondered if his ex-girlfriend had intellectual problems. How come he hadn't noticed this during the 8 months they had been dating? What do you mean? Imo Nianxiao didn't react for a moment, but seeing the looks from her classmates, she knew that what she said was unpleasant. You little bastard, I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to Imo Nianxiao right now, or your internship is over. Eugenio took a deep breath. He was starting to regret choosing this kind of woman as his girlfriend. If it weren't for her good skills, he would have left her right now. However, with so many classmates watching, he couldn't back down. After a moment's thought, he found a way to deal with the other person, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. What does a poor guy value most? It's definitely something related to money. The other person is currently interning at a company, so it's a good opportunity for him to help out. Yes, you must kneel down and apologize, or young master you will make sure you can't find a job. Imo Nianxiao became even more smug, proudly clinging to her boyfriend's arm and looking at Shin Mo with disdain. Can't find jobs, you two idiots. In the past, he would definitely have been worried. But now that I have a system, I'm afraid of not having a job. If my classmates weren't watching, I would want to slap them both hard. Walk. Shin Mo slapped away Imo Nianxiao's outstretched hand and called his roommates to leave. Shin Mo, you stop right there, or young master you will make sure you can't find a job in Guangzhou. Rubbing her sore hand, Imo Nianxiao yelled in anger. Young master you, don't you know Shin Mo's internship company manager? Call him right now and fire him. Seeing that Shin Mo did not stop and continued walking forward, she immediately shook Eugenio's hand and acted coquettishly. Alright, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Little darling, you've embarrassed me. The stares from his classmates made him very uncomfortable, and after being reminded by his girlfriend, he immediately took out his phone. Beep beep. The phone was busy for only a few seconds before it was answered. In order to save face, Yu Jianyuan turned on the speakerphone so that the surrounding classmates could hear it. Young Master Yu, what brings you to call me? Upon hearing the voice from the other side, the two of them raised their heads almost simultaneously, looking superior. Manager Lin, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Young Master Yu, whatever it is, as long as it's within my power, just let me know. The other person's words made the two even more smug, and they arrogantly glanced at everyone. Manager Lin, does your company have an intern named Qin Mo? Intern Qin Mo, young Master Yu, please wait a moment while I ask him. While waiting, the students around them began to whisper among themselves. I remember the manager of the company where Qin Mo interned was surnamed Lin. No way, does that mean he's doomed? Sigh, of all people to mess with, it had to be Yu Jianyuan. He's so petty. I used to envy Qin Mo. The company he interned at was pretty good. If he could stay there, he'd be several years ahead of us. But now. Young Master Yu, we do have a Qin Mo in our company, and he's from your school. Are you looking to take care of him? Soon, Manager Lin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Manager Lin, you must take good care of him. At that moment, Yu Jianyuan almost gritted his teeth as he spoke each word. Alright, young Master Yu, please rest assured, I will give him a good beating for his harassment. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Lin. Haha, young Master Yu, it's just a small matter. I'll treat you to a meal sometime when you're free. Beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Mo Nianxiao glanced triumphantly at the classmates present, as if to say, don't mess with me, or you'll suffer the consequences. Young Master Yu, I want to eat Western food. Western food? I happen to know a Western restaurant that costs over 1,000 yuan per person. I'll go there now. At this moment, the two looked like they had won a battle, and left with their arms around each other. Qin Mo was finished. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to try a Western meal that costs over 1,000 yuan. Let's forget about it. Western food is ridiculously expensive, and you can't even fill your stomach. I never expected to see such a good show. The beautiful instructor, standing not far away, saw all of this. She had high hopes for this student and believed that, barring any problems, he could stay on after the internship. I never expected the problem to be with my classmate, but unfortunately I couldn't help him. After all, they're my students, so I should still call and remind them. After walking a few steps, the beautiful teacher took out her phone, found a student's number, and dialed it. At the same time, Grandpa, your grandson is calling. The phone rang, and everyone's eyes fell on Qin Mo. Second brother, why aren't you changing your ringtone yet? The thought of calling the other party filled him with a smug smile, and Sun Pengyun stepped forward to grab his neck. Don't move, it's the class advisor on the phone. Qin Mo handed the phone to him, and when he saw that the caller ID was indeed the class teacher, he withdrew his hand, but with a sly smile on his face. He. If you don't change your ringtone, I'll call the class advisor right now. Alright, fix it right away after you finish the call. I thought the ringtone was funny and wanted to play it with my roommates. I was going to change it yesterday, but my girlfriend cheated on me, so I forgot. Qin Mo, be careful. Yu Jianyuan has already spoken to the manager of your internship company. If you want to change jobs, I can keep an eye out for you. As soon as the call connected, before Qin Mo could even speak, the class teacher's voice came from the other end. Thank you, class advisor. After exchanging a few polite words, the two hung up the phone. What's wrong? Did that bitch cause trouble? Privately, everyone calls Yu Jianyuan a scoundrel. There's just no way around it. His father gave him a good name. Fourth brother, you're right, this bitch contacted my company manager. What should we do then? Do we have to find a new job? Alright, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Seeing his three roommates' concern, Qin Mo waved his hand, saying that he currently had 2 million in his account and could lie low for a while without any problem. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Upon hearing the phone ring, the three of them stared intently at Qin Mo. Look, my grandson is calling. Upon seeing the caller ID, he waved his phone in front of the group. Manager Lin, your company manager? Qin Mo nodded and answered the phone. Qin Mo, get back to the company and work overtime right now. You fat pig, Go to the hospital if you're sick, I'm not putting up with this anymore. Beep beep. After saying that, he blacklisted the other person. Second brother, you're awesome. Chapter 7, afraid of his brother's suffering, and also afraid of driving a Land Rover. Second brother, are you really alright? Within 2 days, they had both experienced heartbreak and lost their jobs. They would have felt terrible in their own situation, so the three of them quickly comforted Chin Mo. We're already at the restaurant, let's go eat together, it's on me. Among the group, Sun Pengyun came from the wealthiest family. He stepped forward and put his arm around Chin Mo's shoulder. And he goes to bars at night. With his looks, he'll never have to worry about not finding a girlfriend. I'm fine, you don't need to comfort me. Let's skip the dinner and bar. My parents are here today, I'll treat you in a few days. Seeing the Bentley parked not far away, Chin Mo took out the car keys from his pocket. A few days is fine. Hey, second brother, what are you doing over there? You don't actually think that luxury car is yours. At this moment, the three of them noticed that Chin Mo was walking towards a luxury car. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Bentley. Remembering that they were in the classroom, he took out his car keys and quickly chased after him. Second brother, don't do anything reckless. This car isn't cheap, the cheapest one costs over $1 million. We couldn't afford to pay for it even if we sold ourselves. Chirp. Just as Sun Pengyun reached out to pull his friend back, he heard the unlocking sound, which froze his hand in midair. He then saw Chin Mo open the car door, and his expression was quite interesting. This car, is yours. Pointing at the luxury car, he stammered and finally managed to finish his sentence. If it's not mine, then it must be yours. Chin Mo got into the driver's seat, closed the car door, and rolled down the window. I'm leaving now. Contact me by phone if you need anything. He made a gesture near his ear, started the vehicle, selected launch mode, and the vehicle sped away at maximum acceleration. Slap me. As the luxury car disappeared from sight, Sun Pengyun wondered if he was dreaming. Ouch. Could you be a little gentler? He got slapped on the butt and quickly covered it. Does it hurt? You hit me so hard, should I slap you too? It looks like it hurts a lot, so it must be true. Who was it that said the second child's family was of modest means last time? Thinking about how I was comforting my friend one moment and then he drove off in a luxury car worth millions the next, I'm both afraid that my brother is suffering and afraid that he'll be driving a Land Rover. Wait, how much does a Land Rover cost? The moment he thought of that sentence, Sun Pengyun's expression became quite interesting. Didn't you say it yourself? The eldest and third brothers stared intently at him, still in shock. Me? Right. The two nodded quickly, as if they would be at a disadvantage if they were even a step slower. Looks like we'll have to send the second child to the dormitory next time. We've been keeping it a secret from him for so long, for 4 whole years. Inside the Bentley. Ring ring. By this time, Chin Mo had already changed his phone ringtone. Hey kid, where are you? Upon answering the phone, I heard my mother scolding me. I'm driving. Drive, why don't you just say you're going to heaven? Don't you even read the messages I send you? Zhang Chuansui didn't believe a word her son said. He hadn't even graduated yet, where would he get the money to buy a car? Do you have any information? Feeling a little guilty, Chin Mo switched pages, opened the message, and quickly made up an excuse after seeing its contents. I was in a meeting at school and didn't notice. I've sent you the address, come over quickly. Beep beep. He wasn't given a chance to speak. His mother hung up the phone after he finished. Mom is really willing to spend money, even though it's still a half-hour drive. After confirming the destination, Chin Mo turned around ahead and drove towards the hotel his mother had given him. At the same time. At the hotel. When did your son say he'd arrive? The two had to go back in the afternoon. Seeing his wife put down her phone, Qin Shangming quickly asked her what was wrong. When? I don't think I asked that. You didn't ask how we order. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. His wife was unreliable. He should have called and asked her. My son said he's driving. And those who came from school. That means we'll take a taxi here. It'll take about half an hour. If we order now, the timing will be just right. Qin Shangming reached for the menu to order, but he was a step too late. Don't cause me any more trouble, let me have some. Miss, please order. After grabbing the menu, Jiang Chunsui raised her hand and waved to the waiter not far away. You think you're so clever. What did you just say? It's nothing, I just told my wife to order, and my son will definitely like it. Driven by a strong will to survive, Qin Shangming quickly resorted to lying through his teeth. You know that's enough, my son is closest to me. Hearing this, Jiang Chuansui's smile widened, and she put down the menu to order. Steamed grouper, my son's favorite dish. Is 288 yuan too expensive? Qin Shangming leaned over and took a look, feeling a little distressed about the money. This is for my son, it's not expensive at all. Beautiful lady, a steamed grouper. Okay, ma'am, would you like me to recommend a few dishes? The waiter flashed a professional smile and didn't forget to recommend the hotel's signature dishes. Okay, you tell me a few first. She didn't put down the menu and continued flipping through it. Braised pork belly. That's good, my son likes it too. How much? Sir, the braised pork is not expensive, only 188 yuan. They said it wasn't expensive, that's enough for a meal back home. This time, only he could hear what he said. Seeing his wife's furious expression, he quickly checked his pockets. It looked like he was going to have to spend a lot of money today. Cantonese-style roast meat platter, 188 yuan. Slow-cooked soup, 168 yuan. Seemingly guessing that the customer was concerned about the price, the waiter ordered 2 more dishes and added the price, which made Jiang Chuansui glare at him fiercely. I'll take both of these. Any other recommendations? After flipping through the menu for a while, Jiang Chuansui was a little stumped, unsure of what to order, as every dish looked delicious. Poached chicken. Chicken is out of the question, we eat it at home every day. This time, she didn't let the waiter continue in her opinion. Nothing tasted as good as the poached chicken from her hometown. Glass-plated pigeon, 128 yuan each. So expensive. Alright, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Beautiful ladies, give me 2. The older generation always says that men become stingy as they get older, and Jiang Chuansui believed it this time. Before, she always ate out at small restaurants, so she hadn't noticed it. Okay, I'll shut up. Qin Shangming knew that if he spoke again, he might not even be allowed to drink alcohol when he returned to his hometown. Alright, that's it. Jiang Chuansui then ordered 2 more vegetable dishes before putting down the menu. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. We will serve your food as quickly as possible. The waiter repeated the customer's order to confirm it was correct before turning to leave. I should have eaten with my son. Jiang Chuansui only began to lecture her husband after the waiter left. It's not that I'm worried about the money, it's just that a single meal can cost over 1,000 yuan. If you're so worried about money, why don't you quit drinking? I finally get to have a meal with my son, and all he thinks about is money. Chapter 8, Parents came over, and we had a meal together. Son, over here. Jiang Chuansui chose to eat in the lobby. When she saw the handsome man walk in, who else could it be but her son? Mom. At his mother's call, all eyes in the hall turned to Qin Mo. He could only sigh inwardly. Every time they dined out, his mother wanted the whole world to know that this was her son. Why are you still making that face? Look at all these things you like to eat. She got up, pulled out a chair, and pressed her son's shoulder to make him sit down. This scene made Qin Shangming, who was standing next to her, jealous. My mom still loves me the most. Looking at the table laden with delicious food, almost all of which were my favorite dishes. Come on, son, try some braised pork. Jiang Chuansui picked up a piece of braised pork. She often made this dish when her son was at home, but she didn't know how it tasted at the hotel. Dad, Mom, you should eat too. I glanced at it again and saw that the food had obviously been on the table for a while, but my parents hadn't touched it yet, waiting for me to come over before they ate. No rush, let's taste it first. His mother waved her hand, telling him to hurry up and eat the braised pork. Huh, what's going on? After putting the braised pork in his mouth, Qin Mo felt that the taste was a bit off. He continued chewing and soon his mind came up with some answers, all of which concerned the merits and demerits of this dish. Son, isn't it tasty? Seeing the change in her son's expression, Jiang Chuansui also picked up a piece for herself. I'll try some too. Qin Shangming was good at seizing opportunities, and he followed suit, picking up his chopsticks and eagerly putting the food into his mouth. It's not bad, but it's not as good as what you make, my wife. He said something against his will, and then picked up another piece. No problem. As expected of a grand hotel, this braised pork is even better than what I make myself." Hearing her husband's words, Jiang Chuansui's smile widened. "Son, you don't have an appetite today?" "Mom, no, I was just thinking about something." At this moment, Shin Emo realized what was going on. He was now a top chef himself. "He's thinking about women. We've arranged blind dates for you, but you won't agree." Cough cough. Shin Xiangming, who was enjoying his meal, almost choked when he heard his wife's words. "What, you have a problem with that?" She glared at her husband. He didn't care at all about their son's marriage, all he did was eat. "No, honey, you're right. That brat is graduating soon, he should find a girlfriend." You gave your son a knowing look, implying that you had to sacrifice your happiness for survival. "Son, let me tell you, you can't be a jerk when you're looking for a girlfriend, or I'll disown you as my son." "Did you hear me clearly?" "No." Hearing her mother say these words, Shin Emo knew that she was thinking of that best friend again. "I also want to teach that scumbag a lesson for Xiaoye. I've been here all morning and haven't even seen a shadow of him. If I see him next time, I'll definitely give him a good beating." I saw my mother holding the chopsticks, gritting her teeth and trying to break them. The wood was sturdy, otherwise it would have really broken. "It's a little cold." At that moment, Shin Emo felt a cold wind blow across his back, and he involuntarily glanced back. "Hey, you brat, are you even listening?" She was teaching her son, and he still dared to daydream. Jiang Chuansui then put another piece of fish on his plate. Yes, I can't be a jerk, Mom, you can continue." Shin Emo, who also had a strong will to survive, nodded quickly. "If you ever become a scumbag, I'll personally break both your legs, you hear me?" Jiang Chuansui emphasized the last sentence. "Mom, listen carefully." The father and son exchanged a glance, then silently lowered their heads. "Son, try this glass-encrusted pigeon." She picked up a whole pigeon and put it in the bowl. "Mom, I can do it myself." From childhood to adulthood, he never had to pick up food for himself at meals. His mother always gave him the best. There was no other way. He was an only child. "Son, eat more. Look how thin you've become. Do you still have money? Mom will transfer you 2,000 later. Don't be stingy with this. You've lost weight?" Sitting across from him, Shin Xiangming realized upon hearing this that his son had indeed lost some weight compared to 6 months ago. "Mom, I've been exercising a lot lately, so I'm getting stronger, not thinner." Shin Emo flexed his biceps, a bright smile on his face. It's real." Looking at her son's strong arms, Jiang Chuansui also began to take a closer look. "Hey kid, do you have a goal in mind? That's why you've started exercising?" Jiang Chuansui knew her son all too well. He had never exercised before, and now he had suddenly changed. There must be something going on. That was the only thing she could think of. "Mom, what are you thinking?" "I've been exercising all along." His voice trailed off towards the end, clearly indicating a lack of confidence. All right, you've been exercising all along. Since you like eating pigeons so much, you can have this one too." Shin Xiangming, who had just reached out with his chopsticks, froze in midair as he placed the last glass pigeon into his son's bowl. "You eat the other things." She glared at her husband, then picked up a piece of braised pork for herself. "This hotel chef is really skilled. The food tastes amazing. Son, how's work going? Are you settling in well?" She quickly turned her attention to her son's work, her face full of concern. "Good." At this point, Shin Emo could only bite the bullet and answer. He couldn't very well say that he had scolded the company manager half an hour earlier. Working at a company is different from school. You need to be humble, learn more from your seniors, and don't talk back to your superiors, understand? She knew all too well the ins and outs of the workplace and was worried that her son, being young and impetuous, would bottle up any grievances he might have suffered. "No. Son, if you're not happy with your job, Dad will find you one back home." "Pa. My son is so capable, the boss will definitely like him. Don't cause trouble here." Before her husband could finish speaking, Jiang Chuansui stopped him, glared at him fiercely, and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. "Why? I was just worried about my son, wasn't I?" "There's something in my mouth," Shin Xiangming stammered as he explained. With such a caring son, who is about to graduate from university, why is he going back to his hometown? What's the big deal? Jiang Chuansui also wanted her son to return to his hometown to work, but she couldn't sacrifice her son's future for her own sake. Alright, Dad, Mom, stop arguing. This glass pigeon is nice, let's split it in half. Seeing his parents bickering, Shin-emo couldn't help but smile slightly. He gave each of them half of the glass-wrapped pigeon he had just placed in his bowl. You can eat it when we give it to you, why are you giving it to us again? It's filial piety for the son to give it to you, that's right, this pigeon is delicious. Shin Xiangming didn't stand on ceremony at all, and picked up the pigeon to eat with relish. You're such a busybody, but the taste is really good. From chapter 9 onwards, my husband will be responsible for all 3 meals. Hospital. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, I'm so sorry, I was really busy today and I'm only getting here now. Squeak. As the ward door was pushed open, Ji-dongi rushed in. Shoo. Upon seeing this, Yuan quickly put her index finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Huh, where did everyone go? Upon entering the ward, she first looked around. Who is it? That scumbag Shin-emo. If you're busy, you don't have to come, but that guy is a father of 2, how can he not be here? Could it be that he hasn't come all day? I knew men's words were just lies. I originally thought that if I didn't come, this guy would take care of me, but I didn't expect that I overestimated him. It's alright, I have Sister Lu to take care of me. That's what she said, but a hint of disappointment flashed in Yuan's eyes. Who's talking bad about me? Just then, the ward door opened again, and Shin-emo walked in carrying large and small bags. Shin-emo. Upon recognizing the person who entered, Ji-dongi stood up, walked over, and circled around him. I thought you were too scared to come. What did you buy? See for yourself. Shin-emo handed over everything he was carrying, keeping only a bag for himself. I made you dinner, I don't know if it suits your taste. Shin-emo walked to the bedside, took out several insulated containers from the bag, and placed them on the table one by one. What? You can cook? What kinds of dishes do you make? Upon hearing that Shin-emo had brought dinner, Ji-dongi didn't care what the other person had bought and rushed over. Wow, it smells so good. Can I have some? As a thermal container was opened, an enticing aroma of food filled the ward, causing Ji-dongi to involuntarily swallow. This is for new mothers. After giving the other person a disdainful look, Shin-emo took out a bowl and filled it halfway with millet and red date porridge. What kind of soup is this? Sea basin tofu soup can speed up wound healing. I know that, shrimp and broccoli stir fry. And blanched bok choy. Steamed egg with minced meat. Ji-dongi stared intently at the food and named each dish one by one. I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll just make this for today. He rocked the hospital bed up and then carefully helped Ji-won sit up. Have some soup first. I ladled out another half bowl of sea basin tofu soup and fed it to her with a spoon. This. Yuan smelled the aroma and felt her appetite increase, but she was still a little hesitant to let the other person feed her. Miss Yi, if you're not going to drink it, then I'll drink it all. At some point, Ji-dongi also served himself a bowl of fish soup. Shin-emo only brought 2 ceramic bowls, and she found a disposable bowl. Thank you for your help. The moment the fish soup touched her lips, Yuan's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Wow, this tastes amazing. Before she could even utter a sound of her amazement, Ji-dongi, who was standing next to her, spoke up first, and instead of using a spoon, he picked up the disposable bowl and started drinking. Glug! It's delicious, I want more. She quickly finished the bowl of fish soup and wanted to get another one, but Shin-emo stopped her. I only cooked a little bit, and you've already finished it all. What will my wife drink? In his haste, he didn't even notice that he had changed how he addressed Yuan. He. Yuan, who had just taken a sip of fish soup, couldn't help but smile slightly when she heard the word wife. Okay, I don't drink fish soup, but can I have this? Your wife can't finish it all by herself. Ji-dongi pointed at the steamed egg with minced meat, his mouth watering. Miss Yi, please, tell me about your husband. Seeing that Shin-emo did not answer, she immediately put her hands together and showed a pitiful expression. Shin-emo. Okay, you keep half. Okay, thank you very much, handsome Chin. Seeing what was happening before her eyes, Yuan couldn't help but shake her head. Before, he kept calling her a scumbag, but now he's calling her handsome Chin. It's true what they say, you can't be indebted to someone who feeds you. What, you don't like it? Seeing Yuan shake her head, he assumed she didn't like the drink. No, I want to drink more. Realizing that her head shaking had caused a misunderstanding, Yiwan quickly explained. If you like it, then finish it first, and wait for the porridge to cool down a bit. After preparing the meal at the villa, Shin-mo rushed over to the hospital. Yiwan responded and continued drinking the fish soup. At this moment, she felt that it tasted even more delicious than before. Miss Yi, you're in for a treat. After scooping out half of the steamed egg with minced meat, Shidongi couldn't wait to eat it, afraid that if he was too slow, someone else would snatch it away. Is it really that delicious? Standing to the side, Sister Lu took in the whole scene. She looked at the dishes on the table. They were all very ordinary dishes that she could make herself. But the aroma wafting in the air, and the way Shidongi ate, told her that these dishes were not ordinary. Shin-mo, you're a chef. After finishing half a bowl of steamed egg with minced meat, her gaze fell on the stir-fried shrimp and broccoli. He only realized halfway through the conversation that the other person was a college graduate. How could they possibly be a chef? You can't eat these two dishes. Without giving her a chance to speak, Shin-mo stared intently at her. Okay, I won't refuse to eat. Now tell me, why are you such a good cook? Shidongi reluctantly shifted his gaze from the food back to Shin-mo, and at this moment he felt that the other party was not so annoying. There's no reason why, I'm just a good cook. This kind of thing is hard to explain, so I can only shamelessly take the blame upon myself. Really? Why is your face red? Get out of here. You even dared to flirt with your best friend's husband. It was just teasing, not. Shidongi, who was about to say something, quickly shut his mouth when he sensed the murderous look in the eyes. Squeak. Just then, the ward door opened, and a nurse stood in the doorway. It's time to bathe the baby. Family members, please get ready. Yes, nurse. Miss Yi, I'll do it. Sister Lu, who had nothing to do all day, quickly came over. I'll help too, Miss Chi, thank you for your help. Thinking of the system reward, Shin-mo quickly put down his bowl. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Go quickly, I'll definitely take good care of your wife. Without realizing it, they all tacitly accepted the term wife. Baby, let's go take a bath. Shin-mo, who was a step too slow, picked up his youngest daughter. Good boy. The baby, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes, stared at the handsome man in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Chin, everything is ready. Sister Lu was carrying a bag containing 2 sets of baby diapers, clothes, and a blanket. Good. Go quickly, I'll take good care of your wife. Seeing Shin-mo looking over, Shidongi waved his hand impatiently. Did this mean he didn't trust him? Chapter 10, If my food rations are blocked, I can suck them out. Ding. Host has given the baby a bath for the first time. Reward, 100,000 cash. Please check your account. Only 100,000? After waiting for a while and not hearing any more system notifications, Shin-mo knew that this reward was over. Well, 100,000 is not bad at all. After thinking it over carefully, Shin-mo realized he was being a bit greedy based on his current internship salary. He would need to work for 2 years. Excuse me, let me take a few pictures of my daughter first. Just then, Shin-mo was interrupted by a family member who said that his 2 daughters had been carried inside by a nurse and were taking off their clothes. The baby bathing room has 2 transparent glass walls, allowing family members to watch from the outside. Some family members were already holding up their phones, turning on the recording function, and pointing them at the baby inside. That's right, how come I didn't think of that? Shin-mo slapped his forehead and quickly took out his phone. Looks like I need to get a new phone. Compared to other people's phones, his is very ordinary. This was bought by his mother when he got into university, and he's been using it for over 4 years now. You know, domestic mobile phones become incredibly laggy after 3 years. But the most important thing right now is to record the video. He quickly found his daughter's spot and watched through the glass as she went into the water, kicking her little legs and looking on with a look of enjoyment. Wow! Some babies are not used to it and are crying loudly, while their parents outside are scratching their heads in anxiety. Ding! Host has recorded his daughter's life for the first time, reward 100,000 yuan. Just as Shin-mo turned on the recording function, the system notification sounded again, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, little by little, it adds up. It's quite satisfying to take advantage of the system like this. Another 100,000 yuan came in, bringing his savings to over 2 million to 200,000 yuan. He hasn't spent much money on his daughter yet. At the same time, in Ward 801, Come on, open your mouth. Shidani scooped up a little steamed egg with a spoon, which had some minced meat on it, and slowly held it to her best friend's mouth. Good. Only after Yuan opened her mouth and ate did she show a parental smile, but her expression quickly changed. Shidani, have I not disciplined you lately? Are you getting itchy? Unbeknownst to her, Yuan had already placed her hand on her waist and was pinching her soft flesh. He. Miss Yi, let go. Having her weakness exploited, she quickly begged for mercy while also trying to keep an eye on the bowl in her hand. Let's see if you dare to do it again. What are you standing there for? The steamed egg with minced meat I just ate was really delicious. No wonder my best friend ate half a bowl and still wanted more. You've changed, and I'm so heartbroken. Continuing to feed her best friend, Shidani put on a pitiful look. I want to drink porridge. Yuan quickly finished half a bowl of steamed eggs, rubbed her stomach, and felt even hungrier. Her gaze fell on the millet porridge next to her. You're the boss today, it's delicious. While being fed, she picked up a piece of broccoli and put it in her mouth. Miss Yi, you've struck gold. After learning that her best friend was pregnant, she was worried, but now she's actually a little envious. What's wrong, missing men? Yuan's lips curled up slightly, with a playful smile. She herself hadn't expected that Qin Mo's cooking skills were so amazing, comparable to those of top chefs. Yeah, if you introduce me to someone young, handsome, rich, and a great cook, I won't mind. Don't you want to go to heaven? You're so lucky, an old cow eating young grass. You still dare to talk back? Then you'll be punished according to family rules. The sounds of the two chatting and laughing could be heard constantly in the ward, and soon Yuan finished eating. Miss Yi, are you full? Looking at the remaining food, Shidani swallowed his saliva repeatedly, his mouth watering. Yes, the doctor said I shouldn't eat too much. Then all of these are mine. Shidani glanced at the door before pouring out all the millet porridge from the insulated container and then eagerly picked up a disposable bowl. Squeak! Just then, the ward door opened. For a moment, the surrounding air became deathly still as the two stared into each other's eyes. Are you feeding my wife? Wha? Having just finished eating the millet porridge, Shidani, who was unable to speak, hurriedly shook his head. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on things next time. Glug! He quickly swallowed the millet porridge in his mouth and waved his hands repeatedly to explain. It's not what you think, your wife is full. After saying that, she looked to her best friend for help, and didn't forget to wink a few times. Is that so? Shinemo clearly didn't believe it and walked over while holding her daughter. Miss Yi, please tell me quickly. Put. I'm stuffed. Seeing her best friend's embarrassed expression, Yuan covered her mouth and laughed before speaking up to help explain. I'm full, then forget it. He turned a corner and went around to the bedside. Wow! As soon as the nanny, Sister Lu, put the baby in the crib, the little one started crying loudly. Hearing her older sister cry, the younger sister also started crying. Why are you crying? Shinemo, are you uncomfortable being held like this? Shidani, having seized the opportunity, certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Go eat your food, baby's hungry. Honey, feed the baby. Shinemo gently placed his daughter in Yuan's arms, but did not leave. Turn around. Yuan, who was about to pull down her clothes, came to her senses and glared at him. Good. He knew that things should be done gradually and steadily. Seeing Yuan blush, he smiled and turned away. After a while. Wow! The two daughters cried even harder. The sound of the little girls crying made Shinemo feel a pang of heartache, and he could only ask. Why is the baby still crying? I can't get the milk out. Thinking about what the nurse had said this morning, Yuan felt her face burning. Hearing her daughter cry, she felt even more confused and didn't know what to do. Is there a solution? Qidong also asked with concern, but even her winking and gesturing at the baby couldn't stop the crying. What method? Someone needs to suck it out. Her daughter's cries made her forget her shame, and she said through gritted teeth. Suck it out, you do it. At this moment, Shidani's face turned bright red, and she walked towards the door, intending to guard it. May I? Shinemo tried asking a question, and involuntarily swallowed. Forehead. Since she had already decided to live together, how could there be fewer problems like this in the future? Yuan nodded and then lowered her head. Honey, I'll be gentler. After handing his daughter to Sister Lu, Shin Mo lowered his head, pulled open his clothes, and looked at the snow-white expanse, feeling his blood boil. 5,000 words are omitted here. This is the free-flowing stage. Smack! After inhaling, Shin Mo smacked his lips and felt the taste was a bit strange. Hiss! At this moment, he didn't forget to stick out his tongue and lick the milk off the corners of his mouth. Bring your daughter over here. Seeing this, Yiwan glared at him fiercely. Chapter 11. My husband is short of money, I'll support you from now on. Shin Mo, how does it taste? Chidani leaned closer, a strange smile on his face. Good. Almost instinctively, Shin Mo nodded in response without even thinking. You too. The conversation between the two made Yiwan so embarrassed that she quickly lowered her head, feeling her face burning. Oh, so you dare to flirt with us? Shin Mo raised his hand, looked at the other person's ample buttocks, and was about to move closer, while Chidani cooperated by sticking out his buttocks and showing a provocative expression. Come on, attack here. Cough cough. He quickly withdrew his hand, coughed awkwardly, and realized he had been teased again. Honey, give her a good slap. Yiwan beckoned to him and whispered in his ear. Really, no way. Next time I get stuck in traffic, I'll ask someone else for help. What are you two talking about? Realizing something was wrong, Chidani turned to get away from the two, but she was a step too late. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the ward. Shin Mo, you really dare to hit me? I'll kill you. Chidani bared his teeth and claws, lunging at him. Wow! Just then, the baby suddenly burst into tears. Look at you, you've scared my daughter to tears. Shin Mo reached out and grabbed her forehead with one hand, and no matter how she waved her hands, she couldn't hit her. I'll bite. Seeing Shin Mo's arm, Chidani's eyes darted around, and he immediately grabbed the arm and bit down. Chidani, are you a dog? Humph, you dare to bully a weak woman like me. Wow. Shin Mo was still crying, but he couldn't care less about her and quickly picked her up to comfort her. Don't cry, baby. Did Auntie scare you just now? Stop crying? As soon as the baby was placed in Shin Mo's arms, she calmed down immediately, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Her clear, big eyes looked at the handsome man in front of her. In the eyes of babies under 1 month old, there is only black and white. Give me a hug. Wow. As soon as I reached out my hand, the baby started crying loudly again. Humph, your whole family is bullying me. Chidani withdrew his hand, and the little guy immediately quieted down. If you won't let me hug you, I'll hug my sister instead. At this moment, she became serious and refused to believe that she was not destined to be with the baby. She walked around the hospital bed and reached out to pick up the baby in the crib. Look, my sister and I are the best of friends. Wow. Before she could finish speaking, the baby started crying in her arms. All right, the baby's just finished eating, let them take a nap. Seeing her best friend constantly getting the short end of the stick, Yiwan covered her mouth and smiled. If you have nothing to do, go wash the dishes. Shin Mo, you want me to wash the dishes? Chidani pointed to himself and asked with a surprised look. Such a beautiful woman, you really want her to wash dishes? Willing to give it up. You just ate some too, and you want to eat it again next time. It's just washing dishes, I'll go right now. Chidani, who had just been looking like he was ready to die, left without even finishing his sentence with the other person, carrying his bowl, chopsticks, and insulated container. Honey, from now on, I'll cook all 3 meals for you every day. Generally, patients who have a normal delivery will stay in the hospital for 4 or 5 days before being discharged. This isn't a good idea, you still have your internship to do. Honestly, she would really look forward to having this kind of food every day. If it were before, Yiwan would definitely have refused, but now she's a little hesitant. It's nothing, it's just an internship. Shin Mo shook his head. He had received a call from his manager today, informing him that he already had his own ideas for starting a business. Ring bell. Just then, my phone rang. Honey, I need to take this call. When he saw that it was an unfamiliar caller from Guangzhou, he didn't want to answer it at first, but put his daughter back in the crib. Good. Seeing that her youngest daughter was already asleep, Yiwan smiled and nodded. Miss Yi, aren't you afraid it's some other vixen calling him? After Shin Mo left the ward, Chidani quickly put down his chopsticks, wiped his hands, and ran over. Don't be afraid. If this little puppy were rich, he'd be perfect. For some reason, she felt that she and Chin Mo were incompatible, and she felt like she had to beat him up whenever she saw him. However, she had to admit that he was indeed outstanding. It's okay, I have money. Shaw, you call that a little bit of savings wealthy? Yes, I only have 1 million right now. Just moments ago, Yuan had a smile on her face, but now a hint of disappointment flashed across her expression. She had run away from home and was no longer the young lady she once was. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses for your 2 goddaughters from now on. Chidani patted her malnourished chest, as if to say, we're best friends. Really? Raising daughters is like having 2 money-devouring beasts. Both of them, who grew up in large families, knew they needed to provide their daughter with a superior environment, knowing that expenses would increase as she grew older. The most important thing right now is housing. I can no longer live in an apartment, I must buy a house. 1 million is only enough for the down payment. It's just money. I can easily get hundreds of thousands when I go back home. Alright, don't worry about that, I'll figure something out. Looking out of the ward, I wonder if Chin Mo will be able to find a good job after graduation. What she just said is right. Raising 2 daughters is quite expensive. Putting aside everything else, just taking care of the children presents a choice: either one of them stops working to take care of the children, or they hire a nanny. Whichever choice you make, it's like one person in the family earning money to feed 4 mouths. Outside the ward. Who are you? Chin Mo spoke first after the call connected. Guan Yongxin. A deep male voice came from the other end, with no clear changes in tone. Guan Yongxin, I don't know him. The name sounded familiar, but Chin Mo thought about it and still couldn't place it. You? Chin Mo's words immediately broke the opponent's defenses, and their breathing became rapid. I'm the company's general manager. Chin Mo, your work ability is quite good. You can stay on after your internship. Oh, it's the general manager. Sorry about earlier. The words coming from the other end puzzled Chin Mo. He didn't know the general manager, so why would he say these things to him? It's alright, I understand young people have a temper. Come back to work tomorrow, apologize to Vice President Lin, and let bygones be bygones. Apologize to that fat pig. I'm sorry, General Manager, I'm already quitting. Thank you for your kindness. Beep beep. After saying that, Chin Mo hung up the phone. I have a system now, so I won't apologize to the other party now, and I won't in the future. The other end. Hang up on me? Guan Yongxin looked at his phone, smiled wryly, and shook his head. He opened his contacts, found a number, and dialed it. Beautiful Chi, your student has quite a unique personality. What's wrong? I can't help you anymore, he said he doesn't want to do it anymore. I see, thank you very much, Mr. Guan. Ha ha. It's okay, if there are any promising talents, they can intern at our company in the future. Chapter 12. Beg me, arrange the work. Chidani, you've finished washing the dishes. Chin Mo pushed open the door and walked in, his gaze falling on Chidani. Ah, not yet. At that moment, she jumped up like a startled rabbit. I'll do it. No need, let her go. Seeing that Sister Lu was about to leave, Chin Mo quickly called out to her. Miss Yi, control your husband. All he does is bully me. Chidani kept turning back to look at him, putting on a pitiful appearance. What, you trying to sow discord between us as husband and wife? Oomph, it's just washing dishes, I'll go right now. Stinky Chin Mo, rotten Chin Mo. She angrily picked up a bowl and began washing it while cursing the other person. I think I heard someone cursing at me. No, Chin Mo, you must have misheard. I'm singing. Wash, 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 I love washing dishes the most. Chin Mo, how's your internship going? Would you like me to introduce you to someone better? Chidani's eyes lit up, and she immediately came up with a plan, muttering to herself. I'll put you on a job at the company, and then I'll make you clean toilets every day. Let's see if you still dare to bully me then. I quit. Chin Mo took out an apple and began to peel it. No, why not? At this moment, a series of thoughts popped into Yuan's mind. Could it be that he quit his job to take care of himself? Before this, she had her best friend investigate Chin Mo's situation, including his family background and job. Because the salary is too low, I need to earn money to support my wife. Chin Mo, there are other people here, can you guys please stop being so mushy? Hearing their conversation, she almost dropped the bowl. Really, because of this? Yiwon smiled, her eyes fixed on him. Okay, I'll tell the truth. Speak up, I'm listening. The company's vice president is jealous of my talent and wants to get rid of me. At this moment, Shin Mo was lying through his teeth. Vomit. Shi Dongi, who was washing dishes, made a vomiting face. You think you're so talented? Did you offend the vice president? There's a position in my company, do you want to come over? It wouldn't be appropriate to go to your company. She was looking at Shin Mo as she spoke. What's wrong with that? I'm the boss in this company. Shi Dong also raised his head triumphantly, glanced at Shin Mo, as if to say, you'd better beg me. Thank you for your kind offer, but I plan to start my own business. Shin Mo plans to make good use of his professional knowledge in the next few days. Are you serious about starting a business? By this time, Shi Dongi had already washed the dishes in chopsticks and circled around Shin Mo. Starting a business isn't as easy as you think. You're still a student, so you should focus on your internship first. You call me a little puppy. Men have a strong sense of pride, and Shin Mo was no exception. He showed off his muscular biceps. You're a few years younger than me, what else could you be but a little puppy, gulp. After all that commotion, Shi Dongi realized that the other person was really strong, and couldn't help but swallow. You're a few years older than me, you old woman. Shin Mo deliberately drew out his words, cut off a piece of apple, and placed it near Yiwon's mouth. Wife, open your mouth. Shin Mo, say that again if you dare. Honey. I'm not saying anything more. Under Yiwon's watchful eyes, he quickly changed his tune, finally remembering that his wife was also a few years older than him. Give it to me, and I'll bite you to death. He snatched the apple from Shin Mo's hand and took a big bite. Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? I'm willing, so what can you do about it? Can you two please stop bickering? Seeing the two of them like this, Yiwon covered her mouth and smiled. It's getting late, you should all go back and get some rest. Another hour passed, and Yiwon glanced at her phone. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking that Shin Mo had to go back to school, she could only reluctantly let the two of them leave. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. You don't have to go to work? My family owns the company. My best friend is more important than my job. Okay, you're awesome. Shin Mo walked to the crib, bent down and kissed his daughter's little hand. Ding! Host is kissing the baby for the first time. Choose one of the following two options. Choose option 1 and receive a mobile phone battery design blueprint as a reward. Option 2, 1 million in cash. The system notification sounded, and Shin Mo himself was surprised that this could trigger a reward. He hesitated for a moment before making his choice. I'm first now. He was just thinking about starting his own business when his daughter made the choice for him. Why not choose the latter? Even a fool knows that once mobile phone batteries are developed, the cost will be much higher than a few million. Hey, you still don't want to go back? Shi Dongi picked up his bag and saw that Shin Mo was still standing there, so he went over and slapped him. Okay, honey, I'll go back now and bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. He lowered his head and kissed Yiwon on the forehead before taking the bag from Sister Lu. He didn't forget to bring the insulated box back with him. Yiwon smiled sweetly, yawned, and realized she was a little sleepy too. Go to sleep if you're tired, thank you for your help, Sister Lu. Mr. Chin, this is what I should do. With the help of nanny Sister Lu, Yiwon's life was a little easier, but she still had to get up in the middle of the night to breastfeed. Let's go. Seeing the two of them showing affection again, Shi Dongi directly grabbed his hand and walked out of the ward. Stop pulling me, I'll leave, okay? Downstairs in the inpatient building. Do you want me to take you home? Shi Dongi took out his car keys and waved them in front of him. No need, I'll go back by myself. You drive carefully. After saying hello, Shin Mo walked out of the hospital. When I came here today, there were no spaces in the parking lot inside, so I had to park on the roadside. You're one of the few people with a conscience. Feeling upset about what happened today, Shi Dongi hummed a little tune and walked towards the parking lot after hearing those words. Inside the Bentley. These are the blueprints for a mobile phone battery? With just a thought in his mind, the blueprints appeared in Shin Mo's hands. Let's go back and check it out. Huh, what's this? Just as he put the blueprints down, Shin Mo noticed a piece of paper under the windshield wiper. He got out of the car, picked it up, and his face darkened. Thank goodness the car wasn't towed away. This was a parking ticket. Shinemo was initially going to complain about it, but seeing that there were no parking signs ahead, he felt lucky. It's just money, I'm not short of cash right now. He opened the car door again and got into the driver's seat. Hey, that person looks familiar, it's like Shinemo. Just then, a red sports car drove by. It can't be him, that's a Bentley Flying Spur. I wanted to turn the car around and go back to confirm, but in the end I gave up, thinking I must have misread it. Buzz. With a tap of the accelerator, the red sports car sped away, leaving everyone else in the dust. Sports cars are so cool, I guess I'll have to buy one when I have the money. Chapter 13, Naive Ideas Lead to Roommate Being Implicated. Inside the villa. What a waste of your time. Shinemo put down the blueprints, put his hands behind his head, and leaned back on the sofa. I was still a bit naive. I originally thought that with these blueprints, I would be able to develop mobile phone batteries. This is a mobile phone battery that is decades ahead of the market, mainly in two aspects. The first advantage is definitely the capacity, which is several times larger than the largest capacity on the market. But the most important aspect is the second one: the phone doesn't get hot even after prolonged use. Shinemo believes that once this battery hits the market, it will be a devastating blow to the industry. Unfortunately, developing mobile phone batteries involves multiple fields, including materials science, electrochemistry, electronics, software, and mechanics. Even if we have these ourselves, we must still develop new materials. A new material is used in mobile phone batteries, which is why they don't get hot even after long-term use. Beep beep beep. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated. Why are they calling me at this time? Upon seeing the caller ID, Shinemo didn't think much of it and pressed the answer button. Second brother, aren't you coming back to the dorm? I'm not going back. I'm staying out now. You guys aren't drinking, are you? As expected of the second brother, he even guessed that. What happened? Shinemo glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. They had to go to work the next morning, so drinking at this hour must mean something was up. Nothing, I just wanted to drink. There was no need to ask anymore. A dejected voice came from the other side. You don't have to go to work tomorrow? I'm not going anymore, it's too stifling. That's the boss's voice. He's usually a very steady person. How could he say something like that? Could it be because of me? For some reason, this thought popped into Shinmo's mind. Are you drinking at your usual spot? Yes, it's a pity that one of the four scoundrels is missing. You guys drink first, wait for me. Beep beep. The call ended, followed by a busy signal. What did the second brother just say? I didn't hear you clearly, let's keep drinking. Damn it, we don't have to work tomorrow anyway, let's drink until we drop tonight. Sun Pengyun opened 3 bottles of beer in a row, and the 3 of them clinked them together. Clang. Glug. They didn't even use a cup, they drank directly from the bottle opening. Drinking like this is still the best. Boss, another 30 skewers of beef, please. Alright, please wait a moment, you 3. At the same time, Shinemo hung up the phone and hurriedly ran out of the villa. It had better not be you causing trouble. After the Bentley drove out of the villa, Shinemo seemed to possess a racing god, constantly overtaking one car after another. 20 minutes later. It really is those 3. Before the car had even stopped, Shinemo saw his 3 roommates holding up bottles of liquor, with some empty bottles on the ground. Call. Seeing that the person was alright, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got out of the car, locked the door, and went over. Boss. Hey, it's you, Shinemo. The barbecue owner recognized the person who came in. Grill 3 dozen oysters, 10 kidneys, and 50 skewers of beef. Okay, I'll pay first, you can arrange it yourself, boss. Shinemo felt that this was too troublesome, and he wasn't short of money, so he took out his phone to scan the code and pay. Your money has arrived in your account, 2,000 yuan. This is too much. The barbecue owner paused for a moment, picked up his phone, and looked at it to make sure he hadn't misheard. It's alright, just put the rest on the tab. For 3 years of college, they always chose this barbecue stall for their dormitory gatherings, and they had become quite familiar with the owner. Okay, go sit down first. Ta-da. He walked over quietly, and even if he hadn't, none of the 3 would have noticed. Hey handsome guys, isn't it boring to drink like this? Shin Emo moved a stool over and sat down next to him, deliberately lowering his voice when he spoke. Who are you? Second brother, what brings you back? The three of them were seething with anger, and when someone came over to chat them up, they certainly wouldn't give them a friendly look. However, after seeing who it was, they all stood up. Why can't I come back? He picked up a bottle of beer, tapped it against the corner of the table, and opened the cap. Glug! What are you all standing there for? Aren't you going to drink anymore? Seeing the expressions on his three roommates' faces, Shin Emo had already made up his mind. He would go back to the villa and call a designated driver. Second brother, you're late. You'll have to punish yourself with a bottle first. Good. Shin Emo didn't hesitate and drank it all in one gulp from the bottle. Second brother, drink slowly. Seeing that he wanted to blow it all away in one breath, the eldest brother quickly persuaded him to stop. It's all gone. A bottle of beer was quickly emptied, and the three seemed to be meeting Shin Emo for the first time. What are you waiting for? Keep drinking. Looking at his roommate's expression, Shin Mo's lips curled up slightly. He himself hadn't expected that the improvement in his physical fitness would have these side effects. Yeah, now the four scoundrels are all here, cheers. The four clinked their bottles together, and Sun Pengyun tried to blow one down in one breath, but he didn't have the strength. Cough, cough. Fourth brother, if you can't do it, then don't try. The eldest brother gently patted him on the back a few times. I'm fine now, you really are a pervert, second brother. You won't know until you try it that being able to drink a whole bottle of beer in one go is something not everyone can do. Here it is, the fragrant grilled kidneys. Just then, the proprietress brought over a plate of kidneys. Grilled kidneys, who ordered these? It's not me. Don't look at me. Alright, stop guessing, I asked the boss to add it. Young people care about their image, so they usually wouldn't order this when they go out, afraid that others would know they're not good enough. Shin Emo picked up a skewer, took a bite, and first his teeth deftly broke through the crispy shell, making a soft crack sound. Immediately afterwards, hot, rich juice bursts out, filling the entire mouth. It tastes good, aren't you all going to eat some? At that moment, all three roommates looked at him, and almost simultaneously lowered their heads to look in a certain direction. Second brother, be moderate. Too much masturbation will bring you pleasure, too much will lead to your demise. Go away. This handsome guy is ridiculously good in this area. If you guys aren't going to eat it, then I'll eat it all. Who said I wouldn't eat it? You two traitors. Sun Pengyun, who was a step too slow, only managed to grab one string of skewers. Alright, there's more to come. I'm just worried about whether your bodies can handle it. Second brother, you can rest assured about this. There's no problem grilling as many kidneys as you want. With Shin Emo joining them, the atmosphere immediately changed. It was no longer about drinking alone, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Tell me, what exactly happened? After a few rounds of drinks, seeing that his three roommates were in better spirits, Shin Emo finally spoke up and asked. It's all the work of that bastard Yu Jianyuan. Sun Pengyun picked up a skewer of mutton, took a bite of a piece, and slurped it down hard. That bitch went to the company leadership and got us all fired. If he really does that, his family won't be spared the consequences. He deserves to die. Without even thinking, Shin Emo knew what had happened. He had implicated three of his roommates. Second brother, it's not your fault. It's just an internship. We can find another one later. Yeah, let's not talk about that bitch anymore, let's drink. Chapter 14. 3 years of roommate friends, sharing guns. Handsome, thank you for your help. With the help of a designated driver, Shin Emo helped his three roommates into the car. It's what I should do. The driver will definitely say that the customer gave too much. This is 1,000 yuan. All you have to do is drive the car to the destination and help the passenger up. It won't hurt you. I can still drink. The three of them got into the back seat of the car, and Sun Pengyun raised his hand and shouted. I'm so happy today, cheers. Let's continue our battle for another 300 rounds. We know you guys can drink, so let's go somewhere else to drink. The dormitory was already closed by then, so he had to find a place for the three of them to stay. Half an hour later. Handsome, is this the place? After the driver got out of the car, he looked up at the signboard and realized that the price was not low. Yes, I'll have to trouble you to help them inside. That's right, the place Shin Emo found for his three roommates was a club. Here you can get a foot massage and sleep. If the three of you have been drinking, a foot massage can help you sober up. As for whether there will be any other programs later, I won't go into details here. Those who know. Welcome. Handsome, how many are in your party? As soon as I stepped into the clubhouse, a handsome young man walked over to me. 3 people. Sheen Mo supported the 2 of them, one hand on each. It's those 3. Come here, help the guest up. Upon seeing that they were 3 drunk young people, the man was unfazed and waved to his colleague not far away. Is there anyone you know? No, you can arrange it. Okay, handsome, give them a foot massage first, then. Understood, I'll make sure your friend is comfortable. How much do these packages cost? If it weren't for making breakfast for his wife tomorrow morning, Sheen Mo would have stayed to get a massage too. The 1288 package costs a total of 3,864 yuan. Sheen Mo took out his phone to scan the QR code and pay before walking out. These rich people, they really know how to have a fancy life. During this process, the designated driver stood by, watching the customer pay without even blinking. Handsome, those 3? In the end, I couldn't resist asking, and I regretted it as soon as I asked. They are my classmates. Hey classmate, handsome, where are we going next? Hearing this, the driver was a little envious. He also wished he had a classmate like that. Tai Manor. I glanced at my phone. It was almost midnight. The one in the villa area? The driver asked a question in confusion, and after hearing the answer, he realized he had asked the wrong question. If someone can afford a luxury car worth over 6 million yuan, why can't they stay at Tai Mountain Villa? Anything else? Sheen Mo really didn't know this. When the designated driver asked him this, he looked away from his phone. No. If you don't have one, then let's drive. Sheen Mo lowered his head, looking at his phone screen, but his mind was elsewhere. My bosses lost their jobs because of me, so I can't just do nothing. How about I start a business and take them with me? That's the decision. I'll ask for their opinions tomorrow. I almost forgot about this, let me send them a message first. An hour and a half later. Sun Pengyun rubbed his temples, looked around at his surroundings, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Where am I? Seeing that there were 2 other roommates lying next to me, I couldn't help but relax. Handsome, is this the XXX Club? The girl next to him quickly put down her phone when she saw that the guest had woken up. They are quite dedicated. Even if the customers are drunk, they will still finish all the services. Huh, a club? Looking around again, this wasn't a clubhouse. Where else could it be? That's strange. How did we get here, and where did the second brother go? Being in an unfamiliar environment, and in the legendary clubhouse, Sun Pengyun was not calm and hurriedly got up to call his 2 other roommates. Eldest brother, third brother, wake up. Who is it? Don't they know that disturbing someone's sleep is punishable by lightning? The eldest brother reluctantly opened his eyes, drank the wine, soaked his feet, and went to sleep. You only understand once you've experienced it. First, can you tell where we are? Oh no, how did we get here? After taking a good look at his surroundings, the boss's last bit of drunkenness disappeared. He had heard before that some people would go to places like this when they were drunk. Where are we? At this moment, the third brother also sat up. The place you can't forget. Put. The 3 girls standing nearby couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Where is the second brother? Where is he? Don't look at me, I want to know too. Hey guys, we still have projects to work on, you guys go take a shower first. Miss, are there only 3 of us? Sun Pengyun was still worried even though he couldn't find his second son. Yes, there were only 3 of you when you came up. Is this project expensive? The third brother patted his pockets. He had just lost his job and didn't have much money in his bank account. You've already paid, please come this way. You paid? The 3 of them glanced at each other and almost simultaneously pulled out their phones. I don't. It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. The third brother paid. He sent me a message. The 2 walked over and took a look. The message had been sent more than an hour ago, which meant they had arrived here around that time. Have fun. I'll come back to see you guys tomorrow. My dear father. At that moment, the thought flashed through the minds of the 3 of them. Let's go take a shower. After sobering up, the 3 of them frowned at the smell on their bodies. Gentlemen, please come with me. After leaving the room, the three of them parted ways, led by the girl. "Handsome, please come in." The girl stopped at the door and pushed it open. "Aren't you going in?" "Pfft, handsome, I'm only in charge of foot massages. Someone else will take over the rest." Seeing the expression on the customer's face, the girl covered her mouth and smiled. "I'm sorry." Sun Pengyun was here for the first time and didn't really know the ins and outs, so he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "It's all right, please have fun." She closed the door before leaving after the guests went in. Thump thump. Stepping into the room, smelling the odors in the air and sensing the dim red light, Sun Pengyun immediately clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. "Handsome guy." A voice so sweet it melts your heart rang out, and Sun Pengyun saw a young woman walking towards him, wearing only a thin top. As she took her steps, her beautiful figure was revealed in and out of view. Gurgle. He had never experienced such a scene before, and he couldn't help but swallow. "Let's go take a shower first." The woman walked over, took Sun Pengyun's hand, and led him towards the bathroom. Sun Pengyun here is like a puppet on a string, completely at the mercy of the other party. Splash. Soon, the sound of water could be heard. An indescribable scene unfolded in the bathroom. Chapter 15: Someone Else's Husband, Delicious Breakfast. The next morning, Shin Mo parked his car. He was lucky today there was a parking spot available. "Wow, look, a handsome guy." A nurse on night duty saw a handsome man get out of a luxury car, and the group of nurses felt much less tired. "Whose husband is this? He's so lucky to bring breakfast so early in the morning." Seeing the other person carrying two insulated containers, one nurse rested her chin on her hands, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration. "Rich, handsome, and caring. If I could find a boyfriend like that, I'd be laughing in my sleep." "Shaw, who knows if he's faking it? Maybe he's just putting on an act and is actually a total jerk." A doctor standing nearby looked on with disdain, clearly jealous of the other person. Yes, Dr. Wang is right, he's a complete scumbag." Shin Mo stood at the elevator door and saw the nurse looking at him. He smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything and continued to wait. Bite. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and the patient's family members walked out one after another. "Handsome, you go first." The nurse didn't step forward. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on Shin Mo. "Thanks." He sighed inwardly, then strode inside. There's nothing he can do about being handsome. "Handsome, which floor?" "8th floor, thank you." "Me too, I'm on the 8th floor." "What a coincidence." "What's your name, handsome?" Seeing that Shin Mo was so easy to talk to, the nurse's eyes lit up. Shin Mo. Since the other party asked him that, he felt awkward refusing, so he could only give his name. "My name is Zhang Xiaoru. Who are you bringing breakfast to?" At this moment, she still held a sliver of hope. She really liked this handsome guy in front of her, and if only. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoru's dream was shattered by a single sentence as soon as the thought crossed her mind. "Give it to my wife." "Which ward?" 801. 801. These words were like a needle piercing an inflating balloon. All the pregnant women in this ward, and their colleagues in the inpatient department, knew about them. Bite. The elevator doors opened, and Shin Mo glanced at the somewhat forlorn nurse before stepping out. Squeak. Just as they reached the ward door, someone opened it from the inside. It was none other than Chi Dongi. "Where is breakfast?" Seeing the two insulated food containers in Shin Mo's hand, her eyes lit up, and she immediately snatched them both away. "Are you a dog?" He knew what was going on without even saying a word. "Oomph, I'll let you off this time since you brought breakfast." Carrying two insulated food containers, Shidani skipped and hopped towards the hospital bed like a child who had just received a favorite toy. "Let me see what breakfast is." With anticipation, I opened the insulated box and found steamed egg custard inside. I picked it up, and there was millet porridge underneath. "Ah, it's millet porridge again." Although Chinmo's millet porridge was delicious, she didn't like it. "That's my wife's, that one is yours." He walked over, pushed Shidongi aside, and found two disposable bowls. "Go wash up." "Why me? Why can't you go?" Shidongi reached out to open the second insulated box. "Do you still want to eat?" Shin-mo placed his hand on the insulated box, looking like he had Shin-mo cornered. "I can't even go myself, you're just bullying me." In order to have a delicious breakfast, she had to accept 2 disposable bowls. Give. She angrily handed the disposable bowl to Chin Mo, then took the insulated box and walked to the side, afraid that the other party would change his mind if she was too late. Hey, a fried egg. She opened the lid and saw 2 poached eggs inside. She took a deep breath and felt her mouth water. Gurgle. Wow, noodles are my favorite food. Get out of here. Can't you even eat in peace? Chin Mo saw that his sleeping daughter was about to wake up, so he quickly glared at her. Okay, I'll shut up, She picked up a fried egg, took a bite with relish, and it didn't disappoint her. The taste was still delicious, just like the food she had yesterday. Call. Chin Mo poured some millet porridge into a bowl, picked up a spoon, and blew on it a few times. Wife, open your mouth. Good. Yiwan frowned slightly, but quickly smiled. Hot. Shidong, who had walked to the side, was different. She didn't care that her mouth was burning and couldn't wait to eat the noodles. Chin Mo, your noodles are delicious. Suddenly, the surrounding air fell silent, and the 3 people in the ward turned their gazes to her. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that your noodles taste delicious. Shidong hurriedly waved his hand to explain, but the more he tried to explain, the worse it got. Oh well, think what you want, I'm going to eat my noodles first. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head to eat her noodles, feeling a burning sensation on her face. Alright, stop teasing her. Yuan reached out and placed her hand on Chin Mo's thigh. Wife, I'll do whatever you say. I want to eat this. Chin Mo's steamed egg custard is something she never gets tired of eating. Chin Mo, I have an idea. Just then, Shidong, who was only focused on eating noodles, looked up, with noodles still hanging from the corner of his mouth. What are your thoughts? You're not unemployed, and you have such great cooking skills. Let's open a restaurant together. As for the money, don't worry. Shidong thought she was very smart by opening a shop together. She could enjoy this kind of delicious food anytime in the future. Need not. If we open a shop together, I'll have to be the chef, and then I won't have time to spend with my wife and daughter anymore. Why? Almost simultaneously, the 2 of them widened their eyes and stared intently at Chin Mo. After learning that he had lost his job, Yuan kept this issue on her mind. If neither of them worked, $1 million wouldn't last long. There's no reason why, I just don't want to cooperate with you. Chin Mo shrugged, and this action made Shidong grit his teeth, making a crunching sound. Chin Mo, forget it. She shouted out each word clearly, glanced at the noodles in the bowl, took a deep breath, and lowered her head dejectedly. Honey, why? Yuan also wanted to know the reason, unable to suppress her curiosity. Wife, you called me husband. These 2 words were like heavenly music, and Chin Mo's breathing became rapid. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Did his wife finally acknowledge him? Hate. Under Chin Mo's intense gaze, her face flushed slightly, and her hand, resting on her thigh, pinched a soft spot. Ouch. Honey, that hurts. Let go. I said no. He immediately surrendered. I want to start my own business. Besides, running a restaurant is exhausting, and I won't have time to spend with my wife and baby. You pass. Now, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Yuan released her grip, a slight smile playing on her lips, unable to even control the AK. We only have a little bit of progress right now. I'll let you know once we have a better plan. If you need funds, remember to let me know. I still have $1 million here. Chapter 16. 7 days have passed, and this is your luxury car. 2 days later. Honey, is it all done? Chin Mo, holding a file folder in his hand, pushed open the door and walked in. All the formalities are complete. Sister Lu, is everything packed? Mr. Chin, everything is ready. Honey, we're home. After 3 days in the hospital, Yuan's health had recovered well, and there was no need for her to stay any longer, plus it would be a bit inconvenient. After discussing it, the 2 decided to be discharged today. Don't move, I'll help you. When he saw Yuan trying to sit in her wheelchair, he quickly came over. Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and a happy smile appeared on her face. Her body had recovered very well, but she tried to avoid moving around as much as possible. Let's go home. These past few days at the hospital, Chin Mo has been responsible for all 3 meals a day and has spent most of his time here. Ding! Host has discharged the baby from the hospital. Please choose one of the following rewards. Choose option 1, max level materials science and engineering. You've already reached the pinnacle of the field. Option 2, max level math, essential for any research, you'll definitely need it. As soon as Chin Mo reached the first floor of the inpatient department, the system notification sounded again, just as he had hoped. The first one. Without the slightest hesitation, Chin Mo gave his answer. He actually really loves mathematics, but there's nothing he can do about it. The only award he received a few days ago was missing materials science and engineering. Select this reward now, and you can immediately start researching the system rewarded phone battery. Honey, what's wrong? When Yuan noticed the wheelchair had stopped, she turned around and saw Chin Mo with a slightly furrowed brow and a pained expression. Fine. The throbbing pain in his mind came quickly and went quickly, and soon all the related memories were integrated into his memory. Are you really all right? Yuan thought it was due to overwork these past few days, and asked with concern. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about how to get back. He made up an excuse. Pfft, I thought something was wrong, that Chi Dongyi was coming back to pick us up. She covered her mouth and chuckled before taking out her phone to call her best friend. Hello, hello. It's a beautiful day. Ding dong. Just then, a cell phone ringtone accompanied by a piano sounded. Honey, the car's here. Yuan turned her phone screen towards him. The caller ID showed it was her best friend. Chi Dongyi, have we arrived? We're downstairs. Wan, I'm sorry, something came up at the company and I can't leave. You'll have to rent a car yourselves. Chi Dongyi held his phone and secretly glanced at his father on the other end of the line. He had been neglecting company affairs for a while, and now the retribution had finally come. I'll stop here for now, I'll apologize to you later. Under her father's murderous gaze, she quickly hung up the phone. Beep beep. Honey, we need to take a taxi home. Seeing that the call had ended, Yuan looked up, a helpless expression on her face. This is a small matter, leave it to me, you all wait here. Upon learning that Chi Dongyi had come to pick him up, he planned to leave his car at the hospital and return sometime after he finished his work. Good. Yuan didn't ask why, and watched him walk towards the parking lot. Miss Yi, Mr. Qin drove here? She didn't ask, but Sister Lu, who was standing next to her, couldn't contain her curiosity. It should be. Considering that Chin Mo had been coming over early in the morning and not leaving until late at night these past few days, he probably borrowed a car from a friend. Wow. Just then, the baby in the crib started crying. Baby, don't cry. Hearing her daughter crying, Yuan wanted to get up and check on her. Miss Yi, don't move, let me do it. Good. As soon as she nodded, her daughter stopped crying and stared in one direction. Who is this? Why is their car parked here? When she saw a luxury car parked next to her, she frowned slightly, revealing her displeasure. There was such a large open space in front of her, yet the car didn't stop. Husband. Yuan covered her mouth in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Who is your friend that would lend you his car? This car in front of me is worth over 6 million. Even I would have considered buying one for several days before. Friend, honey, this car is mine. Chin Mo gently pinched Yuan's cheek before walking towards the stroller. Baby, let's take the car back. He picked up the second child first, opened the back door, and found an infant seat already placed in the back seat. Honey, it's your turn. Being hugged in public, Yuan blushed slightly and quickly lowered her head. Sister Lu, you're sitting in the back, so I'll have to trouble you to watch the baby. Chin Mo folded up the wheelchair and baby chair and put them in the trunk before getting into the driver's seat. Honey, is this car really yours? She still couldn't believe it. The investigation had clearly revealed that Chin Mo's family situation was just an ordinary family. More real than real gold. Find the driver's license and hand it to Yuan. Sit tight, let's go home. The car slowly drove out of the hospital. This time, with his daughter in the car, Chin Mo drove very steadily. It's true. The name on the vehicle registration certificate is Chin Mo, which cannot be faked. Could it be that Chi Dongyi has mistaken someone for someone else, someone who just shares the same name? Considering Chin Mo's superb culinary skills and his current luxury car worth millions, only this explanation makes sense. Honey, this isn't the way, you're going the wrong way. After regaining her senses, Yuan realized that they weren't on their way back to the apartment, and quickly reminded her. That's right, this is the way home. Nemo didn't intend to explain he planned to give his wife a surprise. Is this your current residence? Yes. Seeing that Nemo didn't say anything, she didn't press him further. She thought that if the place wasn't good, she could go back to her own place. The room was a bit small, only 2 bedrooms and a living room, but the neighborhood was nice. Half an hour later. This isn't going to Tai Manor. A few minutes ago, Yuan felt that the road was very familiar, until she saw the villas in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her suspicions were quickly confirmed. The gate barrier of the villa slowly rose as the vehicle approached. Honey, you live here? At this moment, Yuan's expression was quite interesting, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. What, aren't you surprised? Nemo wore a smug smile, placed one hand on the steering wheel, and struck what he thought was a cool pose. Yes. As the Bentley pulled into a villa, Yuan thought to herself, this isn't a surprise, it's a shock. Her gaze fell on a villa not far away. Honey, are you feeling unwell? Seeing Yuan's unpleasant expression, Nemo parked the car directly in the yard, without even bothering to drive it into the garage. Fine. She certainly couldn't reveal the specific reason, so she quickly forced a smile. Are you really all right? Should we go back and get checked? Nemo was still worried and prepared to back the car out. No need to go back, I'm really fine, quickly take the baby out. Chapter 17. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy the groceries and cook. Miss Yi, I'll be going now, but I'll return the money you gave me. Looking at the villa in front of her, Sister Lu couldn't help but sigh. In all the years she had worked as a postpartum nanny, this was the first time she had encountered such a wealthy client. Sister Lu, why don't you stay? I'll give you 30,000 a month. Before Yuan could speak, Nemo walked over. My 2 daughters need someone to look after them, I can't keep an eye on them all the time. Since Sister Lu is leaving, we'll have to recruit someone else. It would be better to let her stay, we've gotten to know each other a bit over the past few days. Okay. Upon hearing this offer, Sister Lu agreed without hesitation. Honey, let me push you in first. Ding. Baby answered Villa for the first time. Please choose one of the 2 rewards. Just as Sister Lu pushed the stroller into the villa's lobby, a system notification sounded. Mo's lips curled up slightly, even an AK couldn't suppress it. A light screen panel appeared in front of him and moved as he walked. Option 1, 1 million in cash. Option 2, 6-month usage rights to a laboratory. Ha ha. Just when you're about to doze off, someone offers you a pillow. Upon seeing the reward given by the system, Nemo couldn't help but laugh out loud and chose the second option without any hesitation. Honey, what are you laughing at? Yuan turned her head, looked at the smile on his face, and couldn't suppress her curiosity. It's nothing, honey. I'll show you around the villa. He certainly couldn't say the specifics, so he could only make up an excuse. He had been worried about where to develop mobile phone battery samples. It wasn't that he didn't trust the system, but after seeing the feature descriptions, he wanted to get one for himself. Okay. Although Yuan was very familiar with the layout of the villa, she still showed an excited expression. Wow, there's even an elevator. When Nemo pushed her to the elevator door, Yuan rested her chin on her hands, looking as if she had made a big fuss. Honey, please come in. With the internal elevator, it was much easier for Yuan to go up and down the stairs, since she would be staying in the villa for about a month. So, are you satisfied? A dozen minutes later. Nemo helped her to bed, thoughtfully placing the pillows so that Yuan could lie down in a comfortable position. Satisfy. She would definitely be very happy to have a better villa. Forget it, why think so much? Even if we run into each other, it'll be a month from now. After thinking for a moment, Yuan grabbed his arm and hugged him tightly. What do you want for lunch? I'm going out to buy groceries now. She lowered her head and kissed Yuan's lips, then the two looked into each other's eyes. In the end, she gave in and quickly looked away. It's your decision. Okay, I'll come back later and clear it up for you again. After saying that, Nemo placed his hand on Gaofeng's breast and gently massaged it. Since that day, he has been helping out at least once a day. At first, he was not used to it, but eventually he learned to enjoy it. Ugh, hurry up and go buy groceries. Just thinking about that tingling sensation made Yuan blush slightly, and her hand had already been placed on his waist without her noticing. Ouch. Honey, I know I was wrong. With his weak point exploited, Nemo quickly raised his hands in surrender. Humph, let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Ha ha. I definitely dare to do it again. He kissed her on the cheek before leaving, satisfied. The farmer's market. What should I buy? After parking the car, she and Emma walked inside. During the first week postpartum, the diet should consist mainly of light, easily digestible foods, focusing on promoting wound healing and facilitating bowel movements. Let's have yam and pork rib soup for the soup, and as for other dishes, let's have steamed sea bass. Yam invigorates the spleen and replenishes qi, while pork ribs supplement protein and calcium. The soup is light and not greasy, which helps restore physical strength. By then, he had walked to a stall. Brother, what kind of seafood do you need to buy? Upon seeing customers arrive, the stall staff immediately and warmly welcomed them. How much is this sea bass? Sea bass is rich in high-quality protein and unsaturated fatty acids, and it is good for wound healing. Steaming it makes it delicious and easy to digest. Brother, you have a good eye. In this market, my sea bass is second to none. After some boasting, the stall owner finally gave a price, and Chinemo took a net and scooped up a sea bass weighing 1.5 pounds. How much for this one? It's exactly 1.5 pounds, 50 yuan per pound, totaling 75 yuan. Do you need it processed properly? At the Yangcheng market, sea bass is priced between 20 and 30 yuan. This stall sells wild ones, which are relatively more expensive. No need, just pack it up. Shinemo waved his hand and took out his phone to scan the QR code to pay. Your money has been credited to your account, 75 yuan. Brother, we also have other seafood. Look at these, they all look pretty good. Seeing that the customer was well dressed, the stall owner didn't want to give up the opportunity. It was obvious at a glance that the customer was someone who didn't care about money. That's all for today. My wife can only eat this for the next few days. We'll buy something else in a few days. Shinemo thought the owner was nice and decided to buy seafood from his stall from now on. It's okay, you can do it again in the future. The stall owner was too embarrassed to ask about the specific reason and watched the customer leave. Next, I need to buy pork liver to make stir-fried spinach and pork liver. After browsing around the market, Shinemo finally bought all the necessary ingredients and, in high spirits, hummed a little tune as he walked towards the parking lot. That's enough. He went out to buy groceries not only for his wife, but also for himself and Sister Lu. Inside the villa. Honey, you're home. He was playing with his two daughters, Yuan, in the living room when he heard the sound of a car and quickly maneuvered his wheelchair. Wife, don't come out. Shinemo, who had just gotten out of the car, saw this scene and didn't even bother to take the groceries. Hurry inside, you can't catch a cold now. After walking over, he reached out and gently pinched his wife's cheek. Hate. Seeing Sister Lu watching from a distance, she blushed and slapped Shinmo's hand away. You're an old married couple, why are you still blushing? Oomph, shameless. Who says we're an old married couple? After saying that, Yuan quickly maneuvered her wheelchair to get out of the way. I'll cook for you first. Cook? Hearing this, she watched Shinemo walk back and take the groceries he had bought from the car. Boss, leave the cooking to me. Sister Lu had never eaten his cooking before and didn't know how delicious it was. She followed him to the kitchen door, and she was quite confident in her cooking skills. Sister Lu, let him do it. Yuan, who was right behind him, also came over and blinked her big eyes at him. Okay, I'll go see Miss. She also wanted to stay. Yuan wanted to eat the boss's cooking, but the two babies needed someone to take care of them. It smells too strongly of cooking oil here, honey, why don't you wait in the living room? No, I want to stay here. Feeling that watching from the doorway wasn't enough, Yuan maneuvered her wheelchair, wanting to go into the kitchen. Okay, I agree. You stay at the door. Wei. When she saw Chinemo lose, she smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. Chapter 18 Baby, don't cry, mom has enough to eat. Wow, men who cook are so handsome. Yuan rested her chin on her hands, revealing a lovesick expression. Luckily, there were no acquaintances around, or their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. And this was only because they knew the goddess. Snap. Shinemo took out the sea bass and placed it on the cutting board. The first step was to clean it. Before she could even react, Shinemo had already scaled, gutted, and removed the gills from the sea bass in a dazzling display of blades. Yuan found this whole performance quite pleasing to the eye. Splash! Shinemo used running cold water to thoroughly rinse the blood and impurities from the fish's abdominal cavity, especially the blood clots near the spine, which were the main source of the fishy smell. Next, gently scrape the fish body with a knife to remove the surface slime, and then rinse it again. The black membrane inside the fish's abdominal cavity was also cleaned off. This area was also very fishy. Next, make several deep cuts on both sides of the fish, down to the bone. This not only helps the flavors penetrate better but also ensures more even heating and faster cooking. Honey, did you study cooking before? No. Then why are you so amazing? Judging from his own knife skills, even the top hotel chefs are no better. There's nothing I can do. Maybe I'm just smart. Others study for a lifetime, but I only need to practice for a few more days. Pa, stop being so arrogant. Seeing the smug look on Shinmo's face, she really wanted to rush over and punch him. It smells strongly of cooking oil in here. Why don't you go upstairs and rest for a bit? We'll call you when the food is ready. I'm not sleepy, I don't need to rest. Yuan called out sweetly before she was satisfied and maneuvered her wheelchair away. La la la, life is sweet. Just then, a loud, rhythmic ringtone sounded, and the two babies lying in the high chair looked over curiously, then stretched out their hands. Babies, mommy's going to take this call first, I'll hug you later. The caller ID showed none other than her best friend, Shidongi. Honey, I'm so sorry, I really didn't have time just now. As soon as the call connected, Shidongi's voice came through, sending a shiver down one's spine. Alright, if you keep doing this, I'm hanging up. Yuan quickly moved the phone away from her ear, a slight smile playing on her lips. I admit I was wrong, that's not enough. Now that you're back at your lodgings, I'll come over and apologize right away. Beep beep. As soon as she finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone, and Yuan shook her head helplessly. After a while. Something's not right. I feel like something's not quite right. After hanging up the phone, she felt something was off. As she pondered this, Yuan looked at the luxuriously decorated hall in front of her and finally remembered. Oh no, how could I forget this? She slapped her forehead and picked up her phone from the table. Miss Yi, what's wrong? Seeing this, Sister Lu asked with concern. Nothing. Yuan waved her hand, then opened her call log, found a number, and dialed it. Beep beep. Hello, it's beautiful. The pleasant ringtone lasted for 7 or 8 seconds before the call connected, and the roar of a sports car engine could be heard. Miss Yi, don't rush me, I'll be there soon. Shidongi, on the other end of the line, saw that it was her best friend calling and thought she had something urgent to say. She had only just ended the call when she received another one. Something must have happened. With that thought, she continued. Did some scumbag bully you? I'll go over there and castrate him. Okay, stop talking. You never seem to know what you're thinking. I called you because I forgot to tell you I'm not at my old apartment anymore. Yuan interrupted Shidongi without giving her a chance to continue. True to her good friend status, she interrupted him as well before he could finish speaking. If you don't live in an apartment, where are you now? Can you wait until I finish speaking? Check your WeChat yourself, I've already sent you my location. What? Miss Yi from Tai Manor, you've gone home? He. I heard rapid breathing coming from the other end of the phone, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be accompanied by the sound of brakes. Shidongi, are you alright? Upon hearing the sound of brakes, Yuan hurriedly stood up. Miss Yi, the boss said you can't move around freely. Seeing this, Sister Lu, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that she quickly spoke up to warn her. Shidongi, speak up already. Yuan sat back in her wheelchair, smiled slightly at Sister Lu, and indicated that she didn't need to worry. I'm fine, I didn't mean to worry you. I just parked the car on the side of the road. Noticing the change in her best friend's tone, Shidongi quickly spoke up. You scared me to death. Can you please stop being so jumpy? Hearing that Shidongi was alright, she gently patted her chest. Shinemo was not fortunate enough to witness this beautiful scenery. I was so startled, and you even ran back to Tai Manor. How could I stay calm? The same scene unfolded in the sports car. Shidongi patted his chest, lamenting that the child's food rations were a bit low. Wait here, I'm coming right now. Beep beep. Without giving Yuan a chance to speak, she hung up the phone. Buzzing. The next moment, the deep, powerful roar of a sports car filled the air, and the red sports car sped away, leaving only envious glances from passers-by. Wow! At this moment, Debao suddenly started crying. "Sweetie, don't cry, are you hungry?" The second child next to her didn't cry, but stared wide-eyed at her older sister with curiosity. "It's leaking out again." Looking at the October crystals, Yiwon frowned slightly. Since yesterday, her milk supply has been plentiful, and she has to change her breast milk pads several times a day. Gurgle. The baby, who was just crying, couldn't wait to start sucking after finding its target. The boss is really amazing, he managed to get this done. "Sister Lu, even you're teasing me." What was said in jest was taken seriously by Yiwon, who thought it referred to that matter and felt her face burning. "Miss Yi, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the food the boss makes." Seeing Yiwon's rosy complexion, Sister Lu quickly explained. "Is this it?" Realizing she had misunderstood someone, she quickly lowered her head. Wow. The baby was just playing with the older one when she saw her older sister nursing and not getting any for herself, so she immediately opened her mouth and started crying. "Be good, Erbo, wait until your sister is full, then it'll be your turn." Sister Lu came back and pushed the crib, starting to soothe the second baby. Wow. If I hadn't tried to comfort her, she would have cried even harder. The sound of crying was heartbreaking to hear. "Okay, hug." She quickly understood what was going on, picked up the second baby so that the older sister couldn't see her drinking milk, and the little one, hearing the crying, put her little hand to her mouth and started sucking. "I don't want to suck my thumb anymore, the second baby is coming soon." Upon seeing this, Sister Lu quickly pulled Erbao's little hand away, saying that such a bad habit should not be tolerated. Wa'ada. Chapter 19. I've gone to the wrong place, am I dreaming? A villa in Taiyi Mountain Villa. Beep beep. Seeing that the gate was closed, Shidongi honked the horn. "Who is it?" Hearing the loudspeaker outside, a middle-aged woman came out. A closer look at her attire reveals that she is clearly a nanny or similar person. "Sister Wang, it's me." Shidong also stuck his head out to greet him. "It's Miss Chi. It's been so long since I've seen you." The nanny, Sister Wang, quickly opened the villa gate. "What's the situation inside?" "What do you mean, how?" Upon hearing this, the nanny, Sister Wang, was momentarily stunned. "Are your uncle and aunt very angry? Master is not home today. Miss Chi, is there something you need from him?" Since the young lady ran away from home, her best friend has never been here. "It's not here, phew." Shidani, who had just looked tense, took a deep breath. "I'm not looking for my uncle, how about Miss Yi?" "Miss?" The nanny, Sister Wang, was stunned again, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" "Miss Chi, Miss hasn't returned yet." If she could, even the nanny, Sister Wang, would have liked to question her. "You and Miss are best friends, why are you here looking for someone?" "She's not here, so where is she?" "Sister Wang, I'm sorry, since uncle isn't home, I won't go in." At this moment, Shidongi was glad that her uncle and aunt were not home, otherwise she would not know how to explain that she had not dared to appear in front of the two of them since Miss Yi ran away from home. Beep beep. She picked up her phone, found a number, and dialed it back. The phone rang for only a few seconds before being answered. "I thought you weren't going to return my calls?" Yuan's voice came from the other end, clearly tinged with a hint of teasing. "I've arrived at Taiyi Manor. Where are you now?" Upon seeing the nanny, Sister Wang, standing beside him, he smiled at her before rolling up the car window, making sure the conversation on the phone wasn't overheard. "I'm not kidding you anymore, come over to Villa Number 1. "Villa Number 1? Taiyi Villa, the most expensive villas, are all worth hundreds of millions, with Villa Number 1 reaching 400 million. How did you end up at Villa Number 1? Tell me what happened right now." Shidongi quickly turned the car around, stepped on the gas, and the deep, powerful engine roared to life. Buzz. What happened? Watching the red sports car drive away, the nanny, Sister Wang, looked puzzled and muttered to herself. "She seems to be looking for Mississippi. Should we inform the master? Forget it, I'd better not get involved." Thinking about the relationship between the master and the young lady, the nanny, Sister Wang, shook her head, closed the door, and went back into the villa. Buzz. The red sports car drove straight into Villa Number 1 and parked in any random spot. "Yiwan, I'm here to deal with you." Upon seeing Sister Lu at the door, Shidongi knew that her best friend hadn't lied to her. As soon as the car door opened, she couldn't wait to rush into the villa. Shoo! The baby just fell asleep. Shidong, who originally wanted to vent her frustrations, could only swallow her words when she saw the two sleeping babies, but she still showed her dissatisfaction on her face. "You, Miss Yi, what's going on here?" She walked over angrily and naturally reached out to touch her breasts. "What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me, what else could it be but Villa number 1? Looking around, Shidong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the number 1 villa in Tai Mountain Villa, the decoration is extravagant. "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Yiwon helplessly waved her hands to either side. She herself also wanted to know why Qin Mo had the key to villa number 1. Is this place rented, or does it belong to him? You do not know. Upon hearing this answer, Shidong's voice suddenly rose. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and covered her mouth, otherwise she would have really woken up the two babies. Yes. This villa belongs to that scumbag? Looking at Qin Mo busy in the kitchen, she pointed and asked. Have no idea. Yuan shook her head again, which made her grit her teeth in hatred, making a screeching sound. What do you know besides shaking your head? Thinking of this, the devil's claws reached out again. Stop. If you dare to move, I'll have my husband kick you out. Honey, I'm so heartbroken. After knowing you for so many years, I never thought I'd lose to a jerk's sweet talk. Shidong was seen putting on a heartbroken look, her hands tightly covering her chest. You little brat. Ha, I can't hit him, I'm going to check on that scumbag. Shidong made a smug face, then got up and ran to the kitchen. I'll deal with you later. She wanted to maneuver the wheelchair to catch up, but seeing that her daughter seemed to be waking up, she quickly pushed the baby chair back and forth. Qin Mo, what dish are you making? It smells so good. The closer she got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma became. She put her hands behind her back and hopped over on tiptoe. It's you. When did you get here? Hearing the voice behind him, Qin Mo knew who it was without even turning around. What? Can't I come over? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You stole my best friend away. Do you know how heartbroken I am? As she spoke, she took a deep breath, a look of rapture on her face. Even the food prepared by her own chef couldn't compare to the aroma of Qin Mo's cooking. Really? I really didn't know. Wow, steamed sea bass. How did you know I like this? At this moment, the first dish was ready, and as the lid was opened, the entire kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma of fish. You're really shameless, this is for my wife. He. If it's for your wife, then it's the same as giving it to me. We're best friends, Chef Qin, don't touch it. It's such a small thing, I can take it out myself. Looking at the steamed sea bass on the plate, Shidong had already made up his mind that he would definitely come over for a meal whenever he had free time in the coming period. Be careful, it's still hot. It's okay, I'm not afraid of getting burned. Qin Mo was just saying it casually. He gave up his seat, secretly glad that he had bought more vegetables, otherwise he would only be able to cook noodles later. Hiss. As soon as his hands touched the plate, Shidong quickly withdrew them and pinched his earlobes. You can get burned, but don't spill the food. Use this. This is quite a quick slap in the face. Qin Mo shook his head and handed over a steaming tray. I'll let you off this time, since you're a good cook. Taking the steaming tray tongs, Shidong glared at him fiercely. I wonder how it tastes. After placing the plate on the dining table, Shidong swallowed hard, his mouth watering. Don't steal any food. I didn't steal any food. Shidong, who had just picked up her chopsticks, was so startled that she quickly withdrew her hand and glanced towards the kitchen. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Seeing that Qin Mo didn't turn around, and was still busy preparing the next dish. It'd be best if he didn't steal any food, otherwise, he. Chapter 20, a little bit of PDA, meeting his ex-girlfriend. Honey, dinner's ready. Qin Mo carried the last dish and gently placed it on the table. It smells so good. Shidong was the first to run when he heard it was time to eat. All you do is eat, you don't even bother to bring my wife over here. Qin Mo blared at her fiercely and walked over. Hiss, delicious. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Shidong reached out and grabbed a piece of chicken, not caring that it was too hot to eat, and chewed it impatiently. Who's stealing food? Without even turning around, Qin Mo knew what was going on. He had only taken a few steps. No, I didn't steal any food. Shidong quickly denied it, but didn't notice a trace of oil on the corner of his mouth. Yes, you didn't steal any food, so what is this? What? Seeing Chin Mo pointing at her mouth, she hurriedly wiped it. No. Okay, honey, stop teasing her. For my wife's sake, I'll let her off this time. Seeing that Sister Lu was not moving and was still pushing the baby chair back and forth. Sister Lu, let's have dinner together. Boss, you guys eat first. After glancing at the baby who could wake up at any moment, Sister Lu shook her head. It's fine to keep an eye on the food while you eat. It won't taste good if the food gets cold. Chin Mo wasn't too particular about this in his view. A meal is more lively with more people. All right. The aroma wafted into her nose from time to time. She had long wanted to try the food the owner made, to see if it was really that delicious. Don't be like some people who are completely impolite. At this moment, Shidongi had already sat down, with several pieces of chicken in his bowl. This chicken was originally intended for making soup for dinner, but since there was one more person eating, Chin Mo had no choice but to braise it. If someone isn't enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with their thinking. Tasty. Feeling that wasn't enough, she picked up a chicken leg and deliberately took a big bite in front of Chin Mo. Go ahead and hit me. Now that she has her best friend backing her up, she looks smug, her nose in the air. Honey, you don't need to give me face. This is exactly what happens when joy turns to sorrow. Hearing her best friend's words, Shidongi's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yuan, is this how you treat your best friend? Suddenly, the chicken leg in her hand didn't taste so good anymore. Honey, ignore her, drink your soup first. Chin Mo touched the bowl, felt that the temperature was about right, and then placed it in front of Yuan. Honey, you're so good to me. Watching the two of them showing affection, Shidongi felt goosebumps. She really wanted to leave, but after tasting the delicious food, she couldn't bear to leave. Hey, you two, can you tone it down? There are outsiders here. Cannot. Almost simultaneously, Chin Mo and the other person's response made her bite her gums so hard they crunched. Half an hour later. Awesome, ha ha ha. Chin Mo thoroughly enjoyed the meal, finally getting his revenge from a few days ago. Seeing Shidongi's expression, he laughed heartily. Chin Mo. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? I. One sentence shut her up, and Shidongi didn't know how to respond. Honey, I have to go out for a bit. I'll cook dinner for you when I get back tonight. After glancing at his phone, Chin Mo got up and walked over to Yuan, kissing her on the forehead. This made everyone who saw it turn their heads away in anger. Okay, with Sister Lu here, you don't need to worry. Just get things done first. She didn't ask Chin Mo where he was going. She sat back in her wheelchair and tried to stay still as much as possible during this time. Shidongi. Why did you call me? Shidongi rubbed his stomach. He felt quite full after this meal. Is it delicious? Tasty. She nodded almost without thinking, and even licked her lips as if she wanted more. As long as it tastes good, that's fine. Leave these to Sister Lu, you can go and do other things. Me wash the dishes? Shidongi, who had just been looking completely absorbed, pointed at himself in surprise. If it wasn't you, then it must be me. Are you the only one here with nothing to do? Wan. Shidongi quickly went over and grabbed her best friend's hand. Don't try to rely on me, I can't help you. Once he leaves, you won't need to wash anymore. Yuan deliberately raised her voice, then lowered it to add a sentence. Hee, you really are my best friend. Unfortunately, before she could finish being happy, Chin Mo casually remarked. I have security cameras at home. If they don't see it when I come back, you won't get any food next time. This is the right place. Chin Mo parked the car and looked up at the top of the building. The rent here is not cheap. Only large companies can afford to rent office space. Hey, isn't that Chin Mo? Oh dear, you're looking for a job? If you offend young master Yu, do you think you can stay in Guangzhou? The person walking over was none other than Chin Mo's ex-girlfriend and Eugene Yuan, a rich second generation. Neuropathy. Chin Mo didn't even bother to glance at such people, lest he offend his eyes. He sneered and walked towards the lobby on the first floor. Security. Hearing Chin Mo scold her, Mo Nianxia was unwilling and shouted after him. Madam, what can I do for you? Security guard, this guy's got a history of petty theft. You'd better keep a close eye on him, or you might lose your job. Your hands and feet aren't clean? The security guard, who originally didn't want to get involved, suddenly became more vigilant and carefully examined the three of them. The handsome young man was dressed in cheap clothes, while the beautiful woman was dressed in designer brands, and her male companion was even more impressive. Yes, that's why he was fired from the company. Damn it, if you can't speak, nobody'll think you're mute. Snap. Shin-mo couldn't hold back any longer and slapped the other person hard across the face. Shin-mo, if you dare hit me, I'll fight you to the death. Imo Nyenxiao looked incredulous, covered her burning face, and pounced on Shin-mo like a madwoman. Who dares to bully my brother? Just then, 3 more young people walked in. Great, all 4 unlucky guys who got expelled are here. Imo Nyenxiao, who had been dodged, almost acted like a vicious dog hunting its prey, but suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it, I knew it. It must have been you guys who did this. Upon seeing the other person's appearance, Sun Pengyun rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush over, but was held back by his 2 roommates. Fourth brother, business is more important. Okay, I understand. Sun Pengyun glared at the other person, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. You 4 poor bastards think you can go against me? I'm telling you right now, you won't find a job in Guangzhou. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered that day, Yu Jianyuan stretched out his hand and pointed at Shin-mo and the other 3. Let's go, don't pay attention to this cute little thing who likes to pick up used shoes. Waving to his 3 roommates, Shin-mo turned and walked towards the elevator. Hey handsome, don't make things difficult for me. The security guard quickly stepped in front of the 4 people, looking embarrassed. My name is Shin-mo. Ha ha. Shin-mo, you're joking. You think you can just give your name and get in? Shin-mo? Upon hearing the name again, the security guard paused for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant and asked nervously. The Qin of the Qin dynasty, and the Mo written as Mo? Yes, can I go in now? Excuse me, Mr. Qin, please. The security guard touched his forehead and bent down in a panic. Security guard, if you let him in, he might get into trouble later. Imo Nyenxiao, who had just been excited, looked utterly disgusted by what she saw. It was as if she had swallowed a piece of shit. Damn it, get out of here. You almost made me lose my job. Chapter 21 The King Strikes Back, this is mine from now on. Say that again if you dare. Yu Jianyuan's face darkened instantly. Now even the security guards dared to curse at him. If I can't afford to mess with them, can't I at least avoid them? The security guard muttered something under his breath and turned to leave. You stinky security guard, if you dare leave, I promise I'll file a complaint. You let certain people into the building without permission. Touching her burning face, Imo Nyenxiao felt she needed to vent to someone. Complain? If you don't have a phone, I have one here. The security guard, who was initially a little worried, stopped and took out his phone after hearing this. Fine, you've got guts. At that moment, Yu Jianyuan's pent-up frustration exploded. He took out his phone and made a call right in front of the other person. I can handle those 4 scoundrels like Shin-mo, so you, a stinking security guard, are no match for me. Humph, you're finished. Imo Nyenxiao held his arm tightly with both hands, and glanced at the security guard with a disdainful look. Anyone who didn't know her would think she was some important person. Manager Lee, hello, I'm Yu Jianyuan, do you remember me? After the call connected, he deliberately set the speakerphone to play. It's young Master Yu. May I ask what I can do for you? Here's the thing, I was harassed by the security guards downstairs in your building. What? Which bastard doesn't want to do this job? He even dares to be so smug with young Master Yu. Wait a moment, I'll be right down. Beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Yu Jianyuan didn't plan to leave. He intended to collect some interest from the security guard before going up to cause trouble for Shin-mo. 2 idiots. Hearing their conversation, the security guard knew he was out of a job. He gave them the middle finger, ignoring their disgusted expressions, and turned back to the door. Even if he was about to lose his job, he was determined to stand guard until the very end. Young Master Yu. Imo Nyenxiao blushed with anger after being looked down upon by a security guard, and shook her boyfriend's arm coquettishly. He's finished. Don't ruin your health over such trash. He's just as useless as your ex-boyfriend. Young Master Yu, don't even mention that good for nothing. During the time we spent together, he never even touched her hand. You've got your eye on a bag, I'll buy it for you later. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianyuan felt much of his frustration disappear. He didn't notice that Imo Nianxiao's eyes darted away as she spoke, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Thump thump. Before the two could wait long, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A man appeared not far away, panting as he ran, occasionally wiping his forehead. "Young Master Yu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Li Qing, barely catching his breath, hurriedly greeted her, but a burning desire flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Imo Nianxiao. "Managerly, I don't want to see him again next time I come here, since I've made this trip for you." Yu Jianyuan pointed at the security guard at the door, looking superior. "Phew, young Master Yu, don't worry, I'll make him pack his bags and leave right away." He was panting heavily while fawning over the other person, as if he might die at any moment. There was no way around it, he hadn't exercised for a long time and weighed over 170 pounds. That last bit almost killed him. "Great, let's have a drink together next time." He patted Li Qing on the shoulder, and the two left arm in arm. "Wang Chengbiao, you come here right now." "Managerly, I still need to go to work." "You idiot, you're fired. Go to HR, collect your paycheck, and leave." Several minutes had passed, and he still hadn't caught his breath. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, his blood pressure spiked. What a piece of trash! He has no sense at all and has offended young Master Yu. He dared not offend these rich second-generation kids in Guangzhou, for at best he would lose his chance for promotion, and at worst he would lose his job. "Go to the HR department to handle the procedures yourself. I'll call them. Honestly, you're wasting my tea time." He had originally intended to take the other person up with him, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unnecessary and left with a flick of his sleeve. "Second brother, what happened?" The four stepped into the elevator, unable to contain their curiosity any longer. "What?" Shi Nemo pretended to be confused, but he had already guessed the reason why the security guard's attitude changed so much after hearing his name. "You little rascal, you're playing dumb with us." Not getting an answer, Sun Pengyun took matters into his own hands and reached out to grab Qi Nemo by the neck. Smack! He turned to the side, and with a gentle pat of his right hand, Sun Pengyun rushed into the arms of the eldest brother beside him. "Damn it, third brother, you get out of my way." This scene startled the boss, and he even looked up at the surveillance camera. "Boss, do you think I want this?" Sun Pengyun, who had been pushed aside, began to look Qi Nemo up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Second brother, what you just did?" He talked and gestured, but when he felt it wasn't enough, he pulled the third brother over. "Fourth brother, I just realized you actually have this kind of taste." The third brother quickly pried Sun Pengyun's hands off, took a step back, and pressed himself against the elevator. Feeling unsafe, he quickly put his hands in front of him to protect himself. Bite! Just then, the elevator doors opened. Cough cough. Qi Nemo coughed, and the others quickly composed themselves, their eyes fixed on the outside. "Which one of you is Mr. Qin?" A young woman stood at the elevator entrance, dressed in a black business suit, with light makeup, long, slender legs, and wearing stockings. "Mr. Qin, hello, I am Tang Yudi." Without needing to answer, the three roommates almost simultaneously turned their gazes to Qi Nemo. "Beautiful Miss Tang, I am Sun Pengyun." "Miss Tang, Hang Xianguan." "Miss Tang, wishing you a happy life." Upon seeing Tang Yudi's alluring attire, the three roommates couldn't help but swallow hard and quickly reached out their hands. "Hello?" The other party seemed to be doing this out of respect for someone, and only shook hands with the three of them briefly before letting go. "Mr. Qin, this way please." Seeing that Qi Nemo did not extend his hand, she led the way. The sound of high heels hitting the ground felt like a blow to the hearts of the three roommates. Gurgle. Tang Yudi swayed her slender waist, her hips undulating gently like waves as she moved with each step. "Ahem, mind your image." Seeing this, Qi Nemo felt compelled to offer a reminder. "Second brother, what's going on?" Once he came to his senses, the eldest brother, Zhu Letian, could no longer suppress his curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough. Mr. Qin, all the formalities have been prepared. Once you sign, this floor will officially belong to you." Qi Nemo took the document, quickly glanced at it, and signed his name. "Secretary Tang, thank you for your help." "Mr. Qin, you're too kind. It's my duty. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future." Tang Yudi smiled, put away the documents, and gracefully turned to leave. As soon as Tang Yudi entered the elevator, Sun Pengyun immediately moved closer to Qi Nemo, winking and making faces at him. "Second brother, you're something else." You've hooked up with another stunningly beautiful secretary so quickly? Tell me, where is this place? Why did you bring us here? Even the relatively composed Zhu Letian couldn't help but ask, second brother, what exactly is going on? Shinemo walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking half of Guangzhou, then turned around, looked at his three best brothers, and opened his arms. So, brothers, this place will be our company from now on. Chapter 22 Unbelievable, I funded a startup. Our company? Sun Pengyun, Zhu Letian, and Hang Xiangwen stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, their faces filled with disbelief. Second brother, you're not kidding, are you? Sun Pengyun stammered as he pointed to the luxurious 2,000 square meter office area in front of him. This floor? Is this our company? Hang Xiangwen pinched his thigh hard and gasped. Hiss. It's not a dream. Second brother, what's going on? Did you win the lottery? Even the usually composed Zhu Lishan's voice trembled slightly. Brother Mo, this is terrifying. The 88th floor of the Scepter building, I heard that just this one floor is worth 200 million. 200 million? Sun Pengyun and Hang Xiangwen exclaimed simultaneously. Seeing the shocked looks on his brothers' faces, Shinemo smiled, walked to the rest area next to him, sat down, and gestured for them to sit down as well. You don't need to worry about the money. Shinemo spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable confidence. All you need to know is that from today onwards, we no longer need to be subservient to anyone. Even if Yu Jinyuan's father comes, he'll have to treat us with utmost respect when discussing cooperation. Mentioning Yu Jianyuan, the expressions of the three of them changed slightly. Sun Pengyun couldn't help but curse, damn it, don't mention that bitch. If it weren't for him, he won't be a problem soon, Shinemo interrupted him, her eyes sharp. I called you here to tell you that you should quit your internships. From now on, you'll be working for me. The three looked at each other, all stunned by the immense power and astonishing determination Shinemo displayed. Zhu Letian took a deep breath and was the first to speak up. Second brother, no, President Shin. I have no problem. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it. This is 1,000,000 times better than putting up with those bastards. Hang Xiangwen immediately chimed in, yeah. Follow brother Mo. Damn it, I've been wanting to vent my anger for ages. Sun Pengyun slapped his thigh excitedly, let's do it. We have to do it. Second brother, no, boss. From today onwards, I, Sun Pengyun, will follow you. Seeing his brother's unwavering trust, Shinemo felt a warmth in his heart. He took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to each of the three people's bank cards. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 3 text message notification tones sounded in succession. This is... Zhu Lishan's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the bank notification on his mobile phone. Settlement allowance. Shinemo said it casually. Since you're no longer doing internships, you need to have some income. Here is 500,000 yuan, take it and use it. If it's not enough, just let me know. In the future, I will give you dividends and shares based on the company's performance. 500,000? Sun Pengyun looked at his phone, his voice trembling. Boss, pinch me, am I still dreaming? This time, Zhu Letian and Hang Xiangwen really got involved, the three of them frolicking together, their excitement overflowing. This wasn't just about money, it was about brotherly trust and a promising future. After the initial excitement, Zhu Letian was the first to calm down. Second brother, we have the company and the land, but what exactly do we need to do? We can't just sit around and do nothing, can we? Shinemo smiled slightly, took out a document from his briefcase, and placed it on the table. This is our core product for the future, and it is also the fulcrum for us to leverage the entire market. The three people gathered around and saw on the title page of the document, Design and Feasibility Report of a new type of high-density low-heat loss mobile phone battery. Bang! In a fit of anger, Yu Jianyuan kicked a decorative item against the wall, causing the vase to fall to the ground with a crisp sound. Damn it, where did they go? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had originally planned to deal with those 4 idiots after finishing his business, but he couldn't find them even after going through 2 floors. Sir, if you have any complaints, you can talk to our manager. There's no need to take it out on this. Just then, an employee passed by, saw the broken bottle on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then came over. Get lost. It's just a loss, I have plenty of money. He was seething with anger, and now that someone had walked right into his trap, he was bound to vent it. What? Believe me or not, I can make you lose your job with just one word. You have no sense at all, you piece of trash. The employee wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he was rebuffed by the other party. You little cutie, you're neither pretty nor have a good figure. The employee was a girl, and she was fairly good looking, but when she heard what the other person said, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Wha? Hearing the personal attacks, she covered her mouth and ran away, looking aggrieved. Young master, you, don't bother with this kind of person, it will only lower your status. Emo Nyenxia was equally frustrated. She wanted to make fun of her ex-boyfriend, but unfortunately, she couldn't find him now and didn't know where that poor bastard was hiding. Good. I recently learned something new online and would like to ask you Xiao for some pointers. Emo Nyenxiao's eyes were filled with affection as she traced a wreath on his chest with her fingers. Smack. Okay, let's go to the hotel now. Yu Jianyuan slapped her hard on her plump buttocks, then reached out and hugged her tightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ugh, young master Yu, there are still people here. Ha, isn't this even more exciting? The main entrance on the first floor. Please welcome back next time, everyone. Upon seeing someone come out, the security guard quickly bent down, but after seeing the person's appearance clearly, he swallowed back what he was about to say. How come it's you, you stinking security guard? Didn't I tell you to get lost? At this moment, Yu Jianyuan's Dao heart shattered. Idiot. The security guard opened his mouth but didn't say anything, but judging from the shape of his mouth, it certainly wasn't something nice. You just wait, if I don't let you get out of here, I'll take your surname from now on. Yu Jianyuan's face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. He was determined to do nothing else today, and he refused to believe that he couldn't deal with a mere security guard. Beep beep. Back in his car, he took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Managerly, is this how you do things? Instead of getting that stinky security guard fired. As soon as the call connected, Yu Jianyuan roared at the other end. Young master Yu, I'm sorry, please find someone else. Beep beep. Yu Jianyuan's face turned ashen, while Emo Nyenxiao stood cautiously to the side, not daring to speak. Investigate. Investigate for me. Yu Jianyuan slammed his hand on the steering wheel, dialed another number, and roared into the phone. I need to know how that bastard Qin Mo got up there. The 88th floor? I don't believe it. He must have used some shady methods. He couldn't accept that a poor boy he had been able to manipulate so easily not long ago had suddenly risen to a height that he had to look up to. An unprecedented sense of frustration and crisis spread through his mind. Chapter 23, Baby Naming Rich Rewards. Gurgle. When Yuan came out of the bathroom and saw this scene, Qin Mo felt a surge of lust in his abdomen and couldn't help but swallow. Honey, am I pretty? Seeing Qin Mo like this, she deliberately pulled her pajamas down. Pretty. How could he possibly stand this situation? He nodded mechanically upon hearing his wife's words. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, a beautiful landscape appeared before his eyes. Do you want to, or not? Qin Mo, who had just nodded, quickly shook his head. Being able to look but not eat is a terrible feeling. If the two want to have a deep conversation, it will take at least a month. As for the manual method mentioned by the readers, Qin Mo is more concerned about his wife. With his stamina, he wouldn't be able to finish in less than an hour. No, honey, you were lying to me. After climbing into bed, Yuan picked up a pillow, lay down next to him, and blew air into his ear. No, how could I lie to my wife? In a husband's eyes, his wife is the most beautiful. Qin Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. A wonderful sensation came from his arm, making him wish he could mount a horse and gallop away right now. Qin Mo reached out and gently pinched her cheek, already mentally prepared to endure it for the next few weeks. Honey, have we named our baby yet? Seeing that Yuan still wanted to tease him, he quickly changed the subject. Name, oh right, honey, I almost forgot it. Yuan, who had just been acting all delicate, lightly patted her forehead. Honey, what name do you think we should choose? At this moment, Qin Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The burning desire in his abdomen had finally subsided. He sat up straight, opened his phone, and tapped on an app. A name, let me think. Yuan sat up straight, but did not let go, her left hand still tightly holding his arm. Got it. Her eyes lit up, and she pouted playfully. Qin Yunxiao, Qin Yunson, husband, what do you think? Not bad, these two names are classic and grand, but I always feel like something's missing? Shin Emo stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Let me think about it some more. After a while. Shin Jilan, Shin Wei. After he finished speaking, Yuan looked at him expectantly. Similar to the previous one, the name is nice, suggesting a refined and knowledgeable person, but I still feel it's not suitable. That won't do. Honey, tell me a few more. You really want me to get up? No, that's not it. Say it first, and if it's okay, there's no problem. Shin Inui and Shin Yan are simple and powerful names, implying that the two sisters are honest, trustworthy, and of noble character. For some reason, when it came to naming his daughter, these two names just popped into his head. A promise, a word, it sounds quite good, definitely better than what I just came up with. Yuan did not give an answer. She read it aloud several times before nodding. Honey, we'll name our daughter this from now on, hee. Nua, meaning a promise. If her daughter were here, she would want to pick her up and hug her. To ensure his wife could sleep well at night, both daughters were left in the care of Sister Lu. As for the milk, it could be expressed in advance. Otherwise, I would wake up several times a night, since I get hungry faster when I'm breastfeeding. Ding! This is your first time naming your daughter. Please choose one reward from the following options. Don't be greedy, you can only choose one. As expected, the system notification sounded. He looked at the light screen panel that appeared in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly. This was something that even an AK couldn't suppress. Choose option 1, and the host will be rewarded with 1 million. Option 2, reward the host with 1% brain capacity development. Countdown begins. If the host does not make a choice after 10 seconds, it will be considered random. 10. I'm second now. Shin Emo made his choice almost without thinking. As he shouted in his heart, a white light rushed into his face, and then he felt his head go blank, and couldn't help but let out a groan. Forehead. Honey, is it comfortable? Upon hearing this sound, a strange expression flashed across Yuan's face. She realized that she had unknowingly placed her hand on his thigh. A playful smile appeared on her lips as she continued to reach forward. Wife, what are you doing? Stop. Coming to his senses, Shin Emo realized his manhood had been. He immediately begged for mercy, as he still wanted a good night's sleep. What, this wasn't your own idea? Yuan stopped what she was doing and looked at him with a puzzled expression. No, honey, I was thinking about something else. Are you thinking about other women when you're not thinking about other things? She unconsciously increased the pressure on her hand a little, and winked playfully at Shin Emo. She was quite confident in her own charm, but as a woman, this was a natural reaction to jealousy. Honey, I'm innocent. You're so beautiful, I wake up smiling at night. How could I possibly be thinking about someone else? At this moment, Shin Emo quickly raised his hands in surrender. Really? His hand movements unconsciously softened, which made Shin Emo gasp. Yeah, it's more real than real gold. Honey, it's getting late, let's go to sleep. If this continues, I won't be able to sleep tonight, so Shin Emo quickly grabbed her hands. Honey, aren't you feeling unwell? Yuan had already sensed the change, and let her husband hold her hands while she gently breathed into his ear. Whoosh. Hiss. I'm not feeling bad, time to sleep. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. After receiving the system reward, Shin Emo felt that his control over himself had been strengthened a little more. Okay, time to sleep. Yuan did not close her eyes, but stared at him with wide eyes and a happy smile on her face. Whoosh. A few minutes later, her breathing became even, and she closed her eyes without realizing it. Good night, my love. At this moment, Shin Emo opened his eyes and, not seeing his wife asleep, he was still worried. Just like a little kid. Looking at his right hand, which was being held tightly in his arms, Shin Emo didn't dare to move, for fear of waking his wife. This reward was amazing. If only it could come a few more times, hee. Thinking of this, Shin Emo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why think about that? The most important thing right now is to sleep with my wife. During this period, the system has been frequently feeding a large amount of knowledge into his mind, and he is already finding it difficult to cope. If we develop just 1% more of our brain capacity, this problem can be solved instantly. Nothing was said that night. Good morning, honey. As soon as Yuan opened her eyes, she saw her husband staring at her. Good morning, honey. She responded, but then sensed something was wrong. After taking a closer look, her face flushed red. Honey, you're pressing against me. Cough, cough. Shin Mo, who had just been smiling, coughed awkwardly. He didn't want to, it was just a natural reaction. He had been holding his pee all night, his hands were being held tightly, and he couldn't get out of bed. Chapter 24. Half a month later, the second brother is really amazing. Time passed. More than half a month has passed since Yuan moved into villa number 1. Honey, I can do it myself. When she saw Shin Mo trying to lift her out of bed again, she smiled and shook her head. Okay, I'll go downstairs and prepare breakfast for you. Under his meticulous care, Yuan has fully recovered. Honey, I don't want to drink millet porridge anymore. Shin Mo's porridge was delicious, but after eating it for more than half a month, she was getting a little tired of it. Yuan pouted and grabbed his hands, acting coquettishly. What would you like to eat, honey? He reached out and gently tapped her nose, saying with a doting expression. Can you eat anything? Thinking of Shin Mo's cooking skills, she licked her lips like a little glutton. That's right, I'll go get anything my wife wants to eat right away. I want noodles. Wife, you're so naughty, you want to eat my noodles. Under? Yuan was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. She wanted to chase after them, but she was too late. Honey, you just wait, I'll teach you a lesson tonight. She clenched her fists and let out a helpless roar. Really? Then I'll wait and see. First floor. Boss. Sister Lu, who was comforting her baby, saw Shin Mo come down and quickly greeted him. Sister Lu, you go about your business. Shin Mo, who had already taken a step and was about to turn around, saw his two daughters reaching out their hands and walked over with a doting expression. A promise, a word, Daddy hugs you. Ding. Host interacted with daughter, reward, 100,000 renminbi in cash. This is Shin Mo's daily routine. He takes advantage of the system to get freebies, and even playing with his daughter earns him some monetary rewards. It's impossible not to get rich with this. Rewards of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan are given out so easily. If other office workers knew about this, would they want to kill themselves by banging their heads against a block of tofu? They work themselves to the bone for a month and don't even earn 10,000 yuan. Shin Mo doesn't need to do anything, he just needs to spend time with his daughter, and he earns several times, or even 10 times, more every day. Alright, Dad still needs to make breakfast for Mom. You two play by yourselves. After playing with his two daughters for a while, Shin Mo got up and headed towards the kitchen. 9 o'clock in the morning. The entrance to the lobby on the first floor. Good morning, Mr. Shin. The security guard recognized the person entering and immediately jogged over. Brother Wang, you're already a team leader, why are you still standing guard at the gate? Shin Mo had only just learned that the security guard in front of him had become the team leader. When they first met, he was worried that he might implicate the other party. He knew that Eugene Yuan was very petty and would try to deal with anyone who had anything to do with him. I like standing guard. Wang Qingbiao chuckled and scratched the back of his head, marveling at how he had become the security captain. At this point, he no longer needed to stand guard, he only needed to manage his dozen or so security guards. However, he couldn't sit still and added himself to the shift schedule. I'm busy now, but you can come up for tea when you have time. Nodding to the other person, Shin Mo then walked towards the elevator. TSK. This person is really incomparable to him. Thinking back to the day he met the rich second generation, Wang Qingbiao shook his head. The same young man, Mr. Qin, was not only handsome, but also so well-mannered, treating him, a mere security guard, with such courtesy. He was worried about how to explain it to his wife when he got home, but he never expected to get a promotion. Bite. The elevator doors opened, and Shin Mo stepped out. Those three aren't going back. Seeing the takeout bag at the door, he shook his head helplessly. The laboratory is fully equipped, with not only a restroom but also a washroom. After seeing this, the three roommates had an idea, to stay there for the night. Shin Mo didn't notice at the time, until the three of them moved all their luggage over. Seeing this, Shin Mo asked carefully and then found out that the three of them had decided to stay here in order to save some money. There's only one lounge. What would it look like if three old men stayed there? You should stay in a hotel. Don't worry, I'll cover the cost. Unfortunately, his idea was not approved. The three of them said they couldn't trouble Shin Mo any further, and if things continued like this, they would go out and find new jobs. What? A 1-month usage right costs hundreds of thousands? The next day, the eldest brother, Julien, went to inquire and, after learning about the huge rent, became even more determined to save money wherever possible in the future. Creak. Open the laboratory door. Second brother, you're coming. The first thing that catches the eye is Sun Pingyun, wearing shorts and yawning, looking like he just woke up. Has the takeout arrived? Before Chin Emo could speak, he continued to ask. I'm not short of money here, so why don't you stay in a hotel for a few nights? When he came in, he brought the takeout in with him, held it up, and handed it over. I know you're rich and don't care about money, but we're in the startup phase right now, so we should save money wherever we can. Besides, didn't you say it would be done soon? I'll rent a place with the eldest brother and the others then, so the rest no need to waste this money. After receiving the takeout bag, he couldn't wait to open it and take out his portion. I'm starving. Fourth brother, have you brushed your teeth? Just then, the third brother's voice came from the bathroom. Why wash? A little dirt won't make you sick. It's always like this. Don't even mention knowing me when we go out in public. You eat this every day, it's not nutritious at all. Look how skinny you've all become. I'm treating you to lunch today. Thinking that the samples would be ready today, Chin Emo planned to treat his 3 brothers to a good meal. Great. I love beating up rich people. Upon hearing that there would be a big meal at noon, the 4th brother felt that the fried noodles he was making didn't taste so good anymore, but considering that there were still several hours to go, he could only make do for now. Second brother, there's no need for that. The restaurant we went to before was pretty good. The eldest brother, Julien, came out of the lounge. He was already dressed. He felt a little guilty when he talked about this, because Chin Emo had been in charge of his food and drink for more than half a month. It's decided then, I'm going to get back to work. Without giving the 3 a chance to speak, Chin Emo went into the adjacent changing room. A few minutes later. There's only one last step left. After changing his clothes, Chin Emo walked over to a piece of equipment. He himself did not expect that even with the blueprints and the help of the system, it would still take him more than half a month to complete. Once the samples are ready, I'll get myself a phone battery first. The phone battery awarded by the system has 5 times the capacity of those on the market, which is a real boon for hardcore gamers. Which brand should we collaborate with then? Honestly, Chin Emo didn't want to do it this way either. If possible, he would develop his own phone to maximize profits. Unfortunately, he didn't have the technology, let alone develop a mobile phone. It's not something that can be done in a short time. He could persevere, but his 3 roommates couldn't. They wouldn't make a profit before the product was launched. Forget it, let's get the samples done first, and then we can look for suppliers one by one later. Chapter 25, Tens of thousands of yuan worth of red wine, young Master Lin found. Noon. Second brother, you're awesome. Looking at the test report in his hand, the eldest brother, Julien, excitedly patted him on the shoulder. Boss, don't you even know whose brother you are? At this moment, the 4th brother, Sun Pingyun, arrogantly raised his head and carefully looked at the sample in his hand. None of the 3 could believe that they had actually produced a mobile phone battery sample. Alright, everything's settled. I'll treat everyone to a big meal. He took the test report from the eldest brother and then beckoned to the 4th brother. Here you go, I don't have to stay up all night anymore. After slapping the phone battery onto Chin Mo's hand, Laosi stretched and then walked out of the lab. I have to make the tycoon spend money today, I want a seafood feast. The 3rd brother is right, we definitely have to try this 6-pound Boston lobster. It's just seafood, we'll give you all the seafood you want today. Seeing his 3 roommates so happy, Chin Emo was even happier. His next priority was to find business partners as soon as possible. Getting the money into his pocket was the most important thing. Second brother, how about we go somewhere else? As soon as they reached the restaurant entrance, the 3rd brother, Hang Xiangguan, saw a reluctant expression on his face. Third brother, you don't have to worry about the money. As long as we make a sale, we can come to places like this whenever we want. Chin Emo patted his roommate on the shoulder and went inside first. 4. Before the restaurant manager could even speak, Chin Emo held up 4 fingers. Handsome, please come in. The restaurant manager, who was about to say something, noticed the other person's watch, his eyes lit up, and his attitude immediately became even more respectful. Second brother, do you know the manager here? Seeing this, the 3 couldn't help but show their admiration. Sun Pengyun leaned over and asked in a low voice. Yeah, second brother, what happened? This restaurant is top-notch in Guangzhou, frequented by the wealthy and powerful. They never even dared to dream of it before. You're overthinking it, I don't know him. Shi Nemo shook his head. He was also curious, but after thinking about it, he figured it was because the staff had good service and didn't look down on customers. Here are your seats, gentlemen. Xiao Deng, come and take our orders. After the 4 people were seated, the restaurant manager called over an employee. Hey handsome guys, I'll get back to work. He smiled at Shi Nemo before turning and leaving. Most of the guests coming and going here are wealthy people. Of course, it's also possible that some people are putting on a show of wealth beyond their means. They can't possibly personally serve every guest. TSK, no wonder it's a high-end restaurant. This bottle of red wine costs tens of thousands. The third brother, Hang Xiangwen, opened the menu and saw the prices. He almost threw it away. In the past, he couldn't even afford a bottle of wine with his monthly salary. Hey beautiful, give each of them a bottle of red wine first. He himself said he'd treat us to a lavish meal, but it was just a bottle of red wine costing tens of thousands of yuan. He drank 1 bottle and then threw it away, without even blinking. While looking at the menu, the group didn't notice a young woman at the next table watching them. 3 bottles of red wine, that's over 36,000 yuan. I'd have to work for 4 months to earn that much. The young woman stretched out her hand, curled her fingers, and her expression was quite interesting. Click. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and secretly took a picture. Xiaoshuan, what's wrong? The man opposite her looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, We're on a blind date, can you please stop playing on your phone? It's nothing, I just think the food here is pretty good, so I took a picture to remember it. Realizing she was on a blind date and had even brought someone to this restaurant, Ji Xiaoshuan quickly put away her phone. She wasn't really looking for a blind date, she just wanted to rip the other person off. After all, the average cost here was over 2,000 yuan per person, and she certainly wouldn't want to pay for it herself. Really? If you like it, then eat more? The man thought about Ji Xiaoshuan's answer for a moment but didn't take it to heart. He was very satisfied with her appearance. It was only a few thousand yuan. If he could win the beauty's heart, wouldn't he make a fortune? He hoped to hit a home run tonight. Second brother, I'm really ordering this 5-pound Boston lobster. Looking at the lobster priced at 2,500 yuan, Sun Pengyun couldn't help but swallow hard. If his parents found out, they would break his legs. One isn't enough, let's order another one. Shi Nemo didn't even look at the menu, waving his hand dismissively. So, I'm really going to order? Order. Hearing the conversation next door, Ji Xiaoshuan looked down at the lobster in front of her and suddenly it didn't taste so good anymore. It was clear that she wouldn't enjoy her meal today, and soon a waiter carefully brought over 3 bottles of red wine. Ha ha! No wonder it's 12,888 yuan a bottle of red wine, it tastes amazing. The fourth brother, Sun Pengyun, couldn't wait to pick up his wine glass, take a small sip, and show a satisfied expression. I'm not eating, I have to go. In a fit of anger, Ji Xiaoshuan put down her wine glass, picked up her handbag, and got up to walk outside. Xiaoshuan, what's wrong? Sir, please pay first. At the entrance, the man was stopped and could only watch Ji Xiaoshuan's departing figure. Why should I pay? I haven't finished eating. A high-end club. The air inside was filled with various perfume scents. Several scantily clad women were energetically swaying their bodies to loud music. Ta-da! At that moment, a man dressed as a lackey ran in from outside. Glug! After he came over, he picked up the cup on the table and drank the liquid in one gulp. Is it good? The eyes of everyone present fell on him, and upon closer inspection, they noticed something unusual. It's not bad, but the taste is a bit strange. Ha ha! Good boy is good enough. What's up? The young man sitting in the middle frowned, and the others immediately shut their mouths. Young Master Lin, I've found what you mentioned last time. The other person stopped speaking here, and their gaze fell on the 2 models next to Lin Feiyu. You lot, get out. Young Master Lin. One of the models clearly didn't want to go out and playfully shook Lin Feiyu's arm, but when she saw his gloomy face, she was so frightened that she quickly got up. Young Master Lin, I'll be right out. Ta-da! In his haste, he took off his shoes, didn't bother to put them back on, and ran out with them in his hands. Let's go out too. Where? Once only the two of them remained in the private room, Lin Feiyu put his feet up on the table and exhaled smoke with a contented expression. Tai Manor. The younger brother, cautious and nervous, wiped his forehead, afraid of saying the wrong thing and being punished by the other party. The scene from last time is still vivid in my mind. Just because I spoke a little too slowly, the cup hit my head. Get the car ready. Hiss. He pressed the cigar on the ashtray, spun it vigorously, then grabbed the glass next to him and drank the liquor inside. Yes, young Master Lin. Upon hearing this, the younger brother quickly opened the door to the private room and stood to the side. Young Master Lin, where are we going? A few people who had gone out earlier saw him come out and asked him with curiosity. Go deal with someone, we'll continue when we get back tonight. He didn't even need to say a word, someone immediately handed him a cigarette and lit it. Okay, wait for me. He patted the other person on the shoulder a few times before starting to walk outside. Chapter 26, Reversing the Heavenly Gang, Truly Becoming My Disciple. An hour later. Tai Mountain Villa. Buzz. A black Ferrari sports car was parked at the entrance. Please come in. Without even asking any questions, the security guard on duty ran over, saluted, and raised the villa gate. Damn, they won't even give me a single cigarette. As the sports car drove away, the security guard mentally grumbled. Every time I open the door for these big spenders, I usually get cigarettes. If I'm lucky, I can even get an unopened pack. Did Ji-won really go home? Young Master Lin, it's true. Someone saw Miss Yi at Tai Manor. I drove my sports car very carefully, afraid that if I accidentally bumped into something, I wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. Well done. Lin Feiyu got out of the sports car, straightened his collar, accepted the gift, and then pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Who is it? Aunt Wang, it's me. Upon seeing the nanny, Sister Wang, come out, he quickly picked up the gift. So it's young Master Lin. Please wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. It was obvious that he came here often. The nanny, Sister Wang, glanced in the direction of the villa before walking towards the gate. Aunt Wang, are Uncle Chin and Aunt Chin home? He handed over the gift, a smile spreading across his face. His previous arrogance had vanished. Master has just returned. Young Master Lin, please come in. Sister Wang, who is it? As soon as Lin Feiyu stepped into the hall, he heard the voice of a middle-aged man inside. Uncle Chin, it's me. At this moment, his smile became even brighter, and he leaned forward slightly as he spoke. Oh, it's Feiyu. What brings you here? After recognizing the person who had come, Yuan-shan folded the newspaper in his hand and placed it on the table next to him. It's been a while since I've been here, and I missed my uncle and aunt. Lin Feiyu sat down and naturally picked up the teapot to fill the teacup next to him. Missing your uncle and aunt, I think you want to find Wanner. From the moment he entered the hall, his eyes never lingered on one spot, as if he were searching for something. How could Yuan-shan not know what he was thinking? She's upstairs? After saying that, he looked at Yuan-shan with anticipation. Feiyu, Wanner has never come back since she ran away from home last time. I was hoping to ask you about her, but it seems you haven't seen her either. Yuan-shan was still somewhat dissatisfied with this younger man. He had a bad reputation, and if his daughter could find a good son-in-law, he didn't want her to marry a playboy. He didn't come back? Impossible, someone saw him. What did someone see? When he stopped talking about this, Yuan-shan asked curiously. It's nothing, Uncle Chin, I'm sorry to bother you. He came here to find Yuan, but since she wasn't home, there was no need to stay. He didn't want to sit and chat with someone his parents' age, he'd rather find a young woman. I knew you young people didn't like chatting with us. Sister Wang, see Feiyu out. Never mind, I'll do it. After thinking for a moment, Yuan-shan stood up and waved to the nanny, Sister Wang. Hey, when did someone in our neighborhood buy the same car as me? As soon as the two stepped out of the villa, a black Bentley drove by, and upon closer inspection, it looked just like theirs. Uncle Yi, you're still driving a young person. Isn't this type of car something your age like? After Lin Feiyu reminded him, he noticed that the car window was not closed. After seeing the driver's face clearly, he almost blurted out. Master! Uncle Yi, where are you going? Go back first, don't worry about me. Yuan-shan left a sentence and chased after the car in front. What happened? Seeing how anxious the other person was, Lin Feiyu became very curious and followed behind. Young Master Lin. I'll deal with you when I get back. If he weren't curious about what Yi Wenshan was up to, he would be thinking about how this subordinate of his was really more trouble than he was worth. Villa number 1. Master, it really is you. He ran right behind the Bentley for a while, and when he saw Qin Imo get out of the car, he rushed over excitedly. Whoosh. Fortunately, he exercises regularly. Lin Feiyu, who was at the very back, was different. He stopped more than 10 meters away, with his hands on his hips and his head down, panting. Young Master Lin, are you all right? No. It's okay, help me over there. Lin Feiyu struggled to raise one hand and waved it. How does Uncle Yi know this person? Upon seeing the young man get out of the Bentley, he felt a bad feeling for some reason and hurriedly urged his subordinates to hurry up. Can you hurry up? At this point, what could his subordinates say but mutter a curse in their hearts as they practically dragged Lin Feiyu away? Damn it, doesn't he know his own worth? He'll be stuck in a woman's belly one day and won't wake up. Who are you? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Qin Imo felt that he looked familiar and wondered why the other man called him master. Master, you've forgotten, it's me. Seeing that the other party didn't remember him, Yi Wenshan quickly made a punching motion. It's you. A scene flashed through Qin Mo's mind, and he finally remembered it. He couldn't help but wonder, why would the other party go to such lengths, even chasing him all the way to his home? Master, I finally remember. You have no idea how hard I've been looking for you all this time. Since that day, he has been going to the park, but he hasn't seen Qin Imo. He still had things to do at the company, and he couldn't just stay there forever. In the end, he had no choice but to tell a subordinate about his physical characteristics and ask him to keep watch in the park. There has been no news since. What are you doing? Uncle Yi, who is this? Qin Imo was about to ask what the other person wanted when another person appeared. However, this person's face was a little pale, and he looked like he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. Feiyu, didn't you have urgent business to attend to and need to go back? Seeing Lin Feiyu's weak appearance, his thoughts changed again, especially when compared to Qin Imo next to him. He couldn't help but think to himself, how can there be such a big difference between young people? Uncle Yi, I just remembered, that matter isn't urgent. The feeling of impending death grew stronger in his heart. Uncle Yi's attitude was too respectful, as if he wanted to curry favor with him. At the same time, a man stood by the window of the master bedroom in the villa, staring directly at the front door, his expression quite interesting. Why are they all gathered together? This person was none other than Yi Wan. She quickly went to the bedside, grabbed her phone, and returned to the window. Beep beep. Master. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Imo looked puzzled. He was at home, he could have just called out. Why did the caller call? Honey, what's wrong? After the call connected, Qin Imo asked with concern. Get married? Hearing this, the two people beside him had different feelings. Lin Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Wenshan, on the other hand, looked regretful. Oh, what a pity, I was hoping to introduce my daughter to my master. If Qin Imo knew this, he would definitely say something. Fine, I treated you as my apprentice, but you want to be my father-in-law. Chapter 27. How should a father and daughter address each other when they meet? Honey, you already miss me after only a short while. Pa, honey, I'm only just realizing how shameless you are. Hearing this, Qin Imo could already imagine his wife stamping her foot in embarrassment and anger as she spoke. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenshan, who was standing nearby, coughed to remind him that there were other people around. He. Qin Imo chuckled and calmly took a few steps forward. Honey, I have something to do. Tell me, what do you want from your husband? I saw it. What are you doing by the window? He looked up at the building, wondering why Yi Wan had taken a step back. We'll talk about that later, honey. Can you help me get rid of that man? Young or old? He's young, and he's really annoying. I don't want to see him. Annoying? Honey, does he contact you frequently? At this moment, Qin Imo was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, turning her head and staring intently at the other person. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feiyu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, saw the other person staring at him with eyes that seemed to want to devour him whole, and he was so frightened that he quickly took a few steps back. Sorry, you're not welcome here. Nemo showed no respect for the other party in his view. Anyone his wife disliked should be blacklisted. Kid, you want us to leave? Do you even know who young Master Lin is? Before Lin Feiyu could even speak, his subordinates were already pointing at Nemo impatiently. I don't care who you are you coming or not? Before the phone call ended, Mo's smile vanished, and his eyes were fixed on the other person. Let's go, Uncle Yi. Come over again next time you have time. At this moment, Lin Feiyu could only swallow his displeasure. If Yi Wenshan hadn't been there, he would have definitely taught the other party a lesson. Good. Yi Wenshan nodded, secretly marveling at the vast difference between the two young people. It was rather strange, though. Why doesn't Master like Feiyu? Could it be that they knew each other before? That shouldn't be the case. Thinking of this, he shook his head again, which was seen by Lin Feiyu, who turned around, making the other party resent Nemo even more. Mr. Yi, I'm going to cook now, you. He didn't say the rest, but he believed the other person understood that it meant he was seeing them off. Master, can I stay and learn how to cook? In his opinion, Nemo was a martial arts master, so his cooking skills should be just as good. Even if there were differences, they wouldn't be too bad. This isn't a good idea. He's too lazy to correct his own way of addressing himself, and now he's going to stay and watch me cook. Does that mean he'll have to learn cooking skills too? There's nothing wrong with that. I also know a little about cooking, so I can stay and help out. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the Bentley and naturally took out the groceries he had bought. All right. Given all this, what could Nemo say? This Mr. Yi was clinging to him. It's over, it's over. Yi Wan, who was standing by the window in the master bedroom, saw the scene and her expression changed slightly. She paced back and forth in the room anxiously. What should we do now? Nemo was unaware of these things. If he had known, he would have felt sorry for her and given her a slap on the bottom. Master, which dish are you planning to make first? Yi Wenshan put down the bag in his hand but did not leave. He had not lied, he really was going to stay and watch. Let's make the soup first, that will take time. Chicken soup? Right. Take the prepared chicken out of the bag and place it on the cutting board. Mushroom and chicken soup? Coconut chicken soup? Medicinal chicken soup? Before Nemo could answer, he said 3 more in a row. No, it's yam, red dates, and chicken soup. Ta-da. At this moment, Nemo had already picked up the kitchen knife and started chopping the prepared chicken into pieces. Why this? Red dates are good for replenishing blood. Why would a grown man like you need to drink this? Having been through it all, Yi Wenshan knew a thing or two, and after thinking about it carefully, he knew who this chicken soup was suitable for. Give it to my wife. What happened to Master's wife? Wow. Before Nemo could even answer, a wail rang out. Child, is your master's wife in labor? Connecting the two, Yi Wenshan understood what was going on. Yes. Cut the chicken into pieces and blanch it in boiling water to remove the blood and foam. Oh no, master, wait for me a moment. Yi Wenshan slapped his thigh, then turned and walked outside. Never mind, I'll ask later. Watching the other person leave, Nemo wanted to call them back, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. The most important thing right now is to prepare dinner for my wife. Upstairs bedroom. Call. Yi Wan took a deep breath before leaving the master bedroom. Honey, why did you come downstairs? I haven't finished cooking. Nemo, who was busy in the kitchen, heard footsteps and thought Yi Wenshan had returned. Looking back, he saw Yi Wan and couldn't help but smile, revealing a doting expression. What's wrong? I miss my husband, I can't get down. Nengnung, honey, you can get down anytime. Wow, it smells so good. At this moment, Nemo had already cooked a dish, which had just come out of the wok. Smelling the aroma in the air, she licked her lips greedily. Hee. Honey, give it to me. She smiled and took the plate from Nemo, placed it on the table, and then picked up a piece of chicken and took a small bite. Honey, it's so delicious. This dish is stir-fried chicken with ginger and scallions, also prepared for Yi Wan. Chicken is warming and nourishing, and when stir-fried with ginger and scallions, it is very fragrant and has the effect of dispelling cold and warming the body. Use chopsticks if you want to eat. It's okay, no one saw it. She took another bite, her eyes crinkling with delight, a look of enjoyment on her face. Thump. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard, followed by Yi Wenshan's voice. "Master, I'm back." Yi Wenshan ran in from outside, carrying a box in his hand. Oh no! Yi Wan, who was enjoying her meal, suddenly found the chicken in her mouth tasteless, and her face instantly turned ugly. "It smells so good. Xiao Wan, what are you doing here?" Just as Yi Wenshan was about to flatter his master, he saw the figure standing next to the dining table and swallowed back what he was about to say. He looked his daughter up and down with a confused expression, afraid that he might be seeing things. He. Dad. At this moment, Yi Wan regretted going downstairs. She didn't want to meet her parents like this, and she wasn't mentally prepared. "Dad?" Shin Mo, who was preparing ingredients, almost cut his finger with the cleaver when he heard this word. He swallowed in shock. He quickly put down the kitchen knife, stood up straight, and didn't dare to look at Yi Wenshan. "Master, what's going on? My mistress is my daughter." Yi Wenshan quickly shut up at this point. At this moment, his heart was filled with turmoil. His daughter, who had been away from home for almost a year, had actually been living in Villa number 1 all along. "Mr. Yi, this." Chapter 28, I Struck Gold. Her cooking skills are amazing. An hour later. "Father-in-law, dinner is ready." As Shin Mo took his seat, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The three of them looked at each other, unsure of what to say. "Debao, Erbao, let's go play over there." Sister Lu pushed the stroller towards the villa's courtyard, thankful that she hadn't stayed behind. "Master, you're amazing. Your cooking smells so good." Yi Wenshan was the first to speak, glaring fiercely at his daughter. Dad, have some soup." Yi Wan smiled and placed a bowl of soup in front of her father. "I'll deal with you later." Despite the enticing aroma, Yi Wenshan still harbored some dissatisfaction with his daughter's actions. "Dad, if you call your husband master, what should you call me?" Yi Wan gritted her teeth, sat up straight, and looked as if she was ready to die. You unfilial daughter. Father-in-law, how about we forget it? If you want to learn boxing, your son-in-law can teach you." Seeing the father and daughter staring at each other blankly, Shin Mo quickly tried to persuade them. "No, words spoken are like water spilled, they can never be taken back. You are my master. How about we each call each other by our own names from now on?" Shin Mo hadn't expected his first meeting with his father-in-law to be like this. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he quickly voiced it. "Okay, master's suggestion is good. Glug." After saying that, Yi Wenshan picked up the bowl and took a sip without using a spoon. "Master, your chicken soup is so delicious." After tasting it, Yi Wenshan gave a thumbs up. If I hadn't seen Shin Mo stewing it with my own eyes, I would have suspected that he was in cahoots with someone else to cheat me. "It must taste delicious, look who picked her husband." At this moment, Yi Wan raised her head triumphantly, her upturned lips even harder to suppress than an AK. "It's really good." He nodded in agreement with his daughter's statement. "Just a moment ago, I was thinking about introducing my daughter to my master. I never imagined my son-in-law would be so amazing. I even have twin granddaughters now. The only unpleasant thing is that I kept it from him for almost a year." "Father-in-law, try this." Shin Mo still hasn't adapted to the role of son-in-law. He's grateful that the system rewarded him with the Grandmaster Xingyi Quan, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face his father-in-law. "Master, I can do it myself." Despite his polite words, Yi Wenshan's actions betrayed his words. He picked up his bowl and accepted the food Shin Mo placed on his plate. The dried bean curd sticks taste amazing, even better than those chefs at big hotels. Yi Wenshan picked up a piece of dried bean curd, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. In his heart, his evaluation of Shin Mo was even higher. Not only is he handsome, but he can also cook and stir-fry dishes. His cooking skills are no worse than those of top chefs, and he is even better than them. And Shin Mo lives in Villa number 1, which isn't something money can just buy. Most importantly, Shin Mo's attitude towards his daughter. He used to dream about these things. Find a rich man for your daughter who can cook, and is also family-oriented and caring. After getting to know the children of several business partners, my requirements kept decreasing until I only had one requirement left, that my daughter love me. Half an hour later. So full. Yi Wenshan leaned back in his chair, patting his bulging belly, a satisfied expression on his face. He ate half of the food his son-in-law prepared. If it weren't for the fact that the nanny hadn't eaten yet, he would have burst from the stomach. There's no way around it, the food is just too good. What were those things we ate before? Sister Lu, you eat first. Should I have the hotel send over a dish? Looking at the leftovers, Yi Wenshan felt a little embarrassed. Sir, no need, I'll eat this much. Upon hearing these words, Sister Lu quickly waved her hand. After tasting the food the boss made, how could she possibly eat other people's food? Even if all that's left is soup to mix with rice, she'd be happy to do it. Let's go see my dear granddaughter. Hearing that the other party didn't want it, Yi Wenshan didn't say much. He got up and walked to the baby chair. Looking at his two sleeping granddaughters inside, he smiled happily, his mouth almost reaching the back of his ears. Dad, the baby is asleep. Seeing her father reach out to hug her, Yi Wen quickly stopped him. Yes, we can't disturb our precious granddaughter. Yi Wenshan quickly withdrew his hands, but his expression soon changed slightly, and he glanced at his daughter with displeasure. Wife, your father has something to say to you. I'm watching over our daughter. Let's go over there. Hearing his son-in-law's words, Yi Wenshan nodded inwardly and took the lead into the living room. I don't even know what they're talking about. Qin Mo didn't dare to get close, glancing towards the living room from time to time, countless thoughts surfacing in his mind. Time passed. Before we knew it, half an hour had passed. What's this? Considering it was getting late and he didn't want to disturb his two beloved granddaughters, Yi Wenshan got up to go back. I saw a file on the desktop, picked it up out of curiosity, and took a look. Dad, what are you looking at? When Yi Wen saw her father get up and sit down again, she curiously leaned closer. Is this true? He didn't respond to his daughter's question. He turned to another page, and as he read the contents, his breathing became rapid. Huff huff. Genius, whose design is this? After closing the document, Yi Wenshan stared intently at his daughter, pressing her for answers with an eager expression. This isn't the phone battery my husband was talking about. Before this, she had heard some things from Qin Mo. Girl, you're saying this belongs to your master? Yi Wenshan held up the document. If the data on it was true, it would cause a major earthquake in the market once a partnership was formed with a mobile phone brand. Yes, he's been going out early every morning lately, saying he's going to research something, and I never expected to get results so soon. Seeing the expression on her father's face, Yi Wen felt a strong urge to see what was on the screen and why it had caused her father to lose his composure. See for yourself. At this moment, Yi Wenshan was not in a hurry to go back. He handed the documents to his daughter, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and turned his head to look in a certain direction, just in time to meet Qin Mo's eyes. Boss, I'm taking the lady to bed. After cleaning up the kitchen, Sister Lu came over. Good. Worried about his wife, Qin Mo left those words and headed towards the living room. Husband. Seeing his daughter's coquettish manner, Yi Wenshan quickly turned his head to the side. Only those involved truly understand the feeling of having their own cabbage eaten by a pig. Master, are all of these true? He took the documents back from his daughter and asked impatiently. What? Honey, is it true that the phone battery is 5 times larger than the market average? Real. Great, Master, have you decided which brand to collaborate with? Well, just when I was about to doze off, someone handed me a pillow and it was my father-in-law. It's not confirmed yet. Qin Mo didn't rush to answer, but pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 29. My dad's stingy, 100 million. Dad, how much are you planning to bet? If it's less than this amount, your daughter won't allow it. Yi Wen held up one finger and winked playfully. Great, she's not even married yet. No, she's already siding with her husband's family. Yi Wenshan only remembered halfway through his sentence that his daughter had given birth to someone else's child, and he sighed helplessly. That's for sure, we'll live together from now on. To make her argument more convincing, she clung tightly to Qin Mo's arm, completely ignoring her father's melancholy gaze. Alright, 10 million it is. Only 10 million? Dad, are you looking down on your son-in-law? Yi Wen paused here, pointing to the luxury cars parked in the yard. My husband's car costs over 6 million, so why would he be short of 10 million? That's 100 million. What? 100 million. Upon hearing his daughter's words, he stood up abruptly. Keep in mind that his net worth was only a few billion. When did this sweet little girl become so shrewd? Father-in-law, funding isn't urgent right now. The most important thing is to decide which mobile phone brand to partner with. With the system in place, Qin Mo doesn't believe he only has one technology. Currently, he's raising initial capital, and once he acquires more technology, he'll build his own factory and go solo. Finding a partner? That's easy. Leave the work to me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to pay out of his own pocket, Yu Wanshan breathed a deep sigh of relief, then pounded his chest in assurance. Master, may I take this document? Seeing the two of them together, he didn't want to stay and be a third wheel, so he pointed expectantly at the documents on the table. As expected of my daughter, Yi Wanshan. At that moment, a picture flashed through his mind. Before long, his personal assets would multiply several times over. Well. Yi Wanshan picked up the document, his smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Father-in-law, I'll see you out. Shinemo gently patted his wife's hand before getting up. Together. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Yi Wan. At first, I was worried about whether my father would accept Shinemo, but now I can rest assured. Master, no need to see me off, wait for my good news. Upon reaching the villa gate, Yu Wanshan stopped the two from seeing him off any further, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Yu Wanshan stood with his hands behind his back, humming an unknown tune, and taking light steps. This is my father-in-law. Seeing this, Shinemo smiled and shook his head, then took Yi Wan's hand. Honey, it's getting late, we should take a shower and go to bed. After he finished speaking, he winked and gave a meaningful smile. Alright, wife, tonight I'll show you what I'm made of. Yi Wan wasn't intimidated at all. She even provocatively reached out and hooked his chin with her finger. The master bedroom of the villa. Honey, carry me inside. Yi Wan, wearing a transparent nightgown, stretched out her hands. Gurgle. Sharing a bed with a stunningly beautiful woman every day, only able to look but not touch, Shinemo was nearly bursting with pent-up desire. How could he resist such a flirtatious advance? He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Okay. He scooped Yi Wan up in his arms and excitedly rushed to the bathroom. Husband, have mercy. I won't do it again. Too late. For a moment, the entire bathroom was filled with 5,000 words are omitted here. Honey, you're so naughty. An hour later, the two of them came out of the bathroom. Yi Wan's face was still flushed. She nestled in Shinmo's arms, playfully pounding his chest. Now I know how amazing my husband is. At this moment, Shinemo felt refreshed and invigorated. If it weren't for the fatigue on his wife's face and his desire to continue the battle, he would never have imagined that the system's modifications to his body would be so monstrous. Aha! Just thinking about that sprint scene made Yi Wan feel weak all over, her face burning, and she buried her head in her arms. Okay, time to sleep. Shinemo, who was about to leave after covering his wife with a blanket, was stopped. Honey, sleep with me. Sweetie, I'll go tidy up the bathroom and come back to keep you company later. Upon hearing this, Yi Wan released her grip as if electrocuted, pulled the blanket over her head, and dared not look at Shinemo again. Wife, I never expected you. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing the mess on the floor, Shinemo couldn't help but make a joke. Husband, you're going to die, don't you dare say that. Okay, I won't say anything more. You still dare to talk back? If you say another word, you'll have to sleep in the living room. Yi Wan poked her head out from under the covers and uttered a powerless threat. Honey, you're really willing to let me sleep in the living room? This breakthrough made the two of them like newlyweds on their first day of marriage, glued together like they were made of 520 glue. I'm not talking to you anymore. Inside the Yi family villa. Old Yi, how long are you going to stop laughing? Shin Shueping came out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair with a towel. When she saw Yi Wan sitting on the bed, still in the same position, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's so interesting about this? After walking over, she tried to snatch the documents. An hour ago, Yi Wanshan returned and kept staring at the documents in his hand, grinning foolishly, without explaining why when asked. What are you going to do? This is a treasure. When he saw his wife trying to snatch the document, he quickly closed it. Fine, I won't watch it. I don't care anyway. She rolled her eyes again, pulled the blanket over herself, lay down on her side with her back to Yi Wanshan. Slurp. He opened the drawer, put the documents inside, and closed it before he felt relieved. This is a gold mine. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Wanshan finally spoke. Shin Shueping married his wife later. His first wife passed away from illness more than 10 years ago. Where is Jin Shan? Shin Shueping's eyes lit up. She had been with Yi Wenshan since she was in her 20s, mainly because she was after his wealth. Now that she heard about Jin Shan, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Not yet. No, then why are you so happy? Having followed Yi Wenshan for 10 years, she knew better than anyone that businessmen value profit above all else. Not now, but if I seize the opportunity, my assets could multiply several times over. At this point, Yi Wenshan's lips curled up. He himself never imagined that at this age, he could still put up a fight like he did when he was young. Your fever has increased several times over, Lao Yi? Upon hearing this, Shin Shueping was shocked. She reached out and touched the other person's forehead, then withdrew her hand and touched her own forehead to compare. You've always wanted children, and now I've made up my mind. The two were able to be together legitimately for 10 years without any conditions. Shin Shueping could not have her own children because the family property was to be left to her daughter. Now that he sees his daughter living such a good life and his son-in-law being so capable, Yi Wenshan has changed his mind. Old Yi, are you serious? In her excitement, Shin Shueping rolled over and sat on him. For the past 10 years, she has said she doesn't want children, but deep down she has longed for them. Every night after lying down, she thinks how wonderful it would be to have a child of her own. Real. Then what are we waiting for? Slow down, my back can't take it. Don't worry, Lao Yi, you just lie there and enjoy yourself. Chapter 30, a lucky draw for a $200 million office space. The next morning. Good morning, honey. As usual, Yuan sat up and stretched, but before she could finish speaking, she realized that she was the only one left in bed, and her husband had already gotten up sometime earlier. It's already 9 o'clock. I picked up my phone and realized I'd overslept. Isn't it said that there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, but no fields that are ruined by plowing? Last night, after going to bed, the two had another in-depth discussion about life. She slept soundly all night. She would have continued sleeping if she hadn't been hungry. Ta-da. Honey, you're awake. Wait a minute, I'll go heat up some breakfast. Shin Mo, who was playing with his daughter, heard footsteps, turned around and saw his wife yawning as she came downstairs. Honey, what do you want for breakfast? She quickened her pace downstairs, jogged over, and hugged his arm tightly, acting coquettishly. Your favorite millet porridge. Ah, it's millet porridge again. After eating millet porridge for almost a month, no matter how delicious it was, Yuan got tired of it and pouted unhappily. Just kidding, I'll make you some noodles right now. Shin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he reached out and gently stroked his nose. Honey, you're so naughty. Over time, she learned that her husband liked to make lewd jokes, and that his hand had somehow ended up on her waist, pinching a soft mound of flesh. Hiss. Honey, I'll go cook some noodles right now. Before Yuan could administer the family punishment, he ran away first. Honey, don't run away. Giggle. The baby, lying in the high chair, suddenly burst into laughter. My sweet daughter, Mommy's holding you. Yuan, who was about to chase after her daughter, stopped and turned around when she heard her daughter's laughter. Wow. As soon as I picked up the second child, the older child, who had been left out, started crying loudly. He sounded so aggrieved. Dabeo, don't cry, Auntie will hug you. Giggle. Just a moment ago, Dabao was crying loudly, but now that someone is holding him, he's giggling. Bao, don't push. The second baby, once in my arms, kept squeezing its little head in one spot. Honey, the daughters are hungry, go feed them first. Seeing this, Shin Mo smiled slightly. Currently, both daughters are being breastfed or formula fed. For the first 2 days, the baby cried and refused to drink, but after being hungry a few times, he gradually accepted the formula. You pervert, don't look. Yuan glared at him, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Fine, I won't watch. He readily raised his hands in surrender and turned to walk into the kitchen. Snort! At this moment, Yuan was like a victorious hen, proudly raising her head and walking towards the living room. 5 or 6 minutes later. Honey, the noodles are ready. Shin Mo carefully placed a bowl of noodles on the dining table, with a poached egg on top. It smells so good. Yuan walked over, took a deep breath, and showed a look of rapture on her face. Squeak! My dear wife, please take a seat. He pulled out a chair and struck a gentlemanly pose. Honey, aren't you going out today? Normally, Shin Mo would have already gone to work by this time, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Today? Ding. Host has completed 50 tasks. Reward, 1 spin on the prize wheel. Shall we start now? Before he could finish speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind, and his expression changed slightly. Honey, what's wrong? Hearing her husband stop speaking halfway through, Yuan turned around and saw the change in his expression. It's nothing, honey, eat the noodles while they're hot. After kissing his wife on the cheek, Shinemo walked to the side. He needed to study the system properly. Good. Even if she had questions in her mind, Yuan didn't press the matter when she saw that her husband didn't want to talk to her about it. She picked up a fried egg and took a bite. So delicious. A happy smile appeared on her face as she chewed slowly. Is this a new feature, or was it already there? Sitting on the sofa, Shinemo stared intently at the spinning wheel floating in front of him. The rewards on it were incredibly generous, and Shinemo almost drooled with envy. A Brandati sports car. Men are practically powerless against sports cars, and Shinemo was no exception, though he is still able to control himself. No way, they even have helicopters. If we win this lottery, it'll just be a decoration. Seeing the next reward, he shook his head with a wry smile. The hilltop villa, worth 300 million, let's skip that. Shares in a listed company, that's a good one. Shinemo wanted all the rewards on the spinning wheel, but unfortunately he could only take one. Forget it, let's try the lottery first. Shinemo closed his eyes and silently recited a phrase in his mind. System, draw a prize. Sports cars, company shares. After the lottery was started, he muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won the right to use the first floor office area of the Scepter building. The Scepter building, what a coincidence. Upon hearing the reward he had drawn, Shinemo immediately opened his eyes, as this was the same building where he had previously used the laboratory. 88 floors, what an auspicious number. The Scepter building is a landmark building in Guangzhou, with 99 floors, and countless companies want to move in. To them, being able to work here is a status symbol. 2,000 square meters, at the market ceiling of 100,000, this office space is worth 200 million, which is barely acceptable. At this moment, Shinemo looked so smug that it was fortunate no outsiders saw him, otherwise he would definitely have been beaten to a pulp. You know, this amount of money is something most people couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. The system really understands me. I was worried about where to rent an office building before, but now everything has been arranged for me. Now that we have an office space, why don't we go take a look now, and if possible, set up the company structure first. Thinking of his 3 roommates, Shinemo already had a general idea in mind. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Shinemo got up and walked to the baby chair, pointing at his 2 daughters and making them giggle. Giggle. Go out? Hearing that her husband was going out, Yuan put down her chopsticks, turned her head and looked at him with an expectant expression. She's been cooped up indoors for months and is now eager to get some fresh air. What, honey, you want to go out too? Seeing the expression on Yuan's face, he walked over and put his arms around his wife from behind. Can I come out with you? My dear wife wants to go out? Of course you can. Seeing the expectant expression on the old woman's face, Shinemo smiled and nodded. Bo, honey, you're so great. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuan turned around, hugged his head, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're still eating breakfast. After that kiss, an oily lip print immediately appeared on Shinmo's face. What, you're already complaining about your wife? That's what she said, but Yuan pulled out a few sheets of paper and gently wiped away her lip prints. No, honey, you eat breakfast first, I'll go tidy up. If the 2 of them go out, their daughter will definitely follow. Good. Chapter 31 Going shopping, my husband is no ordinary man. De bao, bao, let's go shopping. Giggle. When Shinemo reached out to hug his daughter, Bao giggled again. Honey, let me carry you, you go get the car. Boss, leave de bao to me. Sister Lu is coming along this time. Having one more person will make things easier for them. Only children know how troublesome it is to go out together. Good. Shinemo checked everything again to make sure nothing was missing before getting into the driver's seat. Sit tight, we're off. Ding dong. Just then, a text message notification sounded in the car. Second brother, are you going over today? He glanced at his phone and saw that it was his boss, Juliet Ian, sending him the answer. I'm already on my way, and I have something to discuss with you. Honey, where are we going? You want to know what I've been doing all this time? Let's go there now. I just won the prize, so I have to complete the formalities as soon as possible. Otherwise, my father-in-law will contact a business partner for him, and when the partner asks where my company is, I can't very well say, sorry, we haven't established a company yet. Setting up a company takes time. If the other party knows that you don't have a company, at least you should have an office space. That would be acceptable. Really, Erbao, are you happy to go to Daddy's workplace? At this point, Yuan picked up her daughter, let her sit on her lap, and gently pinched her rosy little face. Giggle. Giggle. Laughter is contagious, and Dabao, not wanting to be left behind, started laughing along too. Huh, you guys wanna go too? Laughter frequently filled the car throughout the journey. Half an hour later. Arrive? Seeing the car stop, Yuan pressed her face against the window, curiously observing the outside. Hey, it's the Scepter building. After getting out of the car and seeing the large characters on the building, Yuan's expression was quite interesting. She realized that she didn't know enough about her husband. Madam, is this place famous? At this moment, Sister Lu couldn't contain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask. It's more than just famous. The companies that can work here are all very well known in the country. But it's not something you can just move in with money. The top floors are a 5-star hotel. Baby, let's go see where Daddy works. Yuan put her daughter in the high chair and pushed it inside. Mr. Qin, welcome. As soon as Yuan stepped into the first floor entrance, she saw a security guard running over excitedly, bowing slightly to greet her. Brother Wang, they didn't say they didn't need to do this. Every time he came over, Wang Qingbiao was so enthusiastic that people who didn't know the situation would think the two had some kind of relationship in private. Of course. Wang Qingbiao looked up and saw a beautiful woman in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Hello, Madam Qin. Without waiting for introductions, he bent down again to greet her. In Wang Qingbiao's opinion, only Mr. Qin was worthy of such a beautiful woman. Hello, Brother Wang. This was the first time Yuan had encountered such a scene, and she quickly waved her hand. Brother Wang, remember to come up for tea sometime. The two walked hand in hand toward the elevator, with Sister Lu pushing a baby chair close behind. It turns out Mr. Qin is already married and has twin daughters. Watching Qin Mo's departing figure, Wang Qingbiao couldn't help but sigh. Honey, you're very popular here. Did you do something? At this moment, even Sister Lu perked up her ears. Her attitude towards this boss had changed drastically, from disdain upon first meeting to admiration. Honey, you're overthinking it. I only know Brother Wang in this building. Bite. Just then, the elevator stopped, and a beautiful woman in business attire walked in. Oh, it's Mr. Qin. Ahem, Secretary Tang, hello. Upon seeing who had entered, Qin Mo coughed awkwardly, never expecting to be proven wrong so quickly. Mr. Qin, you're here to complete some formalities. I was just wondering when to call you. Tang Yudi stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 88th floor. Yes. Since the other party had already said that and even pressed the floor button, what could Qin Mo say? He had originally planned to go to the lab first and then come down to find Tang Yudi to complete the formalities. Mr. Qin is really amazing, he took over the 88th floor without making a sound. Before this, Tang Yudi still held a sliver of hope that she could marry into a wealthy family. But now, seeing the beautiful woman beside him, that last glimmer of hope was extinguished, and he sighed helplessly. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his lower back, and Qin Mo knew what was happening. He put on an innocent expression and looked at his wife. I'll deal with you when we get back. Yuan Yang, whose voice was only heard by the two of them, felt it wasn't enough, so she glared at them fiercely again, then looked at the beautiful secretary next to her. Secretary Tang, what procedure were you referring to just now? This. She didn't answer immediately, but glanced at Qin Mo first. Seeing that he nodded, she continued speaking. Mr. Qin bought the 88th floor of the building in full, which is 200 million yuan. Everyone is saying that he is a big shot who can buy an entire floor in one go. At this point, Tang Yudi gave a thumbs up. Before she could finish speaking, she said that the Scepter building was not something that could be bought just because you had money. Countless wealthy people had made offers before, some even at half the market price, but none of them had succeeded. Ding dong! We've arrived at the 88th floor. When the elevator floor announcement sounded, Tang Yudi didn't go out first, but instead held down the elevator button to prevent the door from closing. "Mr. Chin, please go out first." "Secretary Tang, here are the documents you requested." There were already people guarding the door. As soon as they saw Tang Yuti come out, they immediately handed her a document. "Good. Mr. Chin, would you like to take a look around first?" "No, that's not necessary. Can we complete the formalities now?" Chin Mo glanced around and then shook his head. This place would belong to him from now on, so there was no need to look any further. "Okay, this way please." "Honey, you go ahead with your work, let's look around on our own." Seeing Chin Mo looking at her, Yuan smiled and shook her head. "Babies, your dad is so amazing." Yuan stretched out her finger and gently tapped her Bao's little face. Giggle. The little guy was amused and raised his little hand, waving it in the air as if trying to grab something. "Madam, did I hear correctly? This entire floor belongs to Mr. Chin?" Even if Sister Lu was inexperienced, she knew that this building was no ordinary structure. "Sister Lu, you heard me right. I have no idea where he got the money to buy it. 200 million for one floor, that's really expensive. I wonder how many villas could be built with that." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but compare it to the villa in her hometown. If she remembered correctly, the last time she went back, a relative spent 3 million to build a villa and even held a grand banquet, inviting all the relatives to attend. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yuan's lips curled up slightly. She was certain that her husband had many secrets waiting to be discovered. Chapter 32, The Handover Procedures. My goddess is gone. Beep beep. The phone, which was placed on the table, began to vibrate violently. "Secretary Tang, excuse me, I need to take this call." Chin Mo put down his pen and picked up his phone. "It's all right, please." Tang Yuti got up to leave, making room for him to answer the phone. "It's just a regular phone call. Secretary Tang doesn't need to leave." The caller ID showed it was Sun Pengyun, the fourth brother, and he answered the phone. "Second brother, are you coming over or not? We've been waiting for you for half an hour." As soon as the call connected, Sun Pengyun's loud voice came through. There was no need to turn on speakerphone, everyone around could hear him. "I've arrived. We're here. We didn't see you. Did some beautiful girl steal your heart away, kid?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuti quickly turned around and covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. "Ahem. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm on the 88th floor right now. Call the boss and the others to come downstairs together. I have something to ask you guys. 88th floor, let's go down now. We want to see what kind of beauty could bewitch our CEO Chin." Beep beep beep. He hung up the phone before Chin Mo could even speak. "Ahem, Secretary Tang, let's continue. Mr. Chin, shouldn't you wait for your partner?" "No need, waiting for them will only cause trouble." He had already read through the document once, then picked up a pen and scribbled his name down in a few quick strokes. "Secretary Tang, I'm so sorry to have troubled you." Chin Mo closed the document and handed it to the other party. "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to serve Mr. Chin." In the past, Tang Yuti would never have said that, but things are different now. Buying a floor worth 200 million yuan in one go, and the other party is so young, there are really very few people she knows who can do that. "Mr. Chin, please remember to contact me if you need anything." Tang Yuti bent over slightly, showing off her perfect figure. Chin Mo quickly looked away, thinking to himself that handsome people are really troublesome. Oh, what a pity. As she turned around, she glanced at the beautiful woman playing with a child not far away, and a hint of envy flashed through her mind. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and 3 young men stepped out. "Secretary Tang, you're here too." The person who came out of the elevator was Sun Pengyun. Seeing him confirmed his thoughts. "No way, did I guess right? The second brother and Secretary Tang are on a date here." "Yes, Mr. Chin is inside. I have other matters to attend to." Tang Yuti smiled and nodded at the 3 of them before stepping into the elevator. "Fourth brother, don't even think about it. This is not something you can handle." Even after the elevator doors closed, Sun Pengyun kept staring at the elevator. His third brother, Hang Xiangwen, patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "What did you say?" "I was just admiring a beautiful woman." In this matter, the fourth brother stubbornly refused to admit it. "All right, the second brother is still waiting for us." The eldest brother, Zhu Letian, left a message and walked inside first. Huh, why is nobody here? Yes, what happened? The three of them looked at the empty 88th floor, and countless thoughts flashed through their minds. Third brother, there's a beautiful woman over there. Does she look familiar? At this moment, Sun Pengyun seemed to have discovered a new continent, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Who is it that you're acting like this? The two clearly didn't believe it, but following the fourth brother's hand, their mouths remained open for a long time. Isn't that our school's goddess, Ms. Yi? What's she doing here? And there's a child? Is that the goddess's child? No way, this can't be true. When did our goddess get married? At that moment, the three of them felt as if the sky had fallen. Their goddess had not only gotten married, but also had a baby. Thump thump. Boss, you guys are here? A series of footsteps approached, and Chi Nemo appeared in front of the three. Wife, come here. The handover procedures for the floor were completed. Chi Nemo prepared to give a few instructions before taking his wife out shopping. Wife. These two words were like a sharp knife, stabbing hard into the chests of the three men. The fourth brother's expression was the most exaggerated. He clutched his chest and took several steps back before pointing his finger at Chi Nemo. Second brother, what have you done? Honey, are you done with it? Yuan walked over and put her arm around Chi Nemo's arm. Well, there are a few more things. After I've finished explaining them, we'll go shopping. It's true. The slight doubt in his heart, upon hearing those two words, even the eldest brother Zhu Lishan's expression changed one after another, his eyes fixed on Chi Nemo as if he were seeing him for the first time. She's the goddess of all the boys in the school. When did she get taken by that pig, the second oldest, Tui? Honey, this is my roommate, the boss. Chi Nemo introduced the two sides one by one, and looking at their expressions, he felt a sense of satisfaction for some reason. Hello, sister-in-law. The fourth brother reached out to shake her hand, but quickly withdrew it. She was his goddess. Hiss. This is not a dream. He withdrew his right hand and secretly pinched his thigh. The stinging sensation told him it was real. Hello everyone. Seeing the three people's embarrassed expressions, Yuan couldn't help but laugh, and then reached out to shake hands with them. Honey, you guys have something to do, I'll go wait over there. After shaking hands, Yuan nodded to the three of them again and walked back to her previous position. Fourth brother, pinch me. The third brother, Hang Xiangwen, was still in shock. He never imagined he would be able to shake hands with his dream girl. Ouch. Fourth brother, why are you pinching me? It hurts. After regaining his senses, Hang Xiangwen looked at Lao Si with a bewildered expression. Didn't you tell me to pinch him? Is it me? Second brother, what happened? I'm starting to doubt if I'm still asleep. As Zhu Letian spoke, he glanced at the goddess. He racked his brains but couldn't understand how his best friend, who lived in the same dormitory as him in college, had gotten together with the goddess of all the boys in the school and even had a child. This is a long story, I'll tell you in detail later. Right now, there's something urgent that I need you to do. At this moment, Chi Nemo really wanted to show off in front of his three friends, but he had to suppress it because he still had to go shopping with his wife. What could be more important than this? Third brother is right, she's our goddess. Second brother, if you don't want to become the enemy of all the boys in the school, you'd better tell us the whole story. Ahem. I think so too. Nothing is more important than this. The eldest brother, Zhu Letian, couldn't suppress his curiosity either. He coughed lightly and looked at Chi Nemo with anticipation. What I'm about to say is about our company. Do you think that's unimportant? Chi Nemo paused here, looking at the three of them with a smile. Company? Second brother, are you serious? Great. Where is our company located? Ta-da. What do you guys think of this place? At this moment, Chi Nemo stretched out his hands and spun around in place. Second brother, are you kidding? We're going to work here from now on? Chapter 33. Don't worry, sister-in-law, just don't provoke bad people. Second brother, you're not kidding? Sun Pengyun stretched out his hand, spun around in place, and his facial expression was quite interesting. Do you know how much it costs per square meter here? I heard someone say that someone offered 150,000 yuan, but they still couldn't buy it. This floor is a full 2,000 square meters. If we calculate it at 150,000, that's a whopping 300 million. Even if we sold all of us, we wouldn't be able to scrape together a fraction of that. That's 300 million. If I had it, I could build a villa back in my hometown and marry a few more wives. Alright, stop thinking about it. Go back to sleep tonight. You can dream about anything, not just 300 million, but 30 million would be no problem. At this moment, the third brother reached out and smacked Sun Pengyun on the head. Third brother, if you dare hit me, your father will fight you to the death. The fourth brother, Sun Pengyun, first put on a wrong look, then bared his teeth and claws as if to fight the other party, but was grabbed by the collar by Zhu Letian. Alright, you two, stop fooling around. Can you let the second brother finish speaking first? He still needs to go shopping with his wife. Zhu Letian, who had been looking serious, started to smile as he spoke, and even winked at Qin Mo. This entire floor will be ours from now on. Qin Mo spoke again, and even so, the three of them still couldn't believe it, but this time they didn't interrupt. Half an hour later. Alright, do you have any other questions? After briefly explaining some precautions, half an hour had already passed. Considering that he still had to spend time with his wife, Qin Mo could only stop here. No problem. The eldest brother, Zhu Letian, spoke first, stopping the two from talking. The boss is right. If you have any questions, I'll ask you later. The two weren't stupid, they immediately understood what was going on. Second brother, we won't disturb your time together. Sister-in-law, you can go out shopping now. Even at this moment, the fourth brother didn't forget to flatter him. Look, I almost forgot about this. There are 2 million in this card. If it's not enough, remember to let me know. Before leaving, Qin Mo slapped his forehead and quickly pulled out a bank card. Let's go, honey, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Sister-in-law, please come in. As expected of the fourth brother, he ran out, pressed the elevator button, and stood guard at the door. Goodbye, sister-in-law. After the elevator doors closed, the three of them looked at each other with very interesting expressions. The third brother reached out and pinched Sun Pengyun. Hiss. Third brother, what are you doing? It hurts. This isn't a dream. Boss, there really are 2 million here? Just look it up and you'll find out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, and while we're at it, let's find a renovation company. The most important thing Qin Mo just told me was to renovate this floor. He didn't know anything about this, so he took out 2 million first. 10 minutes later. There really is 2 million, gulp. What exactly does the second son's family do to be so rich? Hoo, what do you think, if we were to divide those 2 million? What are you thinking? Get out. Before Sun Pengyun could finish speaking, he received 2 slaps on the back of the head. You two are really heartless. If he gets stupid from this, how am I supposed to help the second brother make money? He was just joking. Get lost, fourth brother, I've only just realized that you're such a jerk, you really deserve a beating. The third brother crossed his arms over his shoulders, feigning disgust, and even trembled slightly in response. Don't worry about that. Even without you, the two of us will make money for the second brother. I surrender. I can't argue with either of you. Where are we going to find a renovation company now? What's the rush? Let's get to the lab and get our stuff first. Okay, let's go up together. Hey handsome guys, is there anything I can help you with? Upon seeing Sun Pengyun and the other two return, Wang Qingbiao quickly ran over to greet them. Brother Wang, it's nothing. It's just bad timing. How about I invite you up for tea while we grab some things and head out to run errands? Of the three, the fourth brother was more familiar with the security guard. He stepped forward and put his arm around Wang Qingbiao's shoulder. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were brothers. It's okay, you can drink it next time. After he finished speaking, he ran ahead and opened the elevator door himself. Ring bell. As the elevator doors closed, Wang Qingbiao turned to return to his post when his cell phone rang in his pocket. Is something wrong at home? He shook his head, reached into his pocket, and realized that at this hour, only his family could call him. Fatty Lee? Upon seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wang Qingbiao, you're fired. Go to the HR department right now to collect your salary and leave. As soon as the call connected, Li Qing's laughter came through, and before Wang Qingbiao could say anything, the other end hung up. Beep beep. I've been fired again? At that moment, Wang Qingbiao's face turned extremely pale. He felt a darkness engulf his vision, his body began to tremble, and he suddenly fell to one side. "Old Wang, what's wrong?" Just then, someone passing by saw what was happening and quickly helped him up. "Thank you, I'm fine." Wang Chengbiao gave a wry smile and straightened up. "You're really fine. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're already the team leader. You should rest as much as possible and not push yourself like the younger people." This person clearly knew him well and spoke some caring words in a meaningful tone. "I see. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. You're unemployed now, so you can rest for as long as you want. I have to go to the HR department." "That's strange, what's wrong with old Wang?" As he watched Wang Qingbiao walk forward, his body trembled again. Just as he was about to chase after him, he returned to normal. "It's not payday yet, what would Lao Wang be doing at the HR department? Could it be that he?" Recalling the scene he had just witnessed in Wang Qingbiao's grim expression, a bad thought flashed through his mind. Is old Wang going to lose his job? The entrance to the personnel department. Wang Qingbiao, stop dawdling. Hurry up and get in. Everyone's time is precious. Li Qing stood at the door, her belly protruding. If you didn't see her face, you would think she was an 8-month pregnant woman. "You fat pig." At this point, Wang Qingbiao couldn't care less about anything else. He could roughly guess that his dismissal was definitely related to this fat guy. "Wang Qingbiao, what did you say? Say it again if you dare." Li Qing was most sensitive to these 3 words. He often heard them at home and had already reached his limit. Now even a lowly security guard dared to curse him. He couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Ha ha. This is the first time I've seen someone who likes to be insulted, you fat pig." Wang Qingbiao stopped, turned around, and spoke to the other person word by word. "Phew, that feels good, no wonder the boss likes to yell at people." After saying those words, he felt most of his frustration disappear and he was no longer as upset as before. I. As he watched the other person walk into the personnel department, Li Qing clutched his rapidly beating chest, feeling a bit short of breath. Chapter 34 Reward Blueprints. Who is my husband? Tianhe City. A group of 3 people appeared at the door. The young man at the head of the group was pushing a double baby chair. "Wow, what a beautiful woman. Which celebrity is she?" Please, don't assume that just because someone is pretty, they're a celebrity. Think about it when celebrities go out, they're always completely covered up, surrounded by a bunch of bodyguards. That's true, but to be honest, this beautiful woman is just as stunning as any celebrity. You men are only focused on looking at beautiful women, haven't you noticed that this guy just got lucky? He's not even that handsome, so why should we women have his babies? Holy crap, she's a fairy. Upon hearing this shocking statement, several men nearby quickly moved away, including her companion. "Hey, what do you mean? Stop right there. Honey, it sounds like they're arguing over there." "What, you want to go and take a look too?" Looking in the direction my wife pointed, I saw a woman pointing at several men around her. Judging from her appearance, it was clear that what she was about to say wouldn't be anything nice. "No, how could I do that?" Yuan quickly waved her hand and hugged his arm tightly. Before this, she had heard people say that a woman undergoes a dramatic change after getting married and having children, one of the changes being that she enjoys watching the excitement. "Honey, do you think their fight might be because of you?" Shin Mo pushed the double baby chair, letting his wife hold him, and then he couldn't help but make a joke. Upon hearing this, Yuan pointed to herself and then shook her head. "How could that be? I don't know them. Tell me, are you plotting something bad?" The hand holding Shin Mo was already on his waist, as if he would be punished according to family rules if he dared to shake his head. "My dear wife, please have mercy. What I meant was that they were arguing because you're so beautiful." Even with the system's enhancements, his body couldn't withstand the family discipline, and he quickly surrendered and offered flattery. You pass. During the course of a relationship, no woman can resist sweet words, and Yuan was no exception. Hearing her husband say she was beautiful, she happily raised her head. If she were allowed, she would want Shin Mo to repeat that sentence to the whole world. "Now I'm satisfied. No, I want to buy clothes." Yuan then gave a playful look and pointed to a women's clothing store not far away. "Okay, whatever you want to buy today, your husband will take care of it." After completing the system tasks over the past month, aside from the 2 million he just gave to his roommate, he still has 8 million in his bank account. Honey, you're so good to me. When Chinemo wasn't paying attention, she lightly kissed his cheek. Welcome to Hermes, gentlemen. When the saleswoman saw a customer approaching, her eyes lit up after she saw the customer's attire. Wow, what an adorable baby. Thanks. Yuan felt happy that someone praised her child, so she thought she should let the other party earn more commission today. Hey beautiful, what new styles have just come out? Over the past 6 months, she has mostly worn maternity clothes and hasn't dressed up properly. It's not that this is bad, but every woman likes pretty clothes. Madam, this way please. The saleswoman was very perceptive and quickly led the way. Boss, I'll watch over Mississippi. You go with madam to look at clothes. No need for that, I don't know anything about it. I'd rather spend time with De Bao and Air Bao, don't you think? Chinemo reached out and teased his 2 daughters. The little ones, for some unknown reason, raised their hands and waved them in the air. Sister Lu, would you like to buy one? Don't worry, we can pay for it together later. Boss, I think I'll pass. Hearing that she was going to buy it for herself, Sister Lu was very happy, but she still knew her place and quickly waved her hand to refuse, since any piece of clothing here would cost tens of thousands of yuan. Buying me clothes is less worthwhile than giving me a raise. She thought about these things in her heart. After all, her job was easy and the pay was good. One shouldn't be too greedy. Second child, do you want one too? When you grow up, Daddy will buy you beautiful clothes so you can wear a different one every day. He held out his palm and let his 2 daughters hold his fingers. Ding! Host interacted with the baby, rewarded with 100,000 cash and a clothing design blueprint. The system notification sounded in his mind, but Chinemo was already used to it. However, upon hearing about the reward, he frowned slightly and muttered something under his breath. That's strange, why are there blueprints included as a reward this time? Over the past 2 weeks, he has been rewarding his daughter with cash for almost all his interactions with her. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket. System, retrieve the blueprints. He silently recited the command in his mind, and a blueprint appeared in his hand. Sasa. The blueprints that were taken out were folded, and Chinemo slowly unfolded them. Hey, when did the boss put a piece of paper in his pocket? Sister Lu, who was standing next to her, was shocked. Even though the paper was folded up and placed in her pocket, it was still very noticeable. Even though she had doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything. Can't read. After looking at it carefully for a while, Chinemo shook his head. He really didn't know anything about clothing design. However, he could still tell that the skirt would be quite beautiful if it were made. I wonder when the system will reward this skill. Thinking of this, he prepared to put away the design drawings. These were valuable items, after all, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be of high quality. Etc. The sound from behind startled Chinemo. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing behind him. Hey handsome, could I take a look at this blueprint of yours? Please. After the other person finished speaking, they put their hands together in a pleading gesture. You want to see it? Seeing the expectant expression on the other person's face, Chinemo hesitated. Please, handsome guy. Okay, you can look, but don't break it. In the end, he agreed and handed over the design drawings. Thanks. When receiving the blueprints, the other party was extremely cautious, as if it were a priceless treasure. It's so perfect. I wonder which master designer designed it. TSK. These lines are wonderful. Every stroke is precise and confident, creating a subtle balance between solid and void. How come I didn't think of that before? The meticulously crafted pleats at the cuffs resemble layered flower petals, and the subtly revealing cutout design at the waist. She really knows a lot. Hearing the other person talking to themselves, Chinmo's curiosity was piqued. Handsome guy, are you selling this design drawing? Song Xia looked away from the design drawings and met Chinmo's eyes. She reached out and brushed her bangs aside, smiling slightly. Not for sale. If it were anyone else, they would have agreed with that smile, but Chinmo was no ordinary person. He reached out to take the blueprints back. Handsome guy, won't you listen to the price? Honey, what do you think? At this moment, Yuan had already changed her clothes and was deliberately spinning around in place, but when she saw a beautiful woman next to her, her expression changed. Honey, who is he? Chapter 35, worth $1 million, yet they all became sisters through chatting. Honey, you're married? Song Sia then noticed a double baby chair next to her, with big, adorable eyes. She was so engrossed in the blueprints that she didn't pay attention to anything else. Yeah, beautiful, you've missed your chance. After saying that, Shin Mo snatched the blueprints back. Honey, is this your friend? Yuan walked over, put her arm around his, and looked at him provocatively. I don't know him. Shin Mo quickly shook his head. He knew women shouldn't be jealous. He folded the blueprints up. Huh, what's this? Hearing that she didn't recognize him, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The other person was dressed in trendy clothes, and although he wasn't as good looking as her, she was still worried. Honey, you can do this too? The drawing was opened again, and she was pleasantly surprised. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the dress in the drawing was very much to her liking. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Song Sia. Song Sia smiled slightly and extended her right hand toward Yuan. Yuan. Since the other person was acting this way, Yuan couldn't be childish, so she reached out and shook hands with them. Surname Song? Looking at the other person, she felt that he looked somewhat familiar. I am the general manager of the Song Group. Seemingly guessing what Yuan was thinking, the other person reached out and brushed aside the bangs in front of their face, a confident smile playing on their lips. So it's Manager Song. I've heard so much about you. Miss Yi, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? His surname is Yi, I remember now. Song Sia pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands, looked at Yuan again, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes, before quickly returning to normal. Miss Yi, you're a natural clothes hanger, especially this dress, it was designed just for you. Is that so? Hearing this, Yuan was very happy. She knew that the Song Group mainly dealt in clothing and had a certain reputation in the country. Can I take another look? She hadn't even finished admiring it before it was snatched away, and upon seeing Yuan, she already had an idea in mind. You're unwilling to sell, but what about your wife? After Song Sia finished speaking, she gave him a provocative look. Real? Give. Seeing the other person extend their hand, Yuan handed over the blueprints. Look here. At this moment, the two forgot about buying clothes and started discussing it together. The female saleswoman next to them was speechless and began to curse Song Sia in her heart. You don't have to buy clothes yourself, but you can't drag my customer into this. Never mind, as long as my wife is happy. Seeing this, Shin Mo knew that the blueprint was lost. Upon closer reflection, it's just a blueprint, it's enough to make my wife happy. It was worth it. A dozen minutes later. Yuan, what do you think of my suggestion? Sister Sia, you'll have to ask my husband about this. After some discussion, the two became closer again and started calling each other sisters. What, you can't make the decision? For some reason, thinking about how Shin Mo had refused her before without giving her any face, Song Sia wanted to upset him a little. Who says I can't make the decisions? After Yuan finished speaking, she came to her senses and quickly looked in one direction. Wife, you've given your answer regarding the blueprints, sell them or keep them. Just then, Shin Mo looked over with a smile on his face. Honey, you're so good to me. Song Sia originally wanted to annoy the other party, but she never expected to be fed a wave of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Here's $1 million. Once the clothes are finished, I'll personally deliver them. Upon receiving the other party's agreement, she couldn't wait to return to the company and quickly took out a bank card. Little brother Chin, if you need any more design drawings in the future, remember to contact your big sister. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. She carefully put away the blueprints, and before leaving, she couldn't help but tease Shin Mo. Little brother. Upon hearing this address, Shin Mo's face darkened. He was being teased as if he were his wife. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Shin Mo, not to be outdone, retorted domineeringly. However, Song Sia, looking like she had him cornered, said something to Yuan. Little sister Yuan, if you have any design drawings in the future, give them to your older sister, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. With those words, she swayed her lithe waist and left. Okay, honey, don't be angry. You can keep this $1 million. Yuan walked over, took his hands, placed the bank card on them, and then playfully winked at him. Honey, take this, consider it pocket money. Really? Then I'll take it. He pinched the bank card between two fingers, posing as if he was about to put it into his small handbag. It's just $1 million, take it. Shinemo took the bank card, opened his small handbag, and put it inside. $1 million for a single design drawing? Are bosses that good at making money? Seeing this scene, Sister Lu felt a surge of shock, thinking about how casually the boss had put the blueprints in his pocket. Honey, you're so good to me. Pop. Yuan kissed Shinemo on the cheek and then turned around. Excuse me, beautiful lady, let's continue. Miss Yi, it's alright, this way please. Hearing that the customer wanted to try on clothes, the saleswoman breathed a sigh of relief. This outfit is nice, I'll take it. Yuan pointed to the clothes she was wearing and said. Miss Yi has excellent taste. This outfit suits your style perfectly. At that moment, the saleswoman was truly relieved she would receive a commission of 1,000 yuan for this outfit. A few minutes later. Honey, am I pretty? Yuan came out of the dressing room and changed into another set of clothes. Shinemo nodded repeatedly when he saw her. Great, I'll buy it. Hey beautiful, bring me that outfit. Yuan was very happy. She found that things were different from before. She was never as happy as she was when she went out with her best friend. Okay, Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Half an hour later. My 2 daughters were already asleep in the double baby chair. Honey, isn't this too much? Looking at the clothes she had tried on, Yuan felt a little embarrassed. All these clothes together, even if you just made $1 million, you might not even get half of that. It's just money, I can earn it back. As long as my wife is happy, that's all that matters. Beautiful lady, swipe your card. Shinemo glanced at the calculator the saleswoman handed him, still feeling a pang of heartache. These clothes were really expensive. 6 sets cost him over 400,000 yuan. But he's right. The thought that it was for his wife made him forget all his reluctance. Handsome, how about buying your wife another handbag? The female salesperson, seeing how readily the other party agreed, felt she could earn even more today. Bag, honey, which one do you like? Honey, maybe we shouldn't buy it. So far, Yuan doesn't know how much savings her husband has, and feels it's necessary to be frugal. Ha ha. If you don't have money, don't try to shop at Hermes like everyone else. Beautiful lady, do you want me to buy you one? Just then, a young man walked over. He glanced at Shinemo with disdain, his face showing arrogance, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Chapter 36. 6 or 700,000, one thing subdues another. No way, I actually encountered such a ridiculous thing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shinmo's smile vanished, and he sized the person up and down. He looks decent enough, but his mouth smells so bad. Is he fighting with a dog for food? Does he not brush his teeth before going out? He's definitely not going to give the other person a hard time if they dare to flirt with his wife. You pretty boy, how dare you insult me? Kid, you're finished. You dare to offend young Master Chen. If you hand this beauty over to him, he might even give you a little something. That's right, hurry up and kneel down, slap yourself a few times, and our young Master Chen will reward you with tens of thousands. Honey, what's that pack of mad dogs barking around here? At this moment, Shinemo noticed that there were 2 other people following behind the other party, with arrogant expressions on their faces, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know that they were lackeys. Hey beautiful, I suggest you tell the manager to put up a sign outside from now on, mad dogs, don't come in. Yuan quickly covered her nose and distanced herself from the other person. Wife. Chen Xiaoming, who had just been all smiles, looked even more unpleasant after hearing these words, but he quickly recovered. He straightened his collar, walked towards Yuan, and extended his right hand in a gentlemanly manner. May I introduce myself, beautiful lady? I am Chen Xiaoming, the young master of Chen's real estate. In Chen Xiaoming's view, even if this pretty boy were her husband, he would still be marrying into her family. Chen Xiao had never tried a married woman before, and for some reason, the thought of it excited him. Sorry, I don't shake hands with animals. After speaking, Yuan took out her bank card and handed it to the saleswoman. Miss, please pay the bill. Okay, just a moment. At this moment, the female salesperson was cursing 1,000 times over. She was about to add another 100,000 orders when 3 mad dogs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, she could only complain in her heart. After all, she was just an ordinary person and couldn't afford to offend these rich people. Huh, beautiful lady, if it were me, I would have kicked this gigolo to the curb long ago. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoming became even more certain that the other woman's husband was a gigolo, and he didn't need to worry about causing trouble for his family. He became even more unrestrained, and his laughter attracted passers-by. This is going to be good, don't go. Damn, I never thought a short drama could reflect reality like this. We actually encountered such a melodramatic scene. So she's a stunning beauty. No wonder this rich kid acted like that. I might have done the same. I don't usually follow celebrities. Is this beautiful woman some kind of big star? Take a closer look. This rich kid has dark circles under his eyes and looks like he could be blown away by the wind. Calling someone else a strong, pretty boy is hilarious, isn't it? Immediately, passers-by gathered in front of Hermes, and some even went inside. There's no way around it. No matter where you are, Chinese people love to watch the excitement. I'm happy to do it, unlike some people who can only go out with their lackeys and don't even know if they'll sleep together. Don't be fooled by Yi Wan's appearance. She may seem cold and aloof, but she's incredibly protective of her own, no matter who you are. You. These words made the other party so angry that he turned pale and couldn't even speak while pointing at Yi Wan. Haha, that's hilarious. Hearing this, the people around could no longer hold back and burst into laughter like pigs being slaughtered. You're courting death. How dare you provoke our young master Chen? At this moment, without Chen Xiaoming saying a word, the lackey barked wildly at the crowd. Ha! Others may fear you, Chen Xiaoming, but I, this young master, am not. Upon hearing the henchman's threat, most people immediately shut their mouths, while a few timid individuals hurriedly left the scene. Since there are timid people, there are also those who are not afraid of trouble. A young man frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Damn, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. I'll smoke. Smack. Young Master Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. What are you waiting for? Quickly make room for young Master Zhou. The lackey had just raised his hand when he was slapped by his master. He covered his burning face, completely bewildered and in a state of utter confusion. Get lost, I don't want to dirty my hands. Young Master Zhou, we're leaving right now. That's how society is. One thing can subdue another. The more arrogant he was just now, the more pathetic he is now. Chen Xiaoming fled in disarray with his two lackeys. However, at the door, he paused for a moment, glanced back at Qin Mo, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Hello, brother, my name is Zhou Gaoi. The other person walked up to Qin Mo, smiling and extending their hand. Qin Mo. The two shook hands briefly and then let go. Your wife is very beautiful. Brother Qin is so lucky. Zhou Gaoi acted like he knew them all too well. Anyone who didn't know them would think they had known each other for a long time. Transaction successful, please pay 420,000 yuan. The notification sound of a successful card swipe drew everyone's attention to the female salesperson. Miss Yi, please accept this. The saleswoman respectfully handed the bank card to Yi Wan, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Honey, that bag is nice, pretty lady, could you please bring it over for a look? Qin Mo, who originally intended to swipe his card to leave, changed his mind after seeing that even the mad dog had been chased away. He decided to buy his wife a handbag instead. Mr. Qin, is this it? At this moment, the saleswoman was overjoyed and quickly ran over to pick up the bag, checking it again just to make sure she was sure. Yes, honey, see if you like it. Qin Mo nodded. After what had just happened, he felt great spending money on his wife and didn't feel any pain at all. Miss Yi, your husband is so good. Unlike others, the female salesperson knew that this bank card belonged to Qin Mo. Of course. Yi Wan didn't pretend and took the bag. 250,000, isn't that a bit expensive, honey? My husband just earned $1 million, and I immediately spent 670,000. Isn't that a bit wasteful? It's alright, it's not even worth the price of a blueprint. In Qin Mo's opinion, without his wife, the design blueprints rewarded by the system would have been gathering dust in a corner for who knows how long. What happened? Zhou Gaoi, who was standing to the side, was puzzled by what he saw. I spent my own money, how can I thank my husband? Zhou Gaoi wasn't the only one with this question. Other customers in the shop shared the same view. Damn it, it's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Why is it that when I spend a woman's money to buy her gifts, she's so happy? Why don't I have that ability? Great master, I wonder if he'll take on apprentices. I want to find a rich woman so I'll have money to spend and won't have to be a servant. That's really strange. He's not particularly handsome. Could it be that he has some special talent? Brother Qin, you're amazing. If you have time, please teach me a few moves. Here's my business card. I won't disturb your time together any longer. Brother Joe, you've misunderstood. Joe Goey leaned closer, whispered something, and left a business card before leaving. Unfortunately, the other party did not believe his explanation. Honey, what did young Master Joe just say? Seeing the two whispering to each other, Yuan couldn't help but ask. He didn't say anything. Humph, I don't believe it. You men definitely don't say nice things behind people's backs. Chapter 37. If cooperation fails, then sell shares. Yip's Catering Group. At this moment, the rectangular conference table was already occupied by the company's senior executives and shareholders. Chairman Yi, what brings you to this board meeting? I'm going to the Maldives with a beautiful woman. One shareholder was getting impatient. He didn't care about company matters at all. Wouldn't it be better to collect his dividends and go on a trip with a beautiful woman? Old Lou, you'd better be more restrained, or you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. A middle-aged man across from me chuckled, judging from his expression. This was a common occurrence. TCH, you're just jealous. You're not up to the task. If you were as young as me, you'd definitely be having a better time than me. Knock, knock, knock. Can't you men be a little more mindful of the occasion? You say these things at every board meeting. There were also some women on the board. While the senior executives dared not voice their opinions, one female shareholder was different. She tapped the table and stared intently at the two men. All right, quiet. Yuan Shan coughed lightly and glared at the shareholder. This scene happened every time the board of directors held a meeting. Secretary Wang, distribute the documents. He nodded to a beautiful woman next to him. She was the chairman's secretary. Distinguished board members, leaders. After circling the conference table, the secretary distributed the materials to everyone. What kind of project? What kind of profits are still possible in our industry? The previously uninvolved shareholder was the first to open the documents, wanting to see what projects warranted a board meeting. Chairman Yi, did you pick up the wrong document? He didn't even bother to look at the contents of the first page and simply covered it up. A cell phone battery? What does that have to do with our hotel? Another shareholder raised a question, and upon hearing this, the others began to open their documents. What's going on? This is a waste of everyone's time. I flew all the way back, and this is what they show us? Snap. At this moment, a shareholder glanced at the document, angrily slammed it on the table, and got up to leave. I had arranged to meet with a client today, but then I received a message that the company was holding a board meeting. I had to make up an excuse to appease the client and come back. Chairman Yi, is the data above accurate? General Manager Rin Baiman quickly glanced through the data, her eyes widening in shock at one particular statistic. Mr. Ren, it's just a phone battery, what's the big deal? Heh. 5 times larger than the largest capacity on the market? Are you kidding me? This isn't a sci-fi movie. Soon another shareholder saw the data above, but he was too lazy to continue reading and simply closed the document and threw it away. The reactions of the people present were varied, and Yuan Shan did not explain, but just quietly watched everyone. A dozen minutes later. All right, everyone, now share your thoughts. Yuan Shan supported himself on the table with both hands and glanced at everyone. There's nothing to say, I definitely disagree. I support Lao Lu this time. Why would he give up a perfectly good hotel business to sell batteries? Does he think our money grows on trees? It's obvious that the data here is fake. Mr. Yi, I'm not trying to criticize you, but even if you want to expand into other industries, you should at least come up with some concrete projects. After Yuan Shan spoke, at least half of the people objected, and even if the rest didn't speak, their facial expressions spoke volumes. So, you all disagree with this project? He took a deep breath, crossed his arms, and leaned back. And what about you guys? Seeing that no one spoke and that he looked like a fool, Yuan Shan didn't explain. The opportunity was right in front of them, so if they couldn't seize it, they shouldn't blame him later. However, he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Chairman Yi, I'm sorry, I'm not very ambitious. I'm already satisfied with the annual dividends. As the saying goes, every profession is like a mountain to climb, I dare not try it. 2 people spoke up, but Yuan Shan didn't intend to ask the remaining 5. He simply waved to his secretary. Chairman. This time, only one document was brought over, and a hint of reluctance flashed in the secretary's eyes. Chairman Yi, What is this now? Can you please stop playing games with me? The shares belong to my Yi family, 21%. Since we have different philosophies, I choose to withdraw. Who among you wants these shares? Yu and Shan really wanted to help everyone make money again, but they either opposed it or questioned it. He couldn't blame anyone else for the choice everyone made. Asking him to give up this project is definitely out of the question. It's a golden goose. Since everyone disagrees, why not sell my shares and start a company with my son-in-law? Wouldn't that earn me even more money? Yu and Shan, are you crazy? Have you been cursed? No one, not even a fool, would believe this test report. One shareholder stood up in shock, pointing to the documents in front of him. The economy is sluggish these days, and the food and beverage industry doesn't earn as much as it used to, but there's still some profit to be made. I'm not crazy. Who among you can take this? Sign the transfer agreement now. If not, discuss the distribution and come back to me. Meeting adjourned. Having decided to sell his shares, Yu and Shan didn't want to say anything to these people. He got up, picked up the documents, and walked outside. Chairman Chen, haven't you always wanted to increase your shareholding? This is a great opportunity. Chen Weijiao is the company's second largest shareholder, holding 14% of the shares. This time, he only needs to acquire some of them, and he will be able to take the chairman's position. This Yu and Shan, he's serious. He was always being suppressed at the company, and anyone would be unhappy in that situation, including Chen Weijiao. I'd love to take them all, but unfortunately I don't have that much money. If I could acquire Yu and Shan's shares, I would hold 35% of the company's shares, giving me relative control over the board of directors. Chairman Chen, this is a great opportunity. If you don't have enough money, you can borrow from the bank. Hearing this, he was tempted. The other person was right, this was a good opportunity, and he would definitely regret it if he missed it. Chairman's office. Knock, knock, knock. Yu and Shan had just sat down when he heard a knock on the door. Enter. He called out without even looking up, glancing at the desk arrangement with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Chairman. The person who entered was none other than General Manager Ren Baiman. Mr. Ren, what would you like to drink? Upon seeing the person enter, Yu and Shan stood up from his chair. Chairman, don't move, I'll do it. Okay, you do it. He didn't stand on ceremony and sat down again. After the sale of shares, the two would have no more opportunities to cooperate. Chairman, please. After a while, the tea was ready, and Ren Baiman poured a cup and gently placed it in front of Yu and Shan. Hiss. During this process, neither of them spoke, and they continued to drink tea. 5 or 6 minutes later. Chairman, are you really leaving? I was able to sit in the position of general manager because the chairman overcame all objections. Yes, I've made up my mind. I won't be able to enjoy Mr. Ren's tea-making skills anymore. Chapter 38. Let's see who comes and is satisfied with the son-in-law. Villa number 1. Miss Yi, something terrible has happened. Shidani had just parked his car when he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Upon closer inspection, he was so frightened that he ran into the villa without even closing the car door. What's wrong? It's been a few days, and you're coming empty-handed now. Upon seeing that the person who came in was his wife's best friend, Nemo first gave her a quick look up and down. Get lost, don't block my way. After the two became familiar with each other, Shidani felt like he was coming home whenever he came here. They're all so powerful now, looks like I'll have to cook less for dinner tonight. It's incredibly easy to deal with a foodie. Just a moment ago they were acting like, what can you do to me, and now they've turned into pushovers. Uncle Chin, I know I was wrong. He clasped his hands together in apology, then ran towards Yuan. Do you know who I just saw? Hearing this, Nemo pricked up his ears out of curiosity. He wanted to hear what Shidani had rushed in for. Who is it? Yuan placed her phone on the table. She had been shopping all day and had just returned to the villa. Uncle. Uncle? That's your dad. Seeing her best friend looking so calm, Shidani was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I just saw Uncle walking this way. I'm going to check it out again. Don't come out. Before he could even catch his breath, Shidani ran outside. Forehead. Shidani, who had already run out, did not notice her best friend calmly picking up her phone. Another minute passed. Oh no, Uncle's come in. How could I forget to close the door? Whoosh. When Shidani came in again, she was panting heavily and pulled her best friend up. "Miss Yi, stop playing on your phone. Go inside and hide. I'll go out and cover for you." "Okay, I'll go myself." Watching her best friend walk outside for the second time, Yuan smiled with relief and went over to pat Shin-mo on the shoulder. "Honey, Dad's here. Go cook, I'll take care of the baby." "Great, the timing is perfect." Shin-mo glanced at his phone. It was exactly 5 p.m. He would finish cooking around 6:30 p.m. At the entrance of the villa. "Oh, Donnie, you're here too." Yuan Shan was in a great mood today, humming an unknown tune and carrying 2 bottles of good wine, ready to drink with his son-in-law until they were completely drunk tonight. He. "Uncle Yi, I know a restaurant with good food. Let's go try it now." She knew Yuan Shan loved good food, and he would always go over to try it if he made sure to arrive in advance, and he certainly wouldn't be any different now. Delicious food? Not going. Yuan Shan refused without even thinking about it. What food could be as delicious as his son-in-law's cooking? He shook his head and continued walking inside. He couldn't wait to see what delicious food his son-in-law would cook tonight. "No, uncle, that's a top chef." "Go away, what top chef? He's just a name without substance." Seeing that Shidani was still blocking his way, he didn't care and simply walked around him. "Miss Yi, this is all I can do to help. Good luck to you." At this moment, Shidani could only pray that her best friend would hide, and that she could find another excuse to get Uncle Yi to leave as soon as possible. "No, Yi, what are you doing?" Upon entering the hall, I saw Uncle Yi heading straight for the kitchen. She saw Yuan still in the living room, playing with her 2 daughters, and almost blurted it out, but luckily she covered her mouth in time. Running to her best friend's side, Shidani whispered, "I'll look after my goddaughter, you go hide inside." Shidani couldn't have imagined that this place would instantly turn into a living hell after the father and daughter met. "Fine." Seeing her best friend looking anxious, Yuan decided not to tease her any further and instead patted her hand comfortingly. "How could he be all right? That's your dad." "Wrong." Shidani stopped halfway through her sentence, feeling as if she had overlooked something. "You? My dear granddaughter, Grandpa's here to see you. Did you miss Grandpa?" "Uncle Yi." Shidani was so frightened that he stood up immediately, not daring to meet his gaze. He gripped the hem of his clothes tightly with both hands, his heart filled with turmoil. "Miss Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you. Dad." Yuan, who was playing with her daughter, simply looked up and called out. "Am I dreaming?" Seeing her best friend so calm, Shidani had countless questions on her mind. She really wanted to know what had happened. "Dad, why did you bring alcohol again?" "I just wanted to have a drink with my son-in-law." Yuan Shan placed 2 bottles of fine wine on the table and then walked towards the baby chair. "What happened?" When the father and daughter met, Uncle Yi was even lectured by his best friend. "How come it's the other way around? Shouldn't it be a volcanic eruption, turning this place into a hellish battlefield? Didn't you see it?" Yuan simply smiled faintly at her best friend's question, offering no explanation. "Uncle knows? Not angry?" Even so, Shidani still didn't believe it. In her view, in the upper class, no matter which parent it was, they would not accept their daughter running away from home and having a child out of wedlock. In the eyes of the older generation, this is a disgrace to the family. "You saw it yourself, why are you asking me?" Watching her father play with his granddaughter, Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. This heartwarming scene was all thanks to Shin-mo. That shouldn't be the case. Shidani shook her head. She hadn't yet recovered from the shock. "What, you really want us to cause trouble?" "No, that's not what I meant. I just don't understand why Uncle isn't angry. What's there to worry about? My husband is definitely better." Just then, Yuan Shan looked up and gazed in their direction. "What are you two whispering about?" "Uncle, Yuan said you are very satisfied with your son-in-law." "You're right, my uncle is indeed very satisfied. I've always trusted Yuan since she was a child." Hearing this, Shidani couldn't help but complain in her heart. During the month her best friend ran away, he called her countless times, trying to find out if she knew where her daughter was. He even said not to be like Yuan, who never put her parents at ease. He. "What, you don't believe me?" Shidani couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although he tried his best to keep his voice down, it was still heard. "No, uncle, I trust your judgment. That's more like it. My son-in-law is no ordinary man. If your future partner is even half as outstanding as you, old Shi will want the whole world to know. Miss Yi, has your uncle always been like this? When the topic turned to her son-in-law, Yu Wenshan couldn't help but say almost every good thing he could think of. Finally, she couldn't resist and bumped her best friend's shoulder. No, it's only recently. Chapter 39, Changing a Diaper. Is it really that difficult? Yes, Yuan has good taste. Qi Dong nodded speechlessly. As expected of father and daughter, they were both boasting about themselves. Daughter, there's something I need to tell you. After a while, Yu Wenshan sat up straight, and the smile on his face disappeared. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing her father looking at her with a serious expression, Yuan felt her heart pounding. It's a company matter. What happened to the company? Yes, uncle, if the company encounters any difficulties, I'll let my father at home know. Upon hearing that it was about the company, the two interrupted Yu Wenshan before he could even finish speaking. Alright, can you two please let me finish what I have to say? Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Yu Wenshan was both amused and exasperated. The company is fine, but I've sold all my shares. What? You've lost all your shares? And you're still okay? Qi Dongyi looked incredulous and stood up abruptly. She knew that Uncle Ya's company made a lot of profit every year. Dad, what happened? In contrast, Yuan was calmer this time. What's the use of rushing now that the deed is done? It's better to understand what happened and see if she can help. Even if she can't, she still has her husband. My son-in-law didn't want to start a business, but that requires a lot of capital, so I cashed out my shares. At this point, Yu Wenshan could only try to save face. He couldn't very well tell his daughter that he wanted to promote this project in the company, but in the end, not a single shareholder supported it. No way, uncle, you didn't. In his haste, Qi Dongyi reached out his hand, but in the end he held back, for this was his elder. I don't have a fever. Having already left the company, what else could he possibly worry about? Seeing that the water had boiled, Yu Wenshan took out some tea leaves and put them into the teapot. Uncle, that's not what I meant. Qi Dongyi quickly waved her hand to explain. She didn't want these words to reach her parents' ears, otherwise her allowance would be reduced again. Alright, stop explaining, or my dad will blame you again. When she saw her best friend, she wanted to explain, but Yuan grabbed her hand and gently patted it. She also wanted to know why her father had done this. Selling company shares is something no normal person would do, given the current economic downturn and the fact that not every industry is profitable. Wait a minute, Dad, you don't actually want to invest in cell phone batteries, do you? Then she finally remembered that her father had taken a test report from her husband. That's right, this is a great project. Dad even wants to multiply our assets several times over with this. He didn't just come here for a free meal, he also wants to discuss things thoroughly with his son-in-law and get the company up and running. As for the previously mentioned collaboration with mobile phone brands, Yu Wenshan is not considering it for the time being. After selling his shares, he already has new ideas. Mobile phone battery, what project? Qi Dongyi was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. She couldn't understand why her uncle, who was doing so well in the food industry, would switch to the electronics industry, specifically mobile phone batteries. Is this battery very profitable? Even if you don't understand these things, you know one thing, if it's really about making money, it won't be up to an outsider like you. Ha ha. Yu Wenshan did not answer, but laughed loudly and picked up his teacup. Daughter, your son-in-law's tea isn't good. Go back and get a few boxes later. Good. She knew her father treasured several boxes of fine tea, which he usually couldn't bear to drink. Now that he was letting her fetch several boxes, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. What are you talking about? It's so frustrating. The more this happened, the more anxious Qi Dongyi became. She really wanted to know the reason. She didn't have the courage to ask Yu Wenshan, so she could only look pitifully at her best friend. Alright, I'll go to the kitchen to help my son-in-law. After taking a sip of tea, Yu Wenshan got up and didn't forget to mention the 2 bottles of good wine. Big sister, please tell me quickly, what is that phone battery? She grabbed Yuan's arm and shook it playfully. Wow. Just then, the sound of a baby crying was heard. Wait a minute. Upon hearing her daughter cry, Yuan only needed to sniff the air to know why the baby was crying. Why is the baby crying? Can't you smell it? Bao pooped. At this moment, a sour, foul odor permeated the air. It really is true. Chidoni took a deep breath and then quickly covered his nose. Madam, let me do it. Sister Lu smelled it too, and she quickly put down the rag in her hand. Don't move, let me do it. Chidoni stood up and reached out to stop the two. Can you do it? Why can't I? She's my goddaughter. Okay, you can do it. Seeing that her best friend was determined to do so, Yuan didn't know what to say, but she felt a little sorry for her daughter. It's just changing diapers, I can do it. After saying that, she held her breath and began to tear open the diaper. This sour, stinky smell is really unpleasant to smell. Wow. Half a minute later, the baby's crying grew even louder. That shouldn't be the case. Thinking about the scene of Chinemo changing diapers, changing them in just a few seconds. Seeing the stuff on the diaper and smelling the odor, Chidoni felt a little nauseous, but since he had already said what he wanted to say, he had to finish what he said. Miss Chi, let me do it. At this moment, Sister Lu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing the young lady crying, she came over. That's strange, why can't I? Watching Sister Lu pull out a few wet wipes and quickly clean Erbao's bottom before putting on a diaper, Chidoni stood there dumbfounded, oblivious to the sour smell in the air. Okay, let's not dwell on this. Yuan pulled her back to sit on the sofa, thought for a moment, and then got up and picked up Erbao. Miss Yi, let me hug you. Seeing her second child happily waving his little hands in her best friend's arms, her heart melted again. The baby's hungry, do you have milk to feed him? For some reason, seeing her best friend like this, Yuan couldn't help but want to tease her a bit. Breastfeeding? At this moment, Yuan's skin was completely white, and compared to her own, she sighed. Come on. Miss Yi, are you hiding something? What did you eat to make the fruit so plump? You know perfectly well what I eat. As Yuan watched her daughter drink milk, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. The two are more than just best friends, they've known each other since childhood, when their parents had business dealings. Humph, there must be something hidden, otherwise why would yours be so? She didn't continue, and at this point she seemed like a deflated balloon. Alright, you just want to know why my dad is selling his shares. Yes, why? Upon hearing this, Chidoni, who had just been looking dejected, instantly became incredibly energetic. Because this phone battery was developed by my husband, and its capacity is 5 times that of the market average. Impossible. 5 times the capacity? I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. Chidoni shook his head frantically without even thinking. What happened in chapter 40? Calling the son-in-law master. Dinner's ready. Chinemo carried the last dish out of the kitchen. Great. I'm starving. Upon hearing that the food was ready, Chidoni jumped up and ran towards the kitchen. So careless. Yuan Shan put the newspaper down and sighed softly. An hour ago, he went to the kitchen to help, but he ended up making things worse and had to go back to the living room to wait for his meal. Honey, let's go eat. In contrast, he was increasingly satisfied with his daughter. He didn't know who had complained recently that his daughter had grown up and was too independent to control. It smells so good. Chidoni, who had run to the dining table, couldn't wait even a second. He grabbed a large shrimp, quickly peeled it, and put it in his mouth. Steamed seafood is just so delicious. Thank you, I'll drink. Looking at the bowl of chicken soup in front of him, Yuan Shan waved his hand and began to unpack the good wine he had brought over. If you want to drink alcohol, you can, but first you have to drink this chicken soup. Yuan snatched the freshly opened bottle of wine, as if to say, if you don't drink chicken soup, you can forget about drinking tonight. Okay, I'll drink it. Chidoni opened his mouth in surprise, and the shrimp he had just eaten almost fell out. Mind your image. Seeing this, Yuan had to remind him, pointing to the shrimp meat near her mouth. Cough, cough. She quickly wiped her mouth and put the shrimp back into her mouth. Glug. Yuan Shan ignored the two of them, picked up the bowl, and drank the chicken soup in one gulp. Master, your chicken soup is so delicious. After finishing the chicken soup, he couldn't help but sigh, a pang of regret flashing through his mind. After learning that Chin-mo was his son-in-law, he immediately had an idea. If such delicacies were promoted in the hotel, the company's revenue would surely increase several times over in a year. Unfortunately, those shareholders only saw their immediate interests. Put. After finishing a large shrimp, Chidoni picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks. She doesn't usually eat greasy food, but she didn't expect Shin Mo to make it so delicious. I had just put it in my mouth when I heard a shocking exclamation. Luckily, I covered my mouth in time, or the whole table of food would have been ruined. Shi Dongyi, what are you doing? Can't you just eat quietly? I'm sorry, I didn't want to either. Hearing her best friend's accusations, she wanted to look at Yi Wenshan and ask, if it weren't for your father's words, would I be like this? What, you want to drink too? Yi Wenshan had just poured 2 glasses of wine. He gave one to his son-in-law first, and was about to pick it up himself when he saw Shi Dongyi looking at him. Uncle, I don't drink alcohol, this is fine with me. Afraid that her thoughts would be discovered, she quickly pointed to Sister Lu and handed her the chicken soup. Master, if she won't drink, we will. Upon hearing this, Shi Dongyi immediately perked up his ears, even slowing down his soup-drinking movements, worried about missing a single word. Why does your uncle call him master? She found that her brain wasn't working properly today, everything was related to Shin Mo. She stole a glance at him and, apart from being a little handsome, she couldn't really see any other redeeming qualities. Want a drink? Shin Mo picked up his glass and took a small sip. Just as he was about to put the glass down, he saw Shi Dongyi looking at him. Cough cough, I'll have a drink, okay? This situation was hard to explain, so she coughed awkwardly and nodded, forcing herself not to admit that she had been spying on the other person. That's right, such delicious food can only be enjoyed without wine. Yi Wenshan laughed heartily, downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, and then picked up his chopsticks. Master, this spicy diced chicken is great. One bite and the numbing spiciness and savory flavor are incredibly satisfying. Yi Wenshan picked up a little bit of diced chicken and savored it carefully, then nodded in satisfaction. Father-in-law, if you like it, please come over often. Shin Mo likes a lively atmosphere when eating. Usually, it's just the two of them, which always feels a bit lonely. Even when their daughter is sleeping and doesn't need Sister Lu to take care of her, it's still just the 3 of them. Ha ha. You said it yourself, so don't come back later saying that this old man is causing trouble for you too. Hearing his son-in-law's words, Yi Wenshan was very happy, feeling that his efforts to sell the shares had not been in vain. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Wan blushed slightly and acted coquettishly. Her sweet voice made Shi Dongyi feel goosebumps all over his body. Cough cough. Shi Dongyi, you can't drink baijiu, I'll get you some red wine. Seeing her best friend's face flushed red, clearly from choking, Yi Wan, unaware that it was her fault, got up to get the red wine. Madam, I'll go get it. Sister Lu was quick to act, putting down her chopsticks and leaving the table. No, I just misbehaved. Even if you don't drink, I'm going to have some. Whether it was hereditary or not, looking at the table full of delicious food, Yi Wan always felt that something was missing. After hearing her father's words, she suddenly realized. Now that I've almost fully recovered, drinking a little shouldn't be a problem. Miss Yi, you still need to breastfeed your baby, is it alright to drink alcohol? Even if Shi Dongyi had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs walk before he had seen them in videos before. Oh, is that not allowed? Seeing Sister Lu bring over the red wine, Yi Wan looked a little disappointed and pitifully gazed at Shin Mo. A little bit won't hurt, honey, you've already fed the baby. Shin Mo is an expert in this regard, and what he said is correct. If you drink less red wine, it will be metabolized in 2 or 3 hours after circulating in your blood. Not to mention that you are now mixed feeding with breast milk and formula, and the baby drinks formula at night. Real? Yi Wan, who had just been feeling down, brightened up upon hearing this. More real than real gold, but you can only drink 1 cup. There are still more than 10 hours until morning breastfeeding. Even if you drink 2 glasses of red wine, let alone 1 glass, they can be metabolized. Honey, you're so good to me. Ahem, Miss Yi, there are outsiders here. Seeing the two being affectionate, Shi Dongyi, who had just been fed a dose of PDA, suddenly felt that the food he was eating no longer tasted good. What, you can't stand it? You can find one yourself. Wanner is right, should your uncle help you find one? At this moment, even Yi Wenshan couldn't help but make a joke. Stop talking, I surrender. Humph, let's teach you to look down on single people. Shi Dongyi grabbed a large shrimp and began peeling its shell with great effort. Ha ha. Seeing Shi Dongyi's embarrassment, the others burst into laughter. Shoo, could you please keep your voices down? The baby is sleeping. Okay, we'll stop laughing. Yi Wan glanced back and, seeing that her 2 daughters were still asleep, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, our chef has worked so hard, let's all raise a glass to him. Yi Wenshan filled his glass and raised it. Uncle is right, cheers. Sister Lu didn't drink alcohol, but she did raise her glass, which contained juice. Master, when will you teach me a few moves? After putting down his wine glass, Yi Wenshan brought up the issue again. The answer is finally about to be revealed. Why does Uncle call Qin Mo master? Chapter 41. No joke, the son-in-law is really capable. Miss Yi, what does your uncle want to learn from your husband? While the two were drinking, Shidani finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and put a piece of fish on her best friend's plate. What else could it be but martial arts? Martial arts? You mean Qin Mo knows that? She knew that Uncle Yi had a hobby, collecting folk martial arts manuals. If it weren't for my elders, they would definitely laugh at me, saying that people still believe in this kind of thing in today's society. Yeah, you don't even know whose husband he is. At this moment, Yuan was like a child who had received a rare treasure, eager to share it with the whole world. Alright, look how smug you are. Hurry up and tell me what happened. I see. After a brief, hushed conversation, Shidani's doubts were finally resolved. Clang. The two raised their wine glasses and clinked them together gently. If there were steak, that would be perfect. I wonder if your husband can cook it. This is my husband, don't even think about taking advantage of him forever. Hearing her best friend's words, Yuan rolled her eyes. She couldn't grant her wish, otherwise she would treat this place as a permanent canteen. Master, what are your thoughts on the mobile phone battery you've developed? After several rounds of drinks, Yi Wenshan did not forget the purpose of his visit. My thoughts, father-in-law, to be honest, I really don't know much about this. Do you have any good suggestions? After learning that Yi Wenshan was his father-in-law, Qin Mo collected relevant information online and discovered that his father-in-law was worth over 1 billion yuan. Someone who started from scratch and built their current wealth is bound to offer advice that they've figured out themselves. Besides, even if you don't use it yourself, you can still use it as a reference. Shall I offer a suggestion? The two raised their glasses in perfect unison and clinked them together lightly. My suggestion is that instead of finding someone to partner with, you should start your own company. Although he hadn't seen the sample yet, Yi Wenshan believed that his son-in-law wouldn't joke about something like this. Start your own company. Qin Mo did not answer immediately, but picked up his wine glass and took another sip with his father-in-law. I had this idea before, but I felt unsure of myself as there were no professionals available and I was relying solely on the four of us. Yes, we should keep such a good project in our own hands. Yi Wenshan clenched his fist and gave her an encouraging look. He only had one daughter, and he couldn't let her suffer. Father-in-law, if I want to do this myself, could you find someone to help me? At that moment, a thought flashed through Qin Mo's mind. Others might try to trick him, but his father-in-law probably wouldn't. It seems we think alike. Actually, there's something I haven't told you yet. Yi Wenshan suddenly burst into laughter, then picked up the wine bottle and personally poured wine for Qin Mo. Father-in-law, I can do it myself. Don't be so polite with me, we're all family now, and we'll still need your master to make money in the future. Father-in-law, what were you just talking about? Since the other party had said that, Qin Mo had no choice but to withdraw his hand. He really wanted to know what it was about. When her father-in-law mentioned this, both his wife and her best friend put down their chopsticks and their eyes fell on Yi Wenshan. I've transferred my company shares. I'm planning to start a company with my mentor. What? At this moment, Qin Mo could no longer remain calm. He knew his father-in-law's company's business. According to the data published online, it had always been profitable. Even if it wasn't 100 million, it was still tens of millions. Now he's telling himself that he shouldn't take such a good business. If it weren't for his father-in-law, he would have wanted to open his head to see if it was flooded. Father-in-law, are you doing this for me? Yi Wenshan nodded calmly, then reached for the kung pao chicken with his chopsticks. To be honest, this dish was quite delicious when served with drinks. Miss Yi, aren't you jealous? Shidani had never seen a similar scenario in any of the short videos he had watched, and he never imagined it would happen to someone he knew. Jealous? Why? You're an only child, so the company can only be left to you. Seeing her best friend so calm, Shidani couldn't help but roll her eyes. The same goes for my husband. Okay, stop talking. Even delicious food can't shut you up. Yuan didn't want her to continue talking, so she picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her best friend's mouth. Wah! You've changed. She spat the chicken into the bowl, wanting to say something, but Yiwon glared at her, so she could only shut her mouth. Okay, I won't tell. My best friend has been kidnapped. I'd like to hear what you have to say next. Ji-dongi immediately perked up her ears, eager to know how much money Uncle Yi would invest. As for whether it will happen to all of them, that's impossible. Now that we have the funds, the most important thing next is to find a suitable office space. Seeing that Shin Mo did not refuse, Yu Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his son-in-law would shake his head, since he had already mortgaged all his stocks. I do have an office space here, son-in-law, but is it suitable? Shin Mo paused here, raised his glass and clinked it with his father-in-law's. What a coincidence! Now all they need to do is recruit people, and the company can be set up. As for the formalities, Shin Mo doesn't need to worry about them. His father-in-law will take care of them as quickly as possible. Really? Where? Dad, at the Scepter Tower. At this moment, Yuan couldn't help but speak up, eager to see the shocked expression on her father's face. Honey, you're not kidding? As expected, Yuan Shan's arm trembled slightly upon hearing this, and a little wine splashed out of his glass. Before this, he also wanted to move the company to the Scepter building, but unfortunately he couldn't do it in the end. I never imagined that my dream of starting a company with my son-in-law would come true. Really, we completed the formalities this morning. On which floor? He trusted his daughter wouldn't joke about something like this and couldn't wait to find out which floor it was on. Even within the companies located in the Scepter building, there are specific rules. The higher the floor, the higher the social status and position. 88 floors. Yiwon calmly made a gesture. How much? Say it again? Ji-dongi, who had been eavesdropping, picked at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. My husband bought a whole 2,000 square meters of the 88th floor. Honey, you just said buy, not rent? The more Yuan Shan listened, the more outrageous it seemed. He began to suspect that his daughter and son-in-law had conspired to deceive him. What kind of place was the Scepter building? It wasn't something that money could buy. Yes, we're buying it. You don't believe me? I'll go to the car now and get the documents. No matter what you say now, Yuan Shan won't believe it unless he sees the documents with his own eyes. Okay, I'll go right away. Honey, I'm going. Shin Mo stood up, placed his hands on his wife's shoulders, and gently pressed her down to sit back in the chair. Honey, you weren't joking just now? Watching Shin Mo walk out, Yuan Shan's confidence wavered, wondering if his son-in-law would buy an entire floor of the Scepter building. Dad, you don't even trust your own daughter? Chapter 42 gave you a chance, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Houting Residential Complex. In a certain apartment building. 3 young men sat around a table with some barbecue in front of them and each holding a can of beer. What a pity, the atmosphere is missing a lot when drinking without lao air, a nickname for lao air. Glug. Glug. The fourth brother, Sun Pengyun, gulped down several mouthfuls of beer and then slammed it on the table. Alright, I know what you're thinking. Your goddess is with the second brother. Doesn't this place feel uncomfortable? Hang Xiangwen pointed to his chest. Even a day later, he was still shocked when he thought about it. No matter how I think about it, I just can't understand why the goddess would be with the second brother and even have twin daughters with him. If this gets out in school, it'll be like an earthquake of magnitude 8. Are you two still going to drink? If you want to know why, just ask the second brother tomorrow. Why waste your brainpower? The eldest brother is right. The second brother is a rich kid. What's there to be unhappy about? Speaking of which, I have to admire him. A rich second-generation heir kept a low profile for 3 years. If it were me, I would want all the girls in the school to know. This kid is pretending to be poor, and he always freeloads off me. The 3 of them ate skewers while chatting about interesting things happening around them. What are your thoughts on the company matters that the second brother mentioned? When Yuan Shan mentioned the company, the surrounding air suddenly became quiet, with only their breathing sounds remaining. What else can we think of? We'll attack wherever the second brother points. The place they are currently living in was also rented by Shin Mo, at a monthly rent of 5,000. When they heard this price, it felt like a knife was being plunged into their hearts. There was no way to refuse. Shin Mo said that the company needed their help in the early stages of setup, and if they lived too far away, the efficiency would be too low and time would be wasted on the road. What are your thoughts on what the second brother just told us? I'd like to invite a few classmates over, since we know each other well. I just don't know if my second brother will mind. Shin Mo just sent them a message saying that the initial setup of the company was very difficult and asked the three of them to hire some people to help. But they didn't expect that the company would be so exhausted right after it opened. I don't think the second child will mind. He gets along well with his classmates. Aside from a few classmates, Shin Mo had a decent relationship with his classmates, thanks in part to the class advisor. Since none of you have any objections, shall I send the information to the class group? Sun Pengyun held up his phone and waved it in front of the two of them. Damn it, when are you going to finish editing this, fourth brother? Just now, just a few words, nothing fancy. Ding dong. Ding dong. As soon as the message was sent, both phones on the table beeped almost simultaneously. You're posting so fast? I'd like to see what good content you can write. The fourth student, Hang Xiangwen, picked up his phone, opened the class group chat, and read the contents aloud. I have a great job opportunity here, with meals and accommodation included. Anyone interested can contact anyone in dormitory 501. Limited spots available, only 5 people needed, first come, first served. That's it? After reading the contents, Hang Xiangwen's expression changed slightly. The fourth brother was right, it was indeed just a few words, nothing particularly eloquent. But if you want to recruit people, at least point out their strengths. Don't tell others that the key advantage is that meals and accommodation are provided. Yes, what's the problem? Sun Pengyun was very satisfied with the content he had edited. He didn't even need a glass of wine, he just opened a can of beer and gulped down a few mouthfuls. What's the difference between this and those factories recruiting people? They offer room and board, so why would they need to come to you? Who says there's no difference? I didn't ask to work overtime. Sun Pengyun took another sip of beer, feeling smug. In his previous job, he often had to work overtime, and his superiors didn't treat them like human beings, but rather like machines. You're right, but with these conditions, let alone anyone coming over, they won't even bother asking. At this moment, even the eldest brother couldn't help but speak up. Ding dong. Ding dong. As soon as Zhu Letian finished speaking, all 3 of their phones rang one after another. He glanced at the class group chat and saw that there were already more than a dozen unread messages in just a short while. Boss, look, someone asked about it. Ah, someone did ask. Upon seeing a message, the group chat was instantly brought to life by the lurking members. After reading the message, the third member couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sun Pengyun, what job do you do, and where do you work? To the person upstairs, Li, please read the message carefully before you start flattering. Who's trying to curry favor? I'm just having a bad day at work and want a change of scenery. Seriously? Free room and board, but no salary? Sun Pengyun, are you kidding us? Do I really need your introduction for this kind of job? I have tons of factories around me that offer room and board plus a 2,000 yuan monthly salary. What a waste of my time. I thought there was some great job out there. As long as you're willing to work hard, you could easily make several thousand a month in those factories. Wang Bo, we're university students. Even if we starve, we'd rather die than work in a factory screwing in screws. Otherwise, what's the point of studying for so many years? Don't look down on screwdrivers, the economy is bad right now, and jobs are hard to find. 4 of my roommates in room 501 lost their jobs on different days. After this classmate sent the message, the group chat suddenly went silent for a second, and then someone started spamming the chat. Ha ha. Li Wending's reminder is good. Sun Pengyun, you guys aren't unemployed, are you? Now you're recruiting in the class. Have you fallen into a pyramid scheme and are trying to scam your classmates? At Sun Pengyun. At Shin Mo. At Hang Xiangwen. At Zhu Letian. The 4 students upstairs, please come out and explain yourself. Don't mislead your classmates. This classmate had a bad relationship with Sun Pengyun, and seeing an opportunity to criticize him, he certainly wouldn't miss it, tagging the 4 people in dormitory 501 in the group chat. Sun Yangyun, watch your mouth. The 4 of us have found jobs. Go tell your master to intervene, I'm terrified of losing my job again. Sun Pengyun, who had been staring at the group messages and wondering how to explain things to his classmates, jumped up when he saw this message. In his anger, he almost threw his phone away. Damn it, I keep running into this bitch everywhere I go. When school started, he wasn't particularly interested in Sun Yangyun. However, after half a semester, some of the stupid things the other person did, and since their names differed by only one character, some classmates mistook him for the other person. These misunderstandings led to the two becoming bitter enemies. Meeting at school is like a lighter and a fuse, it could explode at any moment. Fourth brother, arguing with this kind of person is bad for your health. I'll send another message, and if no classmates believe it, I'll recruit them outside. Okay, boss, you come here, glug. Sun Pengyun felt a little better after finishing half a can of beer in one go. Dear students, this job has excellent prospects. Those interested can contact us privately. Chapter 43. I didn't lie to my classmates, the company is right here. 9 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of the Scepter building. We didn't come to the wrong place, did we? 5 young people stood at the gate, one of whom was a woman. This is the place, the Scepter Tower. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Zhu Minli checked again to make sure that they hadn't come to the wrong place. This company is quite impressive. Nonsense, our previous company couldn't even compare to a tenth of this place. Dong Gaojie, make another call and ask Sun Pengyun if there are 2 Scepter buildings. Okay, I'll ask. After arriving here, Dong Gaojie also began to suspect that they had been misled by some of the students from class 801. Guangzhou only has the Scepter building, wow, is it that impressive? One student had already taken out his phone and searched for information about the Scepter building online. He randomly clicked on one of the listings and was immediately shocked by its contents. What? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Zhu Minli quickly snatched the phone away. Looks like we've really been tricked. She didn't even need to read all the information, just seeing a few companies made Zhu Minli sigh deeply. These companies were all very famous in China. How could recent college graduates like her possibly work for companies of this caliber? Shu, don't speak. When Dong Gaojie, who was making the call, saw the call connect and heard his classmates still talking, he quickly told them to shut up. Hey, Dong Gaojie, are you here yet? As soon as the call connected, Sun Pengyun's loud voice came through. We're at the building entrance. Were you stopped? Wait a moment, I'll come down and get you. Beep beep. The phone call ended before Dong Gaojie could continue speaking. How so? Seeing that the call had ended, the 4 couldn't wait to ask why they had come here so early in the morning to make such a difficult decision. Are you just trying to make us laugh? Hurry up and tell me, you're driving me crazy. Can't you let me speak? Okay, go ahead. We'll find out soon enough whether it's true or not. Sun Pengyun said he'd come down to pick us up. After Dong Gaojie finished speaking, he prayed in his heart that if it was false, he would have to find a job again. He's upstairs, so I'm relieved. Are they still teasing us? Alright, everyone come over here. There's no rush. We'll find out the truth soon enough. What are you guys doing? Don't block this place. At this moment, a security guard came out. He had already noticed the 5 people and saw them standing motionless at the gate. If I offend some people, I might lose my job. Big brother, we're waiting for someone. Dong Gaojie quickly went to greet him, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed him a cigarette with practiced ease. Don't block the main entrance while waiting for someone, move to the side. The security guard, who was about to say something, could only point to a spot next to him when he saw the cigarette offered to him. Okay, we'll wait there. Among the 5, Dong Gaojie was relatively more experienced, and even though the other party was a security guard, he maintained a very humble attitude. Be more careful next time. After putting the cigarettes away, the security guard returned to his post. 5 or 6 minutes later. Why haven't they come down yet? The group wanted to go inside and take a look, but they were afraid of being kicked out, so they could only stand there anxiously. It's not like we're going up the stairs. Even if we're on the top floor, we should come down now. They're probably waiting for the elevator, this is rush hour. At this moment, a group of people were already queuing outside the elevator. Then let's wait a few more minutes. Ta-da! Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Following closely behind was Sun Pengyun's loud voice. Oh, you've all arrived. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Sun Pengyun was the one who came out to meet them. Judging from his appearance, he ran out as soon as he got off the elevator. You won't have to wait long. Upon seeing that the company was indeed there, the 5 people quickly waved their hands, saying they would be willing to wait another half hour at this point. We just arrived too. Yes, I just arrived recently too. Alright, Let's talk about it upstairs. The 6 people stood by the gate. People passing by glanced at them. Sun Pingyun waved his hand and took the lead to guide the way. That's strange, I haven't seen Brother Wang for the past 2 days. After entering the lobby, Sun Pingyun glanced at the security guard post, muttered something under his breath, and shook his head. Sun Pingyun, what are you saying? Xu Minli quickened her pace, caught up with Sun Pingyun, and walked alongside him. Nothing? Is that so? When she saw Sun Pingyun, she didn't want to talk. Even though she was curious, she was too embarrassed to ask, since she still needed him to help her find a job. What does our company do? After the group entered the elevator, one of the classmates finally couldn't hold back any longer. You'll see when you get there. Sun Pingyun feigned mystery and did not answer. His expression seemed calm, but he was actually overjoyed inside. This feels so good. No wonder everyone loves being a leader. Sun Pingyun, I've noticed you've gotten more handsome lately. Xu Minli's eyes darted around, and she deliberately bumped the other person with her shoulder. Really? I didn't notice. That's what he said, but he straightened his collar and struck what he thought was a very cool pose. Ms. Zhu is right, Sun Pingyun, you really have become more handsome. After Xu Minli reminded him, the other students began to look at Sun Pingyun. Dong Gaojie observed the other person most carefully. His casual attire made him stand out. The office workers coming and going here are all dressed in business attire, and the 5 of them are no exception, wearing the suits they wore for their job interviews a few months ago. Ha, you guys are full of energy too. Bite. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Have we arrived? Seeing the elevator stop on the 88th floor, the 5 people did not go out first, but looked at Sun Pingyun. We've arrived. From now on, this entire floor will be our workplace. Sun Pingyun stepped out of the elevator and pointed to the 2,000 square meter floor. Did I hear that right? This whole floor is company property? 5 students came out one after another. Even if they didn't know how big this floor was, they knew one thing: the monthly rent was not small. If they could spend so much money to rent it, the treatment should not be bad. Sun Pingyun, you really didn't lie to us. Thinking of what he had said in the class group chat, the 5 of them glanced at each other and nodded almost simultaneously. Even if I, Sun Pingyun, were to beg, I would never lie to my classmates. We just bought the office space. If you come here now, you'll all be founding members. Doesn't that mean the future looks bright? Sun Pingyun walked in front, holding the empire in his hands, exuding an air of grandeur. Did I hear you right? Sun Pingyun said buy, not rent? I heard it too, they did buy it. Wow. This company must be really powerful to buy an entire floor in one go? As they walked further in, they realized just how large this floor was. This must cost tens of millions. Tens of millions. This is the Scepter building. It must cost at least 50 or 60 million. Chapter 44. The sky collapses, the boss marries the goddess. 88th floor. Ha ha. Not bad. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Chairman Yi, what are we doing here? Ren Baiman already had a guess in her heart, but she still had some doubts before she got confirmation. We've all left the company, so please stop calling me Chairman Yi. This place will belong to our new company from now on. At this moment, Yu Wenshan was very happy and patted Qin Mo on the shoulder as he spoke. Father-in-law, I'm glad you're satisfied. Sister Baiman, thank you for your help with setting up the new company. On the way there, his father-in-law had already told him the gist of the matter. The young woman in front of him was someone he had poached from his old company. There were a few other people with her, but they were all middle-level managers. Yu Wenshan had been with the company for more than 10 years, so he must have his own confidants. President Qin, as long as you don't mind, I will never leave, even if you kill me. The two extended their hands and shook hands briefly, but Ren Baiman's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. She never expected that Miss Yi would get married so quietly and have a pair of adorable twin princesses. If she hadn't agreed to come along, she wouldn't know when she would have found out about this shocking news. Hee hee, some people can't sleep at night. Everyone at the original company knows that Miss Yi has quite a few suitors. I wonder if they'll run to the rooftop and perform a trapeze act after receiving this news. Fourth brother, you finally decided to come, I. Sun Pingyun's voice came first, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Seeing a group of people standing at the door, Sun Pingyun, who was about to say something, quickly shut his mouth. Hee hee. Hello everyone. These people in front of me have an extraordinary air about them, especially the middle-aged man in the lead, who clearly holds a high position. Son-in-law, who is this? Father-in-law, this is my college roommate, Sun Pengyun. Fourth brother, my father-in-law is Yi Wen-shan. Shin Mo gave a brief introduction to both parties. Leaf. Sun Pengyun stood there, unsure of how to address him, and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. You can just call me Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi. Fourth brother, you go ahead with your work, I'll show my father-in-law around. Good. Upon hearing this, Sun Pengyun ran faster than a rabbit. For the first time, he felt extremely uncomfortable being with such an important person and had almost been misled by those short dramas. Honey, I can watch the baby. This time, Sister Lu didn't come out, she had to take care of her 2 daughters on her own. Mr. Ren, let's take a look around. What do you think is the best design for the new company's general manager position? You're the perfect fit. What my father-in-law said is also what I meant. When Rin Baiman looked at him, Shin Mo nodded. The two of them had discussed it last night. His father-in-law would arrange the manpower, and he would just collect the money. That person is Shin Mo? Not far away, 5 young people stood. One of them couldn't believe it and quickly rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. It is indeed Shin Mo, and he will be your boss from now on. The eldest brother, Zhu Letian, walked over and was equally shocked when he saw Yi Wen-shan. Unlike his classmates, he knew this business tycoon. Who is that middle-aged man next to Shin Mo? He doesn't look like a simple person. When did he meet someone like that? Ha, you'll be shocked your eyes out if I told you. Who is it? At this moment, the 5 classmates no longer doubted that what Sun Pengyun had said before was true. Have you seen that stunningly beautiful woman? Before Zhu Letian could speak again, the third brother, Hang Xiangguan, also came over to join in the fun. It looks familiar. Dong Gaojie squinted and looked him over. He was nearsighted and didn't want to wear glasses. She looks more than just familiar, isn't she your goddess? Just moments ago, Yuan was facing this direction sideways, but when she turned around, Zhu Minli was startled. Who is our goddess? At this moment, Dong Gaojie regretted not getting a pair of glasses. Student Dong, who else could it be but our university goddess, Yuan? The other students recognized him too, their eyes widening to their limit, and their breathing becoming rapid. No way, what's the goddess doing here? That's not the point. The point is, our goddess is already married and has children. Who the hell did this? Don't let me find out, or I'll show him why the flowers are so red. Ahem. I know who it is, and you definitely won't dare to lay a hand on me if I tell you. Sun Pengyun seemed to want to stir things up even more, adding fuel to the fire. He wanted to see what kind of expressions these classmates would have when they found out the truth. Who is it? Even if it's a Martian, we'll take our spaceship there and beat him up. Shin Mo, your new boss. As expected of someone from the same dormitory, Hang Xiangguan added at the opportune moment, a sly smile spreading across his face. Shin Mo, let's. Dong Gaojie stopped mid-sentence and quickly shut his mouth. What are you taking pictures of? Take a picture of them and give them our blessings. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. The goddess in his heart was already married and had children. Go ahead and cry if you want to, I understand. Sun Pengyun slapped him hard on the shoulder. Seeing that everyone had the same expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction. My goodness, Shin Mo is amazing. He won over your goddess without making a sound. Previously, Zhu Minli had some ideas about coming to work together and seeing if she could date Shin Mo. Now that they know the truth, they've suddenly become sober, personally extinguishing the budding flame of hope. No wonder he's the boss. He won over the goddess while still in college. Who says otherwise? While we were still looking for senior and junior students, the boss had already made his move on the advisor. If I think about it, it was during my sophomore year of college. I was wondering why my boss, who was so handsome, didn't have a girlfriend. Turns out I was just a frog in a well. Without realizing it, they had already placed themselves in the position of employees. There's even more shocking news. Do you want to know? What news? You don't mean to tell us that the boss is some kind of young master from a powerful family, do you? For some reason, upon hearing Zhu Lishan's words, several classmates recalled scenes from a short drama they had recently watched. What are you thinking? But if you do the math, it's about the same. Stand still, don't fall. Alright, Latte, hurry up and tell us. Our hearts can take a shock. The answer lies with that middle-aged man. Do you know who he is? Zhu Letian kept everyone in suspense again, not giving the answer directly. In response, he received a slap on the shoulder from Sun Pingyun. Boss, it's my treat tonight, what's up? Listen up, everyone. That's the chairman of the Yi Group, worth over 1 billion yuan, and also Qin Mo's father-in-law. They were a bit far apart and hadn't heard the conversation. As soon as Zhu Letian finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened and their breathing became rapid. 1 billion or more, my god. If I eat a bowl of wontons, am I losing 10 coins? Chapter 45. Everyone was shocked. This is my classmate. Honey, the baby needs a diaper change. Yuan gently knocked on the door and nodded to the people inside. Father-in-law, I'll be going out for a bit. Okay, go ahead. Yuan Shan was very satisfied with his son-in-law. My 2 precious granddaughters only recognize their father when I change their diapers. They cry and fuss if I say anything else. As if to verify Yuan Shan's words, the baby's crying stopped as soon as he finished speaking. Wow, I never knew Mr. Qin was such a super dad. That's right, he doesn't even know whose son-in-law he is, ha. When others praised his son-in-law, Yuan Shan felt only happiness and laughed heartily a few times. A dozen seconds ago. Baby, daddy's here, don't cry, don't cry. Babies cry for one of only 2 reasons: they are hungry or their diapers are uncomfortable. Giggle. In no time, less than 10 seconds, Qin Mo had changed his daughter's diaper. The little one giggled happily and waved her hands in the air. Ding! Changed your daughter's diaper, reward, a design blueprint. After Qin Mo changed the diaper, a system notification sounded in his mind. He then flipped his hand, revealing a folded drawing. Honey, it's done. At this moment, Yuan walked in, glanced at the blueprints in his hand, and felt strange but didn't ask. All right. You go ahead and get busy. After taking the second baby from her arms, Yuan gently stroked her daughter's cheek with her finger. You little rascal, even your mom won't change your diapers, you only want your dad. Giggle. Erbo held Yuan's fingers tightly with both hands, looking as if she had found a precious treasure, and was so happy that she didn't want to let go. Mr. Yi, this place is a full 2,000 square meters. We need to find a famous designer to draw up the blueprints first before we start the renovation. As Qin Mo walked back to the door, he heard Ren Baiman's voice. You're back? So soon? Upon hearing footsteps, Ren Baiman looked up and saw Qin Mo, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Since we were just talking about company renovations, what are your thoughts? Yuan Shan gently patted the chair next to him. Heh, what can I do? I don't understand these things. After sitting down, Qin Mo awkwardly touched his nose. Huh, what's this? At this moment, everyone noticed the drawings in his hand. It's nothing, just a blueprint. Qin Mo waved his hand, preparing to put it away and study it carefully when he got home. Show me. In Yuan Shan's view, his son-in-law must have brought out something of high quality. Give. If his father-in-law wanted to see, he certainly wouldn't refuse, so he quickly let go of his hand. After a while. By man, look. President Qin, so you had already consulted an expert. You should have told us sooner. What? Hearing Ren Baiman's words, Qin Mo was a little confused, and a thought popped into his mind. Could this blueprint, a reward from the system, be? Ha ha! What a good son-in-law! Seeing Ren Baiman nod, Yuan Shan happily patted him on the shoulder. In front of outsiders, Yuan Shan always calls him son-in-law, and only in front of close friends will he call him master. With these blueprints, we can contact a renovation company and start construction today. All right. Mr. Ren, then I'll leave this matter to you. There's 10 million in this card. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Yuan Shan laughed heartily, took out a bank card, and placed it in Ren Baiman's hand. 10 million, Mr. Yi, that's not enough, 5 million will suffice. Looking at the bank card in her hand, her first thought was to save money. She quickly calculated in her mind and immediately came up with an approximate amount. No, I want the most expensive renovation. The entire floor was bought by the son-in-law and will belong to them from now on, so there's no need to worry about being evicted when the lease expires. Good. Ren Baiman really wanted to know the reason. This office building wasn't hers, so why spend so much money on renovations? After thinking about it, I decided to put the bank card away. Boss, call everyone in. Just then, Zhu Letian appeared at the door. The room Qin Mo and the others are in now is the company's former conference room. They haven't even moved the tables and chairs out. Okay, I'll go right away. He had originally come to ask about the company's future plans, but upon hearing Qin Mo's words, he turned and left. Alright, everyone put aside what you're doing for now. The new boss wants to call us over for a meeting. Zhu Letian walked over, clapped his hands, and attracted everyone's attention. What? The boss is calling us? I'm so nervous. What's the panic? The boss is a person too. He's not going to eat us, it's just a meeting. I know, but he's a billionaire with assets worth billions. It's hard for people like us to even meet him, and now he's holding a meeting for us. Just thinking about it is exciting. Alright, stop complaining after you've gotten a good deal. The boss is still waiting for us. Yes, we can't keep the boss waiting. I wonder if everyone will regret it so much when they hear this news. Need I say more? They're definitely regretting it. After all, this is a company owned by a boss with assets worth billions. Luckily, Xu Minli quickly covered her mouth, swallowing back what she was about to say. Thank goodness. What, Miss Xu? A classmate came over and asked with a grin. Looking at the smile on his face, you just wanted to punch him. We're here. We can talk about everything later. As they chatted and laughed, they soon arrived at the meeting room door, and Zhu Letian had to give them a reminder. Knock, knock. He knocked lightly on the door before speaking. Gentlemen, everyone has arrived. When he spoke, he nodded to Qin Mo with a very respectful attitude. When no one was around, he could call Qin Mo by his nickname, but during work hours he would address him as boss. Let them in. This was the company's first meeting, not an important one, just a chance for everyone to meet and get to know each other, but Qin Mo still took it very seriously. Father-in-law, they are all my college classmates. This is Zhu Letian. Hang Xiangwen. Sun Pangyun. After everyone was seated, Qin Mo spoke first, giving a brief introduction to both sides. Before we start the meeting, I have something to say. At this moment, Yuan Shan raised his right hand and then gently lowered it. This was his habit. Whenever he did this during a meeting, everyone present would shut up. Ahem. Don't worry about the details. What I want to talk about is the company's shareholding. I'll invest 200 million, taking 48% of the shares. Qin Mo will take 51%, and the remaining 1% is for the general manager. Mr. Yi, you. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of shock, especially Qin Mo's university classmates. I know what you're trying to say. I'm still taking advantage of my son-in-law. Do you even know who owns this floor of the office building? Isn't this yours, Mr. Yi? No, it belongs to Qin Mo. He bought the 88th floor with a full payment of 200 million. What? 200 million in full? Xu Minli, Dong Gaojie, stood up in shock one after the other. Chapter 46. Regret it now? You'll only know once you've been there. Next is the issue of compensation. After Ren Baiman finished speaking, she glanced at everyone present. After announcing some important matters, Qin Mo and his two bosses left, leaving Ren Baiman to arrange things, since she was now the company's general manager. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the 12 people present sat up straight, afraid of missing a single word, as this concerned their own interests. Several people began to breathe rapidly. They had come with Ren Baiman, all hoping for better treatment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up their previous stable income. The probationary period salary for a regular employee is 8,000. Ren Baiman paused here, glanced at Zhu Minli and the other four, and immediately made them gasp. We're on trial, but 8,000 yuan is acceptable. Their previous jobs were also probationary periods. After all, they were recent college graduates, and without connections, they all started from the probationary period unless they were exceptionally outstanding. Considering you are the boss's classmates, the probationary period will be waived, and you will be directly promoted to full-time employees. The salary will also change accordingly. As for the amount, that will be decided by President Qin. The salary for a regular full-time employee is 12,000. 12,000, that was the right decision. At this moment, the five people's mood was like a roller coaster. Their previous job would only pay 8,000 after they were offered a permanent position, and they didn't even know if they would have a chance. Now, it's great, they can get a permanent position directly and earn an extra 4,000. By the way, the money is in hand. Seeing the changes in the 5 people's expressions, Rin Baiman was in a great mood. Her favorite thing to do was to be here. As for the 8 of you, from now on, you'll be considered middle management in the company. The 2 bosses won't treat you unfairly. The current compensation is 20,000. Rin Baiman would pause for a moment whenever she got to an important point. If she weren't the company's general manager, everyone would love to have a close sparring session with her. Mr. Rin, hurry up and tell me, you're driving me crazy. After working alongside his second brother for a while, Sun Pengyun was finally seeing the results and was so eager that he almost slammed his fist on the table. There will be bonuses after the company's projects go public. A bonus? I wonder if we'll get one. So far, the people who joined later still don't know the company's specific projects. Hearing that there are bonuses for middle-level managers, Zhu Minli and the other 4 felt a surge of anticipation. Don't worry, all of you. Regular employees also get bonuses, though it's a little less compared to others. As she spoke, Ren Baiman looked at the 3 people in dormitory 501 and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, thinking that they had really risen to the top in one step. Half an hour later. Alright, meeting adjourned. Ren Baiman rubbed her temples and muttered to herself. I can't handle everything myself. It seems we need to hire a secretary. She is now the company's general manager and has the authority to hire middle and lower level employees. He glanced at the 2 women present and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The role of secretary is not one that just anyone can play. Alright, everyone, disperse. Take care of your personal matters first, and you'll officially start work tomorrow. She was the first to leave the meeting room. The renovation of the company would begin this afternoon and was expected to take a month. During this month, she also assigned work to the employees present. Yes, Mr. Ren. General Manager, we'll go find a house right away and make sure it's done today. I'm doomed. My place is far from the company. If I rent a place here, I can forget about saving any money in a month. Zhu Minli did a quick calculation in her mind, then shook her head with a wry smile. Rent in big cities is not cheap, especially near bustling areas. A regular single room costs more than 1,000, and a better apartment costs 2,000. Ms. Zhu, why don't you rent with us? I'm sure no one will mind. You wish. We'll rent a place together, and we'll save 1 room for Miss Zhu. We promise we won't bother you. Zhu Minli was fairly good looking. Although she wasn't a campus beauty or department beauty in college, she was considered a class beauty and had quite a few suitors. You guys don't need to think about it, I'll figure it out myself. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Sun Pengyun. After learning that Qin Mo had gotten married, she had started looking for a new partner. That's a real shame. In that case, let's all 4 of us go find a place to live. Dong Gaojie felt a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered and waved to the other 3 classmates. Then let's look for a job near the company. Even if it's a few thousand a month, if we split it among the 4 of us, it'll only be 1,000 at most. He just searched online for rental information nearby, and most of the 2-bedroom apartments were priced close to 4,000. The company is currently offering them a salary of 12,000 yuan, which is considered a small amount of money for them. Okay, I'll contact you again tonight, let's have a casual meal together. Okay, that's settled then. Soon only 5 people remained in the meeting room. Zhu Minli searched on her phone for a while, and finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. I'll have to rent an apartment. She felt like her heart was bleeding when she had to pay 2,500 yuan to rent an apartment, while the apartment she was currently renting only cost a little over 500 yuan. It will take some time to go back and forth, so I need to hurry back, pack my things, and check out. Thinking of this, Zhu Minli stood up and cupped her hands in greeting to the 4 people. Distinguished leaders, I must leave now. Shin Mangrui is one of the 2 women who was just debating whether to rent an apartment by herself or share an apartment with someone else. A monthly rent of 3,000 is within her acceptable range. However, the thought that the other party was the boss's college classmate made that slight hesitation disappear. Zhu Minli, wait, let's go out together. Sister Shin, what's the matter? After the 2 walked out of the conference room, Zhu Minli finally spoke. She wasn't stupid, she knew that the other party hadn't asked inside because they didn't want others to know. I also need to rent a place, how about we share? Shin Mangrui was well aware of her own abilities. It was almost impossible for her to advance further unless she could gain the boss's appreciation. Really, Sister Shin? You can't joke about something like this. You go back and pack your things first. I'll go take a look around the neighborhood now. If I find something suitable, I'll call you to go house hunting together. Good. Just then, the phone rang. If you are the fireworks on the sea, then I am the foam on the wave. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me. Sister Shin, excuse me, I need to take this call. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhu Minli looked embarrassed. Okay, you answer the phone first. What's wrong with her calling herself at this time? The caller was none other than her college roommate. She walked to the side to answer the phone. Zhu Minli, you absolutely must not resign. 501 is no good, don't trust them. As soon as the call connected, her roommate's voice came through, sounding like she was looking out for her. I've already resigned. What? You quit your job? Don't regret it later. Jobs are hard to find these days. You don't really believe what they say? Sun Pengyun isn't what you think. You'll only know once you get to know him. Alright, I have other things to do now, so I won't chat with you any longer. Beep beep. Zhu Minli didn't give the other person a chance to speak. She hung up the phone after saying those words. Chapter 47 made me betray them. I know a little bit about it. What did she say? Upon seeing her classmate come out, Mo Nianxiao couldn't wait to ask. So, what's the deal? Tell me, do you still want my boyfriend to arrange a job for you? Faced with Mo Nianxiao's persistent questioning, the student stammered and didn't know how to answer. You didn't find out anything at all? I just called her, but before I could even ask anything, Zhu Minli hung up. Alright, if you can't even handle this little thing, you can forget about work. Mo Nianxiao showed no respect to this classmate, flicking her sleeves and turning to leave. Mo Nianxiao, give me another chance. I'll call and find out right now. Seeing that Mo Nianxiao was about to leave, she quickly chased after her. Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Seeing the other party making a phone call right in front of her, Mo Nianxiao nodded. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. Beep beep. The number you dialed. Why can't I get through? The first call was barely connected before the other party hung up before she could even speak. 2 more calls followed, both of which were busy. Waste. Seeing this, Mo Nianxiao knew exactly what was going on. The other party had clearly blacklisted her. Why, Zhu Minli? All I did was ask you something, and you blacklisted me. In a fit of anger, she almost threw her phone away. After watching Mo Nianxiao leave, she knew that her job was gone and could only vent her resentment on her roommate. It seems we'll have to find another way. Mo Nianxiao, who had already walked quite a distance, turned around and glanced back. At the same time. 88th floor. After the call, is everything alright? When Shin Mingrui saw Zhu Minli return with a strange expression on her face, she asked her with concern. Sister Shun, it's nothing. The elevator's here, let's go down. Good. First floor. Zhu Minli came out of the elevator, but Shin Mingrui did not follow her. She went down to the underground parking garage to drive her car. You thought I didn't know what you were thinking. She took out her phone and glanced at the group chat messages. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Boss Chin's loyal fan 8. Boss, now that the 5 of you are working at Chin Mo's company, I hope you won't let him down in the future. If your classmates don't believe you, then don't tell them. You'll regret it later. Dong Gaojie, received. Zhu Minli, received. 4th brother, if anyone dares to tell anyone, don't blame me for being ruthless. You thought I didn't know what you were thinking? Everyone knows you're closest to Mo Nianxiao. This time you're contacting me, it can't be anything good. After sighing, Zhu Minli put her phone into her handbag and walked briskly out of the lobby on the 1st floor. The most important thing now is to pack my bags, move into the new house, and make money with my new boss. Achoo! Chin Mo, who was driving, sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who's thinking about me? Honey, what's wrong? Yuan looked up in confusion and glanced at Chin Mo. Nothing. Really nothing? Then what did you just say, honey? Is there some lover thinking about you? A smile appeared on her lips as she gently stroked her daughter's cheek, making her wave her little hands happily. Giggle. My dear wife, it's really nothing. I was just thinking about something else. He knew women could be very jealous, even his beautiful wife was no exception. If he didn't explain things clearly, things might get out of hand in bed tonight. What is it? Tell me quickly. As she spoke, Yuan smiled at Qin Mo, who was driving, as if to say, if you can't give me a straight answer, you'll be punished. Oh no, what should I say? Just as Qin Mo was racking his brains to explain, a scene flashed before his eyes. By the way, I haven't seen Brother Wang these past few days. Every time I came to the Scepter building, I would always run into Wang Qingbiao in the lobby on the first floor. He hadn't seen him for the past 2 days, and his first thought was that something must have happened at home, which was why he hadn't come to work. Knowing Wang Qingbiao as he did, he knew that as long as he wasn't resting, he would definitely be in the lobby on the first floor. Brother Wang? Seeing her husband talking to himself and not answering her question, Yuan thought carefully for a moment before realizing that Brother Wan was the security guard in the lobby of the Quanzhang building. She wouldn't interfere with her husband's social life, but she found it a little strange that the two of them, with such a big difference in status, could have such a good conversation just by their age difference. Honey, you're talking about that security guard at the gate? They've replaced him with a younger one. Yeah, I haven't seen him for the past couple of days, that's really strange. Thinking back to the scene when I met Wang Qingbiao, there was nothing unusual. I guess I'll call Lao Si later and ask them what they found. Do you have his number? Why don't you give him a call and ask? Forget it, I'll go shopping with you first, and we can call you when we get back. There's no rush. At this moment, the car had already driven into the underground parking lot of the mall, and Qin Mo had not forgotten what he had promised his wife. Okay, whatever you say, honey. Hermes has some new models coming out. Which one do you like? You pick it and your husband will pay for it. Qin Mo pushed the stroller into the elevator, and looking at his two daughters, a kind smile appeared on his face. Honey, you're so good to me. Yuan leaned close to his ear and kissed him on the cheek. Bite. The elevator doors opened. The two walked out hand in hand, pushing a baby stroller. Honey, how about we go to another mall? After taking only a few steps, Yuan tugged at his arm, a hint of panic flashing across her face, as if she had seen something she didn't want to see. Isn't this place nice? Why? Before he could finish speaking, he quickly understood what was going on, and a familiar voice came from beside him. Hey, Yuan, you're here too. What a coincidence. The other person ran up to Yuan and completely ignored Qin Mo. Lin Feiyu, pay attention. He couldn't stand it, so he took a step forward and pushed the other person aside. Alright, I didn't touch you last time because I was giving Uncle Yi face. Now that you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, give this kid a good beating, ha ha. Knowing that Qin Mo was about to get beaten up, he no longer cared about being pushed aside and stood to the side, letting out a wild laugh. He. You brat, you're asking for it. Of all people to mess with, you had to provoke our young master Lin. It's like you're choosing between heaven and hell. You'd better regret it when you're in the hospital bed. A man moved swiftly, and as he got close, he kicked out at Qin Mo. Honey, watch out. Taekwondo is nothing special. Seeing his opponent's right leg coming at him with a horizontal kick, Qin Mo did not retreat. Instead, he used a hawk-like movement technique to quickly step to his right and dodge, while slightly turning his body to let the opponent's foot sweep past him. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's leg technique missed and had not yet been withdrawn, Qin Mo had already slipped to his side and struck his waist with a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled thud was heard, and the man who had just been respectfully deferring to Qin Mo staggered back several steps, a pained expression on his face. Chapter 48 Bearing humiliation and hardship, we'll see how it goes. What are you waiting for? Let's all go. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. At this moment, Lin Feiyu's face was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to give the other party a hard time. To his utter surprise, his bodyguard was defeated in just one move. Yes. The remaining two people's expressions darkened, they glanced at each other simultaneously, and quickly separated. Kid, don't blame us. In their view, their companion must have underestimated them, which allowed the other party to seize the initiative. Bang! Bang! It comes quickly and goes quickly. Both of them attacked Qin Mo at the same time, taking a punch each time and staggering back several steps before stopping. You, don't come any closer. Lin Feiyu's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He couldn't believe this pretty boy was so powerful, defeating a professional bodyguard with just 3 punches. Seeing Qin Mo glance at him, he was so frightened that he quickly backed away. What's wrong, young Master Lin? Are you trying to make me look bad? He took a step forward and was already standing next to Lin Feiyu. You better not touch me, or even Yu and Shan won't be able to protect you. In a panic, he stopped trying to hide it and called out Yu and Shan's name directly. Is that so? Snap. Chi Nemo raised his hand and slapped the other person hard. You dare hit me. After the loud slap, blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feiyu's mouth, and his right cheek swelled up at a visible speed. If you dare to harass me again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Not wanting to cause trouble for his father-in-law, Chi Nemo warned him and then turned to walk towards his wife, a smile already on his face. Honey, let's continue shopping. Honey, you're so handsome. She had been harassed by Lin Feiyu for a long time and had wanted to slap him. Now, seeing her husband discipline her, Yi Wan happily narrowed her eyes. Of course, it doesn't matter who you are. The two walked away hand in hand, chatting and laughing as they pushed the stroller. Young Master Lin. The three bodyguards, clutching their stomachs, walked up to Lin Feiyu, their faces still showing signs of pain. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. He felt a sharp pain on his right cheek from just a touch, and in a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped one of the bodyguards. Smack! The bodyguard who had been slapped immediately lowered his head. His face didn't hurt, but being humiliated in public made him feel terrible, and he could only grumble to himself. Damn it, I'll put up with this for a few tens of thousands. Hiss. In his excitement, he pulled at his sore spot, gasped, and quickly covered his right cheek with one hand. What are you waiting for? Don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. By this time, some people had already walked over, and he didn't want to be surrounded by onlookers. Yes, young Master Lin. The three of them didn't want to lose their jobs either, and they couldn't let the boss hear about this. They had already seen someone raise their phone. Lin Feiyu flicked his sleeves and walked towards the elevator. 5 or 6 meters away. A couple stood hand in hand, almost glued together, as if afraid others wouldn't know about their relationship. Honey, was that Chi Nemo just now? He. Who else could it be but him? I'd remember him even if he were ashes. This couple was none other than Imo Nianxiao and Yu Jianyuan. When Yu Jianyuan spoke, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and made a piercing sound. That guy just now has a grudge against Chi Nemo, should we? A sinister glint flashed in Imo Nianxiao's eyes. Since you don't want me to have an easy time, then let's see how powerful this fairy is. That's right, how could I not have thought of that? Let's hurry and catch up. Yu Jianyuan is also a second-generation rich kid, but his parents didn't arrange bodyguards for him. That young man just now had 3 bodyguards, which shows that his identity must be extraordinary, far beyond what Yu Jianyuan can compare to. No matter who it is, if they get close to you, I will have someone deal with them, including the security guards. Seeing that the 4 people were about to enter the elevator, he quickly quickened his pace and called out to them. 4 of you, wait a minute. Kid, you'd better have an explanation for making me stop and wait for you, or else, hiss. As soon as Lin Feiyu opened his mouth to speak, he felt a stinging pain in his face and also felt that his teeth were a little loose, which made him feel even worse. No. We'll do it. We have a grudge against Chi Nemo too. Seeing that 3 burly bodyguards had surrounded him, Yu Jianyun quickly explained his purpose. Stop. You two, come with me. The thought of Chi Nemo filled Lin Feiyu with rage. He wished he could skin him alive and drink his blood. Not only had his woman been stolen from him, but he had also suffered repeated losses at Chi Nemo's hands. You lowly Yu Jianyuan, don't you even know what handsome guy's name is? Lin Feiyu. What grudge do you have against Chi Nemo? As the elevator doors closed, Lin Feiyu looked the two of them up and down, his gaze finally settling on Imo Nianxiao. Young Master Lin, I stole Chi Nemo's ex-girlfriend, Imo Nianxiao. At this moment, Yu Jianyuan spoke in a very humble manner, and anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was a lackey. Ex-girlfriend, interesting. It's unclear what Lin Feiyu was thinking, but he stared intently at Imo Nianxiao, oblivious to the pain on his face. Alright, let's find a place to sit down and have a good chat. Yes, young Master Lin. Yu Jianyuan wasn't blind seeing this scene. He wasn't angry at all, but secretly laughed out loud. She's just a woman. As long as we can get on good terms with young Master Lin, we can easily have 100 or 2 more. Xiao Yuan, not bad. Lin Feiyu reached out and gently patted the other person's shoulder. He could guess what the other person was thinking with his bare hands. Bite. The elevator doors opened, and the first 2 people to step out were not Yu Jianyuan. Instead, Lin Feiyu was holding Imo Nianxiao's slender waist. If it weren't for her swollen right cheek, it would have been perfect. As for Yu Jianyuan, he followed behind with a fawning expression. You guys wait outside for a bit, I need to get some information about Qin Mo from her. Puff. The bodyguard pressed the car key first, the car door slowly opened, and he stood respectfully to the side to let Lin Feiyu in. Young Master Lin, there's a lot of information about Qin Mo. You can take your time to learn about him inside. Yu Jianyuan took the car keys and personally closed the car door. Ha ha. Xiao Yuan has a bright future. From now on, you'll be by my side, enjoying all the good life. After the car door closed, Lin Feiyu's arrogant laughter rang out. The thought that this was Qin Mo's ex-girlfriend filled him with inexplicable excitement. With her current boyfriend waiting outside, she was so excited that her body started to tremble. Damn, this kid's ruthless. Everyone else endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens, but he just gives it away. The three bodyguards looked at the swaying vehicle, then at Yu Jianyuan beside them, and all wanted to give him a thumbs up. Qin Mo, even if I can't deal with you, someone else will. Young Master Lin of the Lin Group, I'm about to strike it rich. Looking at the content on his phone, Yu Jianyuan's breathing became rapid. Chapter 49. It's all over, my parents are coming. Inside Villa Number 1. Son-in-law, drinking with just the two of us is really no fun. Yu Wenshan put down his wine glass. Over the past month, he had to drink every time he came over, but with Yuan watching over him, he couldn't drink to his heart's content. Dad, what do you want? That goes without saying, there will definitely be one more person drinking. Pick up the wine jug, pour yourself a glass, then hold the glass to your nose and take a deep breath. Such fine wine should be shared with others. Father-in-law, who would you like to drink with? You've been working hard on the company. Qin Mo picked up his wine glass, and the two clinked glasses lightly before Qin Mo drank the wine. It would be perfect if I could drink with my in-laws. Put. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but spit out the wine he had just drunk. Son-in-law, such fine wine is rare, how can we waste it? Yu Wenshan wasn't angry at all when he was sprayed in the face, he just wiped it off with his hand. Dad, what did you just say? For some reason, Yuan felt her heart pounding violently, and she quickly clutched her chest. I knew it. As expected of a daughter, she also wants to meet her in-laws as soon as possible. Yu Wenshan ignored his daughter's change in expression. His precious granddaughter was over 2 months old, and neither set of parents had ever met her. It was really inappropriate. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing her father's words, Yuan felt her face burning. She reached up and touched it, thankful that her best friend wasn't around, otherwise she would have been teased for days. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws sooner or later, let alone my daughter who is so beautiful. Dad, if you say that again, you'd better drink less alcohol in the future. Yuan's eyes darted around, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her father had only a few hobbies, and wine tasting was one of them. All right, master, let's have a drink. After filling their glasses, the two men downed their drinks in one gulp. Good wine. Yu Wenshan sighed, his eyes fixed on Qin Mo. Son-in-law, the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are just around the corner. Let's invite our in-laws to Guangzhou for a get-together. The way they addressed each other changed again. Through this period of investigation, they had gained some understanding of their future in-laws and couldn't wait to have a drink together. They're traveling all over the place now, so I can't say for sure, but we can make a call and ask. For the past few months, he has been struggling with one question: how to explain this to his parents. All right, I'll ask now. Half a month is plenty of time for me to collect some good wine. I'm so nervous. I'm about to meet my in-laws. I don't know if they'll like me. Watching her husband pick up his phone, Yuan felt her palms sweating. Looking at her daughter beside her, her mood gradually calmed down. Beep beep. He wasn't kept waiting long. The busy tone only lasted a few seconds before the call was answered. Hey kid, what brings you to call your old lady? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chuansui's voice came through, and even though it wasn't on speakerphone, the people around her could hear it. That voice sounds familiar? Yuan looked up in confusion and glanced at her husband. Mom, I just missed you. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Qin Mo touched his nose. Missing me? Of course not. You never come here unless you need something. Have you gotten into some trouble and need to spend money to fix it? Wait, you didn't steal someone else's girl. You guys eat first, I'm going to make a call. Qin Mo knew he couldn't answer the phone in front of everyone, so he quickly covered the phone and got up to walk towards the lobby. Daughter, your mother-in-law is no ordinary person. Watching his son-in-law's retreating figure, Yuan-shan couldn't resist teasing him. Dad, it seems even drinking can't shut you up. From now on. Alright, I'll drink, I won't say anything. Yuan-shan quickly covered his mouth and picked up a piece of braised beef with his chopsticks. I never get tired of the braised food my son-in-law makes. Daughter, you have great taste. Snort. At the same time. Living room. If you get someone's daughter pregnant, you can't have an abortion, or your father and I will skin you alive, you brat. Right, you've been too busy to take care of things, so your mom and I are going to Guangzhou. Anyway, we've been traveling around a lot lately, it's time for us to rest. Shin Mo heard his father's voice again on the other end of the phone. Hearing his parents talking more and more outrageously, Shin Mo was glad that he left quickly and didn't let his father-in-law and wife hear what they were saying. Mom and Dad, you've misunderstood. What misunderstanding? Your mother and I have decided that we'll come to Guangzhou in 2 weeks to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with you. You don't need to do anything stupid during this time, you hear me? Shin Mo, who had originally intended to explain, thought about it for a moment and ultimately changed his mind. If I say no, my parents will definitely make up an excuse not to come. They've set a goal for themselves to travel all over the country in their lifetime. I might as well play along and explain later. How do you explain this? He put away his phone and his eyes met Yuan's. Son-in-law, is your in-law free? Before Shin Mo even came over, he couldn't wait to ask. I'll come over when I have time. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Shin Mo sit down absent-mindedly, Yuan showed a concerned expression. Nothing, I was just thinking about company matters. Shin Mo quickly made up an excuse. He couldn't very well tell them that he hadn't told his parents yet that he now had a wife and had given them twin granddaughters. Son-in-law, are you sure you're thinking about company matters? Hearing this, Yuan-shan looked disappointed. The two of them ran a company together, and this son-in-law had only shown his face at the company a few times. If he went there now, he might be kicked out of the company. Ahem, father-in-law, I really was thinking about company matters. This is truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Of all the excuses, why choose this one? I can only bite the bullet and answer. Then tell me, when will our company's renovations be finished? When? In the next few days. Recalling the scene he had witnessed last time, Shin Mo mentally calculated and gave a rough date. Please, my good son-in-law, your father-in-law is getting old. From now on, this company will be handed over to you. The renovations were all finished a few days ago, and the company will be officially opened in 2 days. Ahem, I just wanted to make time to spend with my wife. Honey, don't try to shift the blame onto me. I've already told you before that you don't need to spend all day with me, go to the company more often. With her husband by her side every day, Yuan felt only happiness. However, her father was right, a man should prioritize his career. The company hadn't even started yet, so she needed to put more effort into it. Don't explain, let's just settle it like this. Once the company is on track, you can spend more time with me, honey. Seeing that Shin Mo wanted to explain, she didn't give him a chance and directly covered his mouth with her hand. Besides, when mom and dad come over, there's no worry about who will take care of your precious daughter. Chapter 50 Unbelievable, Being Kept by a Rich Woman. September 30th. Ring ring. A pleasant cell phone ringtone sounded in the car, but Shin Mo didn't hear it. Because it was my mother calling. He didn't dare to pause for a moment and quickly answered the phone. You brat, didn't you say you were going to pick us up? Where are you? As soon as the call connected, his mother's gentle voice came through. Shin Mo's lips twitched involuntarily. He wondered what kind of battle it would be when his mother and daughter-in-law met. Mom, I'll be there soon, please wait a little longer. Okay, I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you're not there by then, we'll go home for the holiday. After saying that, Jiang Chuansui hung up the phone. What did your son say? Seeing his wife hang up the phone, Qin Xiangming quickly asked. Let's wait a bit longer. This brat didn't even tell us he was moving. His previous place was pretty good. Could it be that they don't have the money and are going to buy a cheaper one instead? As he spoke, Qin Xiangming touched his pocket. His wife controlled the family finances, and he only had a few hundred yuan for pocket money. Son, I want to help you, but I'm powerless to do so. You rascal, what are you muttering under your breath? I originally planned to go by myself, but before I even got off the high-speed train, my son sent me a message saying that he had moved and asked the two of us to wait at the station. No, I was wondering why my son wanted to move houses. That brat didn't even tell us he was in trouble. He'll have to be taught a lesson later. Honey, do you think our son might actually have a girlfriend and that's why we moved houses? I've heard that living together as a couple is quite expensive these days, with so many holidays every month, like Valentine's Day, 520, the first milk tea of autumn, even April Fool's Day and Tomb Sweeping Day require gifts. Qin Shangming stretched out his fingers, raised them one by one, and finally shook his head with a wry smile. Young people these days have so many tricks up their sleeves, nothing like the simple life of our generation. This is no excuse. I told him before that if he doesn't have money, he can ask us for it. He'll get an allowance every month once he finds a girlfriend. This brat just ignores what I said and keeps taking money from one place and giving it away from the other. Yeah, that kid deserves a beating. Qin Shangming felt very unbalanced when comparing his monthly allowance to his own. When I called just now, it seemed like my son was driving? Driving? That's impossible. Honey, you always say that brat can't even afford rent. Where would he get the money to buy a car? That's right, I must have misheard. But seriously, our son has also gotten his driver's license and wants to stay in Guangzhou to develop his career. Shouldn't we buy him a car? That way, it'll be easier for him to find a wife. Buying a car? Didn't you say you were going to buy a house? If we buy a car, we won't have enough for the down payment. It'll cost 400,000. I'll definitely buy a house, but it looks like I'll have to buy a used car. I heard you can get a decent car for tens of thousands. The two were discussing at the station entrance when they both saw their son walking towards them. Mom and Dad. When he got closer, he saw that his parents hadn't noticed him yet, so Qin Imo helplessly waved his hand in front of their eyes. Hey son, when did you get here? Upon seeing Qin Imo, Jiang Chuansui stepped forward, naturally took her son's arm, and walked outside. Wait for me. Having a son made her forget her husband. Qin Shangming hurriedly pushed his suitcase and followed. Little Momo, you've gotten even more handsome since I last saw you. You really did inherit your mom's great genes. Looking at her son's casual clothes, which were almost flawless and seemed designed for him, she never imagined that Qin Mo's clothes were actually tailor-made for him. If mom is a beauty, her son must be a handsome guy too. Little Momo's sweet talk has gotten better again. Consider it a reward. What do you need? Mom will buy it for you. How about a car? At this moment, the two had reached the roadside, and Jiang Chuansui reached out to flag down a taxi. Mom, we don't need to buy a car. Why take a taxi back when your own car is parked on the side of the road? Qin Imo quickly pressed his mother's hand down. Son, what are you doing? It's hard to get a taxi here. Watching the taxi drive away, Jiang Chuansui was stopped by others and glared fiercely at her son. It's really inconvenient not to have a car in a big city. We'll go with you to get one in a couple of days. As the sky suddenly darkened, signaling the approaching rain, she began to worry. It's going to rain soon, should we go back inside and take shelter? Qin Shangming followed behind, looking up at the sky with a slight frown. Dad, no, I drove here, we won't get wet in this rain. I took the suitcase from my father and gave them a reassuring look. Where's the car? You're not going to tell us that you drove that luxury car here, are you? Jiang Chuansui looked around and saw a luxury car parked not far away. Son, this is a Bentley. It's not something we can buy just by working hard. Have you been watching those short dramas lately? Mom and Dad, we'll find out if it's your son or not just by going over there. Looking at the sky again, Qin Imo knew a downpour could come at any moment. Not wanting to waste time, he pushed his suitcase and walked quickly. That brat! Jiang Chuansui knew she couldn't waste any time, so she quickly followed, praying that a taxi would come. Chirp! The sound of the car unlocking came from nearby, and then the son opened the back door and put the suitcase inside. The two of them stood there like statues, their faces showing shock. Son, is this car really yours? Jiang Chuansui was the first to come to her senses, a worried expression on her face. Son, you must never do anything foolish. We can earn money slowly, but we must never do anything illegal. She quickly took a few steps, grabbed her son's hand, and showed a panicked expression, as if her son had done something wrong. Mom, get in the car first, we can talk about it later. Seeing that a heavy rain was about to fall, Qin Imo opened the car door and pushed his mother inside. I'll go first. This time, Shin-emo didn't need to lift a finger. His father had already opened the passenger side door. Splash! As soon as Shin-emo got into the car, the sky darkened instantly, followed by a torrential downpour. Pedestrians on the roadside looked panicked and searched everywhere for shelter from the rain. This darn weather. It started raining just like that. Looking at the scene outside the car, Jang Chun-sue felt a lingering fear. She gently patted her chest, realizing that if she had been busy for even a few seconds, she would have been soaked. It's raining so hard, why don't you wait a bit before driving? The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and you could barely see half a meter ahead. Qin Shangming looked at his son with a worried expression. In his view, his son must have borrowed the luxury car from someone else, and in this heavy rain, something could happen at any time, and he would have to pay off the money he had saved to buy a house. Your dad is right. Be honest, did you borrow this car from a friend? After being reminded, Jiang Chunsue's attention returned to the car. Now she just hoped that the luxury car wasn't bought by her son. Mom and Dad, this car really belongs to your son. What? Son, are you being kept by a rich woman? Chapter 51. Pinch me, am I dreaming? The rain has stopped. It's over, it's over. As Jiang Chunsue watched the car drive away, everything went black before her eyes. My son is really being kept by a rich woman. I hope he doesn't end up the same age as me. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Mr. Qin. As soon as the Bentley pulled up to the villa gate, the security guard on duty immediately ran over, stood up straight, and saluted. Gurgle. Son, you live here? This was the first time Qin Shangming had ever seen such a scene, and he swallowed hard in shock. Oh no, my wife was right. Our son got it all in one go, he didn't want to work hard. Looking at the rows of villas, he clenched his fists, feeling his palms sweating. Yes. The gate to villa number 1 was already open, and Sister Lu was standing beside it. This villa is so luxurious, how old must the rich woman my son found be? After the car drove into the villa, the couple were so shocked that they forgot to get out of the car for a moment. Mom and Dad, we've arrived. Good. The two took a deep breath to calm themselves down before getting out of the car. The rich woman couldn't possibly be this one. She is a bit older than her son, but still within an acceptable range. After Jiang Chunsue got off the bus, she saw a woman in her 30s walking towards her, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. Master, Madam. After Sister Lu walked over, she bowed respectfully. This is? Upon hearing how she was addressed, Jiang Chunsue paused for a moment, then muttered something under her breath. What can I do? My son is so handsome. Realizing she was back to square one, she tried to find some humor in the situation and headed into the villa. In other people's marriages, it's the ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, but in my case, it's the complete opposite. Honey, are Mom and Dad here? As Jiang Chunsue and her husband stepped into the villa, they heard a young woman's ethereal voice, which was particularly pleasant to hear. That voice sounds so young. It seems the rich woman who keeps her son doesn't age at all. My previous worries were unnecessary. But why does it sound so familiar? Jiang Chunsue's steps became lighter as she worried that things hadn't come true. However, after seeing the rich woman's appearance clearly, her expression was extremely interesting, and Yiwan was no exception. Yiwan, what are you doing here? Sister Jiang, you. Uncle Qin. The two stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on each other, looking as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Old Qin, pinch me, am I dreaming? At this point, Jiang Chunsue wasn't stupid. She already had the answer in her heart, but she still couldn't believe it. Ouch. Old Qin, you're going to die. Why are you pinching me? It hurts like hell. Coming to her senses, Jiang Chunsue looked at the red handprint on her arm and glared at her husband through gritted teeth. Didn't you tell me to pinch him? Faced with his wife's murderous look, Qin Shangming quickly took a step back, assuming a posture as if he was about to run away at any moment. Thump thump. Brother Qin, we've finally met. A series of hurried footsteps approached, and his right hand was gripped tightly. He looked up and saw a young middle-aged man standing between his noses. Who are you? At this moment, Qin Shangming was completely dumbfounded. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that the other party was a bit too strong. Yiwan is my daughter. As he spoke, Yuanshan looked at his son-in-law with a questioning expression. Dad, this is my father-in-law, Yuanshan. Shi Nemo quickly ran over, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He couldn't let his father-in-law continue, or he would be exposed. So you're in-laws? Qin Xiangming's expression changed instantly, even surpassing the skill of Sichuan opera performers. He placed his left hand on top and began to shake it vigorously. Brother Qin, wanna have a drink? Seeing his in-laws dressed like cultured people, Yuanshan asked with some concern. Drink. To increase his persuasiveness, Qin Xiangming swallowed. Great. I found a few good bottles of wine recently. Brother Qin, what are your thoughts? Having discovered a shared hobby, the two men, like long-lost brothers, put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked towards the treasure room, where he had placed the fine wines he brought for his son-in-law. Yiwan, what happened? Zhang Chuansui stepped forward and grasped her sister's hand. No, it should be her daughter-in-law's hand. You brat, I'll deal with you later. At this moment, she seemed to remember something, glared at her son fiercely, and then took Yiwan's hand and walked towards the living room. In the blink of an eye, he was left alone, Qin Nemo in a state of utter disarray. Son-in-law, cook up a few dishes to go with the drinks. We're going to have a good few drinks with your dad tonight. Yuanshan stopped at the door of the treasure room, called out towards the kitchen, and went inside without waiting for a reply. So much alcohol. Qin Xiangming was stunned when he entered the treasure room and saw the bottles of fine wine on the wine cabinet. Gurgle. This is so extravagant. Until this moment, he truly believed that the scenes he saw in those short dramas were actually somewhat restrained. I won't drink red wine, that's not for men. Almost all the good wine in this place was added by Yuanshan. Previously, every time I came to my son-in-law's house for a meal, I would have the housekeeper bring a batch of good wine to accompany me. Good. At this point, what could Qin Xiangming say? He was completely shocked. Brother Qin, how about Wolianya, the 30-year-old one? Yuanshan walked to the wine cabinet and took down 2 bottles of Wolianya. 30 years, isn't that too wasteful? Hearing that he was going to drink such a high-quality wine, Qin Xiangming felt a little unsure of himself. He usually knew a bit about wine, and this year's Wolianya was priced at around 10,000 yuan. No waste, wine is for drinking. 2 bottles aren't enough, in-laws, please pick 2 more. Yuanshan had already decided that he wouldn't go to the company today. He couldn't spoil his son-in-law anymore. His task now was to drink with his in-laws. 4 bottles? We can't finish them all. Even though Qin Xiangming usually enjoys drinking, he was still shocked to hear that the 2 of them had drunk 4 bottles. It's okay, just put it back if you can't finish it. Seeing that his in-laws were standing still, Yuanshan handed them 2 bottles of Wolianya liquor and picked out 2 more from the liquor cabinet for himself. Ha ha. Good food and good wine, let's drink until we drop tonight. Yuanshan came out of the treasure room carrying 2 bottles of fine wine, and laughed heartily. Am I dreaming? Looking at the fine wine in his hand and glancing at the rows of wine cabinets, Qin Xiangming shook his head before following behind and leaving the treasure room. In the living room. Yuan, why didn't you tell me before that the heartless scumbag was Qin Nemo? Pulling Yuan along, the 2 sat down on the sofa one after the other. Zhang Chuansui gently patted her daughter-in-law's hand, a concerned expression on her face. Mom, I don't know either. Hearing this question, Yuan was also dumbfounded. She herself did not expect that such a coincidence would happen. That's a strange way to address me. Just call me Sister Jiang, like before. Hearing her daughter-in-law address her as such, Zhang Chuansui frowned slightly. She still felt the previous way of addressing her was more natural. Okay, Sister Jiang. You brat, you'd better think of something to say, or you'll be punished according to family rules. Zhang Chuansui felt more and more comfortable as she thought about it, and called out towards the kitchen. Clang! Qin Nemo, who was washing the pot, almost lost his grip because his hand trembled. Chapter 52. So amazing, he really is my son. Madam, it's time for Mrs. Milk. Just then, Sister Lu pushed over in a double baby stroller. Miss? Zhang Chuansui, who was chatting, paused for a moment, then stared at the baby stroller and stood up abruptly. My dear granddaughter, Grandma wants to hug you. De Bao and Er Bao stared curiously at Zhang Chuansui with their big eyes, then simultaneously stretched out their hands. Which one should I hug? Zhang Chuansui was now in a dilemma, as both of her beloved granddaughters wanted to be held. Mom, I'll breastfeed the second baby first, you hold the first one. Yuan walked over and picked up Er Bao. Ha ha. As soon as Er Bao was in Yuan's arms, his little head squeezed against her breasts, making Yiwan laugh out loud. Wow! When Dabao saw that no one was holding him, he immediately burst into tears, tears streaming down his face, looking extremely aggrieved. Don't cry, Grandma will hug you. Hearing her beloved granddaughter cry, Jiang Chuansui quickly picked her up and comforted her. After a while, Dabao performed a dramatic change of expression, giggling with tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes. So alike, so incredibly alike. Jiang Chuansui took out a tissue and wiped away her granddaughter's tears. Dabao, this is a tissue, you can't eat it. She was only stunned for a moment when her granddaughter grabbed a tissue and stuffed it into her mouth, which startled her so much that she quickly took it away. Wow! Don't cry. Hearing her beloved granddaughter cry, Jiang Chuansui was flustered and hurriedly carried her eldest child back and forth. Wow! Why are you still crying? Having not cared for a baby for over 20 years, she was momentarily at a loss as to how to soothe the infant. Honey, are you sure you can do it? Let me do it. Qin Xiangming, who had just come out of the treasure room, quickly put down the 2 bottles of Wulianye and hurried over. Go away. I can't do it, how could you? You're so clumsy, hurry up and go help in the kitchen, your daughter-in-law is still breastfeeding the baby. At this moment, how could Jiang Chuansui bear to put down her precious granddaughter? Her voice trailed off as she spoke, and her daughter-in-law was breastfeeding with her back to them. Alright, I'll go to the kitchen. If this brat cooks, it'll be edible. The two knew their son's cooking skills better than anyone, so Qin Xiangming quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Let me show off my skills to my in-laws today. He was still confident that some snacks would go well with the drinks. It smells so good. Before even getting close to the kitchen, Qin Xiangming could smell the aroma of the food. This shouldn't be happening. Seeing that his son was the only one in the kitchen, he became even more puzzled. When did his brat start cooking so deliciously? Could it be something you learned recently? Thinking that he already had a beloved granddaughter, Qin Xiangming quickened his pace. Son, you go out first, leave this to the old man. He had just stood at the door when he saw the scene before him, and he couldn't finish his sentence. This is my son. The son cleaned the fish in his hands in less than 10 seconds and placed it on a plate. Ouch, that hurts. It's not a dream. Qin Xiangming grimaced as he gave himself a hard whack, confirming that everything before him was real. His son's knife skills were comparable to those of top chefs. Could it be that my son has an extraordinary talent in this area? Only this was convincing. For a moment, he stood motionless at the door, watching his son perform the operation with effortless grace. I never knew cooking could look so beautiful. If this were a woman, she'd be completely captivated by her son. Dad! Dad! After calling out to his father and receiving no response, Qin Mo had to raise his voice. Son, you called me, cough cough. Coming to his senses, Qin Xiangming quickly composed himself and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Dad, leave this to me. You go and keep your in-laws company. As Qin Mo spoke, his hands continued to move, placing the grouper into the steamer. Good. This time, Qin Xiangming said nothing more, simply responded and left. What is old Qin doing? Jiang Chuansui handed the eldest child to her daughter-in-law and was about to continue playing with the second child when she saw her husband walking back absent-mindedly. She quickly got up and went over to him. Old Qin, didn't I ask you to cook? Why are you back again? After she walked over, she reached out to pinch Qin Xiangming's earlobe, but then withdrew her hand, remembering that her in-laws were still nearby. My son won't let me help. Having narrowly escaped death, Qin Xiangming touched his earlobe and helplessly shrugged. No way. I think you're just trying to slack off. You're unreliable, I'll have to do it myself. She glared at Qin Xiangming and strode towards the kitchen. This kid's cooking skills have improved a lot. His stir-fry smells so good now. Surrounded by the aroma of food in the air, Jiang Chuansui quickened her pace. Her son's cooking skills had improved, but he was still far inferior to hers. She couldn't let the brat continue to waste ingredients. Son, don't move, let me do it. Stepping into the kitchen, she didn't even have time to look at the modern furnishings. When she saw her son about to pour the chopped meat into the pot, she quickly stopped him. Hiss. Qin Mo ignored him, simply smiled slightly, and poured the beef into the pot. Hey, you little rascal. Seeing that her son wouldn't listen to her, she stepped forward and smacked him on the head. Move aside, I'll do it. You go to the living room and help your wife take care of our daughter." After saying that, she was about to push her son aside, but after glancing at a dish next to her, her expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Son, did you cook this?" This is a very common home-style dish, stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork, which is one of my favorite dishes. "Mom, I'm all alone here. I didn't cook this. Could it have been you?" Seeing the surprised expression on his mother's face, Shinemo couldn't help but make a joke. "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? You even dare to tease your own mother." As expected, Shinemo received another slap on the head, his face showing an innocent expression. "It looks good, shall I try it and see how it tastes?" At this point, she no longer cared about the beef in the pot. She found a pair of chopsticks, washed them, and picked up some shredded meat. As she chewed the shredded meat, the feedback from her taste buds made Jiang Chuansui's expression extremely interesting. She then picked up a piece of green pepper. "Are you really my son? You haven't been possessed, have you?" After tasting the delicious stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork, all she wants now is a bowl of rice. This home-style dish is so good with rice. "Mom, what are you saying? Can't you tell if he's your own son? Have you been watching a lot of short dramas lately? You shouldn't watch too much of that. Go away. Your mother is retired, and these are all her hobbies. She expects me to give them all up. You're not married yet, and if you had children, I..." As she was talking, Jiang Chuansui sensed something was wrong. When she saw her son looking at her with a smile, she realized that she really did have 2 granddaughters. "Mom, you said it yourself, I didn't ask for anything. You'll stay in Guangzhou to take care of my granddaughter from now on. You brat, you dared to set your mom up? Fine, I've been to quite a few places these past few years, so I'll stay in Guangzhou and help you take care of the kid. Wait, don't try to change the subject, you brat, hurry up and explain why your cooking skills are so bad." Chapter 53, Status Insecure, Daughter-in-Law Ranked First. "Wow, how much does this villa cost?" Jiang Chuansui held her beloved granddaughter and strolled around the villa. Looking at the luxurious decor, he clicked his tongue in amazement. In her opinion, this villa must have been a gift from her in-laws. Even if she didn't know its value, she knew that her family couldn't afford it even if they worked hard for 10 lifetimes. "My son is really being kept by a rich woman, but I like it." Overwhelmed with joy, she reached out and gently stroked her beloved granddaughter's rosy cheeks. Giggle. The second baby, who had just woken up and had been fed milk, was full of energy and giggled every time I teased her. "This brat is incredibly lucky." When she first met Yuan, she had some fantasies, but after learning about his family background, she didn't even dare to dream about it anymore. "Mom!" At that moment, Yuan's voice came. "I'm on the 2nd floor, I'll be right down." Jiang Chuansui responded and stopped touring the villa. She figured there would be plenty of time later, and the most important thing now was to have a good chat with her daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'll put this bracelet on you." When she saw her mother-in-law approaching, she asked Sister Lu to take her daughter away, took out an exquisite box, and took out a jade bracelet from it. "This is too expensive." Just one glance was enough for Jiang Chuansui to tell that it was worth a fortune. When she picked up the tag and looked at it, she couldn't help but gasp. A jade bracelet costs over 10,000. Wearing such an expensive item on her body always made Jiang Chuansui feel uneasy. She was heartbroken if she lost it. "I can't wear it." Thinking of this, she quickly took it off. "Mom, this is a gift your daughter-in-law bought for you." Yuan knew that if she didn't say something, her mother-in-law definitely wouldn't accept it, since it was something she had carefully chosen. Not to mention there were other gifts. This jade bracelet was just the starting point. "Alright, I'll take it." Jiang Chuansui felt embarrassed to show the gift she had bought. If she had known earlier that Yuan was her daughter-in-law, they would have sold everything they owned to buy her an expensive one. It's all that brat's fault. It's the first time his mother and daughter-in-law meet, and he doesn't even give a gift. In the kitchen. Achoo! Shinemo was cooking the last dish when he felt a tickle in his nose and quickly went to the kitchen door. "Who's insulting me?" Shinemo pulled out a tissue and wiped his nose, then glanced in the direction of the living room with a puzzled look. After a while. "Dinner's ready." After an hour of work, a sumptuous lunch was finally prepared. Shinemo brought out a carp and tofu soup. Now, he always prioritizes his wife when making soup every day. "Boss, let me do this." Sister Lu took the soup ladle and started serving everyone a bowl of fish soup. She couldn't help with cooking, so she had to do these chores herself. Good. Chin Mo didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a bottle of Wolianya, opened it, and poured it into the dispensing pot. Honey, if this keeps up, I'll get fat. Looking at the sumptuous lunch on the table, Yuan couldn't help but sigh. She wanted to eat less, but her husband's cooking was so delicious that she couldn't resist. You little rascal, you're pretty good. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chuansui gently nudged her son and gave him an approving look. Ha, it's just so-so. Mom, sit here. He pulled out a chair for his mother to sit down before placing the wine jug in front of Yuan Shan. Father-in-law, the wine has been poured for you. Great job. You're a hero today, so I'll let you off the hook with the drinking. I'll drink with your dad. Yuan Shan knew his son-in-law didn't like drinking, but drinking alone was boring, so he dragged him along. Now that his in-laws were here, they could finally have a good drink. Brother Qin, let's have a drink first. After sitting down, Yuan Shan picked up the wine pitcher and poured 2 glasses of wine. Cough, cough. At this moment, Yuan suddenly coughed. Xiaowan, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Chuansui asked with concern, noting that her daughter-in-law's status had risen to number 1 in her heart. Mom, I'm fine. Realizing she had been misunderstood, she quickly shook her head, then looked at her father and pointed to a bowl of fish soup in front of her. Daughter, Dad's going to have some soup now. Under the surprised gazes of the others, Yuan Shan obediently picked up the spoon and drank the fish soup. If it hadn't been so hot, he would have definitely drunk it all in one gulp. My daughter-in-law is right, drinking soup before meals is good for your health. At this moment, Qin Xiangming could clearly see that his daughter-in-law would definitely have the highest status in the family in the future, so he quickly flattered her. Xiaowan, ignore them drinking, let's eat. An enticing aroma wafted over, and Jiang Chuansui picked up a spoon and took a sip of the crushing carp and tofu soup in front of her. Wow, it tastes so good. Even though she had just tasted the dishes her son cooked, she never expected the crushing carp and tofu soup to be so delicious she almost bit her tongue. Son, how did you make this? The crushing carp and tofu soup is so delicious. Teach Mom how to make it sometime. I used to be quite good at making soup, but after tasting the soup my son made, I was deeply disappointed. Mom, he can make more than just one kind of soup: yam and pork rib soup, black chicken, red date and goji berry soup, soybean and pig's trotter soup, winter melon and barley soup. Yuan listed 7 or 8 soups in succession, all of which Qin Mo had cooked for her. These soups seem to be prepared for new mothers. As Jiang Chuansui listened, she felt something was off, and she realized why after seeing her daughter-in-law. This brat really dotes on his wife, no wonder he's my son, Jiang Chuansui. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Mom, try this braised pork, it's absolutely delicious. Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Jiang Chuansui's bowl. This is her favorite dish, but her husband says she can't eat it often. It's okay to eat it occasionally to satisfy her craving, but she can only eat it after she finishes breastfeeding. If a newborn ingests too much fat, the fat content in their breast milk will also increase, which may cause indigestion. Really? Then I'll have to try it. As I picked up the braised pork from the bowl, the amber-colored sauce slid down my cheeks. She took a bite and just wanted to exclaim that the braised pork was amazing. It was stewed until it was thoroughly cooked, the fatty parts melted in her mouth and weren't greasy at all, and the lean meat was tender and flavorful, without getting stuck in her teeth. You brat, come clean. Were you hiding your skills all this time, afraid I'd ask you to cook? After finishing a piece of braised pork, Jiang Chuansui felt unsatisfied and picked up another piece with her chopsticks. However, when taking it back, it took a detour and put it into Yuan's bowl. Xiaowan, eat more if you like it. This, glug. Looking at the tempting braised pork in the bowl, Yuan glanced at her husband. Don't worry about him, just eat if you want. To make her point more convincing, Jiang Chuansui picked up a second piece of braised pork and put it into her daughter-in-law's bowl. Alright, Mom's forgotten about her son since she left. At this moment, Qin Mo had a strong will to survive, so he quickly looked away and pretended not to see it. Brother Qin, bottoms up. In just a short while, half a bottle of Wolianya was gone. Yuan Shan still wasn't satisfied, so he downed a small cup in one gulp. Chapter 54. This is too difficult, it's just changing a diaper. Cheers, I'm not drunk yet. No. You're drunk. At the dinner table, two grown men were talking drunkenly, their hands trembling slightly as they held their wine glasses. 3 empty liquor bottles were already on the ground. Yuan Shan held a bottle of Wulianya that hadn't been opened yet, but he tried several times without success. Hey, why can't I open this bottle of wine? Watching the bottle sway in front of him, he tried several times but couldn't grab the cap. I told you were drunk, but you wouldn't believe me. You can't even open a bottle of wine. Let me open it. Sitting next to him, Qin Shangming reached out, trying to grab the wine bottle. If we didn't know they were both drunk, everyone would have thought they were acting, one reaching out while the other moved the bottle to avoid it. As soon as Yuan Shan handed over the wine bottle, Qin Shangming withdrew his hand, their back and forth movements perfectly coordinated. I'm dying of laughter. Upon seeing this, Yuan could no longer hold back and burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. No, this has to be recorded. After putting down her chopsticks, Yuan couldn't wait to pick up her phone and turn on the recording function. It's over. Qin Mo slapped his forehead. He couldn't even imagine what kind of expressions the two of them would have when they saw this video in the future. Honey, what are you muttering about? Nothing. At this moment, his will to survive was very strong, and he quickly waved his hand. How much should I sell this video for? After recording the video, Yuan watched it again. Hearing this, he silently felt sorry for his father-in-law, whose daughter was like a leaky little cotton padded jacket to him. Mom, we'll take you out for a walk later. Yuan patted her stomach, a satisfied expression on her face. She had eaten a very full meal, and shopping would help her digest. The two of them? Seeing her husband drunk and on the verge of collapsing at any moment, she still has the energy to go shopping. Mom, don't worry about that. Let them go back to their rooms and lie down, but Sister Lu will need to keep an eye on them. It was almost 2:30 p.m., but the group was still excited and not sleepy at all, so they didn't need a nap. Don't worry, I will take good care of the two gentlemen. When Sister Lu saw Yuan looking at her, she stopped what she was doing. Since we're going out, I'll go pack my things first. Every time she goes out, she prepares things for her two daughters. Sister Lu has to take care of two drunkards, so she can't leave her daughters at home too. Okay, go quickly. Mom, what's the rush? Let me help my father-in-law and the others into the house first. Seeing that his mother was about to send him away, Qin Mo pointed to his father-in-law, who had already knelt down. He was surprised to find that his father hadn't knelt down yet. My dear-in-law, why are you sleeping? Qin Shangming reached out and patted Yuan Shan on the shoulder. Dad, let me help you inside to rest. No, I can walk by myself. You help your in-laws first. When his son tried to help him up, he waved his hand and stood up unsteadily. You rascal, you're already getting cocky after just a little bit of alcohol. Zhang Chuansui, who was already prepared, caught Qin Shangming just in time before he fell. Everyone said I don't need help, I'm not drunk yet. After he finished speaking, he reached out to push his wife away. How come he has two wives? That's how drunk people are, their whole body is very limp, and it's difficult for one person to support them. Because he wasn't cooperating, Zhang Chuansui couldn't hold on any longer, and the hand slowly slipped away. I'll do it. He originally intended to help his father-in-law up, but upon seeing this, he turned around, grabbed his father's hands, and placed his right hand on his own shoulder. I don't know why you guys like drinking so much. Not only do you feel unwell after drinking too much, but you also need others to wait on you. Back in her hometown, Qin Shangming would always get drunk during holidays, which is why she doesn't allow her husband to drink too much. If she vomits in the room late at night, she won't be able to sleep all night. Wow. Just then, De Bao's crying was heard. Baby, why are you crying? Hearing her granddaughter crying, Zhang Chuansui ignored the two drunkards and quickened her pace to go over. It smells a bit bad. Before we even got close, we could smell the foul odor in the air. Sister Jiang, De Bao is pooped. Before I knew it, Sister Lu had come over with diapers. Let me poop. Zhang Chuansui's eyes lit up as she took the diaper from Sister Lu's hand and happily changed her precious granddaughter's diaper. Good. Sister Lu didn't leave, she just stood there. She knew that the two girls only liked one person to change their diapers, and even if she was slow, they would cry. Seeing how clumsy Zhang Chuansui is at removing diapers, you can guess what will happen next. Wow. Sure enough, De Bao cried even louder, and tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chuansui became even more flustered. Honey, did I hurt you? After finally getting the diaper off, I saw poop on the little one's bottom and quickly pulled out a wet wipe. Wow! She responded with a loud cry, and Debao's chubby little legs kept kicking, which made the difficulty level rise rapidly. Mom, let me do it. At this moment, Shin Mo had already come over. He first helped his father into the house, while his father-in-law was still lying on the dining table. Are you sure you can handle this, kid? Jiang Chuansui believed she could change her diaper if her precious granddaughter was quiet. But in the scene before me, my clothes were covered in poop. Sister Jiang, the boss is amazing. I'm going to get the clothes. Sister Lu noticed the clothes were dirty, but turned and walked away without being reminded. Is that so? Even so, she still didn't believe it. I had experience before, although more than 20 years had passed. But my son was different, he was a first-time father. No way, is it really that amazing? Watching her son's actions, Jiang Chuansui quickly rubbed her eyes. It's very difficult for me to change it myself, but my son does it so quickly. I wiped the poop off Debao's bottom in no time and quickly put on a new diaper. That's not all. After the baby's clothes were taken off, Sister Lu still hadn't gotten any clothes out, so she could only temporarily cover the baby with a blanket. Giggle. After the baby was put in a new diaper, he started giggling, a sight that brought a bittersweet feeling to Jiang Chuansui's heart. That shouldn't be the case. The more she thought about it, the less she understood. She circled around her son and pinched her arm. He is indeed my son, except he's a bit muscular. Mom, if I'm not your son, what am I? Hearing his mother's words, Shin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know your own limitations, that's why I can't understand you. Thump thump. The clothes are here. Sister Lu practically ran over, afraid that if she was even a second late, the young lady would catch a cold. Mom, don't rush, let me wipe Debao's body. Seeing her mother snatch the clothes and try to dress her granddaughter, Shin Mo quickly stopped her. Yes, let me do this. I'll go get the warm water. Finally, she felt she could help, and Jiang Chuansui hurriedly headed towards the bathroom. Boss. Sister Lu, you watch over Debao for now, I'll go help my father-in-law into the house. At that moment, he remembered that his father-in-law was still slumped over the dining table. Chapter 55 Confess where the money came from. Xiaowan, my brat is so ignorant. If he ever does anything wrong in the future, I'll give him a good beating. Taking advantage of Qin Mo's absence, Jiang Chuansui betrayed her son without hesitation and sided with her daughter-in-law. In her opinion, it was incredibly lucky that Yuan was willing to take a liking to her son. Mom, I'll listen to you. Yuan glanced in one direction, wanting to laugh out loud, but quickly covered her mouth. Let me tell you, that brat was like this even when he was a kid. Shin Mo, who was packing his things, was unaware that his mother was revealing embarrassing things from his childhood. Achoo! I poured warm water into my thermos, and suddenly my nose started to itch, so I quickly turned around. Who's talking about me? He glanced around the living room with a puzzled look. His mother and wife seemed to be chatting happily, so they probably weren't talking about him. What should we do next to keep my parents in Guangzhou? He quickly put everything into the bag, checked it one last time, and zipped it up this time. Ha ha! So Qin Mo. It's unclear what the two were talking about, but Yuan smiled and her eyes narrowed. He looked up and met her eyes, quickly swallowing back what he was about to say. Honey, what are you two talking about? Looking at the smile on his wife's face, he felt that something was wrong. Nothing, is everything packed? Yuan quickly waved her hand in denial, but the smile on her face betrayed her. Is that so? Shin Mo clearly didn't believe it, so he reached out and teased his two daughters who had finished drinking. Let's go, baby, let's take grandma shopping. Without giving him a chance to ask further questions, Yuan walked over, took the double baby stroller, and walked briskly outside. Mom, sit in the front. No need, I'll sit in the back. At this moment, Jiang Chuansui wished she could stay glued to her beloved granddaughter. All right. Qin Mo didn't let his wife sit in the passenger seat either. His two daughters sat in the back, worried that their mother wouldn't be able to take care of them all by herself. So they sat on either side of him, so each of them could take care of one of his daughters. Xiaowan, this car must be expensive. After a while, Jiang Chuansui gently stroked the seat with her palm. The feel of this luxury car was just different. She finally couldn't help but ask. Mom, you'll have to ask Chi Nemo about that. A sly glint flashed in Yiwon's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Ask him, isn't this car yours? Jiang Chunsui paused for a moment, her gaze shifting between the two of them, as if to say, you're not going to fool me. Are you serious? Seeing that her daughter-in-law didn't speak but just smiled at her, Jiang Chunsui's expression became even more interesting. This time, Yiwon nodded. Whoosh. Realizing she had guessed wrong, her breathing became rapid, and she quickly placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart pounding violently. Hey kid, how much does this car cost? After finally calming herself down, Jiang Chunsui continued to press for answers. Not much, just 5 or 6 million. Shinemo knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden, so he gave a vague reply. 5 or 600,000? That's all right. No, how much did you just say? Hearing that it wasn't even a million, Jiang Chunsui breathed a sigh of relief. Even if her daughter-in-law's family was rich, they shouldn't ask for that much. What's the difference between that and a gigolo? 5 or 6 million. He suspected that if he hadn't been driving, his mother would have twisted her ear and asked him questions. What? It's so expensive. Upon hearing the confirmed price, Jiang Chunsui's voice rose several notches. Realizing her beloved granddaughter was still beside her, she quickly covered her mouth, worried that she might frighten them. Shaoan, why did you give him so much money to buy a car? Mom, you're telling me I should give you the money? Yuan pointed to her nose. Yeah, you didn't give it to me. Did that brat rob a bank? Focus on driving. It's not that I look down on you, but you couldn't earn this car even in 10 years. Shaoan, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Jiang Chunsui was halfway through disciplining her son when she heard her daughter-in-law laugh out loud, leaving her completely bewildered. Mom, you've misunderstood. Shinemo bought this car himself. Yuan also wanted to know, but she never asked. It's true, son, you really robbed a bank. We're going to turn ourselves in now. It's not like we're saying you'll be treated leniently if you confess and severely if you resist. They say that concern leads to confusion, and that's exactly what Jiang Chunsui is doing now. Doesn't she realize that if her son really did something illegal, would he still be able to spend money openly? Mom, don't worry, all my income is legal. Shinemo was right. If he does something bad, I'll still follow him. Seeing the expression on her mother-in-law's face, Yuan knew to stop and began to persuade her. That's true, but you've only just graduated. Where did you get so much money? Don't tell us you won the lottery? This was the only thing Jiang Chunsui could think of. She looked at her son nervously, afraid that he would say something she didn't want to hear. Mom, you're really amazing. You even guessed that. At this point, what could Shinemo say? Not only was this Bentley a luxury car, but even the number 1 villa was arranged by the director, which is why he was able to afford it. Really? Our family knows the director? Jiang Chunsui didn't really believe in winning big prizes, because she didn't know anyone who had won. She only saw those stories online. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Shinemo choked on his saliva. He quickly changed the subject, not knowing how to explain himself if his mother continued to ask questions. Honey, didn't you say you were going to take mom shopping for clothes? Which mall should we go to? As Shinemo spoke, he turned his head and blinked, hoping his wife would see him. Let's go to Tianhe City. You could spend a whole day there and never get tired of it. As expected, Yuan smiled slightly and helped him out of the predicament. Buying clothes? We don't need to. Having just received a jade bracelet from her daughter-in-law, and now wanting to buy her clothes, Jiang Chunsui was overjoyed and momentarily forgot about the previous topic. Mom, I know a store where the clothes are really nice, perfect for your age. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Real? No matter how old a woman is, she has a love for beauty, and Jiang Chunsui is no exception. Over the past few years, I've traveled all over China, capturing beautiful moments and sharing them on Douyin TikTok with everyone. During this period, she bought a lot of clothes, but they were all low-end items, with very few mid-range ones. She didn't buy any high-end clothes, since she still needed to save money to buy a house for her son. Seriously, when I change into my new clothes, I guarantee I'll make Dad completely infatuated. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already so old, that dead guy wouldn't even have time to run away. How could that be possible? Mom, I'm serious, if you didn't tell everyone, they'd all think you're only 40 years old. Really? I'm really that young. Upon hearing their conversation, Shinemo immediately straightened his back, as if to say, I'm focused on driving, I didn't hear a thing. Phew. Everyone's right, women's money is the easiest to earn. Chapter 56 Shopping Spree, and Everyone's Jealousy. Maris Frog. Welcome, everyone. Upon seeing a customer arrive, the salesperson immediately jogged over, a professional smile on their face, and bent down slightly. Shawan, how about we go to another store? Zhang Chunsui knew this brand, even a casual piece of clothing cost over 1,000 yuan. She couldn't help but stop at the door. Mom, this is the brand I told you about. It suits your style perfectly. Really? Then I'll go in and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took a step. You guys go shopping, I'll watch De Bao and Air Bao. Shinemo found a seat and sat down. He had only come out for 2 reasons, to watch the child pay the bill. De Bao, Air Bao, when grandma goes shopping for clothes later, you two can give her some suggestions. He stretched his hand out to his 2 daughters, and Bao immediately grabbed his fingers, trying to pull them to her mouth. Baby, mommy just fed you, and you're hungry again so soon. Wow, you're really something. Dad won't let you suck your fingers, but you want to suck your own. Seeing that he couldn't pull his father's finger, the second child gave up and put his own thumb to his mouth. Wow. At this moment, tears were already welling up in Bao's eyes, and he seemed ready to burst into song at any moment. Second baby, you should learn from your older sister and be a good little girl. Shinemo knew that if this continued, his daughter would definitely start crying, so he could only stand up and push the double baby stroller back and forth. Giggle. I don't know the reason why, but babies lying in strollers who are about to cry will calm down as they are moved around. Ding. Host is interacting with your 2 daughters. Please choose your reward from the following. Just then, a system notification sounded, reminding me that I would receive a reward at least once a day for spending time with my daughter, and this time was no exception. What will it be this time? The rewards were different each time, leading Shinemo to suspect that it depended on the system's mood. Choose option 1 and receive a cash reward of 100,000. Option 2, reward with a random blueprint. Option 2. Shinemo chose the second option without hesitation. It wasn't that he looked down on 100,000 yuan, but he was curious about what kind of blueprints would be available this time, and he hadn't forgotten the benefits he had received last time. Could it be another fashion design? He reached into his pocket and took out a folded sheet of paper. It really is clothing. After opening the blueprints, Shinemo only glanced at them before losing all interest in looking at them and put them away in his pocket. What a loss! I should have taken the cash. Wow! The baby only stayed in the double stroller for a short while before the second child immediately started crying. It's daddy's fault, Bao, don't cry. At this point, Shinemo could only continue pushing the cart back and forth. A few meters away, Yuan was holding a coat in her hand. Mom, try this dress on. Seeing her daughter-in-law hand her the coat, Zhang Chunsui was tempted and hesitated before taking it. 8,000. After receiving the clothes, the first thing she glanced at was the price tag. After seeing the price clearly, I almost couldn't grab the coat. With so much money, if we're frugal, we could travel for a month. Mom, don't you like this? Seeing her mother-in-law take the clothes and stand still, Yuan wondered if she had made a mistake in choosing them. Ah. I like it, I'll go try it right now. Coming to her senses, Zhang Chunsui quickly grabbed the clothes and headed to the fitting room. She couldn't very well tell her daughter-in-law that the price was too high and she couldn't bear to wear them. Sister, this coat suits your style so well. After her mother changed into her coat, Shinemo witnessed firsthand how eloquent the saleswoman was. Her words were incredibly sweet the moment she called her sister. Zhang Chuansui's face lit up with a smile, and she even waved her hand shyly. Young lady, don't joke around, I'm getting old. She walked to the fitting room mirror, turned around with satisfaction, but then felt a little down when she thought about the price. Miss, I'll take this dress. Could you also bring over those other dresses to try on? Yuan waved her hand, producing a bank card, and then, like a nouveau riche, casually pointed to a few pieces of clothing. Okay, please wait a moment. The saleswoman rarely encountered this type of customer. Knowing that she might be in for a big day, she quickly got clothes for the customer. Shawan, just buy one piece. Mom brought clothes too. There's no need to waste money. One coat costs 8,000. If I were to buy all of these, that would be a year's worth of my retirement savings. I'd rather save that money for my precious granddaughter than spend it on clothes. Now that the Chin family has an heir, her thinking has changed, and her granddaughter now comes first in everything. Mom, don't worry about the money. Compared to what Chin Mo earns in a day, this is just a small amount. After speaking, Yuan made a gesture, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together a few times. He hasn't even graduated yet, where did he get the money? She still believes it when she hears that her son won the lottery. Now they say that tens of thousands of yuan earned in a day is just small change for their son. Mom, didn't Chin Mo tell you that he started a company? Yuan thought her husband would tell his parents about this, but now she realized he had kept it a secret from them as well. No, isn't he interning at XXX company? He quit that job a long time ago. She originally wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. I quit. Where's that brat going to get the money to start a company? Shawan, you wouldn't happen to be, would you? Achoo! Just then, a sneeze came from inside the shop, interrupting Jiang Chuansui's next topic of conversation. You brat, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Seeing her son rubbing his nose, she thought to herself, so many things have happened in the past few months, and you haven't even told us anything. Sis, which one would you like to try on first? The saleswoman returned just in time with a few pieces of clothing, her professional smile gone. These two colors match perfectly, Mom. What do you think? Yuan pointed to a shirt and a pair of pants. Okay, let's try this one first. She wanted to ask her son what kind of company he owned, but she shouldn't think about it now. For the first time, she just wanted to finish shopping as soon as possible. A few minutes later, when Jiang Chuansui came out of the fitting room, the eyes of the others lit up. Yuan spoke first, still as extravagant as ever. Great, I'll buy it. Good. Knowing that no matter what she said today, her daughter-in-law would not agree, Jiang Chuansui could only silently accept it, feeling both pained and happy. The pain comes from the heartache of spending money, the joy comes from the filial piety of the daughter-in-law who spends money on her without batting an eye. Sigh, it's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Why are other people's daughters-in-law so wonderful, while my daughter-in-law only knows how to ask for money? Who says otherwise? My son is incompetent. His wife manages all the money. He won't even buy you clothes, let alone let you spend your own money. Big sister, you can still spend your own money, but sigh. The other customers in the store watched as Yuan kept giving clothes to her mother-in-law to try on, and those who thought they were good were packed up by the staff. Compared to their own daughters-in-law, they all sighed and looked at Jiang Chuansui with envy. Chapter 57. It's just buying groceries, how much money could it cost? Mom, this brand is good too. The three of them came out of the Gloucester Hotel, and Yuan pointed to a spot not far away. Oakerly said. No need, the clothes I just bought are enough for me to wear for years. Seeing that her son was covered in bags, Jiang Chuansui quickly waved her hand and refused. The clothes I bought at Marisfrog were already delivered to my car by the store clerk. Okay, let's buy it next time we go shopping. Yuan glanced at her phone. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and they had been shopping for 2 hours. I'll buy it again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuansui considered whether she should go back to her hometown tomorrow, as she had spent more than 200,000 yuan in just a short time. I just won't go out anymore. Thinking of her two beloved granddaughters, she couldn't bear to leave, so she could only give herself a mental pep talk. Son, what does your company do? I came to Guangzhou and not only couldn't help, but I also spent money on my son. I'm curious whether the company is really making money. Mom, the company is nearby, shall we go there now? The Scepter building isn't far from here. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes if there's no traffic. It's so close, never mind, it'll be almost time to get off work by the time I get there. I won't cause you any trouble. To be honest, Jiang Chuansui really wanted to go, but considering there were still 2 drunkards in the villa, she decided to go with her husband in a couple of days and not make the trip again. Okay, let's go buy groceries now. Seeing that his mother didn't want to go, Chin Mo made a decision. It would take an hour to buy groceries and return home, which would be just the right time. Buying groceries is my specialty. With your mom around, I guarantee you won't get ripped off. When talking about things she was interested in, Jiang Chuansui's eyes lit up, and she began to teach her son how to buy groceries. No matter how old their children are, in their parents' hearts, they are always children. Let me tell you, there are 3 key points to buying vegetables: look, touch, and smell. First, look at the vegetables. The colors should be bright and vibrant. Leafy vegetables should be emerald green, without any yellowing or rotten leaves. For example, choose tomatoes with an even color. Furthermore, when you touch them, they should feel firm and plump. For example, cucumbers should feel firm, and radishes should feel heavy. Don't choose those that are soft or wilted. As for the smell, that's easy. Many vegetables have their own natural fragrance. If there's an odd smell or a chemical smell, don't buy them. How about that? Isn't your mom amazing? Mom, I never knew there was so much to know about buying groceries. You're amazing. Before Chinemo could answer, Yuan gave her mother-in-law a thumbs up, subtly flattering her. That was vegetables, next up is meat. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have now become master and apprentice, one eager to teach and the other eager to learn. They continued their discussion after getting in the car, and Chinemo did not disturb them, driving quietly. The farmer's market. You brat, don't go in. My granddaughter is still so young. After Chinemo got out of the car, he had just taken out a folding double stroller when his mother stopped him. Okay, buy more groceries, Mom, don't be stingy. When he spoke, he looked at Yuan, believing she would understand what he meant. Go away. How much does it cost to buy groceries? How dare you talk to your mother like that? Without giving her son a chance to continue speaking, Jiang Chuansui pushed him into the car and thoughtfully closed the door. Put. Yuan covered her mouth and smiled as she watched this scene, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Did that brat bully you? Jiang Chuansui took a few steps and noticed that her daughter-in-law hadn't followed. No. Mom, let's go buy groceries. She quickly shook her head, took a few steps forward, and put her arm around Jiang Chuansui's arm. Xiaowan, what would you like to eat? The two were behaving intimately that onlookers mistook them for mother and daughter, and it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Mom, go over there. After entering the market, Yuan first glanced around before pointing to the seafood section. Good. Jiang Chuansui didn't pay attention and let her daughter-in-law lead her hand towards a stall. Hey beautiful, look. This seafood just arrived. Upon seeing a customer arrive, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly and scooped a fish out of the water tank. This grouper is quite nice. Yuan stopped and carefully examined the spotted grouper in the net. Beautiful lady, you have a good eye. I'll give you a discount. I sell it to others for 450 yuan per jean, but you only need 430. 430 yuan per jean. Jiang Chuansui, who was standing nearby, almost pulled her daughter-in-law away when she heard the price. Xiaowan, this fish. He whispered something in her ear, but didn't finish his sentence. Mom, don't worry. She knew what her mother-in-law was worried about, so she gently clapped her hands, looked at the stall owner, and said something indifferently. Boss, it's still too expensive. I'm not making any profit on this 430 yuan. The stall owner started playing the victim, and when Jiang Chuansui saw this, she quickly stepped in. She knew that if this continued, her daughter-in-law would soften her heart. Xiaowan, I think that grouper restaurant looks good. Let's go check it out. Don't go. Upon seeing Jiang Chuansui step forward, the stall owner panicked and stopped playing the victim. Anyone with eyes could see that the two people in front of him were well off. Sis, what do you think is a suitable amount? The stall owner, a man in his 40s, realized that the woman in front of him was not easily fooled, and quickly put away his contempt. 350. Sis, my dear sister, you've cut this price too low. I'll reduce it a bit more, 420. Let's go. This time, Jiang Chuansui didn't say a word, but pulled her daughter-in-law forward one step. 410. Hearing the stall owner continue to lower the price, Jiang Chuansui glanced at her daughter-in-law with a smile. 360. Jiang Chuansui had already realized that this was not a wild grouper. If it weren't for its large size, she wouldn't have continued to haggle. 400, I really can't lower it any further, I'm not making any money. Xiaowan, how are you? A dozen minutes later, the two left the stall. Mom, you're amazing. If I had done this, it would have cost several hundred yuan more. After buying the grouper, I saw that the stall owner was nice, so I bought 2 more pounds of mantis shrimp from him. These are wild caught. Ha ha. It's so. What should we buy next? Looking at the 2 bags in her hands, Jiang Chuansui really wanted to take back what she had said to her son. How much does it cost to buy groceries? One fish and a few shrimp cost over 1,000 yuan, and this is just for 2 dishes. Judging from my daughter-in-law's spending habits, she'll need to buy several thousand yuan worth of ingredients just tonight. Buy. This butter crab looks good, let's buy some to try. Yuan stopped in her tracks as she passed a stall. Eat it if you want. Upon seeing the price tag, Zhang Chuansui swallowed back what she was about to say. Never mind, this doesn't taste good. It costs more than 200 yuan per catty. You can buy several catties of other crabs. Aren't those more appealing? Boss, pick out 8 for me. Xiaowan, why aren't you bargaining? Mom, this isn't expensive. She knew the price of butter crabs, so she didn't try to bargain this time. Chapter 58, I asked you to drink, but your daughter-in-law didn't buy you any. Drive home. After Zhang Chuansui got into the car, she couldn't wait to have her son drive. Not buying it anymore? I'm not buying it anymore, you brat, are you coming or not? When she saw that her son wasn't driving, she immediately adopted a motherly demeanor. Come on, I'll drive right away. Qin Mo started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the market. If you keep squandering like this, you'll eventually deplete your gold and silver mountains. After a while, Zhang Chuansui finally couldn't hold back anymore. The ingredients for just one meal were equivalent to their entire family's food expenses for a month. Mom, why are you fixated on this? Think about the good things. Hearing her mother's words, Qin Mo knew that she was worried about the money. If I don't keep an eye on you, things will get out of hand. The economy is booming these days, and making money isn't easy. You brat, don't you know how to save it? Zhang Chuansui pointed at her son and said, if we weren't driving, I would have poked him in the back. I now have a car, a house, and a daughter. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the money I earn? I just need to save a little. That's right. At this point, she finally came to her senses. She had been clinging to her previous mindset, thinking that her son's savings were just for buying a car, a house, and getting married. Now, not only had all 3 been achieved, but he had even exceeded expectations by giving birth to a granddaughter. Yes, and my granddaughter too. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, and she continued to scold her son. You don't need the money, but my precious granddaughter does. Okay, Mom, you're right. Yuan didn't interrupt, just quietly watched the mother and son, feeling that the scene was very heartwarming. Villa number 1. What time is it? Qin Xiangming came out of the guest room on the first floor and rubbed his temples. Sir, it's 5 o'clock. She kept a close eye on Sister Lu in the guest room, and when she saw him come out, she quickly brought him a glass of warm water. Drink a glass of warm water. Thanks. Glug. After taking a sip of water, Qin Xiangming felt a little better in his throat and looked around. Where are they? Seeing that only he and the nanny were left in the villa, he swayed as he walked towards the living room. The boss and the others went out shopping. Sister Lu tried to help him over, but he refused. No need, I can manage on my own. They've all gone out. Is your in-laws not drunk? Qin Xiangming tried hard to recall, and in his memory, his in-laws should have been drunk, so why did they go out shopping? President Yi didn't go out, he's resting in the guest room next door. He nodded when he saw Sister Lu pointing to the room next to the one where he had just rested. Feeling thirsty again, I picked up the teapot next to me and found that there was no tea in it. Master, let me make some tea. No need, I can manage on my own. Having lived most of his life, he had never experienced being waited on by others, and he was really not used to it now. Sir, this is what we should do. He snatched the teapot from Qin Xiangming's hand and made him sit down. Beep beep. Just then, a car horn sounded. The boss is back. Without even going out, Sister Lu knew whose car it was. I'll do it. Qin Xiangming thought the door was about to open, so he got up and walked outside. Why did you get up? Zhang Chuansui had just gotten out of the car when she saw her husband standing at the door. She walked over and asked him with concern. I slept for a while and I'm fine now. He waved his hand and rubbed his temples. You reek of alcohol, it's awful. Don't go near my precious granddaughter, go take a bath right now. After confirming that her husband was alright, Zhang Chuansui covered her nose and showed a look of disgust. What did you buy when you went shopping? Seeing his son taking bags out of the car, he walked over out of curiosity. My daughter-in-law bought me these clothes. Zhang Chuansui proudly raised her head, eager to let everyone know how well her daughter-in-law treated her. Wow, so many, all clothes? Walking around to the back of the car, looking at the rows of exquisite bags, he regretted drinking too much at noon, otherwise, there might have been some for him too. Of course. Zhang Chunsui was initially a little distressed to see so many bags, but seeing the expression on her husband's face, her thoughts changed again. Boss, leave the young lady to me. After brewing the tea, Sister Lu came out. Okay, they're asleep. Be careful. Xin Emo placed her two daughters in the stroller one after the other, but neither of them woke up. She then asked Sister Lu to push the stroller away. Go away. You reek of alcohol, I don't need your help, go take a shower. Xin Xiangming, who had just been slapped, looked at his son with an innocent expression. He had only wanted to help. Dad, go take a shower first, then go back to your room to rest. I'll make dinner and then wake you up. Don't rush to take a shower. Let me see what groceries you bought. His wife wouldn't let him touch his clothes and told him to go rest now. After waking up, he wasn't sleepy at all. He tasted his son's cooking at noon today, and it was even better than what top chefs make. He's curious about what will be served for dinner tonight. Hey, a grouper. This fish isn't cheap. This one weighs about 1.5 g and 750 g, it must cost several hundred. He picked up a bag at random, opened it, glanced inside, and asked in surprise. 600. Hiss. 600 for one? Your mom is willing to buy that? Seeing that his wife was only focused on getting clothes and not paying attention to him, he went up to his son and asked. Dad, you know your wife. How could she possibly bear to buy it? This is something your daughter-in-law insisted on buying, saying it's for you to have with your drinks. At this moment, he subtly flattered his father-in-law on behalf of his wife. Really? My daughter-in-law said that? Hearing this, Xin Xiangming felt he had to have a good drink tonight to repay his daughter-in-law's filial piety. Dad, when has your son ever lied to you? He. After receiving confirmation, he stood there grinning foolishly. What are you grinning about? Go take a shower. Hearing her husband laugh, and seeing that he was still standing there, Zhang Chunsui became unhappy. She stepped forward and immediately began to punish him with family discipline, pinching his ear. Honey, it hurts. Let go, I'm coming right now. After breaking free from his wife's clutches, Xin Xiangming didn't dare linger and immediately ran towards the villa. You little brat, I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson. Xiaowan, if that brat misbehaves in the future, you can punish him like this too. Who did I offend? Xin Emo almost dropped the bag as he picked it up. He was caught in the crossfire. His mother had forgotten her son now that she had a daughter-in-law. Put. Upon hearing this, Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled, giving him a provocative look. Mom, your room is on the second floor, let me show you. After going back and forth several times, with the clothes all left in the living room, Yuan went up and put her arm around her mother-in-law's arm. A room? Great. Having been at the villa for half a day, Zhang Chunsui still wanted to know which room she would be sleeping in, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Second floor. Mom, see if there's anything else we need. There's a shopping mall nearby, I'll go out and buy it. This room is fine, we don't need to buy anything. Stepping into the room, Zhang Chunsui felt like she had entered a 5-star hotel. The bedding on the bed was all new. Xiaowan, may I stroll around here? Looking at the scenery outside the window, she wanted to go outside and experience it. Sure, Mom, I'll go with you. Chapter 59. Daughter-in-law and stepmother, Grandma learns to make formula. Half an hour later. Xiaowan, where's your dad? The two strolled around the villa area for a while and then encountered a woman in her 30s. I called him, but he wouldn't answer. It's driving me crazy. Seeing that Yuan did not answer, the other party was not angry, but showed an anxious expression. My dad's fine, he's just drunk and resting. If her mother-in-law hadn't been there, she wouldn't have wanted to talk to him at all. It's good that you're all right. Xiaowan, who is this? Zhang Chunsui also noticed something amiss and couldn't suppress her curiosity. Mom, she's my stepmother, Shen Xueping. Yuan was indifferent to her stepmother. Their relationship was like that of strangers. If it weren't for her father's affection for her, she would have kicked her out. I see. She had been at the villa for most of the day and had been wondering why she hadn't seen her in-law's mother. Now she understood. Hello, my name is Zhang Chunsui. Whatever the reason, she couldn't be impolite, so she extended her right hand with a smile. Hello, Sister Jian. Shin Shueping stretched out her hand and gave an awkward laugh. Is your dad coming home for dinner? After the two shook hands, Shin Shueping asked cautiously. I'm not going back. You can eat by yourself. Yuan found that she didn't dislike her stepmother as much as before, and she didn't know if it was because she was a mother herself. All right. Shin Shueping was a little disappointed. She had been trying to get closer to Yuan, but Yuan treated her like a thief, not giving her a single chance. Xiaowan, should we invite her over for dinner? Seeing the other woman's lonely figure, Jiang Chunsui was afraid of upsetting her daughter-in-law, so she even addressed her as she. All right. Thinking that after she got married, she would be the only one who could accompany her father to his old age, Yuan nodded and made the concession. You should come eat with us. After taking a few steps, Shin Shueping stiffened, slowly turned around, and asked incredulously with an expression on her face. Xiaowan, what did you just say? In the 10 years since she married into the family, this was the first time she had seen Yuan like this. She secretly bit her tongue, and the stinging sensation told her that she wasn't dreaming. Fine, then don't. Yuan left those words behind, turned around, and walked back. She had no more interest in shopping and could only look at her mother-in-law with a guilty expression. Go away, I'll go. At this point, even if there were heavenly delicacies at home, she wouldn't even glance at them. Mom, I'm sorry, I can't go shopping with you. It's okay, we can do it later. When we get back, De Bao and Er Bao should be awake, so I can breastfeed them. Jiang Chunsui grabbed her daughter-in-law's arm and patted it gently a few times. If only I were like that. Seeing this, Shin Shueping, who was following behind, couldn't help but feel envious. Why think so much? Let's take things one step at a time. We've already taken the first step. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head, believing that after today, she would definitely be able to get Yuan to accept her. Inside the villa. Sister Jiang, which room is old Yi sleeping in? I'll go check. In that room. Jiang Chunsui pointed to the other party, knowing that the other party dared not have a daughter-in-law. Thanks. You're welcome. Things will get better. Looking at the woman in her 30s in front of her, Jiang Chunsui felt quite admiring. Wow. The sound of a baby crying came from the living room, and Jiang Chunsui quickly walked over. What's wrong? My second child is impatient. If I'm even a little slow in making her formula, she'll cry. Yuan regretted not having one more hand, because every time Erbao got hungry, he would cry first. Don't cry, Erbao, Grandma will hug you. Jiang Chunsui felt sorry for Erbao and quickly picked him up. De Bao, who was standing nearby, didn't cry or make a fuss and just watched the scene with his big, dark eyes. Mom, it's no use. Seeing her mother-in-law coaxing the baby, Yuan said helplessly, and then added. No one but her father can help. Wow. No matter how Jiang Chunsui tried to comfort her, the baby cried even louder, making it painful for anyone who heard it. An outsider might have thought someone was abusing the baby. Okay, Mom, you feed her. At this moment, Yuan finally finished preparing the milk and handed the bottle over. It really is true. As soon as the pacifier was put into the baby's mouth, the little guy immediately stopped crying and sucked hard on the milk. If it weren't for the tears still in the corners of his eyes, you wouldn't know how aggrieved he had just been crying. This girl. Watching her beloved granddaughter drink milk, Jiang Chunsui was both amused and exasperated. Her chubby little face made one want to pinch it. De Bao is such a good boy, quietly waiting for mommy to make the milk. Yuan reached out to tease De Bao, and the little guy waved his little hands happily. Let me try. When she saw her daughter-in-law preparing a second bottle of milk, Jiang Chunsui handed the baby over to Sister Lu to feed. As long as the little one was drinking milk, he didn't mind being held by anyone. Xiaowan, what's next? Jiang Chunsui poured 45c warm water into the baby bottle, then looked to her daughter-in-law for help, holding a milk powder scoop. Mom, make the formula, here's the standard recipe. Yuan pointed to the milk powder can, which showed how much warm water to mix with each scoop of milk powder. Ha ha ha. Look at me, I'm getting old, I can't even remember this. Jiang Chunsui smiled and then began to add the milk powder. Mom, you're not old at all. When we go out, people will think you're the eldest sister. At this moment, Yuan gave a little flattery, making her mother-in-law laugh heartily. My daughter-in-law is so much better, unlike that brat who only makes me angry. The milk powder was added quickly, and Jiang Chuansui screwed the lid on. Mom, shaking the bottle next is very important, let me try it for you. Yiwan took the bottle and started shaking it clockwise. Keep your hand still, and shake your wrist forcefully. After demonstrating, she returned the bottle. Is that right? Jiang Chuansui tried to use her wrist, slowly and carefully, not daring to use too much force. That's right, just a little more force and you're done. After a while. Debao, we're drinking milk. TSK. Jiang Chuansui placed the baby bottle on the table before picking up Debao. Here, Grandma made you some milk. Before the nipple even reached its mouth, the little one excitedly waved its hands. Once it bit the nipple, it held the bottle tightly with both hands, as if afraid that someone would take it away if it let go. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. Jiang Chuansui squinted her eyes happily as she watched her beloved granddaughter drink milk. Gurgle. The entrance to the guest room. When did Xiaowan get married? Hearing the child crying, Shen Shueping came out of the house. Seeing the scene in the living room, she quickly rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. That old Ji, his daughter got married and had a baby without even telling me. If she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have known when she found out about this. Taking a deep breath and composing herself, Shen Shueping walked towards the living room. How is Dad? Upon seeing her stepmother approaching, Yuan asked with concern. He's still sleeping. And who are these two little princesses? Hearing Yuan speak to her first, Shen Shueping's face lit up with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Your granddaughter. Chapter 60. My young mother-in-law, I really don't know. Debao, Grandma wants a hug. Seeing Yuan nod, she walked to the baby stroller and carefully reached out her hand. Wow! As soon as Shen Shueping picked up Debao, the little guy immediately burst into tears. What's wrong? It was her first time holding a baby, and she panicked at the sound of crying. She had finally managed to improve her relationship with Yuan, and she didn't want her daughter to dislike her because of this. It's nothing, Debao isn't feeling well. You should do this. Jiang Chuansui also hoped that the relationship between the two would improve, so she came over and taught them step by step. Babies a few months old are like this, they will cry if they are not held in the right position. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Under Jiang Chuansui's guidance, Debao quickly stopped crying. His bright black eyes, like two plump black grapes, stared straight at Shen Shueping, wondering why he had never seen this aunt before. It's okay. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Okay, Sister Jiang. After saying this, he smiled slightly at Shen Shueping, turned around and walked towards his daughter-in-law, ready to have a good chat with her. Debao, smile. Shen Shueping stretched out her finger and gently stroked Debao's chubby little face, making the little guy giggle. So this is what it's like to have kids. After playing with Debao for a while, she showed an expectant expression and then touched her belly. Looks like I need to hurry up and work harder. Yuan Shan suddenly agreed to her previous request, which made her happy for a long time, but she failed to conceive twice. Later, as things got busier at work, I would either come home drunk or just collapse into bed as soon as I got home. Even though she got home early, she didn't forget the doctor's advice. To ensure her baby's health, she needed to quit smoking and drinking for a period of time. That won't work either. I glanced at the bedroom not far away. He was drunk again after only a few days. It's possible to not quit smoking and drinking, but the chances of getting pregnant are very low, especially for someone Yuan Shan's age. If only we had a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After a sigh, Shen Shueping composed herself and continued to play with the baby in her arms, a motherly smile on her face. Hey, where did they go? Qin Xiangming took a shower and felt refreshed. After coming out of the bathroom, I found only a woman in her 30s in the living room, playing with her granddaughter. Brother Qin, hello, my name is Shen Shueping, and I'm Yuan Shan's wife. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Qin Xiangming, then quickly stood up from the sofa. This in-law is good, and his wife is so young. He just sighed inwardly and understood what was going on. His in-law's wives were so young, there were only two possibilities. Please have a seat, I'll go check on the kitchen. If the other person were around his age, Qin Xiangming would have something to talk about, but the fact is that they are almost 2 generations apart, and staying here will only make things awkward for both of them. Good. Shen Shueping nodded in response, saying that she had the same idea. Can my in-law's health hold up? Dad, what are you saying? At this moment, Qin Mo brought out a plate of boiled mantis shrimp. He had chosen 2 ways to cook the mantis shrimp he bought. I had just placed the plate on the table when I saw my father walking over with his head down, muttering something under his breath. What's the situation with your father-in-law? Regardless of age or gender, all Chinese people have a love for gossip. Dad, what are you saying? Try this mantis shrimp and see how it tastes. Shin Mo picked up a mantis shrimp and handed it to his father, then turned and walked back to the kitchen. He had already prepared a small bowl of dipping sauce. The boiled mantis shrimp tasted extremely delicious when dipped in the sauce. In particular, he cooked the shrimp until their bodies turned red and curled for about 2-3 minutes, then immediately took them out and soaked them in ice water for a moment. The ice water made the shrimp meat shrink instantly, making the texture firmer and more chewy. Your mother-in-law. After receiving the mantis shrimp, Qin Shangming began to peel them. My mother-in-law passed away more than 10 years ago, Dad. Why are you asking about this? Shin Mo learned about this incident after noticing his wife was in low spirits and asking her about it. From then on, he avoided the topic. You don't know the one in the living room? As soon as Shin Mo entered the kitchen, he quickly stopped and turned around to come out again. She's my mother-in-law? Only then did he notice a woman in her 30s sitting in the living room, playing with her daughter. Yeah, you didn't know? Qin Shangming peeled a mantis shrimp, dipped it in some sauce, and slowly chewed it. Hearing his son's reply, he almost choked. Cough, cough. Dad, you're acting like this even after eating shrimp? Have you been drinking too much? He quickly stepped forward and gently patted his back. Humph, brat, looks like you've been itching for a beating lately, you even dared to tease your dad. After saying that, Qin Shangming rolled up his sleeves, ready to give his son a good scolding. Dad, a gentleman uses words, not fists. It's all my fault. That really is my mother-in-law. Yi Wan never told me. I really didn't know. Shin Mo quickly begged for mercy and admitted defeat. He glanced at the living room again before heading towards the kitchen. So it turns out my father-in-law found my wife a young stepmother. No wonder she refuses to come home. No way, you brat, she's already had your baby and you don't even know that. Seeing his son like this, Qin Shangming didn't even taste the mantis shrimp in his mouth, and swallowed it after chewing it a few times. Yes, it's all our son's fault. He will definitely change in the future. Now that he knows there's one more person, Qin Mo plans to cook one more dish. I didn't know before, but now that my young mother-in-law is here, I'll definitely have to stay for dinner. Dad, how did the mantis shrimp taste? Your daughter-in-law bought them especially for you, saying they were wild. Shin Mo knew he couldn't let his father keep asking questions, so he quickly tried to distract him. Did your daughter-in-law buy this for me? Yes, how does it taste? There's still a pound left. I'm considering whether to make it with minced garlic and steamed, or with salt and pepper. I wasn't paying attention, it's all your fault. I'll try another one. By the way, of the 2 ways you mentioned, the second one is salt and pepper, that's perfect as a snack with drinks. He walked toward the dining table, not forgetting to offer his son advice as he did so. Okay, salt and pepper it. Steaming with minced garlic allows the aroma of the garlic to fully infuse the shrimp meat, making it very appetizing. As for salt and pepper, it has a crispy exterior and tender interior, and is fragrant and delicious, making it a perfect match for drinks. Both have their advantages. If Qin Mo hadn't bought so few mantis shrimp, he would have wanted to try both. Son, these boiled shrimp taste amazing. How did you make them? This time, Qin Shangming savored it carefully. He never expected that shrimp meat could be made so bouncy and chewy. This is easy, just put it in ice water later. You young people really have ideas. If we were to do it, we could just cook it. Dad, if you want to learn, your son will teach you. No need, your cooking skills are so good, I couldn't catch up even in 10 years. You might as well make it a treat. Qin Shangming quickly finished a mantis shrimp. He wanted to try another one, but he resisted and turned to leave the kitchen. Son, I can't help you here, I'm going to check on my granddaughter. Chapter 61 Class Reunion, he dared not come. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The Scepter building has 88 floors. Dear colleagues, please don't leave yet. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'll be treating everyone to dinner tonight. I hope you'll join me. Run Baiman came out of the general manager's office and clapped her hands lightly to attract everyone's attention. Great. The boss is treating. No way. I was hungry earlier, so I ate a piece of bread. You're really missing out. The hotel the boss is treating us to is no ordinary place. By the weekend, everyone's minds were no longer on the company. Now, hearing that the general manager was treating everyone to a meal, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ahem, general manager, could we please not go? Just then, a dissenting voice rang out. Everyone looked in one direction and saw that it was Sun Pengyun, who was awkwardly raising his hand. Sun Pengyun, why aren't you going? Ren Baiman smiled when she recognized the man as her boss's roommate. We're having a college reunion dinner tonight, general manager, please help me. Sun Pengyun didn't want to make an exception, but thinking about what his classmates in the class group had said, he felt he had to go tonight. Okay, there are 8 of you. He glanced at everyone present, mentally matching them one by one. Yes, general manager. This time, Zhu Letian spoke first, and the other 6 people followed suit, nodding in turn. Okay, I agree this time, but not next time. If it were any other employee, she wouldn't be happy even if she agreed, but it's different because the other person is the boss's roommate. General manager, I promise it won't happen again. Xu Minli couldn't help but speak up, saying that even after 2 months, she was still glad she had come to work here. Should we arrange a vehicle for you? A month ago, after the company opened, Yi Wenshan bought 5 SUVs for the company. No need for that, general manager, we'll be going now. Zhu Letian quickly refused, saying that the boss was his roommate and he couldn't make an exception for him. Fine, then I'll just ignore you guys. Watching the 8 people enter the elevator, Ren Baiman took out her phone, thought for a moment, and then put it away. Forget it, I won't ask. Since opening, the small business owner has rarely come to the company, except for some important meetings. She knew the young boss doted on his wife, spending almost every day with her, but this was his company, with real money invested, so she had to put in some effort. I didn't call Qin Mo at first because I was hesitant about whether to ask him to come alone. Now, even if people have time for college reunions, they won't attend the company gatherings she organizes. Bite. The elevator on the first floor opened. Hurry up, the car is already at the door. After exiting the elevator, Zhu Minli surprisingly held Sun Pengyun's hand. The other classmates, not finding it strange, simply smiled and quickened their pace. I got it, you two are showing off your affection, be careful not to get beaten while walking. I'll show off, go find one yourself if you dare. Feeling that holding hands wasn't enough, the two stopped and embraced. I'm afraid you two will get styes if you ride in the same car with them. Upon exiting the Scepter building, 2 taxis were parked outside. The 4 of them, quick thinking, filled one of them first. Can't you 4 show some loyalty? I don't want to get a sty either. Dong Gaojie and Hang Xiangwen, who were a step behind, glanced at each other, shook their heads with wry smiles. Especially Hang Xiangwen, who agreed to be in the same dormitory and stay single together, but now one of them is married and the other has found a girlfriend, which makes the 2 of them feel quite awkward. Ha ha. See you at the 4 Seasons Hotel, driver, get going. The first taxi had already driven away. After regaining his senses, Hang Xiangwen opened the car door first and got into the passenger seat. Gao Jia, are you planning to walk there? At this point, only Dong Gaojie remained unaccompanied by boarding the bus. Go! Having to sit in the back row with 2 couples showing off their affection, Dong Gaojie really wanted to rub these disloyal classmates into the ground. Driver, for Seasons Hotel. After getting in the car, he told the driver his destination, took out his earphones, put them in, and then closed his eyes to avoid seeing anything. You two be careful, lest you incur public wrath. Seeing that the 2 were still holding hands, Hang Xiangwen fastened his seatbelt and stopped looking at them. Is the boss really not going? Xu Minli sat up straight, a hint of anticipation on her face. My second brother has something to do today. Someone from his hometown is visiting and he can't get away. That's a real shame, the boss can't slap those people in the face. After these students joined Qin Jian's future company, apart from a few people in dormitory 501, the others no longer called Qin Mo by his name, but instead addressed him as boss. If the second brother doesn't go, we're still here. We have to make them regret it today. They've practically begged us to come to them. If we don't do something, we'll feel like we're letting everyone down. Sun Pengyun took out his phone, looked at the messages in the class group, and couldn't help but want to log out. The 8 of them didn't originally want to go to tonight's gathering, but they saw these classmates questioning Qin Mo and saying that he was a liar who spent money to rent and sell luxury cars in order to make himself look good. Ding dong! Ding dong! A series of notification sounds rang out. Sun Pengyun didn't need to look to know it was the class group chat. Damn it, I'd like to see what you have to say. Finally, I couldn't help but open the class group chat and see the messages inside. A strange anger rose in my chest. I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving the class group after tonight's party. Fourth brother, I agree with you. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Me too. A woman should follow her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog, Shu Minli said, brushing aside her bangs and angrily waving her fist. Look at what they're saying, especially this Mo Shu Elan. She's practically groveling to Mo Nianxiao's backside just to curry favor with her. This time, Xin Mo came to show him what a real rich kid is like. He's just a poor loser. I bet he rented a luxury car again this time. I just wonder how long he'll have to eat instant noodles to save up. Saving money? That's impossible. I bet it's online lending. Look at our young master Yu, that's a real second-generation rich kid. Even a single piece of clothing he's wearing costs Xin Mo a year's salary. Four Seasons Hotel. That's right, even a tiny leak between my boyfriend's fingers is worth more than a lifetime of hard work. As Mo Nianxiao finished speaking, she picked up a handbag next to her and waved it in front of everyone. Wow! Mo Nianxiao, you've got another bag. This is the latest LV model, it must cost tens of thousands, right? Only tens of thousands? You're underestimating our young master Yu. This bag costs 160,000. 160,000? That's a lot. My monthly salary is 6,000. It would take me 2.5 years of saving every penny to afford this. I heard that young master Yu recently met a rich young master, is that true? How could this be fake? Our young master Yu knows this big shot. With just a little effort from them, young master Yu's family assets can multiply several times over. He had been enjoying listening to his classmates' flattery, but after hearing this, his face instantly turned ugly, as if he had eaten shit. Chapter 62 Four Seasons Hotel, don't come if you don't have money. Four Seasons Hotel. TSK. These are some classmates who are going to make a fortune with boss Qin Mo. Zhu Letian and his 3 companions had just gotten out of the taxi when they ran into their college classmates. Sun Yanyun, you went out without brushing your teeth today. Wang Hao, what do you mean? Wow, so being someone's lackey can lower your IQ? You can't even understand this. As Wang Hao spoke, he took a few steps back and pinched his nose with his hand. Wang Hao, you just wait and see, someone will deal with you. Sun Yangyun really wanted to go up and punch him, but seeing that there were 4 of them, he left after uttering some harsh words. This dog got beaten, and now it's barking wildly at its master. Sun Yangyun, who had taken a few steps, almost fell when he heard these words. He clenched his fist and then relaxed it, continuing to walk towards the elevator. Brother Yun, later you should have young master Yu take action and teach those 4 a lesson. Just give them a beating? No way. I heard from young master Yu that a big shot is going to step in and make sure that Qin Mo and his bunch of idiots can't stay in Guangzhou. Seriously, as expected of brother Yun, he even knew about this kind of news in advance. Don't forget your little brother when you become successful. Bite. The elevator doors opened. This student did not go in first, but stood to the side, respectfully waiting for Sun Yanyun to go in. To the uninformed, this scene would make them think that some rich young master was going out. Outside. Brother Tian, if you hadn't stopped me, I definitely would have gone up and slapped Sun Yangyun. Alright, if a dog bites you, you bite it back. Should we go up now, or wait for the 4 of them? Wait a minute, let's go up together. Yeah, let's go up together. I really didn't want to come here. I went to the company party, who knows, I might meet some beautiful girls. Alright, stop talking, they've arrived. Zhu Letian stopped the 3 from continuing, pointing to a taxi approaching in the distance. Boss, we agreed to go through thick and thin together, but you ran off first. Hang Xiangguan got out of the car, walked over, and patted Zhu Letian hard on the shoulder. Why did you hit me? If you couldn't stand it, then hit them. Zhu Letian was also a little helpless after the 4th brother got off the bus. The 2 of them were still holding hands. I want to fight them, I want to live a little longer. Seeing the 2 people walking over, he quickly shook his head. If you're afraid, then go up. Led by Zhu Letian, the 8 people entered the elevator. Of the 8 classmates, Zhu Letian was always the leader when Qin Mo was not around. Bite. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Distinguished guests, which private room number would you like to have? As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a waiter immediately bowed respectfully. As expected of the Four Seasons Hotel, their service is top-notch. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts. Box 888. This way, please. The waiter standing at the elevator entrance is there to guide the guests. Dear guest, we have arrived at VIP room number 888. The Four Seasons Hotel occupies a fairly large area. Led by a waiter, the 8 of us walked for a while and turned a corner before finally arriving. This hotel is quite big. They didn't rush inside, but instead sighed at the entrance. Click. Just then, the door to the private room opened. Hey, our 8 lucky classmates are here. The person who came out was none other than Sun Yan-yoon, who seemed to have been waiting for them to arrive. What's wrong? Haven't been to such a high-class place before? Are you too scared to go in? With all his classmates present, Sun Yan-yoon was smug and arrogant, practically strutting around with his nose in the air. Idiot. Sun Peng-yoon showed no politeness to this kind of person, giving him a thumbs up and pulling Ju Minli into the private room first. Come on, let's sit over there. After scanning the private room, Sun Peng-yoon couldn't help but curl up a slight, disdainful smile. You think you can humiliate us like this? The seats were left in the corner, but Sun Peng-yoon was not given any attention. So he was involved with Sun Peng-yoon. No wonder he hung up on me back then. As soon as the door to the private room opened, all the students' eyes were drawn to it. One moment Imo Shualan was all smiles, the next her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she spoke each word clearly. Shualan, what's wrong? Who upset you? A male classmate standing nearby, who had been watching her closely, saw this and immediately tried to flatter her by asking her to rate Imo Shualan's appearance, saying it was barely a 7 out of 10. Shu Minli. She gritted her teeth, looking as if she wanted to suck the other person's blood. You two didn't get along very well before, what happened? The two had a falling out on the phone before, but not many classmates knew about it. This classmate felt that an opportunity had come and quickly asked about it with concern. 2 months ago, the people in dormitory 501 posted a recruitment notice in the class group, and someone told me that Ju Minli was also going to go. At this point, Mo Shualan paused and coughed lightly. The male classmate next to her quickly picked up a glass of red wine and handed it to her. Mo Shualan didn't refuse and took a sip. And then what? It's not that I'm worried about her. I told her that Chin Mo and the others are all liars and she shouldn't go there, but... But what? Ju Minli actually insulted me, calling me a lunatic. Damn, you're so close to her, and you get yelled at for showing concern? No way, I'll get revenge for you later. Knowing what had happened, the male student patted his chest and assured him. Ju Minli, I'll see how you get out of this. When the other person wasn't paying attention, a mocking smile flashed across Mo Shualan's face, and then she grabbed the male classmate's arm in a chattering tone. Yang Wei, thank you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei felt his body go limp and almost ejaculated. Oh my, you guys actually dared to come. Knowing that our young master Yu is hosting a dinner here, these poor losers have to come even if they have to be shameless. Otherwise, they could work their whole lives and still not afford a single dish at the Four Seasons Hotel. That's true, they're just freeloaders. As the 8 students took their seats, most of them, except for a few who remained silent, began to mock them. Sun Peng-yoon, what are you doing? Do you think you can afford to drink this? Sun Peng-yoon, who had just sat down, curiously picked up a bottle of red wine, wanting to see what kind of wine would be served in a hotel of this caliber. Put it down right now. If it breaks, you won't be able to afford to pay for it with a year's salary. Yes, this drink was paid for by young Master Yu. None of you deserve it. Yang Wei wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, as he wanted to avenge Mo Shualan. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and pointed to Sun Peng-yoon and the other 8 people one by one. TCH, it's just a bottle of wine. Looking at his classmate's face, Sun Peng-yoon put down the red wine. He realized that almost all the classmates were trying to curry favor with Yu Jianyuan. Ha ha. You'd better buy a bottle yourself if you dare, don't say we didn't give you a chance. Chapter 63 A Clash of Wits, a counterattack after being slapped in the face. Inside VIP room 888, the noise was deafening. The huge round table was full of people, and Yu Jianyuan, sitting at the head of the table, was beaming with pride and enjoying the compliments from everyone. Sun Pengyun and his group of 8 were seated in the most secluded spot near the entrance, completely out of place with the lively atmosphere at the main table. "Hey, aren't you the ones who made their fortunes with Boss Chin?" A sarcastic voice rang out, and Sun Yangyun came over, swirling his wineglass. "What, Chin Mo didn't come? Is it because he couldn't afford a car and is too embarrassed to show his face?" Sun Pengyun clenched his fist tightly, and Shu Minli pressed his hand down under the table and gently shook her head. "Sun Yangyun." Zhu Letian stood up, his expression calm. "There's no need to talk about these things at a class reunion. Why wouldn't it be necessary?" Yang Wei also came over and deliberately raised his voice. "Young master, you kindly treated us to a meal. Shouldn't those who freeload show some appreciation?" Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Ren Baiman, dressed in a well-fitting business suit, stood at the door with 5 or 6 senior executives from the company. Her gaze swept across the room, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on Sun Pengyun and the others, a perfectly timed smile appearing on his face. "Pengyun, Letian, so you're here. The company team building event is in the Peony Hall next door. Remember to come over and toast the directors later." Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the noise in the private room. The entire private room fell silent instantly. Ren Baiman exudes a capable and efficient aura, and the people following behind her are also dressed in suits and ties, radiating confidence. These people were clearly workplace elites, a stark contrast to the naivety of the recent college graduates present. Sun Yangyun and Yang Wei stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Ren Baiman seemed to have just noticed Yu Jianyuan in the main seat, and nodded slightly. "Young master, you, right? I heard your family is in the building materials business? Our Qin Jin future happens to have a factory expansion plan, so perhaps there will be an opportunity to cooperate." Yu Jianyuan's smug expression froze instantly. His family's building materials company was only considered third-rate in Guangzhou, while Qin Jin Battery was currently riding high. His father had tried to get in touch with them several times without success. Ren Baiman said no more and nodded to Sun Pengyun and the others. "Have fun, but don't drink too much. You have to go to work tomorrow." With that, he turned and left with his entourage, completely unhurried. The private room was deathly silent. Sun Yangyun and his group, who had been so arrogant just moments before, turned pale and then flushed. They can mock Qin Mo and look down on followers like Sun Pengyun, but they dare not offend a truly powerful company executive, especially since the other party has offered the bait of cooperation. Mr. Run?" An incredulous voice came from outside. Just then, a young man came in from outside and happened to meet Ren Baiman and the others who had gone out. This person was none other than Lin Feiyu, and his expression kept changing. He thought Ren Baiman was Yi Wenshan's most capable subordinate and the general manager of Yes Catering Group. "I met her once at a business cocktail party. How did she end up here? And what's with all this talk about Qin Jian and company team building?" Lin Feiyu suddenly looked at Sun Pengyun, his eyes sharp. "You are Qin Mo's roommates, and you work at Yes Catering Group?" Before Sun Pengyun could answer, Zhu Minli stood up, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. "Who are you? You're not very well informed. President Yi has already left Yes Group. Qin Jian is a new company co-founded by President Qin and President Yi, and we both work there." "President Qin? Which President Qin?" Lin Feiyu pressed for answers and finally found the other party. "Which other President Qin could it be?" Hang Xiangwen also stood up and straightened his back. "Qin Mo, the second oldest in our dorm." Boom! The private room erupted in chaos. "Qin Mo? The Qin Mo they're talking about, the one who rents cars to show off his wealth and runs a pyramid scheme to swindle money? It turns out to be the CEO of Qin Jin Battery, which has been making waves recently. Did he also start a business with Yi Wenshan?" The wineglass in Yu Jianyuan's hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. "I'm doomed. If my father finds out about this, he'll beat me to death." Lin Feiyu stared intently at Sun Pengyun and the others, his chest heaving violently. He originally thought Qin Mo was just a nobody, living off Yi Wan's connections. Unexpectedly, he quietly caused such a commotion, even making someone like Ren Baiman willing to serve him. Shame, anger, and a barely perceptible sense of panic gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. "Okay, very good." Lin Feiyu squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a frighteningly sinister look. "Qin Mo, he's really good at hiding his true identity. He glared at Yu Jianyuan, turned and strode away without even entering the private room. The room was left with everyone staring at each other in bewilderment, completely silent. Sun Yangyun, Yang Wei, and the others shrank their necks, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They finally realized how ridiculous their words and actions had been. The Yu Jianyuan they were so desperately trying to curry favor with was probably insignificant in the eyes of others. Dong Gaojia slowly picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of water, and spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Brother Lo, it seems our company has a pretty good reputation. Even young Master Lin has heard of it. Zhu Letian smiled but didn't say anything. Xu Minli took Sun Pingyun's arm, a relaxed smile on her face. Pengyun, didn't President Ren tell us to go over and offer a toast? Don't keep the directors waiting. Yes, it's time to go. Sun Pengyun realized what was happening, stood up, and straightened his clothes. The 8 people stood up one after another, without even glancing at the students in the private room whose expressions were quite interesting, and calmly walked towards the door. When they opened the door to the private room, the corridor outside was brightly lit, and they could vaguely hear the sounds of clinking glasses coming from the peony hall next door, a world they were participating in and that had a bright future ahead of them. The door closed behind me, shutting out all the embarrassment, regret, and disbelief. Hang Xiangwen let out a long sigh of relief and grinned. That felt great. Even better than beating them up. Zhu Letian patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, don't keep President Ren and the others waiting. The 8 people exchanged smiles and walked towards the peony hall with firm steps and upright postures. After Sun Pengyun and his group of 8 left, a deathly silence fell over the 888 private room, from which someone murmured incoherently. Xin Mo, he really is the boss. No one answered. The answer is obvious. Yu Jianyuan slumped in his chair, his face ashen. He knew that he had not only lost Lin Feiyu as his backer, but also that his foolishness today might have completely ruined his family's already precarious business. Damn it, it's all your fault, you bitch. Yu Jianyuan glanced at Mo Nianxiao beside him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to. Nothing is impossible. A class reunion completely changed the balance in many people's hearts. Chapter 64 Qin Jian Number 1, The Invisible Slap. Inside the Peony Hall. Unlike the noisy, deliberately ostentatious atmosphere of the adjacent 888 VIP room, the atmosphere here is relaxed yet professional. More than 10 middle and senior managers from Qin Jian Technology sat around a huge round table. Ren Baiman sat in the main seat, talking quietly with the production director beside her. The door to the private room was pushed open, and Sun Pengyun and 8 others walked in. Their faces still carried a hint of excitement from next door, but more than that, they had a sense of security from finding their community. President Ren, and all the directors. Zhu Letian, as the representative, stepped forward, his tone respectful yet measured. Ren Baiman raised her head, her gaze sweeping across their faces, keenly catching the lingering excitement. She smiled slightly, not asking what had happened next door, but simply pointing to the empty seat beside her. You're here? Please have a seat. The dishes have just been served, and we were just talking about you. Yes, we were just praising your project team for their efficiency. The data from this sample test is even better than expected, Administrative Director Li Wen replied with a smile. Technical Director Wang Ji adjusted his glasses, his tone revealing the straightforwardness of a technologist. Especially the cycle life data, it's very impressive. Sun Pengyun, your team deserves a lot of credit for the preliminary basic testing. When he was suddenly called out, Sun Pengyun was stunned for a moment and quickly waved his hand. Director Wang, you flatter me. Everything was done according to the procedures you set out for us. Xu Minli quietly squeezed his hand under the table, signaling him to calm down. Ren Baiman took everything in, picked up the juice in front of her, and spoke in a gentle tone that carried an undeniable power. For a startup like ours to achieve results so quickly is thanks to the hard work of everyone here, especially you all. Her gaze shifted to Sun Pengyun and his group of 8. As one of the company's earliest employees, we worked hard alongside President Qin despite the pressure. President Yi and I will always remember this trust and dedication. Her words, though not deliberately elevating, were like a warm current, instantly soothing the emotions of the 8 people who had just been slighted in the next room. This is not an empty promise, but a public affirmation from top management. Mr. Ren, you flatter me. This is what we should do. Zhu Letian quickly stood up and responded on behalf of everyone, his tone sincere. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Ren Baiman changed the subject at the right time, and her tone became more relaxed. Today is a time to relax, so don't be shy. Order whatever you want to drink, it's on me. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and looked at Sun Pengyun, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. By the way, Pengyun, I think I saw young Master Lin from the Lin group next door just now. Was he also attending a class reunion? The question was asked casually, but it made Sun Pengyun and the other 8 people's hearts jump at the same time. How did Ren Baiman come to know Lin Feiyu? And why did she specifically ask him? Yes, Mr. Ren, he was next door, but he left earlier. Sun Pengyun suppressed his doubts and answered honestly. Oh. Ren Baiman nodded, picked up the serving chopsticks, and put a pastry on the plate for the production director next to her, her tone calm and indifferent. The Lin Group mainly deals in real estate, and it seems to be facing a tight cash flow lately, so they're looking for money everywhere. They did contact President Yi before, wanting to participate in some of Ye's projects, but their philosophies didn't align, so they couldn't reach an agreement. As she said this, she raised her eyes and her gaze swept over the 8 people again. Especially those who had just been mistreated next door, their lips curled into a faint smile, and their voices involuntarily rose. When doing business, you need to have a long-term vision. There are some people in some circles that we don't need to spend too much time dealing with at this stage. Our future partners, Qin Jian, should at least be industry leaders. Don't you agree? These words were like a silent slap in the face to the people eavesdropping at the door. There's no need for arguments or belittling, simply stating a fact calmly is enough to draw a clear line and elevate the overall perspective. Dong Gaojie reacted the fastest and immediately responded. What Mr. Rin said is true. The goal of our Qin Jian number 1 is to set industry standards. There is really no need to waste time on unimportant people and things. The others also realized that President Ren was supporting them in her own way, and was also pointing out their current position and the direction they should go in the future. I understand, Mr. Ren. Sun Pengyun nodded heavily, the stifling feeling in his chest caused by his classmates' ridicule completely dissipating. Instead, there is a clearer sense of purpose. Xu Minli looked at Ren Baiman with admiration in her eyes. This is what a true workplace elite does. With a few casual remarks, they both appease their subordinates, give a warning to their competitors, and clarify their strategy. The atmosphere at the next dinner was even more harmonious. The directors also put aside their airs and chatted with Sun Pengyun and the others about interesting things at work and their experiences in the industry. No one mentioned the class reunion next door anymore, as if it were just an insignificant little episode. As the dinner was drawing to a close, Ren Baiman received a phone call. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. She listened for a few minutes and then hung up the phone. I just received a notification from General Manager Qin that all test data for the Qin Jian number 1 sample have been verified and officially approved. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the company will hold a core project meeting to determine the next steps in brand promotion and patent application strategies. Everyone here, please be on time. She looked at everyone and announced some news. This news was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Everyone's expression turned serious and excited. The successful testing of the samples signifies that the project has achieved its most crucial stage victory. Next, it's time to really go into the market. Clear. Everyone spoke in unison. Then let's wish our Qin Jian number 1 a resounding success in this battle. Ren Baiman stood up and raised her glass. It was still filled with juice. Everyone stood up, and the glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. At this moment, they are no longer marginalized followers at a class reunion, but comrades in arms sharing a common mission. When they left the peony hall, Sun Pengyun and the other 8 people stood up straight. At this moment, the door to VIP room 888 opened, and the students inside came out in 2s and 3s. Their expressions were complicated, their eyes darting around, and no one dared to approach them to speak or even meet their gaze. Sun Pengyun and his group did not linger and headed straight for the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out everything outside. Hang Xiangwen finally couldn't help but grin. Hey, did you guys see Eugene Yuan's face? He looked like he'd swallowed a fly. And Sun Yangyun, his head is practically tucked into his neck. Another classmate laughed as well. Alright, forget about them and think about tomorrow's meeting. Qin Jian number 1 foot, we need to get busy. Zhu Letian is quite composed, but there's a light in his eyes. The elevator descends, and the numbers keep changing. I'm increasingly convinced that deciding to come to Qin Most Place was the best decision I ever made in my life. Xu Minli leaned close to Sun Pengyun and whispered in his ear. Sun Pengyun gripped her hand tightly and gave a heavy hum. It wasn't just because they had slapped those snobbish classmates in the face, but also because they clearly felt that they were standing on the crest of a wave about to take off. The person who led them was their former bunkmate. This feeling of pride is far more exhilarating than a momentary argument. Chapter 65: A Vicious Serpent in the Dark, Ready to Bite. Hentaying Highlands. The other side of the city. Inside a private club. Lin Feiyu slammed the whiskey glass in his hand against the wall, scattering amber liquid and glass shards everywhere. Bang! The loud noise made the club manager, who was standing in the corner with his hands at his sides, tremble, but he dared not step forward. Sheen M.O. Sheen M.O. Lin Feiyu roared, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. He paced restlessly in the expensive Persian carpeted box, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. That scene at the Four Seasons Hotel was like a red-hot iron rod, repeatedly searing his nerves. Ren Baimon's calm yet subtly contemptuous face, Sun Pengyun and his gang of minor characters suddenly straightening their backs, and Yu Jianyuan, that good-for-nothing, running away in terror. All of this converges into one fact: he, Lin Feiyu, was utterly outshone by Qin Mo, whom he had never taken seriously, in a manner that was almost humiliating. Not just women, but now even in their careers, that poor boy seems to be ahead of him. Qin Jian Battery. He gritted his teeth as he muttered the name. Yu Jianyuan had mentioned to him before that Qin Mo seemed to have started a small company, which he scoffed at the time, thinking it was just a small-scale operation. Or perhaps it was something Yi Wenshan gave him out of consideration for his daughter. However, Ren Baimon's appearance completely overturned his judgment. Who is Ren Baiman? She is Yi Wenshan's most capable and arrogant henchman. She was able to leave the deeply rooted Yi family to assist Qin Mo, a newcomer to the world. This can only mean one thing: that Qin Jian Battery is no ordinary device. Its potential is so great that even someone like Ren Baiman is willing to risk her entire career. And what about the so-called performance 5 times better than the market average? Although he thought it was likely an exaggeration, what if it were true? A strong sense of crisis, intertwined with anger at being offended, almost consumed him. The woman that young Master Lin had his eye on was snatched away, and now even the shopping mall that he considered his for the taking is being usurped by this kid. No. Absolutely not. He stopped abruptly, panting heavily, his eyes sweeping menacingly across the sofa. On the sofa, a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a flashy shirt was carefully wiping the wine spilled on his body. When he saw the man looking over, he immediately gave him a fawning smile. Young Master Lin, please calm down. This man is Wang Kuei, the owner of Jining Battery. Jining Battery is a well-established brand in the industry, but in recent years its technology has lagged behind, and its market share has been continuously eroded by emerging companies, making its situation very difficult. Wang Kuei tried every means to get in touch with Lin Feiyu, hoping that the Lin family would leak some resources to help him through his difficulties. Lin Feiyu stared at Wang Kuei like a venomous snake spotting its prey in the dark. He slowly walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite Wang Kuei, leaning forward and speaking in a low voice with a dangerous undertone. Mr. Wang, your Jining Battery company hasn't been doing too well lately, has it? Wang Kuei's face twitched, and he said with a wry smile, Young Master Lin, you should be aware that market competition is too fierce now, especially recently some reckless fools have emerged who don't know their own limitations, making all sorts of technological breakthroughs and stirring up a mess in the market. A hothead? Lin Feiyu chuckled, picked up a new wineglass, and poured himself a drink. You mean that? Qin Jian Battery? Wang Kuei was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Lin Feiyu to know this name, and he quickly nodded. Yes. It's them. I heard they've got this Qin Jian #1 thing, they're making it sound amazing, like its energy density is 5 times that of the market. It's utter nonsense. I think it's just a gimmick to scam investors. A gimmick? Lin Feiyu swirled his wine glass, the ice cubes making a crisp sound as they hit the glass. What if it isn't? Wang Kuei opened his mouth, but no words came out. It's not that he didn't hear the rumors, but he just didn't want to believe them, or rather, he didn't want to face them. If their technology is real. Lin Feiyu's voice was like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. Mr. Wang, how long do you think your Jining can last? Wang Kuei's face turned deathly pale instantly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, his voice hoarse. Young Master Lin, you have to help me out. Looking at his fawning manner, Lin Feiyu felt a flash of disgust in his eyes, but more than that, he felt a sense of pleasure in using him. He needed a knife that could take the lead and cause trouble for Qin Mo. Wang Kuei and his Jining battery are a perfect match. I can lend you a hand, Lin Feiyu said slowly and deliberately. It all depends on whether you, Mr. Wang, have the courage and sincerity. Wang Kuei, as if grasping at a straw, leaned forward, almost kneeling down. Young Master Lin, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it without hesitation. Lin Feiyu leaned closer to him, lowered his voice, and said, word by word, I need you to keep a close eye on that Qin Jin battery. Aren't they going to apply for a patent? Aren't they going to hold a press conference? Find a way to cause them some trouble. Wang Kuei's pupils contracted. Young Master Lin, you mean? There are many ways to compete in business. Lin Feiyu leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of wine, and looked cold. Question the authenticity of their technical data, poach their talent, Oregon. He paused, a sinister smile curving his lips. At a crucial juncture in their patent application, create an unexpected situation for them. For example, a piece of evidence that just happens to prove that the origin of their technology is questionable? Wang Kuei gasped. He understood what Lin Feiyu meant. This means he's being asked to do the dirty work, using methods that might be on the fringes of the law, to target Qin Jin battery. If he succeeds, he will gain the support of the Lin family and may even be able to seize a share of Qin Jin's market. It failed. What? Scared? Lin Feiyu glanced at him, his tone contemptuous. Looking at Lin Feiyu's unwavering gaze, and thinking of his own precarious company, Wang Kuei steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, young Master Lin. I know what to do. Qin Mo is just a greenhorn who thinks he's above everyone else just because he's got some luck. It's time someone taught him a lesson. Lin Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, saying as if bestowing a favor, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. After this is done, we can consider Jining for the next battery purchase order for the Lin family's commercial center. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuei's face instantly lit up with ecstasy, and he repeatedly nodded and bowed, saying, thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. I will definitely handle things perfectly. Lin Feiyu waved his hand, shooing him away like a fly. Wang Kuei bowed and backed out of the private room, gently closing the door behind him. The private room returned to silence, with only the faint sound of melting ice remaining. Lin Feiyu sat alone on the huge sofa, shadows covering half of his face. He took out his phone, flipped to a blurry photo in his album that he had secretly taken of Yi Wan and Qin Mo walking side by side, and clenched his fingers so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Qin Mo. He murmured the name, his voice filled with deep-seated resentment. You want to make it big? I'll make sure you don't. I'll show you that some circles aren't places you can just squeeze into. Yi Wan, and everything about you, I'll destroy them all, bit by bit, with my own hands. He downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but it was nothing compared to the burning jealousy that raged within him. Chapter 66 makes a decision. Stay to take care of granddaughter. Inside Villa Number 1. Qin Mo put down his phone, the engineer's excited voice still seemed to echo in his ears. His face was expressionless, but his eyes lit up for a moment, like a shooting star streaking across the night. He turned around, walked out of the study, and came to the living room on the first floor. A sense of tranquility permeated the living room. Jiang Chuansui held her second child, sat on the sofa by the window, and softly hummed an off-key lullaby. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting a soft glow on her and her child. Erbo was already asleep, his little fists curled up beside his cheeks, breathing evenly. On the other side of the carpet, Yuan was bending over to change De Bao's diaper. Her movements were still not very skillful, but she was very careful. De Bao seemed a little impatient, kicking his two chubby little legs incessantly. Qin Mo walked over, his footsteps very light. He squatted down next to Yuan, and naturally reached out to take the clean diaper from her hand. I'll do it. His voice was not loud, and carried a habitual calmness. Yuan looked up, saw him, her eyes crinkled into a smile, and without saying anything, obediently moved aside. She raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear and whispered to Jiang Chuansui, Mom, look at him, he's even more skilled than me. Jiang Chuansui stopped humming and looked at her son. Qin Mo gently held De Bao's kicking ankle with one hand, and deftly pulled out the dirty diaper with the other, rolled it up and put it aside, then quickly and gently wiped the little guy's bottom with a wet wipe. His movements were methodical, with a strange sense of rhythm, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. In his arms, De Bao gradually calmed down, opening his bright black eyes and looking at his father with curiosity. As Jiang Chuansui watched the scene, her heart felt filled with a mix of relief, emotion, and an indescribable complexity. She echoed Yuan's words, saying, "Yes, I'm more skilled than you." These words seemed to be spoken to Yuan, but also to himself. Qin Emo put a new diaper on Debao and patted the little guy's bottom. Debao let out a comfortable ee-ee sound and reached out to grab the toy next to him. Qin Shangming was holding a watering can, clearly having just tended to the potted plants on the balcony. He saw his son and casually asked, "Is something wrong at the company?" Qin Emo nodded, walked to the sofa, and looked at the second child who was sleeping soundly in his mother's arms. His tone was flat. The company just called to say that the battery sample passed the test. All the data met the standards, and it was even better than expected. Qin Shangming paused for a moment as he put down the kettle, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Really? It's that battery you and your in-laws got together?" He walked to the armchair and sat down, picked up the newspaper he had just placed on the coffee table, then put it down again. Clearly his attention had been diverted. "Right." Qin Mo's response remained brief. He reached out and touched Erbao's cheek very gently. The little guy smacked his lips in his sleep. Yuan walked to Qin Mo's side, looked at his calm profile, and knew that he was actually happy inside. She didn't ask much about the company, only saying, "Now you and Dad can breathe a little easier." Jiang Chuansui looked at her son, then at her granddaughter sleeping soundly in her arms, as if she had made up her mind. She cleared her throat and spoke, her voice softer than usual. "Xiao Mo, I'm disgusted with your dad." She paused, drawing the attention of several people. "We plan to stay in Guangzhou and help you take care of your granddaughter." Qin Mo turned his head in surprise and looked at his mother. Qin Shangming interjected, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of probing. "Your company is so busy, and Xiaowan is taking care of 2 children alone. It's too much for her. We'll stay and help out as much as we can, you see." Before Qin Mo could speak, Yuan spoke first, her tone filled with intimacy and unquestionable certainty. "Dad, what are you saying? We're family. I'm so happy that you're staying." She walked to Jiang Chuansui's side and looked at Erbao's peaceful sleeping face. "The babies are blessed to have their grandparents doting on them. As for my parents, you know their situation over there. With you all here, I feel much more at ease." She meant it sincerely. She had witnessed Jiang Chuansui's care for her and the child over the past few days. Listening to her daughter-in-law's words, Jiang Chuansui's worries completely disappeared, replaced by a warm feeling. She freed one hand, patted Yuan's hand, and said good twice. Okay, then it's settled. Your dad and I will go back to our hometown later to pack up our things there, send what needs to be sent over, and take care of what needs to be dealt with." The matter was settled in just a few words. Without excessive sentimentality, it was as if a piece of a puzzle had finally found its final place, making the family more complete and stable. Qin Mo looked at his parents, then at his wife and daughter, and nodded, "Okay. The rooms in the house are all ready made, and we'll add anything we need anytime." He paused, then added, "Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work. What's so hard about it?" Jiang Chuansui scolded him playfully, then looked down at her granddaughter in her arms, her wrinkles smoothing out. "I'm too busy enjoying life with my granddaughter." Qin Shangming smiled and picked up the newspaper again, but this time he just spread it on his lap and didn't read it. His gaze swept across the spacious and bright living room, past the bustling city outside the window, then fell on his son and daughter-in-law, and finally settled on his wife and granddaughter. A sense of peace and tranquility welled up within him. Yuan took Qin Mo's arm and leaned against him gently. Qin Mo turned his head to look at her and saw a faint smile and relaxation in her eyes. He knew that his parents' decision had lightened the burden on Yuan's shoulders considerably. For him, stability within his family is also an important foundation for his career advancement. The living room fell silent again. The sunlight moved slowly. Jiang Chuansui continued to hold Erbao and hum softly, while Qin Shangming stared blankly at the newspaper. "Mom and Dad, what would you like to eat tonight? What do you want to eat?" Hearing this, the group began to struggle with their choices. Qin Mo's cooking was so delicious that they didn't know what to choose. "Honey, it's your decision." Yuan was the first to speak. In her opinion, she liked all the food her husband cooked. "All right, I'll listen to my daughter-in-law. You decide, you brat. You know what will happen if it doesn't taste good." At this point, Jiang Chuansui gestured with her fist, making Erbao giggle. "Okay, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After leaving those words, Qin Mo went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Debao, mommy wants a hug." Yuan walked over to the stroller and looked at Debao, who was enjoying himself. When the little guy saw him, he grinned with his toothless mouth drooling. She picked up a red building block and handed it to Debao. The little guy grabbed it and waved it around wildly, making excited giggle sounds. Chapter 67. Visiting the company. Parents want to buy a house. The Scepter building has 88 floors. The office was much quieter on Sunday than on weekdays. However, the lights in the research and development area were still on. Qin Mo pushed open the heavy glass door, with Qin Xiangming and Jiang Chuansui following behind him. The two elderly people dressed up more formally today, and Jiang Chuansui even wore a silk scarf. "Dad, Mom, this is our main office area." Qin Mo's voice was exceptionally clear in the empty office area. Jiang Chuansui's gaze swept over the neatly arranged workstations, each equipped with dual monitors, and some workstations also had professional engineering drawings on them. Her gaze finally fell on her son. He was dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, standing tall and composed. "President Qin." A young woman in a lab coat walked by and greeted him respectfully. Qin Mo nodded slightly. "Still working overtime on Sunday? There's some data that needs to be checked." The girl smiled, glanced curiously at Qin Xiangming and Jiang Chuansui, and quickly left. Qin Xiangming lowered his voice and said to Jiang Chuansui, "Old woman, these are all our son's employees?" Jiang Chuansui did not answer. Her attention was drawn to the entire wall of patent certificates and industry qualifications in front of her. The gold lettering and official seals silently testify to the company's professionalism and strength. Qin Mo led them through the office area and pushed open a door marked Research and Development Laboratory. Inside was another world, a constant temperature and humidity environment, with precision instruments emitting a soft hum, and several staff members wearing anti-static suits operating the equipment. "This is the electrochemical performance testing area." Qin Mo pointed to a piece of equipment that was in operation. All the core data of Qin Jian were generated here. Looking through the observation window at the sophisticated probes and the constantly fluctuating data, Qin Xiangming finally couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Mo, these devices must be very expensive, right? A complete testing system would cost around 10 million. Qin Mo's tone was calm, as if he were talking about the weather today. Jiang Chuansui gasped and instinctively gripped her handbag tightly. After visiting the laboratory, Qin Mo then showed them the small-scale production line simulation area that was about to be put into use. The automated robotic arm is undergoing final adjustments, the conveyor belt is running quietly, and the entire area is filled with a sense of technology. Next month, we will launch our first mass production line in the industrial park in the suburbs. This area is mainly used for process verification and employee training. Qin Mo continued to explain. Good, you're better than Dad." Looking at the sophisticated machinery, Qin Xiangming finally couldn't help but pat his son on the shoulder. Back in Qin Mo's office, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Zhujiang New Town. Jiang Chuansui stood by the window for a long time before finally turning around and pulling Qin Mo to sit down on the sofa. "Xiao Mo." Her voice was low, filled with a mother's worry. "Tell Mom the truth. Running such a big company, buying such a nice building, and all that equipment, is that little bit of lottery winnings enough?" She remembered her son mentioning winning the lottery, but the scale of the prize she was witnessing far exceeded her understanding of winning the lottery. Qin Mo smiled and grasped his mother's hand. In return, her hand was warm and steady. "Mom, don't worry about the money." His tone was relaxed, yet it carried a reassuring power. "Most of the money in the early stages was invested by my father-in-law. Don't worry about the company. Just enjoy your retirement and take good care of your granddaughter." Jiang Chuansui looked at her son's mature and steady demeanor and straightened his collar. "Your father-in-law is so good to you, you mustn't bully Xiaowan in the future." Her gaze swept over the technical documents piled up in a corner of the office. "These days, you've been busy until late at night every day. That's how it is in the early stages of a startup. It'll get better after this period." Qin Mo stood up, walked to his desk, and picked up an exquisite battery sample. "Look, this is Qin Jin number 1. The silver-gray casing has a metallic sheen and a simple yet elegant design." Qin Xiangming took the sample and examined it carefully in his hand. "This little thing?" His tone was incredulous. 5 times the performance of batteries on the market?" "Yes." Qin Mo nodded. "Once it is mass-produced and launched, it will change many industries." Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Ren Baiman stood at the door with a folder in her hand. "President Qin, I'm sorry to bother you." The National Testing Center needs your signature on supplementary documents, which are due on Monday. Come in. Shin Mo took the document, quickly glanced at it, and signed his name. Ren Baiman looked at Qin Xiangming and Jiang Chuansui and greeted them with a smile. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Ren Baiman, the general manager of the company. Jiang Chuansui quickly stood up. Hello, President Run. We just came to check on things. We hope we haven't interfered with your work? How could that be? Ren Baiman replied with a polite smile. President Qin often talks about you too, saying that since you can settle down in Guangzhou, he can devote himself to his work with more peace of mind. These words were perfectly chosen, both praising Qin Mo's filial piety and affirming the value of the two elders. After seeing Ren Baiman off, Jiang Chuansui suddenly said, Xiaomo, tomorrow is Sunday, your dad and I want to go look at houses. Shin Mo was taken aback, looking at the house? Aren't there enough rooms here? No. Jiang Chuansui shook her head. We want to buy a small place nearby. We can't live with you all the time. Young people need their own space. Before Qin Mo could speak, Qin Xiangming interjected, Your mother is right. We looked at a few properties, and there's a small apartment that's quite nice, right next door, a 10-minute walk away. That way, it won't bother you, and it'll be convenient for taking care of the child. Seeing the serious expressions on her parents' faces, Qin Mo knew they had been considering this for a long time. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. No need, Jiang Chuansui waved her hands repeatedly. You go about your business, we'll go by ourselves. It's settled then. As I left the company, the sun was setting. In the elevator, Jiang Chuansui suddenly said to Qin Xiangming, Old Qin, with our savings and the money Xiao Mo gave us before, is it enough for a down payment? Qin Xiangming did the calculations, about right. Our retirement savings should be enough to pay off the remaining loan. Stepping out of the lobby, Jiang Chuansui glanced back at the towering skyscraper and said softly, I understand now, my son has truly made something of himself. Yes, Qin Xiangming remarked, he's much more promising than we imagined. They no longer questioned the origin of the money, nor did they worry about their son's abilities. What they saw and heard today has already given them the answer. My phone vibrated, it was Yiwan calling. How was the visit, Mom and Dad? The babies miss their dad. My parents want to buy a house outside, and I can't persuade them otherwise. They say they're afraid of bothering us young people. The villa is so big, if there's any disturbance, leave it to me, husband, I'll make sure the mission is accomplished. I knew my wife would have a way, I love you. Chapter 68 Important Meetings, Patent Applications. Monday morning at 9 a.m. Qinjian Technology Conference Room. The oval conference table was full of people. Ren Baiman sat to Qin Mo's left, and to his right was the technical director, Wang Ji. Sun Pengyun, Zhu Letian, and other core project team members are also on the list. Everyone is here. Ren Baiman looked around. Let's begin. Wang Ji turned on the projector, and the words Qinjian No. 1 Patent Application Scheme appeared on the screen. Based on our technical analysis. Wang Ji adjusted his glasses. The core innovations of Qinjian No. 1 are mainly concentrated in three aspects: new electrode material formulation, porous electrolyte structure, and intelligent temperature control management system. He switched slides to show a complex technology roadmap. In terms of patent applications, I suggest adopting a combination strategy of core patents plus peripheral patents. Wang Ji moved his laser pointer across the drawing. Our core patents cover our original material formulations and structural designs, which are our technological barriers. Our peripheral patents are laid out around production processes and application scenarios, forming a complete patent moat. Qin Mo nodded slightly. How should the priority of patent applications be arranged? We have already contacted top domestic patent agencies. Ren Baiman continued the conversation. Their expert team will arrive this afternoon and recommends that we first file a PCT international patent application, while simultaneously initiating the application process for the four main markets: domestic, American, European Union, and small-scale markets. She opened the folder in front of her. Time is of the essence. According to our information, Sanyo and SK are both developing similar battery technologies. We must establish a patent barrier before them. A murmur rippled through the conference room. Everyone knew that in the high-tech field, patents were the lifeline. Mr. Ren, if we initiate applications for so many countries simultaneously, won't the costs be? Sun Pengyun raised his hand and asked. Cost is not an issue. Shi Nemo calmly interrupted him. The money that needs to be spent must be spent. What we want is a permanent solution to the patent issue. He turned to Wang Ji. Director Wang, have all the R&D records and experimental data been compiled? All files have been archived. Wang Ji nodded. From the initial lab records to the data from every test, everything is traceable. Even if someone questions the origin of our technology, we have a complete chain of evidence. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the conference room door. The receptionist poked her head in. Mr. Chin, the experts from the patent agency have arrived. Please ask them to wait in the reception room, we'll be right there. Ren Baiman gave the instructions. After his assistant left, Shi Nemo stood up. That concludes today's meeting. Director Wang, you and I will go see the patent expert together. Mr. Run, the exhibition arrangements are now in your hands. Understood. The booth at the Shenzhen New Energy Exhibition has been reserved. Their project manager will come to the company next Monday to discuss the booth setup plan in detail. Ren Baiman closed the file. Everyone left the meeting room one after another. Sun Pengyun, walking at the back, couldn't help but whisper to Zhu Letian, goodness, a PCT international patent, how much does that cost? Zhu Letian patted him on the shoulder. Second brother is right, the necessary money must be spent. If there are problems with the patent, the subsequent losses will be even greater. Inside the reception room, two middle-aged men in suits had been waiting for some time. The older man stood up and handed over his business card. Hello, Mr. Chin, I am Zhang Mingyuan, a partner at Zhongqing Patent Agency, and this is Mr. Li, a senior patent attorney in our battery technology field. Attorney Zhang, Engineer Li, please have a seat. Mr. Rin should have already explained the situation to you. Shi Nemo accepted the business card. Yes. Zhang Mingyuan opened his laptop. We have conducted a preliminary study of your company's Xinjiang #1 technology, and it does indeed possess high innovativeness, however. He paused, his expression turning serious. Precisely because of our technological leadership, we may encounter more challenges during the patent application process. International applications, in particular, have long examination cycles and are easily subject to objections from competitors. You are experts in this field. What we need is the most professional advice and the safest solution. Shi Nemo said calmly. Li Gong continued, we suggest adopting a step-by-step application strategy. First, file the basic patent to secure priority. Then, within the 12-month priority period, file the improved and peripheral patents in batches. This saves costs and maximizes the scope of protection. Okay, what specific materials do I need to prepare? Shi Nemo nodded. First, there should be a technical disclosure document, the more detailed the better, including the technical background, invention content, and specific implementation methods. It would be best to provide comparative experimental data to prove the superiority of your technology. Wang Ji immediately responded, we have already prepared all of these. That's good. Zhang Mingyuan gave a professional smile. In addition, I suggest initiating a patent search as soon as possible. This can help avoid potential infringement risks and also help us understand our competitors' strategies. Shi Nemo looked at Ren Baiman, you will follow up on this matter. Clear. Ren Baiman took notes quickly on her tablet. The talks lasted for more than an hour. After seeing the patent expert off, Shi Nemo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, remaining silent for a long time. Ren Baiman walked to his side, worried about patent issues? Patents are only the first step. Once the technological barriers are established, the real competition has just begun. Shi Nemo's gaze drifted into the distance. Yes. Ren Baiman sighed softly, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Once our technology is made public, it will definitely attract a lot of attention, including some malicious ones. Shi Nemo turned around, his tone firm, so we need to move faster. We not only need to build patent barriers, but also achieve mass production as soon as possible and seize the market opportunity. He glanced at the time, I'm going to the lab, the new material samples should be ready. Ren Baiman watched Shi Nemo's departing figure, lost in thought. This young man possessed a maturity and foresight beyond his years. She began to understand why Yuan Shan was willing to stake his entire fortune and gamble with him on this. In the laboratory, Shi Nemo changed into a white lab coat and put on goggles. Technicians were testing a new batch of electrode materials. President Qin, the cycle stability of the third batch of samples has improved by another 7%. The researcher handed over a newly printed data sheet. Chinemo carefully examined the data curve, his brows relaxing slightly. Very good, add this data to the patent materials. Clear. As Chinemo walked out of the lab, his phone rang. The photos were sent by Yiwon, two babies crawling on the carpet, their eyes squinting as they laughed. Looking at the photo, a hint of tenderness finally appeared on Chinmo's face. He quickly replied, I'll go home and play with them tonight. He put down his phone, and his eyes sharpened again. The patent war has begun, and he must go all out. Chapter 69, Returning to School and Processing Resignation Procedures. On Tuesday morning, Yiwon stood in front of the mirror in the dressing room. She chose a light beige knitted dress, with a simple and elegant design that was neither too casual nor too deliberate. After giving birth, her figure has almost fully recovered, but her eyes now have a gentler look that she didn't have before. Chinemo walked in and looked at her from behind. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Yiwon turned around, straightened his shirt collar, and smiled. No need, I'm just going back to complete the resignation procedures, it'll be quick, besides, you're a very busy person right now. Chinemo held her hand. No matter how busy you are, you can always find time. Really, no need. This is my own business, and I want to handle it myself. Yiwon shook her head, her tone gentle yet firm. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Chinemo didn't press her further. He picked up the car keys from the dressing table. I'll take you to school. The couple chatted and laughed along the way. The car stopped at the university gate at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Sunlight filters through, casting dappled shadows on the branches and leaves of the sycamore trees. Students walked around the campus in twos and threes, carrying books and chatting and laughing. Yiwon took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. Call me after you've completed the formalities, and I'll come pick you up. Chinemo kissed his wife's forehead. Someone's watching. Yiwon blushed slightly, turned around, and quickly walked into the school gate. Walking along the familiar tree-lined path, she felt a mix of emotions. Every blade of grass and every tree here is just as she remembers, only her identity is different now. Teacher Yi? A surprised voice came from behind. Yiwon turned around and saw a young girl wearing glasses, a former student of hers. It really is you. The girl walked over quickly, her face filled with surprise. It's been so long since I've seen you. I heard you. Her gaze fell on the diamond ring on Yiwon's ring finger, and she stopped mid-sentence. I'm back to take care of some paperwork. Yiwon smiled and changed the subject. What about you? Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam or look for a job? I'm preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, Professor Yi. Are you married? As the girl spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Yiwon's ring again. Yes, Yiwon nodded frankly. Before the girl could ask anything else, Yiwon gently interrupted her. Go to class now, don't be late. After saying goodbye to the students, Yiwon continued walking towards the administration building. Along the way, she encountered several familiar colleagues, who were all surprised by her sudden appearance and looked her up and down. The personnel department is on the third floor of the administration building. Yiwon pushed open the glass door, and the receptionist looked up, startled. Teacher Yi? I'm here to complete my resignation procedures, Yiwon said. Ah, okay, please wait a moment. The staff quickly brought over a stack of forms. Yiwon sat on the sofa in the reception area and began to fill out the form. The pen scratched across the paper, making a soft, scratching sound. She wrote very carefully, meticulously checking each column. Yiwon? Another familiar voice rang out. Yiwon looked up and saw her former colleague, Teacher Lee, standing in front of her, her face full of surprise. It really is you. I didn't believe you when I heard you were leaving. Why so suddenly? Teacher Lee sat down beside her and asked in a low voice. I have some things to take care of, Yiwon said calmly as she continued filling out the form. Teacher Lee's gaze lingered on Yiwon's hand for a moment before she finally couldn't help but ask, are you married? Whom? Yiwon didn't even look up. When did this happen? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Teacher Lee's tone carried a hint of complaint. What do they do? Yiwon put down her pen and looked up. Looking at Teacher Lee's curious gaze, she suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Back in school, this colleague always loved to pry into other people's private affairs. He started his own business in new energy, Yiwon said simply. Start a business? Teacher Lee's tone unconsciously rose. Isn't that very hard? The economy is bad right now, and starting a business is so risky. Why don't you advise him to find a stable job? Yuan frowned slightly, about to speak, when a voice interrupted, Teacher Yi, have you finished filling out your form? It was Xiao Zhang from the personnel department who appeared just in time to save the day. It will be ready soon. Yuan nodded to Xiao Zhang and continued filling in the last few columns. Teacher Li stood up awkwardly, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll talk to you another day. Yuan did not respond. She handed the completed form to Xiao Zhang and returned her work permit, library card, and other items as required. The resignation procedures are now complete. Xiao Zhang checked all the materials. Your salary will be paid together with the monthly settlement. Best wishes, Teacher Yi. Thank you, Yuan smiled. The sun was shining brightly as I stepped out of the administration building. Yuan stood on the steps and took a deep breath. At that moment, the burden on my shoulders seemed to lighten considerably. She took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Mo. Honey, I've finished the paperwork. Qin Mo replied almost immediately. I'm at the school gate. Yuan put away her phone and walked back the way she came. This time, her steps were much lighter. As she passed by the teaching building, she heard the professor's voice lecturing from the classroom, and the students' attentive profiles flashed by in the window. This used to be her daily routine, but now she has chosen a different path. At the school gate, Qin Mo's car was indeed parked in the same spot as usual. He was leaning against the car door when he saw her get out, and immediately stood up straight. Is everything done? He took the bag from Yuan's hand. Yes, it went more smoothly than I expected. Yuan nodded. The car drove away from the school and merged into the traffic. Looking out the window at the rapidly receding street scene, Yuan suddenly said, I just ran into Teacher Li. Qin Mo glanced at her, you mean that one who's always asking questions? Yes, she heard that you started your own business and advised me to find a stable job. Yuan couldn't help but smile. Qin Mo smiled as well, then what do you say? I said you're doing pretty well now. Yuan turned to look at him, actually, she doesn't know that my husband is now a big boss. Her tone was playful, and Qin Mo reached out and took her hand. Do you regret leaving school? No regrets. Yuan shook her head, her tone firm. In the past, standing on the podium and looking at the students' eager eyes, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. But now, watching the children grow up day by day and seeing you strive for your career, this sense of accomplishment is different. She paused, then said softly, this is my own choice. The car stopped at a red light. Qin Mo turned to look at her. Sunlight streamed through the car window onto her face, and her eyes were clear and resolute. What do you want to eat tonight? Honey, you decide. Really? Then I want to eat your braised pork ribs. Okay, you're not going to eat braised pork? The green light comes on. Chapter 70. Walk lightly, it's easier to take a child. Miss Yi. Zhang Chuansui was playing with her granddaughter when she saw a young woman run in. Girl, what do you want with Xiaowan? When a toy is placed in front of Debao, the little guy reaches out and picks it up, clapping his hands and swaying slightly as if he might fall over at any moment. My baby is 5 months old and can already sit up. Auntie, I'm Chidoni, Yuan's best friend. And you are? A while ago, my father arranged for me to go abroad to handle company matters. After enduring 2 months, I immediately took a plane back to China. To my utter surprise, as soon as I got home, I received some shocking news from my father. I didn't even have time to make a phone call. First I drove straight to Taiyi Mountain Villa. You must be Dong Yi, you're so beautiful. Auntie, you know me? Shidong was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what was going on. Auntie, you must be Grandma Yuan. Sister Lu knows herself at her age, who else could she be taking care of a child but her best friend's mother-in-law? Zhang Chuansui looked the other woman up and down. As expected of her daughter-in-law's best friend, she was very beautiful, but her daughter-in-law was still better. Where is Yuan? I made such a big commotion coming downstairs, and my best friend didn't even come out to greet me. Upstairs. Erbo, your godmother will play with you again later. Shidong squatted down and gently stroked Debao's chubby little face. The little guy had become even cuter after 2 months apart. Daughter, this is Debao. Ahem. I'll go find Yuan first. Having mistaken her goddaughter for someone else, Shidong realized she was being a poor godmother, coughed, and quickly fled the scene. This best friend is a bit. Watching Shidong rush upstairs, Zhang Chuansui shook her head and continued playing with her granddaughter. Debao, you can't put toys in your mouth. In just a short while, without my noticing, my precious granddaughter tried to put the toy in her mouth. I don't know if it's a standard practice, but babies from 5 months to a few years old all have this habit. Wow. When his toy was taken away, Debao immediately burst into tears. Giggle. The second child, hearing his older sister's cries, looked over curiously, blinked his big eyes, and clapped his little hands happily. Okay, Grandma's giving it to you, but don't put it in your mouth. These toys were all sterilized and were quite large. Jiang Chunsui didn't dare let her granddaughter play with any of the ones that could be put in the mouth. Giggle. Debao giggled again as the toy was back in his hands. Third floor. These two are out in broad daylight, could it be? When I went up to the third floor, there was no one in the living room. The master bedroom door was ajar, and Shidong quickly approached it quietly. Huh, no sound? Was it that fast? Standing at the door for a while, a hint of disdain flashed across Shidong's face. Squeak! Just then, the master bedroom door opened. Shidong, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Yuan had just opened the door when she saw someone standing there and took a step back in fright. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be her best friend who had disappeared for 2 months. Where is Qin Mo? Shidong also took a few steps forward and began searching inside the house. Why are you looking for him? When I saw my best friend acting all mysterious, I completely forgot about the fright I had just experienced. Nothing much, I just came to see you. It's been 2 months, have you missed me? She walked over and put her arm around Yuan's arm. Looking down, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. It's gotten bigger again. I wonder what they're going to eat? Shidong muttered something under his breath, but Yuan didn't hear it clearly. What are you saying? No, I came here just to confirm one thing. My husband told me that you're willing to accept Yuan? Yuan only needed to think for a moment before she knew what her best friend was talking about. You came to see me just for this? No, it's just that I missed you after not seeing you for 2 months. Alright, I know exactly what you're thinking. Yuan only believed half of what her best friend said. My heart aches so much. She just flew back from abroad and rushed over without a moment's rest, wanting to go shopping with you. At this moment, Shidong also clutched his chest and played the victim. Okay, go downstairs and wait for me. I'll go in and change my clothes. I'll give you a chance to go shopping with me. During this period, after the company got back on track, my husband didn't have much time to spend with me. With her 2 daughters being cared for by their in-laws, she found herself with more free time. With nothing to do and some money on hand, I've been researching and preparing to start my own business. Okay, hurry up, I'm going to keep my goddaughter company. Shidong let go of her best friend's arm and, like a little child, skipped and hopped downstairs. Okay, I won't keep you waiting long. First floor living room. You came down so quickly? Isn't Shawan upstairs? It had only been a short while since Shidong arrived. Auntie, she needs to change her clothes, please let me come down first. Shidong's gaze lingered between Debao and Erbao, and finally he chose to step into the enclosure and walk towards Erbao. Families with children can't watch them every second, so they usually buy a playpen with various toys inside for them to play on their own. Erbao, your godmother has come to see you. Hearing someone call his name, Erbao glanced at the person and then continued playing by himself, as if the ant in front of him was invisible. Oh dear, it's only been 2 months, and you've already forgotten your godmother, Erbao. Seeing that the little one was ignoring him, Shidong snatched the toy from her hand. Erbao, whose toy had been taken away, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Shidong with his big eyes. The next moment, her expression changed instantly, and tears streamed down her face. Wow! The cries were filled with such grievance that they moved listeners to tears of sympathy. Erbao, be good, don't cry. For a moment, Shidong was also in a flurry of activity. Wow! Erbao ignored her and continued crying. I'll do it. Seeing that Shidong had made his granddaughter cry and that she was unable to comfort her, Jiang Chunsui shook her head and let Debao play by himself. Erbao, what is this? Ding ding. Pick up a bell from the side and shake it a few times in front of Erbao. Attracted, the little one immediately stopped crying and stared at the rattle in front of him. That easy? Seeing this scene, Shidong had another idea in mind. Auntie, let me do it. She took the bell and, just like Jiang Chunsui, shook it in front of Erbao. Ha, it actually works. Before she could even enjoy her happiness for long, Erbao, who had been quiet just moments before, started performing again in the blink of an eye. Wow! Why are you crying again? Those who have no experience in taking care of children are just like Chidongi. They're fine playing with kids, but once they start crying, they get flustered and overwhelmed. Daughter, give the bell to Erbao. My granddaughter just stretched out her hand, she clearly wanted a toy. But Chidongi didn't notice and continued teasing her. Hey, he's really stopped crying. After Erbao grabbed the rattle, the little guy stopped crying. Chapter 71. Are you sure you can handle it? The two of them went shopping. Chidongi, you're not a good godmother. I don't know when, but Yiwan had already come down. Chidong hurriedly stuffed the rattle into Erbao's hand, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the little guy immediately stop crying and start smiling. She looked up and saw Yiwan standing outside the fence, already dressed. Yiwan was wearing a light apricot-colored casual suit, her long hair casually tied up, revealing her slender neck. Although she is already a mother of two, she has recovered her figure very well, and her temperament has become more gentle and composed. You're such a great godmother. Yiwan raised an eyebrow at her. After not seeing her for 2 months, she made my daughter cry twice as soon as she came back. Chidongi awkwardly climbed over the fence and took Yiwan's arm. It's not my fault, it's because Erbao is too spoiled. Look how well behaved Debao is, he plays by himself so well. Debao, who was engrossed in studying the building blocks, looked up blankly when she heard someone call her name, then lowered her head to continue her work. Jiang Chuansue smiled and picked up Erbao. You guys go shopping, leave the kids to me. Erbao's just like that, he comes and goes quickly. Be a good boy and listen to grandma. Mommy will bring you something delicious when she comes back. Yiwan leaned down and kissed Erbao's cheek. Erbao waved the rattle in his hand, giggling, having completely forgotten the unpleasantness from earlier. Half an hour later, the two sat on an outdoor table at a cafe in the city center. The afternoon sun shone through the parasol, casting dappled shadows on the table. Tell me, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry to see me? Yiwan stirred her latte. Don't tell me you just miss me. Chidongi lowered his voice mysteriously. I heard from my dad that you've accepted Shinshueping? Yiwan paused, gently putting down her coffee spoon. It's not a matter of accepting or not accepting, I just feel there's no need to argue anymore. She's very good to my dad now, and that's enough. Wow, your change is so fast. Chidongi exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. The last time I saw you, you wouldn't even mention her name. Yiwan looked at a maternity and baby store across the street, her eyes somewhat dazed. Maybe it's because I'm a mother myself now, I've become more open-minded about many things. After all, she's the partner my dad chose, as long as my dad is happy, that's all that matters. Chidong nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly leaned closer and asked, what about Chi Nemo? What's his attitude? He never says much, but he always silently supports my decisions. Yiwan's lips unconsciously curled up. Actually, he also played a part in helping me to come to this realization. He always says that life is too short to waste time on resentment. TSK, it seems your Chi Nemo is not only a business genius, but also a life mentor. Chidongi joked, then lowered his voice. Honestly, his company is so big now, aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? Yiwan raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid some people who shouldn't be around him will appear. Chidongi had a knowing look on his face. These young girls nowadays will do anything to climb the social ladder. Yiwan chuckled lightly, her eyes radiating confidence. If we didn't even have this much trust, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are today. I know Chi Nemo better than anyone else what kind of person he is. She took a sip of her coffee and changed the subject. Let's not talk about me. Did you have any romantic encounters during your 2-month trip abroad? Don't even mention it. Chidongi waved his hand dramatically. My dad asked me to manage the branch office, but all I did was attend meetings and social events every day. I didn't even see a decent handsome guy. As the two chatted and laughed, Yiwan's gaze was once again drawn to the maternity and baby store across the street. The shop window displays a variety of baby products, among which a uniquely designed baby bottle is particularly eye-catching. Let us go, Yiwan suddenly stood up. Come with me to the other side and take a look. Oh? You're buying things for your little one so soon? Chidongi quickly followed. Upon entering the maternity and baby store, Yiwan went straight to the baby bottle, picked it up, and examined it carefully. This is a smart temperature-sensitive baby bottle that changes color to indicate when the liquid temperature is too high. This design is quite ingenious, Yiwan said thoughtfully. However, the material feels a bit off, and the color changing reaction is not sensitive enough. The shop assistant walked over with a smile. This mother is very knowledgeable. This is already the best item in our store. Yiwan smiled politely, put down the baby bottle, and then walked around the store again. She looked at the items very carefully, picking them up from time to study the materials and designs, and even taking notes on the prices. Why are you suddenly so interested in maternity and baby products? Shi-Doni asked curiously. Yiwan didn't answer directly, but instead asked, do you think there's a market for creating a high-end maternal and infant brand that specializes in products that are both safe and well-designed? Shi-Doni paused for a moment, then clapped his hands excitedly. Of course. Look at these young parents nowadays, they're willing to buy anything for their kids. If you were to do this, I'd be the first to invest. No need for investment, Yiwan said with a smile. I've been idle at home lately and wanted to find something to do. She took out her phone from her bag and pulled up several design sketches. Actually, I've been studying this for a while now. These are some concept sketches I drew myself. Shi-Doni took the phone and flipped through the images one by one, his eyes widening in disbelief. You designed all of these? Yiwan, when did you develop this talent? I taught myself when I had nothing else to do, Yiwan said casually. However, there is still a lot to learn in order to truly build a brand. Just let me know if you need any help. Shi-Doni patted his chest confidently. I can't speak for other things, but I'm quite good at marketing and promotion. The two walked out of the maternity and baby store chatting and laughing, the afterglow of the setting sun gilding the street with a layer of gold. It's getting late, I have to go back. Yiwan glanced at her phone. The baby's about to have his milk. Okay, I know you're perfectly content with having a child now, Shi-Doni said, feigning a sigh. Ding dong. Just then, my phone beeped with a text message. Who gave you the information? Shi-Dong also curiously came closer. See for yourself. Yiwan didn't try to hide it and handed the phone to her. Honey, I'll be done with my meeting in half an hour. What would you like to eat? I'll buy the groceries on my way back. Oh my, that's so cheesy. After reading the message, Shi-Dong crossed his arms and pretended to be cold. It's been a long time since I've had your husband's cooking. Miss Yi, send your husband a message saying he doesn't need to buy groceries. Just focus on cooking when he gets home from get off work. Leave the grocery shopping to me. Shi-Dong almost drooled at the thought of Qin Mo's cooking. Especially after spending 2 months abroad, eating Western food every day, she was almost sick of it. Okay, I'll reply right away. Yiwan didn't mince words and edited the message to send it back. Chapter 72 I Want to Start a Business, Unconditional Support. 6:30 p.m. A delicious aroma wafted from the villa's kitchen. Qin Mo, wearing an apron, was intently processing a grouper. His movements were clean and efficient, his knife skills precise, and the fish was evenly cut with patterns before being marinated with a thin layer of salt and cooking wine. Do you need my help? Yiwan peeked in and saw that her beau was already asleep in her arms. No need, you go and entertain the guests. Qin Mo turned around and smiled at her. Isn't Shi-Dong still here? She said she was going to the supermarket to buy some things and would be right back. Yiwan walked in and looked at the ingredients prepared on the kitchen counter. You made so many dishes? Dad just called and said he and Aunt Shueping are coming over too. Qin Mo put the marinated fish into the steamer. It's rare to have everyone here. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yiwan went to open the door and saw Shi-Dong standing at the door carrying large and small bags, with Shin Shueping following behind him. Auntie? Yiwan was somewhat surprised. Shin Shueping held a bouquet of flowers in her hands, her smile gentle. Your dad has an unexpected meeting and will be late. I had nothing else to do, so I came over early to see if I could help. Shi-Dong winked. I ran into Aunt Shin at the supermarket, so we came back together. Yiwan paused for a moment, then stepped aside to let them in. Qin Mo is cooking, and I'm taking care of the child. I'll go help in the kitchen. Shin Shueping naturally put down the bouquet, washed her hands, and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Qin Mo had just adjusted the heat of the steamer when he saw Shin Shueping come in. He nodded politely and said, Aunt Shueping. What do you need me to do? Shin Shueping looked around and saw the prepared ingredients. These dishes are prepared very professionally. This was the first time Shin Shueping had ever seen him cook. Just make a few simple home-style dishes. Sheen Mo handed her a basket of green vegetables. Then could you please wash this for me, Auntie? Shidani approached the kitchen doorway with a hungry look on his face. Wow, handsome Sheen, I get to eat your delicious food again. If you like it, eat more later. Sheen Mo said without looking up. In the living room, Jiang Chuansui and Qin Shangming were playing with their two granddaughters. The older child is toddling around in the walker, while the younger child sits on the playmat, intently playing with toys. My dear-in-law, this child looks just like Xiao Wan when she was little. Shin Shueping washed the vegetables, dried her hands, and came out, looking at the two children with tender eyes. Jiang Chuansui smiled and nodded. Her eyes are like her mother's, and her nose and mouth are like her father's. Yuan sat on the sofa, watching this scene, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She got up and walked towards the kitchen. Let me help too. In the kitchen, Sheen Mo was sautéing garlic until it was fragrant. I'll prepare the shrimp. The two worked together seamlessly, as if they had collaborated like this countless times before. Shidani leaned against the doorframe, marveling at the sight. Handsome Qin is really amazing. He's a business elite outside and can also cook at home. Yuan, you've really struck gold. At this moment, Yuan Shan also arrived. He was carrying 2 bottles of fine wine, and the aroma greeted him as soon as he entered. What dishes are you making today? They smell so good. Dad. Sheen Mo poked his head out from the kitchen. It will be ready soon, please have a seat. Dinner was ready, and the huge table was laden with dishes. Steamed grouper, blanched mantis shrimp, garlic broccoli, braised pork ribs, slow-cooked soup, all are visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, making one's mouth water. After everyone was seated, Qin Shangming opened the wine and poured a little for everyone. Come on, let's first celebrate our family reunion. Yuan Shan raised his glass, his gaze lingering on his daughter and son-in-law. It's rare to have everyone here today, let's toast the chef. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together, creating a warm atmosphere. Shidani picked up a piece of pork rib, took a bite, and then widened his eyes. This taste. I really miss it. He usually does the cooking. Yuan's tone was calm, but her eyes were filled with pride. Shin Shueping took a bite of the fish and nodded repeatedly. The cooking time is perfect, it's even more tender than what you get at a top hotel. Jiang Chuansui fed Erbao a small bite of steamed egg and said with a smile, Xiao Mo has only been in the kitchen a handful of times since he was little. We never expected him to be such a good cook. This shows how amazing our son-in-law is. He can easily surpass those top chefs with just a little learning. Yuan Shan took a sip of his wine. Even though Qin Mo is thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed when he heard everyone's praise, and he put another piece of braised pork, which Yuan liked, on his plate. If you like it, please eat more. At the dinner table, the conversation shifted from the dishes to the children, and then to each other's recent situations. When Yuan Shan asked about the progress of Qin Mo's company, Qin Mo gave a brief answer, avoiding any mention of trade secrets. By the way, I've been researching maternal and infant products lately and I'm thinking of starting my own small brand. At this moment, Yuan suddenly spoke. There was a moment of silence on the table. That's great. Just let me know if you need any help from Dad. Yuan Shan was the first to express his opinion. Shin Shueping gently replied, I know a few friends who do product design. I can introduce them to you if you need them. Shidani immediately raised his hand, leave the marketing and promotion to me. Although Jiang Chuansui and Qin Shangming didn't know much about business, they still expressed their support. If you want to do it, then do it. We'll help you take care of the child. Looking at the supportive faces on the table, Yuan felt a warmth in her heart. She looked at Qin Mo, who was smiling at her with encouraging eyes. Ding! Host, please choose your reward from the following options to put your daughter to sleep. The system notification sounded, but Qin Mo didn't check it, planning to study it later when he went to sleep. Thank you everyone, I will do my best. Hearing what everyone said made me very happy. Dinner continued in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Dabao reached out his arms, babbling and wanting to be held. Qin Mo picked up his daughter and put her on his lap while continuing to serve food to everyone. Seeing this, Erbao was not to be outdone and opened his arms to Yuan. Yuan smiled and took her youngest daughter, and the mother and daughter touched heads affectionately. Shidani watched the scene and deliberately sighed, oh no, this makes me want to get married and have kids. Ha ha. Let Qin Mo introduce you. He's so outstanding, the people he knows must be amazing too. No, I think being single is better. It's convenient to go anywhere for a free meal. Ha, you're prioritizing food over your partner. Everyone laughed. After the meal, Chinemo brought out a fruit platter that he had prepared. Everyone moved to the living room to continue drinking tea and chatting. Yuan and Shin Shueping sat on the sofa and, for the first time, calmly discussed their parenting experiences. Jiang Chuansui occasionally chimed in, sharing her own experiences. The three women surrounded the two children, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. On the balcony, Chinemo and Yuan Shan stood side by side, looking at the night view of Tai Villa. If there's anything Dad can help with at the company, just let him know. Yuan Shan took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. I can manage for now, thank you, Dad. Chinemo looked up at the sky, and just then a shooting star streaked across the sky. Yuan Shan patted him on the shoulder. We're family, let's not talk about these things. Chapter 73. Early in the morning, it's time to get vaccinated. It was 5:30 a.m., and the sky was still dark. In his sleep, Chinemo felt a small hand patting his cheek. He groggily opened his eyes and found that his second child had climbed from the crib onto the big bed and was now lying on his chest, staring at him with curious eyes. Yeah. When he woke up, Erbo happily grinned with his toothless mouth, drool dripping onto his pajamas. Almost simultaneously, the baby's whimpering came from the crib next door. Chinemo gently carried Erbo to the side and got up to check on him. Debao was struggling to turn over in his crib, his little face turning red. Come on, let Daddy help you. Chinemo gently supported her daughter's back, giving her a helping hand. Giggle. Having successfully turned the tables, Debao immediately let out a triumphant laugh. Yuan was awakened by the noise and sat up sleepily. What's wrong? Both little darlings are awake. Chinemo picked up one of his daughters in each arm. You keep sleeping, I'll handle this. Since the two little ones stopped drinking nighttime milk, they have been sleeping in the same room with their parents. They usually wake up around 8 or 9 p.m. and then around 7 a.m. to drink milk. No, we need to take them to get vaccinated today, so we have to prepare early. Yuan rubbed her eyes. The couple tacitly began to divide the work. Chinemo was in charge of changing the diapers for the two babies, while Yuan went to prepare warm water to make formula. Wow. My second child doesn't like lying down to have diaper changes done, he keeps kicking his little legs. It'll be ready soon, okay? Chinemo skillfully held down her flailing legs and quickly changed her into a clean diaper. On the other side, Debao had successfully grabbed his toes and was trying to stuff them into his mouth. You can't eat this. Chinemo gently removed her foot and handed her a teething toy. Debao pouted unhappily, and looked like he was about to cry. The milk is here. Yuan appeared just in time and handed 2 baby bottles to Chinemo. Sure enough, as soon as they saw the bottle, the 2 babies immediately quieted down and eagerly reached out their little hands. Chinemo leaned against the headboard, holding one of her daughters in each arm and breastfeeding them at the same time. Yuan sat beside them, gently stroking her daughter's soft hair. Will they cry a lot when they get their shots today? Yuan was somewhat worried. She'll definitely cry. Chinemo looked at his daughters who were focused on nursing in his arms. But children forget things quickly, they'll be fine after crying. After feeding, an even bigger challenge begins. Dressing up 2 5-month-old babies. Come on, Debao, raise your hand. Yuan tried to dress her older baby in a onesie suit, but the little one wouldn't cooperate at all, twisting and turning and trying to grab his mother's hair. On the other side, Chinemo and Erbo were also fighting. Erbo was extremely resistant to wearing clothes, and cries every time sleeves are put on. Looks like we need to change our strategy. Chinemo put Erbo on the bed and picked up a cardigan-style bodysuit. This should be easier, and it'll be more convenient to get the vaccine later. Sure enough, the cardigan design made the dressing process much smoother. Seeing this, Yuan also changed Debao into a cardigan. Finally dressed. Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, her forehead already beaded with sweat. Looking at his 2 daughters, who were dressed neatly on the bed, Chinemo couldn't help but laugh. Even fighting a war isn't this tiring. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chuansui saw her granddaughters, who were already dressed, and she said in surprise, "Why are you up so early today?" "We're taking them to get vaccinated, we've brought everything." Yuan handed the prepared diaper bag to her mother-in-law. "Get vaccinated. Remember to give him plenty of water after the injection, as he may have a slight fever, which is normal." Jiang Chuansui reminded her that she had been looking up information about babies recently and remembered things she had forgotten before. Just before leaving, Nemo suddenly remembered something and took out two brand new pacifiers from the drawer. Take these with you, they should come in handy when you get your shots. Yiwan asked curiously, when did you buy it? I saw it yesterday when I passed by a baby store. Nemo didn't mention that this was a system-provided reward based on the baby's emotional needs. At the Community Health Service Center, many parents were already queuing up with their children. The twins attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. Wow, twin daughters, so cute. They look so alike, can you tell them apart? Yuan responded with a smile, the one in pink is De Bao, and the one in blue is Air Bao. While waiting, the second child started to get impatient and squirmed in the stroller. Nemo carried her out and gently hummed a song to comfort her. On the other side, De Bao was very curious about everything around him, looking around with wide eyes. Please go to consultation room number 3 if you are number 23. Soon it was their turn. The nurse looked at the twins and kindly reminded them, it's best if two parents are together, one holding the baby and the other helping. In the examination room, the doctor first gave the two babies a simple physical examination. They are developing very well, their weight and height are at the upper limit of the standard range, and they are very healthy. The doctor nodded in satisfaction. Next comes the most difficult part, the injection. Yuan held the first baby, and Nemo held the second baby, both at the same time. Come on, baby, it'll be over in a minute. The nurse skillfully disinfected the area. Wow! The moment the needle went in, both babies burst into tears at the same time. Okay, stop crying. Nemo and Yuan quickly put the pacifiers into their daughters' mouths as they had prepared beforehand, and gently patted their backs. Alright, that's over. Yuan kissed De Bao's forehead tenderly. Surprisingly, with the comfort of the pacifiers, the two babies' crying quickly subsided. The baby was even sobbing while sucking on the pacifier, looking both pitiful and adorable. This pacifier works really well, it's rare to see a baby stop crying so quickly. The nurse looked surprised. Ding! This is your daughter's first time getting vaccinated. Please choose one of the following rewards. Option 1, 1 million in cash. Option 2, win a maternity and baby store. Just when I was about to doze off, the system handed me a pillow. Looking at the reward in front of him, Nemo chose the second one without even thinking. Honey, what were you laughing at just now? It's a secret, you'll find out in a couple of days. After receiving the vaccines, the couple, along with their daughters, waited in the observation area. This process required at least half an hour. Are you all right? Nemo noticed that his wife's expression was often asked with concern. It hurts me to see them cry, Yuan said softly. Nemo held her hand, this is for their own good. Think about how many diseases can be prevented in the future. This little bit of pain is worth it. After the observation period ended, both babies had completely calmed down. The younger one fell asleep in his father's arms, while the older one was in good spirits, playing and holding onto his mother's collar. When she got home, Jiang Chuansui had already prepared warm water. Just as Nemo had predicted, both babies developed a slight fever in the afternoon. This is a normal reaction. Give him more water, and he'll be fine tomorrow. Some babies experience discomfort after receiving a vaccination. Nemo and Yuan took turns holding their daughter, patiently feeding her water and taking her temperature. Despite being busy, their hearts melted when they saw their babies clinging to them because of discomfort. By evening, the two babies' temperatures had finally returned to normal. After eating and drinking their fill, they crawled around on the bed, completely forgetting the unpleasantness of the morning. Kids are so heartless. Yuan couldn't help but smile as she watched her daughters having so much fun. I cried so much this morning, but I've forgotten all about it now. That's better. Nemo put his arm around her shoulder. Chapter 74 Daily Training, De Bao is the best. Nemo sat cross-legged on the floor. In front of me is De Bao, diligently practicing crawling. The 6-month-old little guy used both his hands and feet, like a clumsy little bear. Come on, baby, just a little further. Nemo encouraged him softly, holding De Bao's favorite rattle in his hand. Not far away, the second child sat quietly in her mother's lap, watching her older sister's performance intently. Although she is old enough to learn to crawl, she clearly has little interest in the activity. Ha ha! It seems our second child is an observer. Yuan smiled and patted her youngest daughter's head, revealing a doting expression. Shi Nemo keenly sensed that Erbao did not want to crawl, but rather lacked a sense of security. He put down the bell and clapped his hands gently. Want to try it too, Erbao? The second child immediately buried his face in his mother's arms, indicating his refusal. No rush, let's take it slow. Shi Nemo did not insist and instead continued to guide Dibao. After a morning of practice, Dibao was able to crawl 2 or 3 meters continuously. The little guy was very proud of his new skill and climbed onto his dad's lap for a reward. Great! Shi Nemo kissed his daughter's forehead and handed her a small teething biscuit. After his afternoon nap, Shi Nemo began his special plan. He laid out mats of different materials on the play mat: soft plush, cool bamboo mat, and slightly rough cotton and linen. This is a sensory integration training method provided by the system, which can promote the baby's nervous system. Come on, Dibao, try this. Shi Nemo placed her daughter on the plush mat. Dibao curiously patted the mat, feeling its soft texture, and happily rolled around. Then Shi Nemo carried her to the bamboo mat. The cool touch made the little one pause for a moment, and then she excitedly crawled around. When it was Erbao's turn, she was clearly hesitant. Shi Nemo didn't force her. Instead, he sat down on the cushion first and gently patted the spot next to him, saying, Erbao, come to daddy's. Perhaps it was dad's encouragement that worked, and the second child finally crawled over cautiously. When her hand touched the bamboo mat, her eyes lit up, and she began to explore this novel tactile sensation with focused attention. It's a success, Yuan said in a low voice with delight. Shi Nemo smiled and continued to guide Erbao as he tried mats made of other materials. Soon, Erbao was completely immersed in the joy of exploration and even began to crawl between different mats on his own. Where did you learn these methods? Yuan asked curiously, feeling numb to her husband's endless tricks. I learned it from books. Shi Nemo gave a vague answer, saying he couldn't very well say it was the guide to early childhood development that the system rewarded him with. Over the next few days, Shi Nemo arranged different training sessions for each day. Sometimes it's visual training using cards with strong black and white contrast to attract the baby's attention. Sometimes it's auditory training playing toys of different materials that make sounds. Sometimes it's balance training placing the baby on a yoga ball and gently rocking them. What surprised Yuan the most was that Shi Nemo could always accurately judge the condition of his 2 daughters. When Dibao is full of energy, he arranges high-intensity training. When Erbao is emotionally sensitive, he engages in gentle tactile play. With their father's guidance, both babies are making rapid progress in various abilities. On Friday afternoon, Shi Nemo was teaching her daughters to recognize fruits. He cut up a plate of various fruits and let the babies learn about them by looking at, smelling, and touching them. This is an apple, it's sweet. Shi Nemo let Dibao smell the aroma of the apple, and the little guy immediately smacked his lips. The second child was more interested in the bananas, gently squeezing the soft flesh with his little hands and studying them intently. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yuan went to open the door, and it turned out to be Chi Donnie who had come to visit. Wow, what are you all doing? Chi Donnie asked in surprise when he saw the scene in the living room. Early childhood education classes, Yuan explained with a smile. Shi Nemo was teaching them to recognize fruits. Looking at Shi Mo's methodical demeanor, Chi Donnie exclaimed, this is too professional. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were an early childhood education expert. Shi Nemo smiled and picked up Erbao. Want to try? Can I? Chi Donnie was eager to try. Under Chi Mo's guidance, Chi Don also tried to teach Dibao to recognize oranges. But the little guy clearly wasn't buying it. He turned his head away as soon as he smelled the orange. She doesn't like the smell of citrus fruits, Shi Nemo explained. Erbao likes it very much. Sure enough, when Shi Donnie brought the orange to Erbao, the little guy immediately reached out his little hand to touch it. That's amazing. How did you know what they like? Shi Donnie asked in surprise. You'll understand once you spend more time with them. Shi Nemo said it casually. You should find a boyfriend soon, and we can teach you how to have a baby. Seeing the expression on her best friend's face, Yuan couldn't help but tease her. It's impossible for me to get married and have children. I can't even take care of myself right now, unless. At this moment, Chi Donnie shook his head like a rattle drum at the thought of taking care of the child. Unless what? Yuan was quite curious about her best friend's change of heart. Unless you help me bring it. Sure, no problem. Yuan agreed without hesitation, believing that children make the place more lively. I know this all too well. I've been alone since I was little, but luckily I have my best friend Chidoni. Okay, I agree. The rest is up to you. No way, I was just joking. I don't even have a boyfriend yet, let alone want to have a baby. That's easy. Just tell us what kind of man you want. I've changed my mind. No. Ha ha. Don't tickle me. The two girls were playfully fighting, which temporarily attracted the attention of Dibao and Erbao. Seeing this, Shinemo had no choice but to stop training. Go and prepare some special fruit puree for my two daughters. Today he specially made two flavors, apple and banana puree, and orange and pear puree. As expected, Dibao chose the former, while Erbao preferred the latter. You even make two kinds of baby food, you spoil them too much. Chidoni couldn't help but say something as he watched Shinemo carefully feeding him. Every child has their own preferences. Shinemo gently wiped the fruit puree from Erbao's mouth. It is important to respect their individuality. That evening, Shinemo continued to work with her daughter on final balance training. He first placed Dibao on the yoga ball and gently rolled her back and forth while supporting her waist. Giggle. The little guy wasn't afraid at all, instead, he laughed happily. When it was Erbao's turn, she was visibly nervous. Shinemo didn't force her, but instead held her in his arms and gently rocked himself on the ball. Feeling his father's embrace, the second child gradually relaxed and began to enjoy this novel feeling. You have truly portrayed the role of a father to the fullest. Yuan leaned against the doorframe, her eyes full of admiration. This is just the beginning. Shinemo lifted both daughters onto the ball, carefully protecting them. Later on, I'll teach them to walk, talk, and recognize characters. Chapter 75, The First Signs of Individuality, Teaching Cognitive Abilities. That morning, Shinemo was busy in the kitchen again. Clang clang. The sound of the cleaver hitting the cutting board was rhythmic. Today we're preparing special finger foods, an important part of the self-feeding training recommended by the system. He first cut the carrots into long strips that were easy to grip. I steamed it until it was just the right consistency, then made mini vegetable meatballs and small pieces of banana. Let them try it themselves today. After a busy half hour, the finger food was finally ready. Shinemo arranged the carefully prepared food into cute patterns on the plate. Won't they make a mess of things? Looking at her two daughters, Yiwon felt a little worried. Don't worry, this is a necessary process. Shinemo first picked up the eldest child and put him in the high chair, and then put the second child in last. Letting them explore the texture of food is important for their sensory development. The two babies reacted very differently when the plate was placed in front of them. Dibao couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed a small meatball and stuffed it into his mouth with a bold gesture, soon getting meatballs all over his face. Dibao. Fine. Upon seeing this, Yuan tried to stop it, but Shinemo persuaded her to stay. We'll just watch. Dibao is curious about all kinds of food and wants to try everything, a typical adventurer. Why isn't Erbo moving? After a while, Erbo was much more cautious. She carefully poked the carrot sticks first and then smelled the meatballs. Honey, look. The baby's eating by himself. Finally, she picked up the smallest piece of banana, put it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly and gracefully, behaving like a proper young lady. These two children have such different personalities. Zhang Chuansui, standing to the side, was amused by the way her granddaughters ate. Honey, you're amazing. Seeing her daughter take another step, Yuan excitedly hugged his neck and clung to him. Ahem, Mom and Dad are still here. Shinmo's neck was being strangled, and he almost suffocated, so he had to cough to warn them. Ah! Coming to her senses, Yuan quickly got down, only to feel her face burning. You can continue, we didn't see anything. Zhang Chuansui left those words behind and pulled her husband outside. Why are you pulling me? Xin Xiangming, who was playing with his granddaughter, was unaware of what had just happened. My son and daughter-in-law have something to say to each other. I have something to say. Oh dear, I haven't watered the plants yet today. Seeing his daughter-in-law's face turn red, Xin Xiangming suddenly slapped his thigh and got up to walk out first. If you can't handle this by yourself, I'll help you. Zhang Chuansui shook her head and quickly chased after him. Ouch, wife, let go. Shinemo felt a sharp pain in his lower back and quickly begged for mercy. Humph, it's all your fault. Okay, it's all my fault. For the sake of his kidneys, Shinemo quickly begged for mercy. After his afternoon nap, Shin-emo prepared for a new round of training. Today he is going to test his daughter's cognitive abilities. He took out several sets of matching cards with simple pictures on them, such as apples, balls, and cups. Come on, Dabao, find the one that's the same as the one Daddy has in his hand? Shin-emo held up the apple card. Dabao tilted his head and looked at the cards, quickly picking out the correct one from among several. Dabao is so smart. Shin-emo kissed his daughter and handed her a small toy as a reward. When it was Erbao's turn, Shin-emo noticed that she was a little distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting to the leaves outside the window. He immediately adjusted his strategy, moving the training to the window and using things that the second child was interested in to guide him. Erbao, look, the leaves are green, just like this card. He pointed to the green card. Sure enough, Erbao's attention was immediately drawn, and he quickly completed the color matching exercise. Honey, you really understand them. Even your teaching methods are tailored to each individual. Looking at the scene before her, Yuan sighed, realizing she couldn't have done it herself. If you pay a little attention, you'll find that every child is unique. Shin-mo's eyes were gentle as he continued to guide his daughter. What we need to do is help them develop their strengths. Me too. At that moment, Yuan suddenly felt an impulse she wanted to give it a try too. Okay, honey, you do it. Let me lead them in practice for a while, she said softly. Shin-emo smiled and stepped aside, handing her the card. Yuan first went to Dabao. She remembered that Dabao liked little rabbits, so she picked up the card with a carrot drawn on it. Dabao, the little rabbit is hungry, what should we feed it? Dabao blinked his big eyes, pouted his little mouth, and made ya-ya-ya sounds. However, he quickly found the carrot pattern in the pile of cards. They even pretended to eat, just like rabbits. Great! Yuan patted her head and handed her a rabbit sticker as a reward. Giggle. That's how kids are, they're more motivated when they get a reward. Yeah. Seeing her older sister receive a reward, the younger child threw away her previous toys. Waving her little hands, she tried to snatch the bunny sticker from her older sister. Erbao, look here. Seeing her daughter like this, Yuan quickly clapped her hands to get her attention. Ouch! When the second child heard his mother calling him, he thought she was there to support him, so he quickly pointed at his older sister. Alright, that's for the older sister. If the younger one answers correctly, there'll be a reward too. I gently flicked my daughter's nose, and when I looked up, I could see the clouds drifting by outside the window. Yuan had a sudden inspiration and pulled out a white card. Erbao, look, aren't the clouds in the sky this color? Erbao turned his head, looked at the card curiously, then looked up at the sky, and reached out his little hand to take the card. Let's look again, is there anything else that's white? Yuan continued to guide her, and Erbao was completely captivated, beginning to earnestly search for other white items among the cards. Shin-emo watched from the side, his eyes growing increasingly tender. Honey, you see, as long as you're careful, it'll work too. Erbao, you're amazing. Yuan picked up Erbao and planted a loud kiss on her forehead. The little one giggled and buried her head in her arms. Alright, Erbao, you can play by yourself now. It's your turn, sister. She knew perfectly well that Erbao's actions meant he wanted milk. You're still laughing. Seeing her husband smirking, she reached for her waist, pinched her soft flesh, and started twisting it. Okay, I won't laugh. At this moment, Yuan noticed that Dabao was intently watching the sparrows hopping on the windowsill, completely absorbed in his own world. He walked quietly to her side, took out a card with a picture of a bird, and placed it on the windowsill. Dabao, look, doesn't the little bird on this card look a lot like the sparrow outside the window? Dabao's attention was immediately drawn to it. Ouch! The little guy picked up the card in front of him and compared it with the little sparrow outside the window, tilting his head back and forth as he carefully examined it. Dabao, can you help mommy find out which other birds are birds? Yuan took out a few bird cards and mixed them in. This game piqued Dabao's interest, and she rummaged through the pile of cards. Chapter 76 Late Night Emergency Room Visit, Daughter is Unwell. Aha! At 2 o'clock in the morning, Shin-emo was awakened by an unusual humming sound. He immediately got up to check and found the baby squirming restlessly in the crib, his little face flushed. What's wrong, baby? He gently stroked his daughter's forehead, which was burning hot to the touch. It's so hot. He quickly took out an electronic thermometer. After a beep, the reading on the screen was 38.9 degrees. Almost simultaneously, he sensed that Debao's emotions were also tinged with unease. I also took a temperature check, and the older baby in the other crib also started to have a fever, with a temperature of 38.5 degrees Celsius. Honey, wake up, the babies have a fever. Shin Mo gently woke his wife. Yuan instantly snapped out of her daze. How can we both have fevers at the same time? It could be a vaccine reaction, or it could be an infection. Shin Mo had already taken out a physical cooling patch. Try physical cooling methods first. He skillfully applied cooling patches to his two daughters and wiped their limbs with warm water. Half an hour later, the baby's temperature not only did not drop, but it rose to 39.2 degrees Celsius, and he began to have mild convulsions. No, we have to go to the hospital. You hold the older one, and I'll hold the younger one. Shin Mo made a quick decision and began packing the diaper bag. Once outside the villa area, he floored the accelerator. Slower. Seeing that the car was going so fast, Yuan had to give a reminder. Fine. There were few vehicles on the streets at night, plus the driving skills rewarded by the system. It would be very difficult for Shin Mo to get into trouble. Hurry up. What used to be a half-hour journey was shortened by 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shin Mo rushed into the hospital lobby carrying Rebirth. Doctor. What's wrong, sir? Please don't rush, tell me slowly. The emergency room of the children's hospital was brightly lit late at night. Upon seeing someone arrive, the on-duty doctor quickly went over. Holding her uncontrollably convulsing twins, Shin Mo went straight to the triage desk. Doctor, 6-month-old twins, high fever with convulsions. Upon seeing the situation, the nurse immediately arranged for priority treatment. In the examination room, the doctor on duty said after a careful examination, "It's likely a febrile seizure caused by the vaccine. The fever needs to be brought down immediately." Doctor, could you please not use such strong medication? Shin Mo keenly sensed her daughter's fear of the hospital environment. They are too young. He added one last thing, still not entirely convinced. The doctor gave him an approving look. Then let's try acetaminophen suppositories first, they're gentler. Rebirth, Daddy's here. After taking the medication, Shin Mo held Rebirth in her arms, pacing in the corridor and humming a soothing song softly. Yuan took care of Rebirth, who was in slightly better condition despite having a fever. Dad's here, don't be afraid. Shin Mo could clearly sense Rebirth's fear and discomfort. I kept adjusting the way I held her, trying to find the position that would make her feel most at ease. An hour later, Rebirth's body temperature finally began to drop, and the convulsions stopped. The little one leaned weakly against his father's chest. It'll be over soon, sweetie. Shin Mo gently patted her back. At this time, Debao's body temperature also rose to 39 degrees Celsius. Having gained experience in caring for her second child, Shin Mo immediately had the doctor administer medication to her first child. He carried one daughter in each arm and walked slowly down the corridor. You're too tired, let me carry you. Yuan said with heartache. It's alright, they need their father right now. Shin Mo shook his head. Sure enough, both daughters were unusually quiet in their father's arms. Even if she whimpers because she is uncomfortable, she will calm down as soon as she hears her father's voice. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the body temperature of both babies dropped below 38 degrees Celsius. You can go back now. Keep a close eye on them and give them plenty of water. The doctor said after the follow-up examination. Okay, thank you, doctor. Only at this moment did the two of them truly breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God, everything's all right. At this moment, Yuan clasped her hands together in prayer, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Okay, let's go home first. After comforting his wife, the two carefully held their daughter until they got into the car, at which point their hearts finally settled down. I was just worried that the wind would raise my body temperature. On the way back, Shin Mo drove at a steady speed. Sitting in the back, Yuan checked on her two daughters from time to time. Half an hour later. When I got home, it was already dawn. Where are you going? As soon as the Bentley stopped, 3 people rushed out of the villa. It was none other than my parents and sister Lou. It's unclear who noticed the problem first and woke everyone else up. Debao and Rebirth have fevers. You're sick, my dear grandson. Don't move, I'll go get the blankets. Seeing her son trying to take his granddaughter out of the car, Zhang Chunsui quickly stopped him and ran back to the villa to get a blanket. How are things now? Seeing that he couldn't help, Qin Shengming quickly asked. The temperature has dropped a bit, and the doctor told us to go home and take care of the patient. Shin Emo gave his father a reassuring look, then spoke to Yiwon beside him. Honey, go get some sleep. You've been running around all night. I'm not tired, honey, you're the one who's tired. Go and rest. I also need to make some easily digestible food for my daughter. Then I'll wait too. Okay, let's rest together later. Soon the mother came out with a blanket, wrapped her two precious granddaughters in it, and then took them out of the car with peace of mind. You two go and rest first. We'll take care of Dibao and Erbao. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law looking exhausted, Jiang Chuansui said with heartache. Mom, I'll make some easily digestible food for Dibao and Erbao first, then I'll go rest. After repeating what he had just said, Shin Emo headed towards the kitchen. Good. Thinking about her son's cooking skills, she thought that if he cooked, her beloved granddaughter would be willing to eat some. In the kitchen, he used his newly acquired nutritional awareness to specifically select ingredients that would help reduce fever. Prepare a fever-reducing porridge using winter melon, white radish, and a small amount of chicken. After cooking the fever-reducing porridge, Shin Emo first tasted it to check the temperature and then adjusted the saltiness to ensure it was most suitable for the sick baby. Sure enough, although they didn't have much of an appetite, the two daughters still ate about half a bowl. It seems that Dad's cooking is still the most effective. Jiang Chuansui breathed a sigh of relief as she watched her beloved granddaughter finally eat. After feeding her daughters the porridge, Shin Emo continued to carry them around the living room. Sick babies are especially clingy and will cry as soon as they are put down. After her daughter finished her porridge, Yiwon went back to her room to sleep. She also knew that the two of them couldn't both be exhausted, otherwise, if the baby started crying, neither her mother-in-law nor her father-in-law could take care of him. He carried his two daughters like that, walking from the early hours of the morning until dawn. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the two babies' body temperatures returned to normal, and they finally fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Shin Emo carefully placed them into the crib. Son, you can go upstairs to sleep now. I'll stay right here. They'll cry if they wake up and can't find me, Shin Emo said softly, afraid of disturbing her daughter. Son, go sleep in the guest room. I'll call you if I need anything. Seeing her son, Jiang Chuansui was still worried, so this was all she could say. Okay. Shin Emo thought for a moment before getting up. Chapter 77. The next morning, the daughter clung even more to her father. The next morning, Shin Emo woke up on time. Call. He first touched the foreheads of his two daughters beside him. After confirming that his temperature was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and then quietly got out of bed. Make breakfast first. Good morning, boss. Shin Emo went downstairs to the first floor, where Sister Lu was already cleaning. Morning. Is Miss awake? Sister Lu quickly put away the rag and prepared to go upstairs. Sister Lu, please make less milk later, I'm going to make some breakfast. A 5-month-old baby cannot just drink milk, she also needs to eat some whole grains. Okay, boss. Shin Emo tied on an apron and went into the kitchen. The first thing he needs to do is make baby food, pumpkin and chicken puree. I took out a fresh pumpkin, which my mother bought at the supermarket yesterday. Now, when his parents have nothing to do, they go to the nearby supermarket to shop. In the future, Shin Emo will only need to buy some meat. Peel and cut the pumpkin into chunks, remove the tendons and membranes from the chicken breast, and put them together in a steamer. While the dough was being steamed, he skillfully kneaded it, preparing to make several small cartoon-shaped steamed buns. Ding! The host has carefully prepared complimentary food for his twin daughters, and has been rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash and a reward for infant nutrition awareness. The system notification sounded at the right time. This time, there was no choice. Shin Mo's face remained calm, without a trace of emotion. Upstairs. At 7 o'clock sharp, the baby's whimpering came from the bedroom. Yuan dried her hands and came out of the bathroom, only to see that Dibao had already sat up and was rubbing his sleepy eyes. Erbao was still lying on the bed, his little bottom sticking up high, clearly not having had enough sleep yet. Good morning, little princesses. Yuan gently picked up Erbao. Upon smelling her mother's familiar scent, the still sleepy baby opened her eyes, then closed them again and leaned comfortably against her shoulder. At this moment, Sister Lu, who was waiting outside, heard the commotion inside and pushed the door open to go in. As Sister Lu entered the master bedroom, she saw Yuan holding the baby so skillfully and couldn't help but smile. The baby is becoming more and more attached to you. This is a mother's privilege. Yiwon kissed her daughter's cheek triumphantly. Wow! I just changed my baby's diaper, and I can't wait a moment longer. When she didn't get milk, she immediately started crying loudly. Baby, don't cry, mommy will make you some milk right away. Without Chinmo's help, Yiwon started to panic. Madam, the boss said that just a little milk is enough, he has already made breakfast. Seeing that Yiwon was about to make milk, Sister Lu quickly reminded her. Made for the baby? Yiwon stopped what she was doing and added warm water to the bottle without adding it. Yes. Since his dad made breakfast, we won't make milk. Sister Lu, you can take the baby downstairs first. Thinking back to the first time her daughter ate breakfast, Yiwon immediately made a choice. Okay. Wow. After waiting a while longer, there was still no milk to drink, and the baby's cries became more aggrieved. Erbao, be good, don't cry, let's go have breakfast now. Without lingering, Sister Lu quickly carried Erbao downstairs. Sister Lu, why is the baby still crying after drinking milk? Chinmo, who was busy in the kitchen, heard his daughter crying and looked puzzled. It's true that the second baby is impatient, but once there's milk to drink, he'll definitely calm down. Boss, the baby hasn't had any milk yet, and Madam asked me to bring him down. I know you haven't had your milk yet, it'll be ready soon. My daughter's breakfast is ready, all we need to do now is serve it. Last night, when changing the baby's diaper, Chinmo noticed that the baby's skin was a little dry. He immediately adjusted today's complimentary food plan, increasing the proportion of avocado, which is good for the baby's skin. Here you are, Sister Lu, thank you for your help. Chinmo quickly ladled out a small bowl of pumpkin and chicken puree and placed it on the baby chair. Seeing the small bowl in front of him, Erbao quickly stopped crying and excitedly waved his little hands. The 5-month-old baby can already sit very steadily in the high chair. It seems everyone knows that Dad's cooking is delicious. Seeing this, Sister Lu couldn't help but make a joke. Come on, Erbao, open your mouth. Without tasting the pumpkin and chicken puree first, Sister Lu picked up a small spoon, scooped up a small spoonful, and gently blew on it to cool it down. The second child eagerly opened his little mouth and ate with great relish. Ha ha! In the kitchen, Chinmo, taking a break from his busy work, looked at his daughter's satisfied expression and felt a surge of accomplishment. Sister Lu, there are still some small steamed buns here. Remembering this, Chinmo brought out the freshly steamed rabbit-shaped buns. The second child was immediately attracted by the cute design and reached out his little hand to grab it. Not yet, you have to eat it like this. Sister Lu broke the steamed bun into small pieces. She demonstrated by putting a small piece of steamed bun into her mouth. The second child followed suit, and although he got food all over his face, he enjoyed it immensely. Sister Lu, what's for breakfast today? At this moment, Yiwon also came downstairs carrying Debao. Seeing Erbao quietly eating breakfast, I couldn't suppress my curiosity. Madam, it's pumpkin and chicken puree, and some small steamed buns. Debao, don't worry, you have one too. At this moment, Debao saw her younger sister eating, and she immediately waved her little hand. Come on, Debao, open your mouth. With food available, both daughters quieted down. Seeing her husband still busy in the kitchen, Yiwon went over and asked. It smells so good, honey, what are you doing? For Debao and Erbao. They were eating, so why is there still food left? Honey, this is a teething biscuit. My 5-month-old baby is teething and his gums are very itchy. He chose the system-recommended formula, which consisted of bananas, infant rice cereal, and a small amount of formula milk powder. The kneaded dough exuded a natural sweet aroma, and he skillfully used molds to press out various adorable shapes. It smells so good, I want to eat it too. Yiwon stood at the kitchen doorway, watching. Wait a little longer, it'll be ready soon. Chinmo put the first batch of cookies into the oven. The oven dinged, and the aroma instantly filled the entire living room. Both babies turned to the kitchen at the same time, their eyes sparkling. Freshly baked teething biscuits emit an enticing aroma. No problem. Chinmo first tested the hardness to confirm that it was neither too hard to hurt the gums, but had enough flexibility to massage the gums. I want one too. Upon seeing the cute teething biscuits, Yiwon, like a child, reached out to ask for some. Okay, you get one too. Chinmo helplessly tapped her nose, took out a piece, and placed it near Yiwon's mouth. Sweetie, open your mouth. Hate. Even though they were an old married couple, Yiwon couldn't help but blush at their intimate behavior, especially with other people around. Come on, try Dad's special cookies. Shin Emo gave one piece of paper to each of his two daughters. Dabao immediately put it in his mouth and began to suck on it with satisfaction. The second child couldn't wait any longer, leaving a few light teeth marks on the biscuit with his little teeth. Watching her daughters intently munching on cookies, Shin Emo suddenly remembered the infant nutrition perception ability that the system had rewarded her with. He gently held Dabao's little hand, carefully feeling her pulse and body temperature. What's wrong? Yiwan noticed his movements. I feel that Dabao might need to supplement his iron intake more. Shin Emo nodded slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Let's try making her some liver paste tomorrow. Yiwan looked at him in surprise. Honey, how did you know? Intuition. Shin Emo smiled, and this time he didn't offer any further explanation. Chapter 78 Dad's Amazing, 2 Karami. Wow! At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shin Emo was dealing with emails in his study when he suddenly heard Erbao's whimpering, which sounded like he was crying, coming from the bedroom. Erbao, why are you crying? Daddy's coming. He immediately put down his work and went over, only to find Yiwan trying to change Erbao's diaper, but the little guy was squirming and not cooperating. Let me. When he saw his wife changing diapers, he knew what was going on and quickly took his daughter from her. As soon as the baby touched his father's arm, he immediately calmed down and lay obediently, letting his father do whatever he wanted. Yiwan shook her head helplessly. This child is now picky about who changes his diapers. Shin Emo skillfully changed Erbao's diaper and gently scratched her tummy. Giggle. It made her daughter giggle. At this moment, Dabao also crawled over and hugged his father's leg, wanting a hug. Looks like I can forget about working today, these two little rascals. Shin Emo picked up one of his daughters in each arm and smiled at Yiwan. Yiwan looked at her daughters nestled in their father's arms, feeling both amused and jealous. I carried her for 10 months and gave birth to her, so why is she clinging to you all the time now? That's my dad's charm. Shin Emo kissed his two daughters' cheeks with a smug look. Returning to his study with his two little koalas, Shin Emo tried to continue processing emails with one hand. Dabao sat comfortably on his left leg, intently playing with his father's cufflinks. Erbao nestled on his right shoulder, her little head resting against his neck, nuzzling him every now and then. Ding! The host simultaneously comforts the twin daughters, meeting their need for security and rewarding their emotional awareness. After the system notification sounded, a warm current flowed through my body. How amazing! Shin Emo suddenly became more aware of his daughter's emotional changes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, Dabao was calm and focused, while Erbao was a little sleepy but reluctant to go to sleep. Go to sleep if you're tired, Dad's here. He gently patted Erbao's back and hummed a soft lullaby. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Erbao fell into a deep sleep on his shoulder. Shin Emo carefully adjusted her position to make her daughter more comfortable. On the other side, Dabao also started yawning, but was still forcing himself to play with his father's watch. You should take a nap too. Shin Emo spoke softly, continuing to hum a lullaby. Just then, Yiwan came in carrying fruit and saw this scene. Shin Emo sat in front of the computer, with Erbao sleeping on his shoulder and Dabao dozing off on his lap, and he was still replying to emails with one hand. You really are, just put them in bed to sleep. Yiwan was both angry and heartbroken. It's alright, let them sleep a little longer. They've just fallen asleep, they'll wake up if you move them. Shin Emo lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing his sleeping daughter. You're here just in time, could you take a look at this contract for me? He gestured for Yiwan to look at the screen and made room for her. Okay, take your daughter inside, she'll catch a cold. Yiwan put down the fruit plate, walked over and sat down. Shin Emo carried his daughter back into the house in 2 separate trips, making sure to cover her with a blanket at the end. Is the little guy still asleep? Upon seeing her husband return, Yiwan didn't even look up before asking him a question. No, I'm sleeping soundly. They pulled up a chair, leaned against each other, and discussed work in hushed tones. Oh no, I forgot about that. Halfway through the discussion, Shin Emo slapped his forehead and walked towards the master bedroom. I knew it. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Dabao suddenly wake up, groggily looking for his pacifier. Shin Emo quickly took out her favorite deer-shaped pacifier from the drawer. TSK tisk. Dabao sucked contentedly, then quickly closed his eyes again. Honey, what did you just forget? Upon seeing Shin Emo return, Yiwan couldn't contain her curiosity. I forgot to give Dabao his pacifier. Shin Emo smiled slightly. His newly acquired ability allowed him to accurately perceive his daughter's needs. Really? Honey, you're so amazing, I always feel like I'm superfluous. No, my wife is the best. At 6 p.m., both babies woke up. Chinemo carried them down to the first floor, one in each arm. I put them on the playmat and got ready to make dinner. Wow! As soon as he stood up, Erbao pouted and was about to cry, while Debao crawled over and hugged his leg. Son, you go make dinner, I'll take care of it. Wow! You should do it. Grandma couldn't do it, and neither could Grandpa, so Yuan finally came to coax him. The two little ones still want to stick with their dad. Okay, Dad will cook with you. Chinemo smiled helplessly. Everyone was used to eating their own cooking now, and it was really strange to have someone else cook for them. So an interesting scene unfolded in the kitchen. Chinemo had a double baby carrier hanging in front of her, with her eldest child sitting in front and her second child on her back. He skillfully washed, chopped, and cooked the vegetables, his movements fluid and unaffected. Do you need my help? Yuan stood at the kitchen doorway, holding up her phone to record a video. This scene is too precious to miss, I must record it. No need, it will be ready soon. Chinemo tossed the pan, and the aroma filled the air. Today we have two clingy little karamis, so dinner will have to be simple. Inside the baby carrier, the two babies watched curiously as their father magically created various delicious dishes. Erbao even tried to reach out and grab the flying spatula, but Chinemo gently stopped him. You can't play with this, it's dangerous. At dinner, the two babies sat in their special high chairs, eating the vegetable and chicken porridge that their father had specially made. Chinemo keenly noticed that Erbao was somewhat resistant to carrots, and would frown slightly every time he was fed a carrot. Don't you like carrots? He asked his daughter softly. Erbao naturally wouldn't answer, but Chinemo confirmed it through emotional perception. He quietly picked out the carrots from Erbao's bowl and replaced them with pumpkin, which she preferred. You spoil them too much. Yuan noticed his subtle movements. You have to change your picky eating habits gradually. Chinemo smiled and fed Erbao a bite of pumpkin puree. Let her enjoy herself today. Chinemo didn't need to personally bathe the babies, because it was their favorite part of the day, and Grandma certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Zhang Chunsui filled the bathtub with warm water, tested the water temperature, and then skillfully bathed her two beloved granddaughters at the same time. Giggle giggle. Debao splashed water, getting his grandma all over. Naughty. Zhang Chunsui wiped the water off her face and gently tickled her granddaughter. The bathroom was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Yuan leaned against the doorframe, watching her mother-in-law and daughters playing, and felt a warmth in her heart. She took out her phone and recorded this heartwarming moment. Honey, you'll bathe the baby tomorrow. Chinemo, who was not far away, took in this scene. He walked over and put his arm around Yuan's slender waist. Okay. Chapter 79. Finally at ease, a morning after illness. The next morning. Chinemo was dozing off in the crib when he suddenly felt a soft little hand stroking his cheek. He woke up immediately and found that Debao had woken up at some point. She was lying on the edge of the crib, reaching out her little hand to reach him. Good morning, baby. Chinemo spoke softly, and immediately touched his daughter's forehead. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the temperature was normal. Almost simultaneously, Erbao also woke up. The little one looked around as soon as he opened his eyes, and immediately gave a sweet smile when he saw his father, opening his little arms for a hug. It seems everything is all right. At this moment, Yuan was also awakened by the noise and looked with relief at her daughters who had recovered their spirits. Chinemo carried his two daughters to the large bed and carefully checked their condition. Through his newly acquired abilities, he could sense that Debao had fully recovered and was full of energy. Although Erbao is still a little weak, he is out of danger. I'll continue to prepare something nutritious and easy to digest for them today. Chinemo was about to get up when his two daughters grabbed his clothes at the same time. It seems she's recovered from her illness and is even more clingy now. Yuan smiled and shook her head. Chinemo simply carried his two daughters downstairs and into the kitchen. He had his eldest child sit in a specially made baby chair next to the kitchen counter, while his second child was carried in a baby carrier. This way, he can take care of his daughter without missing the time to make breakfast. Today he prepared yam and chicken porridge and steamed apple puree. Yam strengthens the spleen, and apples replenish vitamins. Both are excellent for recovery after illness. He prepared the ingredients while talking to his two daughters. Look, Dad is peeling yams. This is good for the baby's tummy. Debao looked curiously at the yam in his father's hand and tried to reach out and touch it. Shinemo handed her a small piece of peeled skin to play with, and the little one immediately began to study it intently. The second child, nestled quietly against his father's chest, gently swayed his little head with his movements. Ding! After caring for your sick baby, the host promptly adjusted the baby's diet to promote recovery. A recipe for improving infant and toddler physical fitness has been awarded. The system's notification cheered Shinemo up. He immediately scanned the newly acquired recipes in his mind and found that one of them, for God's soup, was particularly suitable for recuperation after illness. Looks like I'll have to go to the traditional Chinese medicine shop, he muttered to himself. At breakfast, both babies showed great interest in the yam porridge. Rebirth, who had just recovered from a serious illness, actually ate a whole small bowl, much to Yiwan's delight. Dad's cooking is still the best for my taste. She put a fried egg on Shinmo's plate. You should eat more too, you barely slept last night. After the meal, Shinemo prepared to go to a traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy ingredients. But when he picked up the car keys, his two daughters immediately showed signs of unease. Rebirth even pouted, looking like he was about to cry. Okay, Dad will take you with him. Shinemo smiled helplessly and picked up his daughters, one in each arm. The family of 4 went to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop. Shinemo pushed the double stroller, with Yiwan following beside him. The two babies were in such an environment for the first time, and they looked around curiously. Do you have the ingredients for 4 Gods decoction? Shinemo asked the old Chinese medicine doctor sitting in the clinic. The old doctor glanced at the twins in the stroller and nodded knowingly. Treat the children? I'll prescribe a gentle formula for you. While the doctor was dispensing the medicine, Debao became very interested in the herbs on the counter, pointing at them and babbling. The old doctor was amused and handed Shinemo a piece of licorice root. Let her play with it, it's safe. After taking the licorice tablets, Debao began to study them intently. Oh dear! Seeing this, Rebirth also wanted some, so the old doctor gave her another piece of porriacocos. The two babies played quietly with the medicinal herbs in their hands, without crying or fussing. What a good child! It's rare to see such a quiet baby, the old doctor exclaimed. It's mainly because their dad is around, they can be quite mischievous, Yiwan replied with a smile, gently stroking Rebirth's cheek. After buying the medicine and returning home, Shinemo immediately began preparing the 4 Gods soup. This soup uses porriacocos, yam, lotus seeds, and foxnuts, all of which are medicinal herbs that strengthen the spleen and stomach. Following the system's reward, he specially adjusted the formula to make the medicine milder and more suitable for infants and young children. While I was making soup, both of my daughters stayed in the kitchen and wouldn't leave. Left with no other option, Shinemo simply laid out the playmat at the kitchen doorway, preparing lunch while keeping an eye on her daughter. At noon, the aroma of 4 God soup filled the entire house. Shinemo strained the soup and used only the clear broth to cook porridge for her daughters. When he brought the porridge to the table, the two babies were already waving their little hands impatiently. Eat slowly, all of this is for you. Shinemo carefully fed her daughter. Perhaps the medicinal diet worked, because the two babies' energy levels improved significantly in the afternoon. The older child started practicing crawling on the playmat, while the younger child, although still not very willing to move, can sit and play for a long time. You recovered so quickly. You were so sick this morning, but now you can play all the time. Seeing her daughter like this, Yiwan said with delight. Medicinal diet therapy is very important. Come here, Debao, come to daddy. Shinemo held the second child and guided the first child to crawl. Debao crawled forward with all his might. Although his movements were still not coordinated, he was already able to move a short distance. Clap, clap, clap. Great job, Debao. When she finally crawled to her father's feet, the whole family applauded for her. Giggle. The little guy smiled proudly, revealing his two newly grown front teeth. Debao, come here to Grandpa. Seeing this, Jin Shangming also clapped his hands, trying to get his granddaughter's attention. Unfortunately, the little guy only glanced at him before continuing to cling to his father. Ha ha! Old Jin, you're no good, watch mine. Debao, come here to Grandma. Upon hearing Jiang Chuansui's voice, Debao turned his head and blinked his big eyes. Shinemo put his daughter down, and then Debao started crawling. Ha ha! Look, Debao is closest to me. I refuse to believe it. Jin Shangming was very dissatisfied and his gaze fell on Rebirth. Rebirth, come here to Grandpa. The second child, who was playing by himself, raised his little head when he heard someone calling him. His gaze swept over everyone before finally reaching out his hands to Chin Mo. Old Chin, are you convinced now? No, that's because I haven't exerted my full strength yet. He was determined to find something to do today, so he started looking for toys and quickly settled on a bell. Ding ding. The sound of the bell quickly caught Bao's attention. The little guy was stunned for a moment, then immediately crawled towards his grandfather. Look, my dear granddaughter crawled over here by herself. Xin Xiangming was excited to see Bao crawling towards him. But before he could finish celebrating, the bell stopped ringing, and Bao lost his target. Upon seeing her father, she immediately shifted her focus. Ha ha! Old Xin, you'll have to bathe your granddaughter from now on. Chapter 80. Unexpectedly, a scoundrel comes knocking. Chin Mo was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The baby's fever has completely subsided, and he is now sitting energetically in his high chair, patting the table with his little hands and showing great interest in the egg pancakes his father is making. Why are you up so early today? Yiwan carried her sleeping baby, Bao, into the kitchen. I have a meeting with representatives from German companies this morning, so I need to get to the company early. Chin Mo plated the fried egg pancakes. Is Bao alright? When I woke up in the morning, Bao woke up too. Seeing that his wife and second child were still sleeping, and not wanting to disturb them, he changed his first child's diaper and then carried him downstairs to prepare breakfast. She's completely healed. Look how energetic she is. Yuan moved another dining chair over and put Bao in it. But you, with those dark circles under your eyes, what time did you work until last night? Looking at Chin Mo, she showed a pained expression. It's only a little past 2 o'clock. Chin Mo casually placed 2 small egg pancakes in front of his 2 daughters. Ouch! As soon as he saw something delicious, Bao immediately reached out to grab it. Bao followed suit and reached out his hand as well. Don't worry, no one's going to take it from you. The 2 sisters had food all over their faces, and Chin Mo smiled as he looked at his daughter's adorable appearance. Ding dong! Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be so early? Honey, you've worked so hard. I'll go open the door. Seeing her husband about to leave, Yuan went to open the door, puzzled. Standing outside the villa gate was an unexpected guest, Lin Feiyu. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit, carrying an exquisite gift box, and wearing an impeccable smile. Yuan, it's been a long time. Lin Feiyu? How could you? Yuan was stunned. She never expected that the other party would come to her door directly. I heard you had adorable twins, so I came to see you. Lin Feiyu's gaze passed over Yuan and landed on Chin Mo in the kitchen. I'd also like to have a brief chat with President Chin. He was very well hidden at the time. Lin Feiyu wouldn't have come if his family hadn't given him a strict order. I had no choice but to come. My father said that if I didn't handle this, I could forget about getting any pocket money in the future. After recognizing the person, Chin Mo wiped his hands and walked over calmly. He had already learned about the other party's situation from his father-in-law. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Aren't you going to invite me to sit down? Lin Feiyu smiled meaningfully. Or is it that President Chin is afraid of me? Lin Feiyu, you. Hearing Lin Feiyu's words, Yuan was about to say something in anger, but Chin Mo grabbed her hand. Just do it. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do here today. As Lin Feiyu sat down in the living room, the atmosphere became subtle. The 2 babies seemed to sense something, and they quieted down, staring wide-eyed at the unfamiliar guest. A small token of my appreciation for the children. Lin Feiyu placed the gift box on the coffee table. Young Master Lin, you're too kind. Please speak frankly, what is it? Chin Mo sat down opposite him without offering him any water. Lin Feiyu looked around, his gaze lingering for a moment on the cozy home decor. It's a very warm home. I heard that President Chin has recently achieved great success in both his career and family life, which is truly enviable. He abruptly changed the subject, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, doing business is not child's play. Mr. Chin, how far do you think a small startup can go in this industry? Yuan frowned, wanting to say something, but Chin Mo stopped her with a look. How far you can go depends on your product strength and innovation, not on suppressing your competitors. Chin Mo's tone was calm, revealing no emotion in his heart. What you're saying, Mr. Chin, is true. The business world is like a battlefield, everyone has to rely on their own abilities. The new product that Jining is about to release will have outstanding performance. He paused deliberately, tapping his fingers lightly on the sofa. I heard that President Qin has recently encountered some difficulties in research and development. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. No need for you to trouble yourself, Mr. Lin. If there's nothing else, I need to prepare for the morning meeting. Shin Mo stood up, indicating that he was seeing the guest off. Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Lin Feiyu also stood up and slowly adjusted his cuffs. I heard that representatives from German companies are coming today? What a coincidence, we're meeting with them this afternoon too. Lin Feiyu, you. Yuan's expression changed, she could no longer hold back. Competition in the market is normal. Lin Feiyu walked towards the door and stopped at the entrance. By the way, Mr. Qin, I heard you've been looking for new electrode material suppliers lately? What a coincidence, those biggest suppliers all have long-term partnerships with the Lin family. Before leaving, he gave a victorious smile. Good luck. As the other party arrogantly left, the surrounding air fell silent. He's gone too far. This is a blatant threat. Yuan was so angry that her face turned pale. She took out her phone to call her father. Honey, don't bother Dad, I can handle this. Qin Mo walked silently to the door and watched Lin Feiyu's car drive away. His expression remained calm, but his eyes became sharp. But Yuan walked to his side with concern, but in the end, she put her phone away. It's okay, let's go eat breakfast first, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Qin Mo turned around, his tone relaxed. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat somber. Even the two babies sensed something was wrong and ate their breakfast quietly. Is the supplier problem he mentioned serious? Yuan finally couldn't help but ask. It's a bit troublesome, but not unsolvable. Seeing that her daughter's face was covered in smears, Qin Mo wiped her bow's mouth. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Even so, Yuan could sense that things weren't that simple. She knew Lin Feiyu too well, he was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. After breakfast, Qin Mo prepared to go to the company. At the door, he gently hugged Yuan. Don't worry, focus on your brand, leave these things to me. Yuan nodded, but the unease in her heart lingered. On his way to the company, Qin Mo made several phone calls. As Lin Feiyu said, several major electrode material suppliers have indicated that they are temporarily unable to accept orders. President Qin, the situation is not good. Ren Baiman reported this on the phone, her tone very anxious. If a suitable supplier cannot be found, mass production of the new product will be delayed by at least 3 months. Keep searching. If we can't find them domestically, we'll look abroad. Also, we're preparing to launch Plan B. Qin Mo spoke calmly, as if the calm before a storm had passed. Plan B? Remember that material startup we invested in? It's time to put it to the test. By the time the car stopped downstairs at the Scepter building, Qin Mo had already composed himself. He straightened his tie and walked into the building with steady steps. In the elevator, he received a message from Yuan. Anshin introduced a new materials supplier, saying that her friend's company does it. Would you like to check it out? Qin Mo smiled slightly. This was his wife, always there to support him when he needed her most. Send the contact information to Ms. Ren and let her handle the connection. The elevator doors opened, and Qin Mo stepped out. The German company representative arrived early and is waiting for you in the conference room. Ren Baiman, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. Okay, tell them to wait a moment, I'll go to my office to get a document. Qin Mo nodded. Upon entering the office, Qin Mo took a sealed document bag from the drawer. This is the special electrode material production process that the system rewarded me with last night. It came at just the right time. Chapter 81 Husband, Look. A surprise of growth. That afternoon, Qin Mo had just finished replying to a work email, his fingertips still resting on the keyboard, when Yuan called out softly with surprise from outside. Honey, come quick. Hearing the excitement in his wife's voice, he quickly got up and went outside. The scene before him made his heart skip a beat. The two little ones were gripping the edge of the play fence tightly with their tiny hands. Trembling, yet steady, he stood up. Her chubby little legs were still trembling slightly, but her upturned face was full of pride and excitement at her first success. When did this happen? Shinemo stepped forward, knelt down, and spread his arms to form a silent protective circle. Just now. Yuan excitedly held up her phone, the camera firmly pointed at her daughter, her voice trembling with joy. She grabbed the railing herself, and with a push, she got up. Yeah. When Debao saw his father approaching, he happily babbled. She even tried to let go of one hand and reach it towards him. This bold move caused her to lose her balance instantly, her small body leaning forward, and she fell right into Shinmo's timely, steady embrace. You little rascal! Shinemo hugged his daughter tightly, lowered his head and pressed his cheek against her sweaty forehead, his voice full of doting affection. We can't be in such a hurry. The second child, who was sitting quietly on the cushion, started to wriggle restlessly when he saw his older sister stand up. She slowly climbed to the fence, imitating her older sister, tentatively grabbing the railing with her little hands, trying hard to support herself. On my first attempt, I didn't have enough strength, and my little bottom landed squarely on the mat. Ouch, watch out. Upon seeing this, Yuan cried out in alarm. Honey, don't worry, leave it to me. Shinemo handed Debao to Yuan and then focused all his attention on protecting Erbao. Erbao pursed her lips and began her second attempt. She first knelt down, paused to gather her strength, and then began to straighten her legs little by little, extremely slowly. She was extremely cautious throughout the process, and finally, she managed to stand up successfully by leaning against the railing. Very good. Yuan couldn't help but cheer softly, but quickly covered her mouth to avoid disturbing the child. Erbao didn't stand as straight as her older sister. She leaned almost half her body against the railing. Ding! The host has successfully guided the twin daughters to complete the standing milestone, rewarding them with an advanced course in infant and toddler motor development guidance. The system notification sounded in my mind, and a new stream of knowledge flowed in. Shinemo quickly browsed through the information, paying particular attention to key points regarding the protection of infants' bones and healthy development. Come on, Dad will teach you how to stand more comfortably. At this moment, he spoke very softly, reached out, and carefully adjusted the position of Erbao's feet so that they could distribute the weight of his body more evenly. Yeah. Debao watched from his mother's arms, then wriggled around, not wanting to be outdone, also wanting his father's guidance. Shinemo smiled and took Debao, patiently helping her correct her posture as well. Are they really going to learn all this at such a young age? Yuan was a little worried, and a hint of heartache showed in her eyes. Building a solid foundation now will allow you to run more steadily, jump higher, and be less prone to injury in the future. In the time that followed, the two little ones showed great enthusiasm for this new skill, practicing tirelessly over and over again. Shinemo stayed by his side without leaving for a moment, his eyes following closely, ready to lend a helping hand at any time. It seems we need to do another thorough inspection of the house. Yuan looked at her daughter's eager expression and sighed softly. Once they can actually walk, I'm afraid every corner will be explored. Every child who learns to walk will wander around everywhere. Those with children at home can relate. As long as it's within their reach, they'll renovate it for you. Some families even put away anything below 1 meter in height. If you don't put it away, losing money is a small matter, but if it gets damaged, that would be a serious problem. Come on, Debao, hold Daddy's hand. He knelt on the mat and held up 2 fingers. Debao immediately grabbed it tightly with his little hands, and using the force, he stood up unsteadily. With her father's finger for support, she clearly felt safer, and after standing still, she even boldly tried to take a small step. Very good. Yuan watched with her eyes shining. The second child sat quietly beside her, observing the interaction between her older sister and father. After a while, she also reached out her little hand to Shinemo. Her movements were more cautious than her sister's. She made sure she was completely steady before taking the next step, even with the slightest movement. Every child has their own pace. Shinemo turned his head and whispered to Yuan, his gaze gently falling on Erbao. We don't compare ourselves to others, and we're not in a hurry. The living room was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and encouraging applause all morning. Under their father's steadfast protection, the two little ones practiced standing and trying to move again and again. Every tiny bit of progress earns heartfelt praise from the whole family. After dinner, following the guidance of the system's knowledge, Shinemo fetched warm water and wiped her daughters' faces and hands. Then, have them lie face down on a soft mat and use professional and gentle techniques to massage and relax them, especially their hard-working calf muscles. The two babies comfortably closed their eyes, enjoying their father's care, and made satisfied humming sounds. No way, honey, you even learned this? Yiwan was somewhat surprised as she watched his skillful technique. Yes, I looked up some information. Shinmo continued working without stopping, his tone natural. He had his two daughters lie on their backs and led them in very gentle stretching exercises, humming a light-hearted nursery rhyme as he guided them to move their little hands and feet. This is... Yiwan leaned against the door, looking at it with a smile. Relaxing after exercise is very important. Shinmo carefully supported Erbao's ankles, making gentle circular motions. Especially for babies who are just learning to stand, it can help their muscles recover better. That night, the two little ones slept exceptionally well. Perhaps their daytime exploration had exhausted them. Their breathing was even and long, and their sleeping faces were as serene as two little angels. As Shinmo lay in bed that night, he couldn't shake his unease and quietly got up to check on things. He noticed that Debao, even in his sleep, was unconsciously twitching his calves slightly, as if he were reviewing the actions he had taken during the day. This little guy is so diligent, even when he's sleeping. With a gentle smile on his lips, Shinmo reached out and gently adjusted her sleeping position to a more comfortable one. Chapter 82 Daughter's Surprise, First Time Speaking. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of rice porridge. Shinmo was focused on cutting the apple into small pieces suitable for the baby to eat. Suddenly, a faint yet clear sound came from outside. Ba-ba. The small silver spoon in his hand made a soft clink sound and almost fell onto the kitchen counter. Shinmo turned around abruptly and saw that Erbo had somehow managed to stand up while holding onto the playground fence. A pair of clear, large eyes were looking at him, her small mouth slightly open, as if savoring the earth-shattering syllables she had just heard. Erbo, is that you calling for daddy? He took a few steps to his daughter, squatted down, and his voice was slightly hoarse with surprise. The second child looked at his father's excited face and seemed to find it amusing. He pursed his lips again and repeated it more clearly. Ba-ba. This time, there's absolutely no doubt. That naive yet persistent attempt was indeed aimed at him. Shinmo's heart was instantly filled with this soft call. He scooped up his daughter's soft little body and pulled her into his arms, pressing his cheek against her soft, milky hair and kissing her several times. Wife! Come quick! He raised his voice towards the living room, eager to share his joy with his loved ones. My second child can say dad now. Yiwan rushed over, carrying Debao, who was still rubbing his eyes, her sleepiness instantly dispelled. Really? As if in response to his mother's questioning, Erbo adjusted his position in his father's arms, looked at Shinmo, and made that sound clearly for the third time. Ba-ba. Oh my god. Yiwan covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes instantly turning red. The baby in her arms blinked its big eyes, looking at its excited parents. Then, looking at her younger sister who was the center of attention, her little mouth began to babble restlessly, though she hadn't yet formed clear syllables. Ding! The host has successfully guided the baby to utter its first meaningful syllable. Reward, Advanced Infant and Toddler Language Development Guidance course. The system notification sounded at the right time, and a surge of professional knowledge about infant and toddler language development flooded into Shinmo's mind. He immediately understood that this was an important signal that a language explosion was about to begin, and that patient and scientific guidance was needed. Come on, Erbo, look at daddy. Shinmo pulled his daughter away slightly so she could see his lip movements clearly. He slowed down and exaggeratedly demonstrated, Daddy, Daddy. The second child stared intently at his father's lips as they opened and closed, trying his best to imitate them with his little mouth, but the sounds he made were still slightly indistinct. Ba. That's already fantastic. Our second child is the smartest. Shinmo was generous with his praise, and another loud kiss landed on his daughter's cheek, making the little one giggle. Honey, you go make breakfast, I'll take care of this. Good. Shinmo specially adjusted the menu to capitalize on the recent surprise. He prepared soft, chewy carrot sticks and steamed apple chunks that melted in your mouth. According to newly acquired knowledge, chewing can effectively exercise a baby's oral muscles, laying the foundation for clear pronunciation. After preparing breakfast, Shinmo couldn't wait to guide her daughter. Look, like daddy. He sat opposite his daughter, slowly demonstrating how to chew. Chew slowly, it will help you speak better later. Debao has an excellent ability to imitate. He immediately followed his father's example and puffed out his cheeks like a little hamster. Erbo, on the other hand, was more immersed in the taste of the food itself, chewing slowly and savoring each bite. This was a great opportunity. Shinmo took out the family photo cards he had prepared beforehand and started with the closest terms of address. Mom. He pointed to the photo of Yi-won smiling radiantly, his voice gentle. The two babies looked at the card, then turned to look at their mother beside them. They moved their little mouths a few times, but ultimately failed to make the sound. No rush, let's take it slow. Shin Mo encouraged him gently, without urging him in the slightest. He then chose words with a more forward pronunciation that were easier to imitate, hug. Sure enough, de bao was the first to utter the sound bao. Although it wasn't perfect, it was a huge improvement. Great! Yi-won responded immediately, bending down to give her eldest daughter a warm hug as a reward. Encouraged by her older sister, the second child also tried to make similar sounds. Shin Mo keenly noticed that her bao's pronunciation seemed to be innate, with clearer contours, and he had a unique understanding of language. It seems they even perceive sound differently, Shin Mo whispered to Yi-won beside him. One has a sense of rhythm like you, and the other is sensitive to pitch like me. Yi-won leaned on his shoulder with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. After some effort, Bao clearly uttered another sacred syllable, ma. Yi-won froze instantly, tears welling up in her eyes without warning, her voice choked with emotion. Bao can call me mama now. Shin Mo immediately picked up his phone to record this precious moment. In the video, the second child nestles against his mother's chest, patiently practicing the sound ma over and over again. The incoherent yet conscious call is the most beautiful melody in the world. The younger sister's achievement clearly spurred de bao's competitive spirit. Not wanting to fall behind, she tried her best, first making the breathy sound m with her closed lips, and then slowly transitioning to ma with vowels. Although she was a little slower, the trajectory of her progress was clearly visible. Today is a big day. Zhang Chuansui, who was watering flowers outside, rushed over upon hearing the noise. Seeing her two granddaughters, who had both made breakthroughs in their communication, she beamed with joy. Come on, let's raise a toast to our two little linguists. Yi-won raised her glass of juice and gently touched it to Shin Mo's, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The two little ones seemed to sense the joyful atmosphere as well, waving their little hands excitedly and babbling out remarks that only they understood, making the whole family laugh heartily. During his midday nap, Shin Mo changed his usual routine. Instead of telling a story directly, he played a language imitation game with his daughters. He pronounced a simple syllable and encouraged them to repeat after him. Dad. Ba. Mom. Ma. Although their pronunciation is still somewhat childish and unclear, the two babies are already able to consciously imitate, which is undoubtedly a big step in their language development. At this rate, we'll soon be able to hear them speak in complete sentences. Yi-won nestled against Shin Mo's shoulder, gazing at the two babies lying side by side in the crib, her voice filled with anticipation for the future. Shin Mo gently hugged his wife, his chin lightly brushing against the top of her head. Our house will be even more lively and fun then. Chapter 83 Going on a Trip, System Rewards. Now I can finally have some peace and quiet. Shin Mo stuffed the latest model phone into the bottom of his travel bag. Pulling the zipper feels like locking the entire annoying business world inside. This time, I'll spend 3 days in a small town in a neighboring city that has mountains, water, and hot springs. Having just finished dealing with the huge mess at the new energy exhibition and then smoothing over the standard-related troubles caused by Lin Feiyu and his group, he just wants to catch his breath. Even if something really happens at the company, there is still Rin Baiman and Wang Ji. Shin Mo glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. The two children were being protected by their grandparents. Besides, what could be more important than hearing my little princess call me daddy with my own ears? Zhang Chuansui, sitting in the back row, was holding her second child, Yuhan, and said in her local accent, "That's right. You can never earn enough money, but your child only grows up once." Qin Xiangming, who was standing next to her, didn't say anything, but silently handed his wife a peeled orange segment. Shin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Yes, wasn't the reason he worked so hard to build that business empire called Qinjian initially just for the peaceful and lively atmosphere inside the car? Upon arriving at the vacation villa, Shin Mo immediately switched into super dad mode. Strangely enough, this man, who is decisive and authoritative in the business world, is surprisingly good at taking care of children. Watch daddy do a magic trick. He put his two daughters on the carpet and took out 3 baby rattles of different colors. He flipped his hand around, and the bells seemed to have grown legs, disappearing for a moment and then reappearing. What's even more amazing is that he always manages to time his daughter's patience perfectly, coming up with a new trick just when she's about to lose it. Just before they lost interest, we changed the game. The twins opened their big, round eyes, waved their little hands and feet excitedly, and made cheerful ah sounds. Giggle. The two little girls stared wide-eyed, laughing happily, their hands and feet flailing about excitedly. Yiwon, who was recording with her phone, laughed, "Honey, with your skills, you should really start a live stream about taking care of the kids. Of course it will work. I've done some research on the infant attention curve," Shin Mo said proudly, raising his eyebrows as he caught the rattle that Dabao threw to him. At their current age, they can only concentrate for a maximum of 90 seconds. They need to switch moves around 80 seconds. He turned a stroll by the lake in the evening into a nature lesson. Shin Mo didn't just carry her around instead, he squatted down and let his daughter touch different leaves, muttering to himself, "Look, this is the beard of a banyan tree. It uses this to find food in the air. It's similar to a baby drinking milk, except it drinks the moisture in the air." When Bao Yuhan pointed to the ripples on the lake and exclaimed "ah," he immediately added, "That's the wind drawing. Look, it's drawing circles and lines, isn't that amazing?" Just as Shin Mo was completely immersed in taking care of the child, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved high-quality family time, effectively relieving work stress and achieving the balance of career and family achievement. Reward: the balance module is activated, increasing work efficiency by 50% for the next week. Tip: increased efficiency manifests in faster thinking, more accurate decision-making, and better energy recovery. Seize this opportunity. 3 days off, gone in the blink of an eye. When we got back, the whole family was in high spirits. Shin Mo himself felt refreshed and full of energy. On Monday morning, he walked into the company on time. As soon as I opened the office door, that feeling returned. It was as if the whole world had been sped up to 0.5x speed. "Good morning, boss. Boss, you look great today." When Shin Mo arrived at the company, the employees all stood up to greet him. "Second brother, you've been going somewhere to have fun these past few days without taking us brothers along." Sun Pengyun suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tried to put his hand on his shoulder, but he refrained in the end. "I'll call you guys next time I have time. I have to go now, I need to deal with some documents." "Okay, I've recorded that line. Don't back out later." "Second brother, you get back to work." "Alright, let's not bother the second brother anymore. Have you forgotten about the general manager?" Alright, we have other things to do." Stepping into the office, I saw a mountain of documents piled up on the desk. However, in his eyes, it suddenly became particularly organized. "Good morning, President Shin." Ren Baiman followed in carrying several urgent documents, her brows furrowed. "You've had a lot of work piled up during your few days off, especially the industry standards proposal. The initial drafts submitted by several departments all feel a bit lacking. Just put it here," Shin Mo said calmly but with certainty. "Have the relevant department heads come to the first conference room at 9:30 so we can go over the standard response strategy. Also, please sort all the operational data from last week, the RD weekly report, and the financial procedures pending approval, and send them over before 11 o'clock. He explained things quickly and clearly, and Ren Baiman was stunned for a moment. She felt that her boss was in particularly good spirits today, with that kind of ease and confidence. In the conference room, the various departments were arguing fiercely about the technical barriers erected by traditional battery manufacturers. The marketing department wanted to negotiate, the legal department wanted to stand firm, and the RD department thought the technical specifications should be changed. Shin Mo listened for less than 20 minutes, then tapped his fingers on the table, and everyone immediately fell silent. "You've all been led astray by others." He spoke slowly and deliberately, but every word hit the nail on the head. "They're setting up barriers so we'll play by their rules. Why should we follow them?" He walked up to the whiteboard and started writing quickly. "First, take a detour. Wang Ji, you take men immediately." The three strategies are clearly stated and hit the nail on the head. For a moment, the company's management present were stunned and had to admit that the boss was indeed the boss. As Shin Mo spoke, the previously noisy conference room fell silent, and the eyes of all the department heads lit up. "Let's proceed in this direction and each of you refine your plans. I need to see the first draft tomorrow morning." Meeting adjourned. Shin Mo put down his pen and was the first to leave the meeting room. Back in his office, he began dealing with the backlog of documents. The reading speed is frighteningly fast. A single glance is enough to grasp the key points and potential issues. What used to take 10 minutes to figure out a complex technical contract can now be understood in 5 or 6 minutes, and 2 particularly hidden risks have been pointed out. During the afternoon project presentations, he always managed to pinpoint the crux of the matter, as if the entire company had been injected with a shot of adrenaline and their operating pace quickened. Before leaving Get Off Work, my man came to deliver the schedule and couldn't help but exclaim, "President Sheen, your efficiency is so high after your vacation. It feels like your 3 days of rest are more effective than our month of overtime." Sheen Mo smiled but didn't say anything more. He glanced down at the photo of his daughter's first birthday celebration on his phone's screensaver, and knew perfectly well that this amazing state was all thanks to the balanced reward he had earned by spending 3 days fully devoted to his child. He handed the signed documents to Rinbaiman, grabbed his coat, and stood up. "Normal procedure, try to keep it up in the future. I'm leaving now, I promise to help my daughter build her new Lego tonight. This week's 50% efficiency boost is a gift from the system. The real issue is how to use that saved time to protect what's truly precious in his life." Chapter 84. Dad whispers, Mom's baby. Unconsciously. With the system's support, Sheen Mo's efficient week has passed. However, that sense of efficiency and composure remained. He's still busy, but he's timed his time better and always manages to squeeze out more time to spend with his family. And his family always gives him the warmest response when he needs it most. He came home a little earlier than usual that day. As he changed his shoes in the entryway, he noticed that the house was unusually quiet. Usually his daughters would call out to him from afar, but today there was no sound at all. "Dad, keep your voice down." Dabao suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his chubby fingers pressed against his lips, his little face tense. Mom was doing something important. Sheen Mo chuckled, picked up his daughter Enua, and lowered his voice to cooperate. "What's the big deal, my darling? It's Mommy's baby." Dabao hugged his neck and breathed mysteriously into his ear. At this moment, Yuan peeked out from the study, her face showing a mixture of nervousness and excitement. "Honey, you're back just in time. Come in and see me." The large desk in the study has now become a temporary workbench. The desk lamp was on, shining brightly on several rounded baby bottle samples. Some were transparent, some were frosted, and one had a faint warm pink hue, like the sky at dawn. Erbao, held by her grandmother Jiang Chunsue, also looked around curiously with her big, dark eyes. "Is this Chushi's first child?" Sheen Mo put down Erbao and walked closer to take a closer look. Although these samples still show signs of being handmade, they are already quite impressive. Unlike those fancy baby bottles on the market, these exude a simple and gentle temperament, especially the warm pink one, which feels like holding a ray of morning light in your hand. Yuan nodded emphatically, picked up the warm pink one, and handed it over. Following your previous suggestion, the design team revised the sample more than a dozen times before it was finally produced. Look here, she pointed to the almost invisible intelligent temperature sensing strip on the bottle. It uses the latest components from the sensor manufacturer you introduced, so it can change color to indicate temperature and connect to a mobile app to view detailed values. The bottle body is made of top-grade PPSU material, and the nipple is designed to mimic a breastfeeding nipple. She became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, recounting every detail as if it were her own. Sheen Mo listened and nodded, realizing that his wife had more than just a dream about building a brand. She was very knowledgeable about materials and processes. "Honey, this baby bottle is really good." Sheen Mo weighed the bottle in his hand. It felt very stable. The design, safety, and technological feel are all top-notch. However, he smiled and looked at Yuan. Even the best theories need to be tested by the most discerning user experience officers, right? Yuan blushed. "I was just about to try it when Dabao and Enua needed to drink their milk." Jiang Chunsue smiled and picked up Dabao Enua. "Oh my, our second baby is so lucky, he'll be the first to use the new baby bottle that Mommy made." The family moved to the living room. Yuan took a deep breath and, as if performing some important ceremony, strictly followed the procedure to sterilize the baby bottle and prepare the formula. When the milk is poured in, the temperature sensor quickly turns a soft green, and the mobile app displays 42.3 C. Look! It changed color. Erbao clapped his hands and exclaimed in surprise. Sheen Mo leaned closer to take a look. This visual cue is very intuitive, especially suitable for parents who get up in the middle of the night to make formula. Yuan nervously pursed her lips and held the bottle to her daughter's mouth. The little one was quite cooperative at first, sucking a few times, but soon her little brows furrowed and her head began to twist restlessly. "Is the nipple flow rate wrong?" Sheen Mo gently reminded him. Yuan adjusted her posture, but Dabao and Enua still drank intermittently, far less smoothly than when using a bottle. A few minutes later, the little guy started whining and pushed the bottle away, refusing to drink anymore. Yiwan's face instantly dimmed, and her eyes reddened slightly. Jiang Chuansui quickly smoothed things over. It's a new thing, the child always needs time to get used to it. As she spoke, she switched the Bao Inuwa back to a regular bottle, and the little guy immediately started gulping it down. Shin Mo didn't offer any words of comfort or politeness. He picked up the sample baby bottles, went to the sink, washed them clean, and then filled them with warm water one by one. What are you doing? Yiwan asked, puzzled. Shin Mo picked up the warm pink one, tilted his head back, and took a puff. His movements were clumsy and laughable, yet his expression was as serious as if he were savoring wine. This flow rate was indeed too slow for someone as impatient as Bao Inuwa. She was having trouble inhaling it. He tried another one, but this one was too fast and easy to choke on. Watching this usually decisive business elite now acting like a serious milk taster, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and the gloom in her heart instantly dissipated. Look! Shin Mo pointed to the second baby bottle. There's always a gap between theoretical parameters and actual experience. What you're discovering now isn't failure, but invaluable first-hand feedback. He picked up his phone and took a few pictures of the baby bottle and his son, Inuwa. Record the most authentic user evaluation process. He handed his phone to Yuan, on which a message had already been edited, detailing user feedback and suggestions for improvement. As Yuan watched, her eyes lit up again. Shin Mo didn't deny her efforts. Instead, he helped her find directions for improvement in the most practical way. He was not only her husband, but also, at this moment, her most capable chief experience officer on her entrepreneurial journey. I understand. Yuan regained her enthusiasm. She would organize the feedback tonight and have a meeting with the team first thing tomorrow morning. She was determined to make the baby bottle that babies would love most. Just then, Erbo ran over and tugged at Shin Mo's trouser leg. Daddy, I want to drink the water from Mommy's bottle too. Shin Mo laughed as she filled her daughter's water bottle. The little one took a few sips with a serious expression and exclaimed, delicious. Mommy's bottle is pretty. The child's innocent words amused everyone. The minor setbacks of the first prototype test, fueled by the support and laughter of her family, became the motivation to keep going. Yuan knew that her journey of dawn had only just begun, but with her husband by her side and the rigorous testing of these two little experience officers, she was fearless. Chapter 85, Baby Bottle Testing, Patent War Begins. Tuesday morning, Xinjiang Technology President's Office. Ran Baiman placed a court summons on Shin Mo's desk. The unique coolness of the paper when her fingertips touched it made her heart sink. President Shin, she tried to keep her voice steady, but the tension in her voice was still evident at the end. Jining Battery has sued us for patent infringement. Shin Mo was reviewing the 1U project report when his gaze abruptly shifted from the document to the glaring words civil complaint. Plaintiff, Jining Battery Company, Limited Defendant, Xinjiang Technology Cause of Action, Patent Ownership and Infringement Dispute. The gentleness that lingered on his face from the previous night vanished instantly, his features taut and tense. He didn't immediately react, but slowly put down the gold pen in his hand, his movements so solemn they seemed less like putting down a pen and more like setting down something incredibly heavy. Reason? His voice was low and emotionless. But Ren Baiman knew him too well. Beneath this calm was a volcano about to erupt. They claim that our Xinjiang No. 1's core technologies, such as the multi-layer composite electrode sheet structure and directional ion channel technology, infringe on their patent from 5 years ago. Ran Baiman's speech quickened unconsciously. That's utter nonsense. Our technological approach is completely different from theirs. Director Wang was so angry in the technical department that he slammed his fist on the table, saying that this is blatant extortion. Shin Mo didn't reply, but picked up the indictment and flipped through it page by page. He wasn't reading very fast, but his gaze was sharp enough to pierce through the legal jargon and technical comparison diagrams, reaching the mastermind behind it all, Lin Feiyu. Although Lin Feiyu's name didn't appear directly on the document, it was obvious to anyone with a brain that Wang Kuei of Jining Battery was just a figurehead. The timing of this lawsuit was incredibly cunning, coinciding perfectly with Xinjiang Technology's rise to fame at the exhibition, securing international orders, and seemingly on the verge of takeoff. This bucket of cold water was intended to completely extinguish their nascent momentum. This poisonous thorn was aimed directly at Xinjiang Technology's Achilles heel: technological originality. Getting embroiled in patent disputes, regardless of the outcome, will inevitably cause significant losses. Potential customers will hesitate, the capital market will become skeptical, and partners will have to reassess the risks. This kind of tactic is all too common in business competition, but it's truly disgusting. How much are you seeking in compensation? Shin Mo asked, turning to the last page, his tone still steady. 80 million. They also demanded that we immediately stop manufacturing and selling Qin Jian No. 1 and all related products. When Ren Baiman said this number, she herself felt it was an insult to Qin Jian technology. Shin Mo's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. He closed the indictment and tossed it back onto the desk with a loud thud that echoed clearly in the excessively quiet office. Notify the Director of Legal Affairs that there will be a meeting in the first conference room in half an hour. Have Wangji bring all the core technology patent documents, RD logs, and original experimental data. He got up and walked to the window, looking at the endless stream of cars below, his back straight as a pine tree. In addition, information is temporarily blocked. Before the official response strategy is released, internal discussions are not allowed, and leaks are strictly prohibited, especially to avoid affecting the progress of Universal. Understood. Ren Baiman sensed the calm yet powerful energy emanating from Qin Mo, which calmed her panic slightly. She then turned around and went to make arrangements. Half an hour later, the air in the first conference room was so oppressive it felt like you could wring water out of it. The legal director, his face grave, meticulously explained the core requirements of the opposing patent and the potential outcomes of the litigation, clearly analyzing the pros and cons. Wang Ji, on the other hand, was agitated, slamming a thick stack of RD documents onto the table, his face flushed red. President Qin. This is pure slander. Our technology is a whole generation ahead of their lousy patent. Their so-called improved version is nothing but a half-finished product, its efficiency is abysmal, we've already demonstrated its limitations. They're just jealous of our success and want to extort money from us. Shin Mo sat in the main seat, listening quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop. He didn't interrupt anyone until everyone had finished speaking and all eyes were focused on him. Director Wang, I understand how you feel. Shin Mo finally spoke, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. We are confident in our technical skills. But the legal arena has its own set of rules. Getting angry and slamming your fist on the table won't solve anything. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the legal director. Here's what we'll do. First, we'll actively defend ourselves and absolutely refuse to settle. If we back down, the trouble will be endless. Second, the legal department will take the lead, with the technical department fully cooperating, to form a defense team. We'll thoroughly examine the opposing party's patent history documents and examination process to find any way to invalidate it. Third, we'll conduct a reverse investigation of Jining Battery to see if their own products are clean and whether they infringe on our or other companies' intellectual property rights. If necessary, we'll file a countersuit. The instructions were clear and calm, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness, instantly turning the anger and helplessness that filled the meeting onto a well-organized counterattack track. President Qin, you mean we shouldn't argue with them about infringement, but instead directly target the core of their patents and invalidate them? The General Counsel's eyes lit up. Yes. Shin Mo nodded. The best defense is offense. Let us bring the war to their doorstep. The meeting ended, and everyone left, the company's machinery starting to run at high speed. Shin Mo sat alone in the conference room for a while before returning to his office. He had to deal with the surge in internal and external communications due to this matter, stabilize the core team's morale, and prepare an explanation for the board of directors. He was busy until dusk. As he drove home, the exhaustion on his face was impossible to hide. Patent litigation is like a sword hanging over one's head. Even if one disregards it strategically, one must take it seriously tactically. The effort involved is unimaginable to outsiders. Pushing open the door, warm lights and the aroma of food wafted out. Yi Wan was playing with building blocks with her two daughters on the living room carpet. As soon as they saw their father, they immediately dropped their toys and, like two joyful little birds, spread their arms and wobbled towards him. Dad! Daddy, hug me! At that moment, all the solemnity and exhaustion on Shin Mo's face melted away like snow meeting the sun. He squatted down and hugged the two soft little bodies tightly in his arms, feeling their sweet milky scent and their unconditional dependence. You're back? Dinner's just ready, go wash your hands first. Yuan walked over with a smile, keenly noticing a lingering heaviness between his brows, but she didn't ask any questions, simply taking his briefcase and coat naturally. After dinner, Shin Mo seemed to have completely shut out the troubles at work. He took off his suit jacket, loosened his collar, and sat directly on the carpet, helping his daughters build the dream castle that was already taking shape. He patiently listened to Yushi instruct him on which building block to take, imitated the various cute sounds Yuhan made, and cheered with them as they successfully built an archway. After tidying up the kitchen, Yuan brought over a plate of sliced fruit and sat quietly on the sofa next to him. She didn't miss the fleeting look of seriousness in Qin Mo's eyes when he occasionally glanced at the night outside the window, but she also saw the natural tenderness and focus in his eyes when his gaze returned to his daughter. She knew he was in trouble, and it was serious. But he wouldn't say, so she wouldn't ask. All she could do was maintain this haven where he could completely relax and recharge. After coaxing the two tired little ones to sleep, Qin Mo carefully tucked them in, left a goodnight kiss on their foreheads, and then breathed a barely audible sigh of relief upon returning to the living room. Yuan handed him a glass of warm milk, sat down beside him, and gently held his hand. "No matter what happens, my daughter and I will always be here for you." Qin Mo took her slightly cool hand in return, feeling her unwavering support, and the turmoil in his heart caused by the lawsuit finally subsided completely. He turned his head to meet his wife's understanding and concerned gaze, smiled, and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a small business dispute, I can handle it." Chapter 86 Daughter's Words, Inspiration for the Family. It was late at night, and Qin Mo tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with thoughts of the patent. He decided to get up quietly, put on his bathrobe, and head to his study for some peace and quiet. As he passed his daughter's room, the light shining through the crack in the door made him stop in his tracks. Pushing open the door, I saw my eldest daughter, Inua, sitting cross-legged on her small bed, her star-patterned pajamas crumpled. She was holding an owl-shaped nightlight, her brow furrowed, her chubby little hands constantly poking the owl's shiny belly, muttering to herself. "Why isn't it flashing anymore? It was flashing yesterday." She examined the nightlight from all angles, then patted it twice, but the warm yellow light remained steadily burning without any change. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He sat down on the edge of the bed and asked softly, "Inua, why aren't you asleep yet?" The little guy looked up, holding the owl lamp in front of him with a pitiful expression. "Daddy, it's not behaving. Yesterday it would light up and dim, like blinking. Now it just stays on, it's not fun at all." She was referring to the breathing light mode that comes with the night light. "It's probably a problem with the battery contact, or some small component is faulty." But at that very moment, this innocent childish complaint struck Qin Mo like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the tangled mess in his mind. One light, one dark, one light, one dark. Breathing, pulse, intermittent power supply, discontinuous ion flow. An unprecedentedly bold idea exploded in his mind. Jining Battery is suing them for patent infringement based on their continuous and stable ion channel technology. But what if they could develop a completely new, pulsed ion transport mode? Like this broken breathing light, where the brightness fluctuates instead of remaining constant. What if the next generation of Qin Jianwen could make the movement of internal ions beat like a heartbeat? In bright light, the ions would migrate at high speed, releasing maximum power. In dark light, the system would self-repair, preparing for the next impact. This not only bypasses the damn patent, but might even take the performance to the next level. "Dad?" Inua looked at her father, who had suddenly frozen in shock, and tugged at his sleeve in fear. Qin Mo snapped back to reality, overjoyed. He hugged his daughter tightly, along with the unruly nightlight, and kissed her sweet, milky face. "Inua, you're truly Daddy's little lucky star. You've been a huge help." Inua was bewildered by her father's reaction, but seeing how happy he was, she also started to giggle, having long forgotten about the nightlight. Qin Mo carefully put his daughter back in bed and tucked her in. "Baby, go to sleep first. Daddy will make a phone call and ask the uncle to fix the light tomorrow so it can keep blinking, okay?" "Okay." Inua nodded vigorously and obediently closed her eyes. Qin Mo, clutching the nightlight that had served him so well, practically rushed into the study. He turned on his computer, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement, and quickly jotted down the core concept of the pulsed ion migration model. His thinking was clearer than ever before, far more effective than days of agonizing thought in the conference room. With the initial framework already in place, he couldn't resist dialing Wang Ji's number. It was already past 11 p.m. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before being answered. Wang Ji's voice, heavy with sleep, came from the other end. "Hello? President Qin? What happened? Wang Ji, wake up." Qin Mo's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "I have a new idea that might be able to completely get rid of Jin Nung's patent." Wang Ji was instantly wide awake. "Go on." "We were always fixated on their continuous flow, trying to prove we were different. Why should we play by their rules?" Qin Mo spoke rapidly. "What if we didn't do continuous flow, but pulsed flow? We could mimic bioelectric pulses or breathing rhythms, creating an intermittent, peak-value intelligent ion migration pattern. He explained the key points he had just noted down to Wang Ji in detail over the phone. The other end of the phone suddenly went silent, with only Wang Ji's increasingly heavy breathing audible. Almost a minute later, Wang Ji's voice suddenly rose. My God! President Qin! This idea is brilliant. This is completely starting from scratch. If we can really make it, what's Jining's patent? It has no bearing on our path. As a technology expert, he immediately understood the significance of this idea. This wasn't just about circumventing patents, it was about creating a completely new market. However, this model is quite challenging in terms of material interface and electric field control. After the initial excitement, Wang Ji immediately got into technical mode. That's why I'm contacting you. Xin Mo's tone was resolute. Immediately organize the Core R&D personnel to form the Pulse Project Task Force. You will personally lead the team, and the confidentiality level will be raised to the highest level. Let's start with theoretical modeling and simulation calculations. I need to see the feasibility report as soon as possible. Understood. I'll contact the person right away. Let's start work tonight. Wang Ji's voice was full of energy, the previous gloom completely gone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mo leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He looked down at the dimly lit owl nightlight on the table, his eyes filled with tenderness. Who would have thought that the solution to the problem that plagued the entire company came from the daughter's complaints about broken toys? He picked up his phone, quietly walked to his daughter's bedroom door, took a picture of Inuwa sleeping soundly with her little rabbit nightlight that was breathing normally, and set it as his phone's screensaver. Back in his study, he continued refining the technical draft, working until the early hours of the morning. Yuan woke up in the middle of the night to find no one beside her. She went to the study and saw her husband's focused figure working. Without disturbing him, she quietly heated up a cup of milk and gently placed it beside him. Chapter 87: Playing with my daughter, my second child's little tricks. The kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of steamed pumpkin. Qin Mo hurriedly opened the steamer, and the steam hit him, fogging up his glasses. These lousy glasses. He muttered as he took them off and wiped them on his apron. Debao slammed her hands on the table in her high chair, looking like a little conductor expressing her dissatisfaction with the kitchen. This little devil was just as impatient as her mother, waiting for her food as if she hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Coming, my little darling. Qin Mo trotted over with a bowl of pumpkin puree, wiping away the glistening drool from his daughter's mouth. Are you having a concert this early in the morning? Just then, Rebirth, who was standing holding onto the railing, suddenly swayed and softly called out, Dad, Dad. Qin Mo's hand trembled, and the spoon clattered onto the table. This little brat, lately she always seems to say this when he's least expecting it, and every time she manages to hit the softest spot in his heart. Yes, he responded loudly, his smile almost reaching his ears. Debao and Inuwa were having a bad time, yelling and slamming their little hands on the table. And just like that, the daily battle for attention between the two sisters began right on time. Yuan rubbed her eyes as she came out of the bedroom. Seeing this scene, she burst out laughing. Your daughters are so clever now, they've got your weakness all figured out. While feeding Debao, Qin Mo also had to be careful that Rebirth wouldn't suddenly want a hug. This little girl had been very clingy lately, climbing onto his lap at the drop of a hat, just like a little sloth that had its eye on a tree trunk. Do you think she did it on purpose? Qin Mo scooped up Rebirth, who had snuggled against his leg. She does this every time I'm busy. Yuan took the bowl from his hand and laughed gleefully. Who told you to always be so easily manipulated, with absolutely no resistance? Feeding him was like a battle. Debao ate incredibly fast, one bite after another, while Rebirth ate slowly and deliberately, holding each bite in his mouth for ages. Qin Mo had just finished wiping Debao's mouth when Rebirth had already covered his chin with food. He felt like a spinning top, completely disoriented between his two little devils. After breakfast, playtime was finally a bit more relaxed. The older child was particularly fond of building blocks when he got really into it, his little brows furrowed tightly, his focused expression making him look just like a little engineer. The younger child, however, was unusually quiet, sitting there with his big, dark, grape-like eyes fixed on his father. Rebirth, come play this with your sister. Qin Mo picked up a colorful ring and waved it in front of her. Rebirth blinked, then suddenly stretched out his little arms. Hug. Here we go again. Qin Mo obeyed and lifted her onto his lap. The little girl immediately gave a sweet smile after getting her way, and nestled her head against his chest, feeling warm and cozy like holding a little kitten. You. Chinemo gently pinched her little nose. You always resort to this trick. When Dabao saw her father holding her younger sister, she immediately abandoned the half-built castle and crawled over, insisting on squeezing into her father's arms. Chinemo had no choice but to lie back on the mat, letting the two little girls crawl all over him. Dabao was full of energy, crawling around happily, her little legs kicking with great force. Ba was much quieter, lying on her father's stomach, her little feet swinging back and forth, occasionally letting out satisfied babbling sounds. These two kids have such different personalities, Yuan said, holding up her phone to record a video. One is jumping around like a little monkey, and the other is clingy like a kitten. Before he could finish speaking, Bao suddenly raised his head and softly called out, "Dad." Shinmo's heart was touched again, and he quickly lifted her up a little. "What's wrong, baby?" Bao didn't say anything, but buried her little face in his neck and rubbed against him. This little girl, she could be so subtle in her affection, yet she always managed to hit the mark perfectly. Seeing his little sister monopolizing their father's attention, Dabao clapped his hands anxiously, insisting on squeezing into the same embrace. Chinemo had no choice but to hug both little bundles of joy, feeling like a kangaroo surrounded by its young. "You brought this on yourself." Yuan smiled, her eyes crinkling behind the camera. It was nap time, and Chinemo put the two children in their cribs, gently patting them. The older one rolled over, smacked her lips, and fell asleep, a truly carefree sleeping posture. The younger one, however, kept her eyes wide open, her little hands tightly gripping her father's clothes. "It's time for bed, sweetie," Chinemo coaxed in a low voice. Bao blinked and mumbled softly, "Dad." "Here she goes again." Chinemo had no choice but to continue patting her. This little girl really had him wrapped around her little finger, and yet he was completely enjoying it. Once both children were breathing evenly, Chinemo gently withdrew his numb arm. Yuan, who was tidying up the toys scattered all over the living room, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw him tiptoeing around. "You've been through quite a bit with those girls, haven't you?" Chinemo slumped on the sofa, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. "Bao, that child, looks quiet, but he's actually the best at manipulating people. That look in his eyes, that dad, tsk, it's just amazing." "Whatever you want." Yuan tossed the last building block into the box. "Looks quiet, but knows exactly what's going on." When the children woke up in the evening, Chinemo prepared fruit puree for them. The eldest child ate it all over his face, waving his little hands excitedly, like he was conducting an orchestra. The second child was much more demure, eating in small bites, glancing up at his father with soft, sweet eyes after each bite. "Dad!" Bao suddenly called out. Chinemo subconsciously agreed, but the little girl just kept asking him to play. After asking, she lowered her head and continued to slowly eat her fruit puree. Yuan was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. "You little rascal." Chinemo gently tapped Bao's nose. Bao giggled, her little feet swinging happily. This little girl, she's quite the charmer now, and she even knows how to play along with people. Bath time in the evening was even more lively. The older child splashed around in the tub like a little dolphin, splashing water everywhere. The younger child sat quietly on the other side, gently paddling the water with her little hands. Occasionally, when her older sister splashed water on her, she would just blink and not make a fuss. "These two kids are like summer and autumn," Chinemo said as she washed the hair of the lively Dabao, feeling like she was taming a slippery little fish. After washing, Chinemo wrapped the two children in a large bath towel. The older child squirmed and giggled in the towel. The younger child stood obediently as his father dried him, occasionally letting out a comfortable hum. During bedtime story time, Chinemo had just opened a picture book when his second child snuggled up to him. Seeing this, his eldest child also squeezed in, insisting on sitting next to his father on the other side. Okay, they'll stay close together." Chinemo hugged the two fragrant little bundles of joy, feeling as if he owned the whole world. After telling the story, Chinemo gently placed the children into the crib. The second child, still half asleep, called out "Daddy" again, his little hand still tightly gripping Chinmo's fingers. "Go to sleep, Daddy's here," Chinemo said softly, bending down to kiss his two daughters' foreheads. Once the children were all asleep, Chinemo gently withdrew his finger. Yuan stood at the door, a gentle smile on her face. "Completely dominated by my daughters?" Chinemo turned off the bedside lamp, leaving only the sound of his even breathing in the room. He quietly closed the door, then turned and pulled his wife into his arms. "I'm willing," he whispered in her ear, a tired yet happy smile curving his lips. The moonlight outside the window was perfect, and inside, the two little ones smacked their lips in their sleep. Shin-emo couldn't help but smile, thinking about the drama of vying for attention that would unfold tomorrow. This day was certainly lively, but who could say it wasn't the best day? Chapter 88 Who's the Strongest? Inua's Counterattack. Before dawn, Shin-emo was awakened by a loud child's voice. Dad! Good heavens, that voice was as loud as a megaphone. He groggily reached out and touched the side, but it was empty. Iwan had already gotten up. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and saw Inua standing upright in the crib, holding onto the railing, her little face flushed from straining. Dad! Dad! Seeing that her father was awake, the little girl called out even more enthusiastically, pounding on the railing with her little hands. Here it comes. Shin-emo dragged himself out of bed, feeling like a walking corpse. These days, fathers are more punctual than alarm clocks. As soon as Shin-emo picked up Inua, the little darling immediately beamed and started slapping his face with her wet little hands. Shin-emo was completely awakened by her slapping. Well, this wake-up service was quite thorough. Well done, you're getting pretty good at it now. He pinched his daughter's little nose, which elicited a burst of giggles. Just then, a rustling sound came from the crib next to her. Ian rubbed her eyes and sat up, softly calling out, Dad. Well, these two sisters are at it again this morning. Shin-emo quickly picked up Ian as well. Goodness, they're both quite heavy, they've gained weight really fast. In the kitchen, Shin-emo watched the microwave heating milk while keeping an eye on the playpen. Inua was crawling around like a little motor, sending toys flying everywhere. Ian was much quieter, sitting in the corner playing with her doll, occasionally whispering something unintelligible to it. You say their personalities are so bad. Shin-emo handed the warmed baby bottle to Iwan, who was preparing complimentary food. One is like a little whirlwind, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The other is like a little cloud, floating there quietly. Iwan took the bottle and smiled. Inua is going to make a comeback. She remembered that Ian called him daddy before, and now she's going to surpass him. Sure enough, Inua was particularly energetic today. She couldn't even eat breakfast peacefully, insisting on using her own spoon, resulting in her face being covered in pumpkin puree, making her look like a little kitten. Ian, on the other hand, was much quieter, eating carefully in small bites, and occasionally wiping her mouth with a small handkerchief, though most of the time she ended up wiping her nose. Look at your sister, Shin-emo is wiping Inua's face while teasing Ian, she's like a little wild child. She blinked and suddenly blurted out, Sister. Shin-emo and Iwan were both stunned. This little rascal, he'd unlocked a new skill without a word? When Inua heard her sister call her, she was so happy that she danced around and kept making ah sounds, almost dropping the spoon in her hand. Well, that made her even more excited, and she repeated the word sister no less than 20 times in the next 10 minutes. This morning, while playing with toys, Inua insisted on snatching the rattle from Ian's hand. Ian didn't cry, but just looked at her father with pleading eyes, her little face filled with tears of grievance. Shin-emo quickly found another toy for Inua, and only then did the little girl calm down. Your temper. Shin-emo picked up Inua. Who does she take after? Inua giggled and clung to her father's neck, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Ian also reached out to hug her, so Shin-emo had to hold one in each arm, feeling like a moving human cradle. Iwan watched from the side, laughing, You're such a good father, like a koala, always carrying two little ones on your back. Lunchtime was even funnier. Inua insisted on grabbing noodles with her little hands, making a mess all over the table, and even getting a few strands in Ian's hair. Ian didn't get annoyed at all, and just obediently waited for her father to feed her, opening her little mouth and eating it all up cleanly. These two kids. Shin-emo shook his head as he cleaned up the mess. They were like night and day. One was responsible for creating chaos, and the other for maintaining composure. After waking up from her afternoon nap, Inua started her performance again. Holding onto the sofa, she stood up and tried to take a few steps forward with her short legs. Actually, she only wobbled forward a couple of steps, but she made a big show of it. Shin-emo was so scared that she quickly moved to the side to protect her, holding her up with both hands, afraid that this little darling would lose her balance and fall flat on her face. Ian sat on the playmat, watching her older sister perform, occasionally clapping her little hands in support, looking just like she was watching a circus act. This little girl, she's quite the entertainer. Look how well-behaved your little sister is. Shin-emo brought Inua back, but the little girl was still unhappy and kept splashing around in her father's arms, just like a fish that had just been pulled ashore. Just then, Ian crawled over and softly called out, Sister. Strangely enough, Inua immediately quieted down and reached out to touch her sister's face. The two children touched heads together, being incredibly affectionate, and the little tiff from before vanished instantly. What kind of operation is this? Shinemo was completely stunned. Yuan brought over some fruit. That's what they call one thing subdues another. All your talk is less effective than your sister shouting. While taking a bath in the evening, Inua splashed around happily in the tub, getting Iyan's face all wet. Shinemo thought Iyan was going to cry and was about to comfort her, but the little girl wiped her face and actually giggled, even imitating her sister by splashing water. Wow, Iyan, Shinemo thought, quite surprised. Why is she in such a good mood today? Has she learned to go along with her sister's ways? With her head tilted to the side, she called out in a childish voice, "Dad." "Sister." Oh my, Shinemo was so touched her heart was filled with warmth. Hearing her sister call her, Inua also called out, "Dad." "Sister." Well, these two sisters seem to have a knack for using the word sister in their names. For the next half hour, the bathroom was filled with their duet. Bedtime stories at night were even more lively. Inua insisted on sitting on her father's left, while Iyan insisted on sitting on his right. The two children almost got into a fight, trying to get closer to their father. Inua squeezed hard to get between them, and Iyan wasn't going to give in either, wiggling her little bottom. In the end, Shinemo had to hug them both to calm them down. "You too." Shinemo sighed as she flipped through the picture book. What a pair of little devils. One minute they're as close as family, the next they're fighting tooth and nail. After telling the story, Shinemo put the children in their cribs. Inua rolled around and refused to sleep, kicking the blankets into a mess. Iyan, on the other hand, lay quietly, but her little hands kept clutching her father's clothes. Her dependent little face melted everyone's heart. "Go to sleep, we'll play again tomorrow." Shinemo gently patted them, feeling as if he were soothing two restless little animals. Inua rolled over and suddenly cried out, "Dad." "Love." Shinemo paused, wondering where this girl had learned that. He looked at Ji-won, who shrugged, indicating that she hadn't taught her. Even more surprisingly, Iyan also mumbled, "I love Dad." Well, now Shinmo's heart completely melted, utterly softened. He kissed each of the two children on the forehead. "Daddy loves you too." Once the children's breathing became even, Shinemo tiptoed out of the room. Yuan was folding clothes in the living room when she saw him come out and couldn't help but smile. "Were you charmed by your daughters again?" Shinemo slumped onto the sofa, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. These two little girls are getting better and better. Sweet talk comes so easily to them. What will they be like when they grow up? Whatever. Yuan put the folded clothes aside, looking quite calm, but actually, she was most susceptible to this act. Her daughters had long since figured her out. Shinemo gazed towards the children's room, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. His two daughters meticulously planned his day, yet he felt this was perhaps the happiest arrangement in the world. Chapter 89. Sleeping unsteadily, sandwiched between the weights. In his sleep, Shinemo always felt like he couldn't breathe, as if a large stone was pressing on his chest. He barely opened one eye and saw, good heavens, Inua had somehow slipped over from the crib next to him and was sprawled out on his chest, her little face flushed from sleep, and her drool had soaked a small patch of his pajamas. He tried to move the child gently, but as soon as he did, Inua started whimpering in her sleep, her little hands unconsciously gripping his collar, and her head burying even deeper into the crook of his neck. This little girl is getting better and better at finding a place to stay, treating him like a 24-hour temperature-controlled human mattress. Just as I was about to adjust my position and take another nap, I heard a rustling sound from the other side. Iyan woke up too, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up. When she saw her father holding her older sister in his arms, her little mouth immediately pouted, and without saying a word, she crawled over and squeezed between the two of them. "Oh my little darlings." Shinemo was sandwiched between the two children, looking like a human sandwich, and it was difficult for him to even turn over. Yi-won was awakened by the commotion. She sat up and glanced over, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're getting pretty good treatment, having two women on your left and right this early in the morning." He was still laughing. Shin Ma-sheng stared blankly at the ceiling. "My right arm was completely numb, like I'd been electrocuted." After finally managing to get the two clingy little devils off him, a new battle began. While brushing his teeth, Inua insisted that his dad hold him, clinging to Shinemo like a little sloth. Not to be outdone, Ian clung to her dad's leg, refusing to let go, rubbing her little face against his knee. "Can we do it one at a time?" Shinemo held up her toothbrush, feeling like she was turning into a kindergarten teacher. Her dad only had 2 hands. In the end, we had to settle for a compromise carrying one in each arm, a position that was incredibly awkward. Inua proudly wrapped her arms around her father's neck, swinging her little feet back and forth. Ian buried her face in her father's shoulder, occasionally stealing a glance at her sister with a hint of smugness in her eyes. Breakfast was especially lively. Inua insisted on sitting on her father's lap to eat, and Ian followed suit. Chinemo had no choice but to let the 2 children sit on one of his laps, making him feel like a portable high chair. You eat like you're performing acrobatics. Yuan came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of porridge, amused by the sight. Should I sign you up for a talent show? Inua ate with great gusto, grabbing at everything with her little hands, getting pumpkin puree all over her dad. Ian, on the other hand, was much quieter, eating in small bites, but insisted on being fed by her dad. I'll do it myself, she said softly, but her little hand gripped her father's wrist tightly. Chinemo had no choice but to continue feeding her spoonful by spoonful. He finally understood that the little girl's claim of wanting to eat by herself was just a pretense. She actually just wanted to spend more time with her father. During playtime this morning, the 2 children went to great lengths to get their father's attention. Inua piled all her toys in front of her dad, insisting that he play with her. Ian, on the other hand, quietly climbed onto her dad's back, resting her little head on his shoulder, quietly acting as his shadow. You too. Chinemo was both amused and exasperated. Were you trying to tear me apart? My old back can't take it anymore. Finally, he came up with a half-baked solution, sitting on the floor, letting Inua sit in front of him to play with building blocks, while Ian climbed onto his back like a little koala. This position lasted less than 10 minutes before Inua became unhappy and insisted on climbing onto her father's back too. I can't carry these 2 little devils. Chinemo felt like he was about to fall apart. Dad isn't a gorilla, he can't carry 2 little monkeys. Yuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and came over to take Inua away. Inua immediately burst into tears, her voice so loud it could lift the roof off. Seeing her sister cry, Ian also started sobbing, her own tears falling, a pitiful sight. Well, now the 2 children were making a crying duet. My bad, my bad. Chinemo quickly hugged both children into his arms. Daddy carry you, Daddy will carry you, okay? In the end, he had no choice but to carry the 2 children on his back, one in front of the other, and spin them around the living room. Inua stopped crying and started laughing, pointing ahead and shouting giddy up. Ian also beamed, her little hands tightly wrapped around her father's neck. Yuan shook her head beside them. You're just spoiling them. You'll regret it later. Lunchtime was even more exaggerated. Inua insisted on being fed by his father, and Ian also wanted to be fed by his father. Chinemo had no choice but to use both hands, feeding him a spoonful of pumpkin puree on one side and a spoonful of egg custard on the other, busy as a spinning top. By the end of the meal, he was covered in sweat. This isn't food, it's physical labor. Chinemo slumped in his chair, feeling more tired than after running a marathon. If this keeps up, I'll have to go to the gym to work on my arm strength. During nap time, the battle reached its climax. Inua insisted on being held by her father to sleep, and Ian also snuggled into her father's arms. In the end, Chinemo had no choice but to lie in the middle, holding one on each side, feeling like a sandwich filling. Daddy is mine. Inua suddenly blurted out, her little hand gripping her father's collar tightly, as if asserting her ownership. Not to be outdone, she spoke softly but firmly, my dad. Chinemo was driven crazy by the 2 kids nagging, they're all yours, okay? Daddy shares resources, he doesn't monopolize them. After finally getting his 2 little darlings to sleep, Chinemo wanted to get up and do some chores. But as soon as he moved, Inua started whimpering in his sleep and snuggled into his arms, while Ian instinctively grabbed his fingers and held them tightly. Well, I guess I'm done for today. Chinemo lay down resignedly, staring blankly at the ceiling. I'm no different from a human doll in being a father. Yuan peeked in and laughed when she saw the scene. Do you need me to hang a do not touch sign around your neck? Stop talking. Qin Ma Shang felt hopeless. I'm just a giant comfort toy now, and the kind that's available 24/7 for free. As evening approached, Chinemo thought it was time to cook dinner. He had just put the children on the playmat when Inua clung to his leg and wouldn't let go, while Ian crawled over and hugged his other leg. The 2 children were like 2 little weights, firmly fixing him in place. How about Dad cooks for you? Chinemo tried to reason with them, preparing delicious meat and vegetable dishes. No! Inua shouted so loudly that the whole living room could hear it. Although Ian didn't say anything, her big eyes blinked and her long eyelashes fluttered, making Chinmo's heart melt completely. In the end, we had to move the playmat to the kitchen doorway so we could cook while keeping an eye on the children. Inua crawled around on the mat, occasionally coming over to hug her dad's leg, as if to make sure he was still there. Ian sat quietly, but her eyes kept following her dad. Her focused little gaze was impossible to ignore. "What I'm doing isn't cooking, it's spiritual practice." Shinemo sighed as he cooked, marveling at how well he had cultivated his mind and spirit. Bathing the children after dinner was another tough battle. Inua insisted that her dad wash her, and Ian also wanted her dad to wash her. In the end, Shinemo had no choice but to squat in the bathroom and wash the two children in turns. He was so tired that his back could barely straighten up, and he felt like a bathhouse attendant scrubbing the floor. "They have to play by themselves tomorrow, no matter what," Shinemo said, rubbing his aching back and grimacing. Yuan handed him a glass of water. "Come on, are you really willing to spend that much? I think you're enjoying it quite a bit." During bedtime story time, the two children started arguing again about who should be closer to their father. In the end, Shinemo had to hug them both to calm them down. "Dad." Inua suddenly looked up and asked very seriously, "Who do you like the most?" Ian immediately raised her head, looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Shinemo patted his two little heads, exasperated. "I love them both, they're both daddy's treasures. It's like asking daddy whether he prefers his left or right hand, they're both part of his body." After putting the children to sleep, Shinemo tiptoed out of the room, feeling like he had just finished a marathon. Yuan was waiting for him in the living room and couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. Had he been drained dry by these two clingy little devils? Shinemo slumped on the sofa, not even wanting to move a finger. "These two girls are unusually clingy today, like chewing gum that he can't shake off." "That's because you're going on a business trip tomorrow." Yuan reminded him. They must have sensed it. Shinemo was taken aback, only then remembering that he was going on a business trip for 2 days tomorrow. No wonder the children were behaving so strangely today. They sensed that he was about to leave. These clever little devils. He looked towards the direction of the children's room, his heart softening, and suddenly felt that being clung to was quite nice. Yuan leaned closer and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. But when you come back, I guess we'll have to go through another clingy battle." Shinemo smiled, already missing his two clingy little devils. This sweet burden was probably the truest happiness of being a father. Chapter 90. Debao pretends to be asleep, competing with his younger sister. Before we knew it, a month had passed. Shinemo had been feeling that Inua was acting a little strange lately. This little girl used to be so straightforward. She would just reach out and ask for whatever she wanted, and she'd make a scene without hesitation. Now, she's actually learned to beat around the bush. Take breakfast for example. He can eat by himself with a spoon quite well a long time ago, but this time he insists on being fed by his dad. And while he's being fed, he keeps sneaking peeks at his sister's reaction, his little eyes darting around. "Can't you eat by yourself?" Shinemo tried to put the spoon back into her hand. Inua immediately pouted, blinked rapidly, and her eyes reddened instantly, her act of grievance so convincingly real. Shinemo surrendered on the spot and had no choice but to continue feeding her spoonful by spoonful. He knew perfectly well that this little devil was now incredibly adept at manipulating him. Ian remained quite calm, holding her little spoon and eating earnestly, but she would occasionally look up at her father and sister, her little eyes carrying an indescribable meaning, as if she were observing some important subject. After dinner, while playing with her toys, Inua stacked her building blocks very high and insisted that her father come and see them. Shinemo had just praised her, saying "great job," when she proudly raised her chin at her younger sister, her expression just like a little general who had won a battle. He didn't get angry at all and continued to play with his doll, but his movements slowed down significantly, while his ears perked up. "You little rascal." Shinemo picked up Inua. "Where did you learn all these tricks from?" Inua giggled and clung to her father's neck, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Ian quietly put down her doll, crawled over, and softly called out, "Dad." "Here we go again." Shinemo had no choice but to pick up Ian as well. Inua immediately became unhappy, squirming and wriggling in her father's arms like a restless little mudfish. "You." Shinemo has a terrible headache. "Do you really want to have Dad all to yourself?" The drama that unfolded after her afternoon nap was even more interesting. Inua was sleeping soundly in her own little bed, but she insisted on squeezing between her parents. Yuan tried to carry her back, but she kept her eyes tightly shut and pretended to be asleep, snoring so realistically that the little smile on her lips was barely concealed. "Stop pretending." Chinemo gently poked her chubby little face. Her eyelids were trembling. Inua couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, snuggling into her father's arms. Yen was awakened by the commotion, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Seeing her sister nestled comfortably in her father's arms, her little mouth twitched, and tears welled up in her eyes. Come on, everyone come on." Chinemo quickly pulled Yen into his arms as well, feeling like a sandbag about to burst. When Inua saw her younger sister squeeze in, she immediately sat up and insisted that her father braid her hair. This little girl has become so cute and pretty lately, she wants a different hairstyle every day. Today she wants 2 little braids, tomorrow she wants a high ponytail. Yen leaned quietly against her father's other side, her little hands unconsciously playing with the hem of her clothes. Only after her older sister's braids were neatly tied did she mutter softly, Yen wants some too. Chinmo's heart was touched again, and she patiently tied 2 cute little pigtails for Yen. Inua was unhappy when she saw this and insisted on taking them off and redoing them, shouting that she wanted to be different from her sister. "You child. You couldn't stand it anymore. Why were you always arguing with your sister?" Inua proudly puffed out her little chest, "I'm the older sister." Well, they've even started using their status as an excuse. The evening fruit-eating session was another good show. Inua insisted on being fed by her dad, and even then, she specifically asked for the biggest piece of strawberry. Yen, on the other hand, ate by herself, but very slowly, holding a single blueberry in her mouth for ages, as if savoring some rare delicacy. "Eat quickly, Yen," Chinemo couldn't help but remind her, "your older sister will eat it all soon." Yen looked up at her father, then at her sister who was happily eating, and suddenly handed him her little spoon, saying expectantly, "Daddy, feed me." Chinemo was taken aback. This little darling was usually so strong-willed, always wanting to do everything herself. Why the sudden change in her personality? Looking down more closely, he saw Yen's eyes sparkling, with a hint of barely perceptible smugness. Well, she's got some nerve, waiting for him here. In the end, they had to use both hands to feed him, one on each side. Inua ate very quickly, his cheeks bulging like a little hamster hoarding food. Yen chewed slowly, but each time his father had to urge him to open his mouth. "I'm raising 2 little devils." Chinemo sighed, his arms aching from exhaustion. They're the kind that really know how to cause trouble. Bath time was even more interesting. Inua insisted on being the first to shower, without arguing, just standing silently at the bathroom door, her little hands gripping the doorframe, watching her father expectantly. That look made Chinemo feel increasingly guilty, like a biased bad guy. Let's shower together." Chinemo compromised again. As a result, the bathtub was extremely crowded, and Inua kept deliberately splashing water. Without saying a word, she silently wiped the water droplets off her face and then quietly moved closer to her father. No, Chinemo really couldn't stand it anymore. "You're the older sister, can't you be a little more considerate of your younger sister?" Inua pouted, "I'm the older sister." This older sister is such a little tyrant, always bullying her younger sister. During bedtime story time, Inua insisted on sitting to her father's left, declaring it her special spot. Without arguing, she obediently sat down on his right, but her little body clung tightly to him, as if afraid of being too far away. "What should I talk about today?" Chinemo casually flipped open a picture book. Suddenly, Inua snatched the book and loudly announced, "I'll tell the story." This little girl, she knows a few words and she wants to tell stories. And she actually started making things up, pointing at the pictures and doing it in a very serious manner. Although her words didn't make sense, sometimes saying the little rabbit was dancing and sometimes saying it was cooking, she was very enthusiastic and even gestured with her little hands. Yen listened quietly, and only after her older sister finished speaking did she whisper, "Yen wants to speak too." Chinemo handed her the book, pointed to the pictures, and began to make up a story in her childish voice. Although her voice was small, she told the story much more coherently than her older sister. At least the little rabbit did the same thing from beginning to end. Inua got annoyed and insisted on telling another story. The 2 kids started arguing, telling one story after another, neither willing to give in, and the characters in the stories were thoroughly annoyed by them. All right, Chinemo quickly smoothed things over. "It's time to sleep. If we keep talking, it'll be dawn soon." After coaxing the children to bed, Inua insisted on 10 kisses from her father, and Yen also wanted 10. After the kisses, they still refused to sleep, tugging at their father's clothes on either side, insisting that he stay with them. "Dad." Inua suddenly looked up and asked very seriously, "Who do you like the most?" Yen immediately raised her head and looked over expectantly, waiting for her father's answer. Shinemo patted the two little heads with a big heart. "I like them both, you are both daddy's darlings." "No way." Inua insisted, "Choose one. You have to choose one. This little girl is getting more and more difficult to deal with." In the end, Yuan came in to defuse the situation, saying that if they kept making a fuss, they wouldn't get any snacks tomorrow, which finally calmed the two little devils down. After the children fell asleep, Shinmo collapsed onto the sofa, feeling even more exhausted than after a full day at work. "Have you noticed?" Yuan poured him a glass of water. Inua has been particularly eager to win favor lately, and his little schemes are practically written all over his face. Shinemo rubbed his throbbing temples. "I can see that now, this little girl is getting more and more cunning, she's practically a genius." "Whatever." Yuan smiled meaningfully. She looked honest, but she was actually very shrewd and knew exactly how to achieve her goal. Shinemo gazed towards the children's room and smiled helplessly. These two daughters, one openly competing, the other subtly manipulating him, their father, were completely under their thumb. Strangely, however, he felt a sweet warmth in his heart. This feeling of being needed was probably the truest happiness of being a father. Chapter 91 Together, Sisters' Little Secrets. Shinemo has been feeling that his two daughters have been acting suspiciously lately. Inua always dragged her younger sister into a corner, the two little heads huddled together whispering as if they were plotting something big. Every time Shinemo leaned closer to listen, Inua would immediately cover her mouth and giggle, blinking her innocent big eyes as if nothing was wrong. Early that morning, Shinemo was frying eggs in the kitchen when he suddenly heard suppressed laughter coming from the game area. He crouched down and peeked out. Good heavens, Inua was teaching his little sister how to pretend to cry. "It has to be like this." Inua rubbed her eyes hard, her voice trembling with tears. "Wah? Daddy." She learned it incredibly quickly. Her little mouth twitched, her eyes reddened instantly, and tears hung precariously on her eyelashes. Shinemo watched from the doorway, dumbfounded, almost wanting to applaud the little girl. She usually seemed so honest and unassuming, but she had quite a talent for this. "What are you two plotting here?" Shinemo deliberately appeared with a stern face. Inua was so frightened that she jumped up from the mat, and Yen darted into her father's arms, burying her head in his chest like an ostrich, leaving only her two little tufts of hair sticking out. "Have you learned to team up to lie to Dad?" Shinemo lifted Yen up a little. Yen blinked her big, wet eyes and said softly, "I miss Daddy." Okay, she's putting her knowledge to practical use now. Shinemo knew she was faking it, but seeing her pitiful little face, his heart still melted. Seeing this, Inua rushed over and hugged his leg. Nua misses Daddy too." At breakfast, the two children behaved exceptionally well. For the first time ever, Inua ate everything cleanly with her spoon, not complaining at all, even silently swallowing her least favorite carrot. Shinemo watched, increasingly uneasy. Had the sun risen in the west? Sure enough, as soon as he put down the spoon, Inua came over and hugged his arm. "Daddy, I want to watch Peppa Pig." Yen also chimed in softly. Yen wants to see it too. These two kids usually argue fiercely over what to watch on TV, but today they were surprisingly in complete agreement. Shinemo narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Okay, he deliberately dragged out his voice, saying he would watch one episode and then take a nap. The two children exchanged a glance, and Inua held up two chubby fingers. 2 episodes. Yen immediately nodded in agreement. 2 episodes, okay. Well, so you've even learned to bargain. Shinemo suppressed a laugh. Why should I? Inua proudly puffed out her little chest. Because we're twins. Double the fun, double the fun. What kind of twisted logic is this? Shinemo was amused. Finally, unable to resist their persuasion, he agreed to watch one more episode. The two children immediately high-fived in celebration, their smug little faces resembling those of someone who had won a battle. When Shinemo woke up from her afternoon nap, she discovered something even more outrageous. Inua was actually teaching her younger sister how to pretend to be asleep. To snore. Inua closed her eyes and demonstrated earnestly, like this, snoring. Yen was so engrossed in imitating, wrinkling her little nose, she really looked the part. Shinemo watched through the crack in the door, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These two little devils were really getting more and more capable. Awake? He pushed the door open and went in. The two children immediately woke up, one rubbing their eyes and the other yawning, their acting more exaggerated than the other. Inua even deliberately stretched and drawled, "Daddy, we just woke up." Shinemo suppressed a laugh. Really? But I think I just heard someone snoring. Startled, Yen quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Inua hurriedly intervened. Yen is dreaming. She's snoring in her dream. While playing with toys in the afternoon, she and Emo finally seized the opportunity to eavesdrop on their secret meeting. Inua, lying on the playmat, whispered, "Tomorrow is Daddy's birthday." Yen nodded seriously. "I want to give Dad a surprise." We hid, and Inua continued her plan, making sure Dad couldn't find us. Yen tilted her head, a little worried. "Daddy will be anxious." "I want him to be anxious." Inua looked smug. "He'd be happier if he was anxious." Shin Mo, listening from outside the door, felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but chuckle. These two silly girls, they thought their plan was so secretive, they didn't even know how to control their volume. At dinner, the two children were exceptionally attentive. Inua clumsily served food to her father, and Yen tremblingly poured him water. Although half the water spilled on the table and the food was scattered everywhere, Shin Mo was so touched by their thoughtfulness that his nose tingled with emotion. "Dad," Inua suddenly asked tentatively, "are you going to work tomorrow?" Yen immediately put down her spoon and looked over expectantly. Shin Mo teased them on purpose. "Going to work? What's wrong?" The two children immediately looked like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Inua listlessly poked at the rice in her bowl, while Yen's little mouth pursed, her eyes began to redden again, and it looked like tears were about to fall. "I was just kidding." Shin Mo quickly changed his tune. "Dad's off tomorrow." The two children immediately brightened up and excitedly high-fived. Inua even winked at her sister, her little expression clearly saying, "The plan is proceeding as scheduled." Before bed, when taking a bath, Inua insisted on washing herself, confidently declaring that she was a big girl now. Yen also wanted to wash herself, even though she couldn't even hold the shower gel bottle steady. Shin Mo stood at the bathroom door watching, feeling both gratified and a little disappointed. The children had grown up, and it seemed they no longer needed his meticulous care. "Dad," Inua suddenly turned around and said, "Wash my hair." Yen immediately chimed in, Yen wants some too." Well, all that sentimentality was for nothing. These two girls are quite adept at being affectionate when it comes to it. After taking a bath, Inua mysteriously took out a picture book from the drawer. "Dad, close your eyes." Yen also came over and stretched out her little hand to cover her father's eyes. "Don't peek." Shin Mo obediently closed her eyes, hearing the rustling sound of turning pages and the two children's barely suppressed giggles. After a while, Inua said, "You can look now." He opened his eyes. The picture book contained a family of 4 drawn with crayons. Although the lines were crooked and the colors were messy, it was clear that it was a family. Inua pointed to the little people in the drawing. "This is Dad, this is Mom, this is Nuonuo, and this is Yen. A quiet addition. We love Dad." Shin Mo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He hugged the two children tightly, his voice a little hoarse. "Daddy loves you too, so much." "Tomorrow," Inua whispered in his ear, "there's a surprise." He nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling. What a pleasant surprise. Looking at the two children's mysterious expressions, Shin Mo's heart melted like a marshmallow. This feeling of being cherished and cared for by his children is probably the happiest moment for a father. Once the children were fast asleep, Shin Mo gently kissed their foreheads. Inua smiled sweetly in her sleep, smacked her lips, and mumbled, "Daddy, surprise." Yuan pushed the door open and came in, seeing him sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze. "What's wrong?" "My daughters," Shin Mo said in a low voice, a smile creeping onto her face, "you're going to prepare a surprise for me tomorrow." "You knew?" Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I overheard it by accident." Shin Mo made a shushing gesture. Were they going to pretend they didn't know? They had to pretend they didn't know. Yuan laughed too, otherwise they would be so disappointed. Late at night, Shin Mo lay in bed, tossing and turning, wondering what surprise the children would give him the next day. Although he had a rough idea of what it was, his heart was still pounding like a rabbit's. This feeling of being quietly loved by the children was more precious than any expensive gift. Chapter 92. Close Your Eyes, a birthday surprise. 6 months later. As dawn broke, Shin Mo was still fast asleep when he felt a ticklish sensation on his face, as if he were being gently patted by 2 furry little paws. He groggily opened one eye. Good heavens, Inua and Yen were lying on either side of his pillow, their 2 big, dark eyes shining brightly in the morning light, staring at him without blinking. "Happy birthday, Daddy!" Inua shouted in her little baby voice, the sound echoing throughout the entire bedroom. Yen followed suit softly, saying, "Daddy, happy." Her little hand was already eagerly touching his stubble. Chinemo felt incredibly warm inside, and opened his arms to hug both little darlings. Inuwa gave him a big kiss on the left cheek, and Ian followed suit, but unfortunately, her aim was off, and she ended up smearing his chin with saliva. A gift! A gift! Inuwa jumped off the bed like a little monkey, sticking her little bottom out and rummaging under the bed, finally pulling out a box wrapped in crooked and messy wrapping paper. The wrapping paper was so badly done that it was unsightly, with strips of tape everywhere, making it look like the box was wrapped in bandages. Ian carefully pushed the box in front of her father, gently patted it with her little hand, her face full of anticipation, her eyes shining like stars. Chinemo deliberately slowed down, leisurely unpacking the package. Inuwa, standing beside him, was impatient, stamping her feet and her little braids bobbing. "Hurry up, Daddy! Hurry up!" After unwrapping the last layer of packaging, there was a handmade photo frame inside. The photo was taken last month at the park. He was holding one daughter in each arm, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. The frame was covered with colorful stickers and crooked little hearts drawn with crayons, clearly the work of children. "My sister and I did it together." Inuwa puffed out her little chest, her face full of praise. A whispered addition, yen pasted stars, and a moon. Chinmo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He solemnly placed the photo frame in the most prominent position on the bedside table, and gently rubbed his two daughters' fluffy little heads. "This is the best gift Dad has ever received, truly." At breakfast, Yiwon brought a homemade cake out of the kitchen. It was clearly homemade. The frosting was spread in uneven patches like small hills, and "Happy Birthday, Dad" was scrawled crookedly on top with strawberry jam. Inuwa pointed to the 3 candles on the cake. "Make a wish. Dad, make a wish." Ian looked at her father seriously, pointing her little finger at the candle. "You have to blow it out." Chinemo cooperated by putting his hands together and making a wish, then blew out the candles with a whoosh. Inuwa insisted on telling her father what she wished for, while Ian was well behaved, except that her eyes were glued to the biggest strawberry on the cake, and her little tongue was unconsciously licking her lips. A little mishap happened while cutting the cake. Inuwa insisted on doing it herself, and her little hand trembled, shattering the perfectly good cake into 4 pieces, as if an earthquake had occurred. Ian looked at the misshapen cake, her little mouth pouted, her eyes instantly reddening, and it looked like golden tears were about to fall. It's all right, Chinemo quickly reassured her. "It tastes even better this way, you can taste the cream in every piece." He gave each of the 2 children a large piece. Inuwa ate with gusto, his face smeared with cream, making him look like he had a white beard. Ian ate in small bites, carefully scooping out just a tiny bit each time with a small spoon, but his eyes were bright and his lips were always upturned. In the morning, the children were secretly preparing to perform. Inuwa pulled out a silk scarf from somewhere and tied it around her head, while Ian held a toy guitar that was half a head taller than her. As soon as the music started, Inuwa began to spin around, making the silk scarf fly. Ian pretended to strum the strings, her little head bobbing up and down to the rhythm. Chinemo couldn't help but laugh. Inuwa spun around until she got dizzy and finally plopped down on the ground, her scarf askew. Ian quickly put down her guitar to help her sister, but the 2 children ended up tumbling together, rolling around on the mat. "Let's try again." Inuwa got up, her face flushed, and hurriedly retied the scarf. The second performance went much better. Inuwa performed a few of her own creations quite well, and Ian hummed along, even though the tune was completely off and the lyrics were mumbled. But in Chinmo's eyes, this was the best performance in the world. After the performance, the 2 children rushed into their father's arms like little cannonballs, wanting praise. Inuwa, panting, asked, "Daddy, did you like it? Did you like our performance?" She didn't say a word, but her big eyes stared at her father expectantly, waiting for his answer. Chinemo loved it and kissed each of them on the cheek. He especially loved it. It was the best performance his father had ever seen. Yiwon prepared a sumptuous lunch. Inuwa insisted on serving her father some food, but her hand trembled, and she spilled vegetables all over the table. Seeing this, Ian carefully scooped up a spoonful of soup and shakily brought it to her father's lips. "Dad, drink." The little girl was so nervous her hands were shaking. Chinemo quickly bent down to catch it. Although half of the soup spilled on his shirt, it tasted especially sweet, a sweetness that went straight to his heart. After dinner, the children pulled him to play a new game. Inuwa invented a game called Find Daddy, which basically involved her and Ian hiding and letting their dad find them. The 2 children hid behind the curtains, their little feet sticking out clearly, thinking they were perfectly hidden. Chinemo deliberately paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, "Where are they? Where have my precious daughters gone?" Inua was trembling with suppressed laughter behind the curtains, while Ian nervously gripped her sister's clothes, barely daring to breathe. Could it be in the kitchen? No. On the balcony? No. Chinemo slowly circled around several times before finally lifting the curtain in surprise, so it was here. Inua laughed so hard she collapsed to the ground and rolled around. She then threw herself into her father's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest. Tired from playing, the three of them sprawled on the sofa watching cartoons. Inua leaned against his father's left, and Ian rested her head on his father's right. Before long, the two children fell asleep, sprawled out in different places. Inua slept with her arms and legs spread out in a wide V-shape. Ian curled up into a little ball, her little hands still tightly gripping her father's clothes, as if afraid he would run away. Chinemo patted them gently, his heart overflowing with joy. No brand-name watch or expensive wallet could compare to the heart-covered photo frame the children made by hand, or to their off-key performance. As evening fell and the children woke up, they clung to each other again. Inua pretended to massage her father's back, though the force was more like a tickle. Ian earnestly massaged her father's legs, her little hands soft and yielding, like kneading dough. Dad, Inua suddenly looked up at me and asked, "Are you happy today?" Ian also looked up at him, her big eyes filled with expectation. Overjoyed, Chinemo hugged his two daughters even tighter. This was the happiest birthday he had ever had. Before going to bed that night, Inua mysteriously pulled out another handmade card. On it was a rainbow-colored cake drawn with crayons, and 3 large, crooked words, "I love you." Ian also handed over a card, which depicted their family of 4 holding hands, each person's smile drawn especially wide. "We're celebrating Dad's birthday tomorrow," Inua announced loudly. She nodded vigorously, her little face serious. "Every day is my birthday." Chinemo was amused and laughed out loud. "Then won't Dad become an old man? He'll get fat as a ball if he eats cake every day." After putting the children to sleep, Chinemo sat by the bed for a long time. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating his daughters' peaceful sleeping faces. Inua smacked her lips in her sleep, muttering "Happy birthday, Daddy." Ian turned over, her little hand unconsciously reaching towards her father. Yuan walked in quietly and placed a photo on the bedside table. It was a candid photo taken today, showing him looking down and drinking the spoonful of soup that Ian had fed him, while Inua was smiling broadly beside him, his eyes crinkling at the corners of his own eyes. "You're such a good father," Yuan said with a smile, poking his shoulder. He was completely under his daughter's thumbs. Looking at the photo, Chinmo's lips unconsciously curled up. "I'm willing." Chapter 93 Can't Go Out, a game on a rainy day. The rain outside the window was pouring down like beans being scattered, and it just wouldn't stop. Inua's entire face was almost pressed against the glass window, her nose pressed flat, staring blankly at the raindrops streaming down the glass outside. Ian remained calm, sitting cross-legged on her special little blanket, hugging the rag doll that was almost faded from washing, and patting the doll's back casually. "Dad," Inua turned her head, her little face full of disappointment. She couldn't go to the slide anymore. Chinemo was clearing away the breakfast dishes when he heard this. He wiped his hands and said, "It's raining outside, so let's just play at home. We'll still have fun." Inua's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped down from the windowsill, her slippers on the wrong feet. "What are we playing? What are we playing?" Ian also raised her head, and although she didn't speak, her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chinemo scratched his head, suddenly remembering that there was some leftover colored tape from the recent renovation in the storage room. He rummaged through drawers and found several rolls, red, yellow, and blue, the colors quite vibrant. Then he squatted down on the living room floor, tearing the tape apart with a ripping sound, and began sticking all sorts of strange patterns on the floor. Inua immediately followed her father like a little shadow, her head almost burying itself under his arm. "What is this?" "This is our exclusive playground." After Chinemo finished sticking on the last crooked star, he patted the dust off his hands and asked, "How is it?" On the floor, there was now a barely discernible outline of a house, along with several winding paths resembling earthworms. Ian carefully stretched out her little feet, gently stepping on the blue tape lines, and wobbled along like she was walking on a balance beam, arms outstretched. "Come on, Daddy will teach you a new game." Chinemo beckoned to the two children. He hopped across square after square on one foot, his posture rather unrefined, and he almost lost his balance. Inua watched, eager to try, her little feet already itching to do it. Ian, however, hesitated, standing outside the line observing carefully, as if studying some important subject. Inua was the first to rush forward, but she stepped on the line with a thud after only 2 steps. The little girl was not satisfied and insisted on starting over. This time it was even worse. She fell flat on her bottom and sat on the ground stunned for 2 seconds. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. Shinemo laughed and scooped her up. Seeing her older sister having so much fun, Yen finally took her first step too. She walked very carefully, each step steady and firm, her earnest little face making everyone want to laugh. When she reached the finish line, a faint smile appeared on her face, her eyes narrowing into little crescent moons. Yen is so great. Shinemo clapped vigorously until his palms turned red. Seeing this, Inuwa rushed forward to try again. This time she learned her lesson and walked slowly, just like her sister. Although she still stepped on the line from time to time, it was much better than her previous reckless behavior. After playing hopscotch for a while, Shinemo came up with a new idea. He pulled all the cushions off the sofa and piled them together to make a little castle. Inuwa cheered and climbed on top, thinking she was a princess, and even insisted that her father find her a crown. Yen, on the other hand, sat quietly in the corner of the castle, hugging her doll and murmuring a story to herself. Her earnest little face was incredibly cute. The rain outside grew louder, pattering against the windowpane. Shinemo had a sudden inspiration. She rummaged through drawers and cupboards, finding several empty plastic bottles and a handful of red beans, and taught the children how to make simple percussion instruments. Inuwa banged loudly, completely out of tune, just making noise. Yen gently shook the bottle, and the red beans made a rustling sound, which actually had a bit of rhythm. Let's have a family concert, Shinemo suggested. He took out his phone and played a cheerful children's song, and the family tapped and banged along to the rhythm. Inuwa ran around the house excitedly, shaking the bottle as she ran. Yen sat on her father's lap, her little feet swaying gently to the beat, her lips curled up in a smile. The rain hadn't stopped by noon. In fact, it was pouring down even harder. Shinemo decided to take the children out to have some fun in the kitchen. He took out some kneaded dough and gave each of the 2 children a small piece. Inuwa immediately kneaded the dough into a strange shape, insisting it was a little rabbit. Yen, on the other hand, earnestly rolled a long strip, saying she was going to make noodles for her dad. Flour was scattered everywhere, and the 2 little ones had white powder all over their faces, looking like little kittens. When Inuwa saw her sister's face covered in flour, she laughed so hard she almost fell over. Yen didn't understand why, but seeing her sister laughing so happily, she also giggled. You 2 little kittens, Shinemo said, bringing a damp towel to wipe their faces. This flour is almost enough to cook another meal. During nap time, the sound of rain outside the window became the best lullaby. Inuwa listened to the pattering rain and soon fell fast asleep. Yen, however, was unusually energetic, nestled against her father's chest, pointing her little finger at the window and counting the raindrops. Dad, she whispered, her breath tickling Shinmo's neck, when will the rain stop? I'll stop when you wake up. Shinemo gently patted her back, the rhythm inexplicably in sync with the sound of rain outside the window. Sure enough, by the time the children woke up from their afternoon nap, the rain had lessened considerably, turning into a light drizzle. Inuwa jumped up and ran to the window, while Yen rubbed her eyes and slowly followed behind. Daddy, look! Inuwa pointed out the window, her little braids sticking up excitedly. A rainbow! A rainbow! A faint rainbow truly hung in the sky, its colors delicate, as if someone had lightly painted it with watercolors. Yen stood on tiptoe, pointing her little finger at the rainbow, so beautiful. Shinemo carried his 2 daughters, one on each side, to the windowsill, and the 3 of them watched the rainbow together. Inuwa excitedly described the colors of the rainbow, though her descriptions were incoherent. Yen quietly leaned on her father's shoulder, her eyes sparkling. The air after the rain was especially fresh, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Shinemo decided to take the children out to play in puddles. She put little rain boots on them, and Inuwa was the first to rush out, specifically looking for large puddles to jump in, splashing water high into the air. Yen was initially cautious, but seeing her sister having so much fun, she also tried stepping into a small puddle, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw the water splash up. Dad's coming too. Inuwa tugged at Shinmo's trouser leg, insisting that he join in. Shinemo had no choice but to join the water fight, and the 3 of them splashed around in the yard. Inuwa laughed the loudest, like a little trumpet. Yen laughed more subtly, but her eyes curved into crescents, a rare sight indeed. After playing for a while, they went back inside, and all 3 of them had soaked through their pants. Shinemo changed the children into dry clothes. Inuwa was still excitedly describing her experience of splashing in the water, gesturing with her little hands. Yen was already leaning back on the sofa, yawning, her little head nodding. Tired from playing today? Shinemo pulled Yen onto his lap. Yen nodded, resting her little head against her father's chest like a lazy kitten. Seeing this, Inuwa squeezed over, insisting on being held by her father, just like a puppy vying for attention. The rain completely stopped in the evening, and the sunset painted the sky orange-red, which was especially beautiful. Shinemo took the children to the balcony to watch the sunset. Inuwa pointed at the clouds and said they looked like little bears, while Iyen whispered that they looked like little flowers. The two children almost got into an argument over what the clouds looked like. "Are you happy today?" Shinemo asked, with one of his daughters in each arm. "Happy," Inuwa answered loudly, her voice so loud it could wake the neighbors. She nodded gently and suddenly kissed her father on the cheek, a wet kiss. Before going to bed, Inuwa was still talking about the games he played today, saying he wanted to play them again tomorrow. Iyen was already so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open, but his little hand was still tightly gripping his father's finger, as if afraid he would run away. "Will it rain tomorrow?" Inuwa asked groggily, her eyes barely open. "I don't know." Shinemo tucked the blanket around her and said, "Whether it rains or not, Daddy will play with you." After the children fell asleep, Shinemo gently turned off the lamp. The night after the rain was especially quiet, only the children's even breathing and the occasional sound of a car in the distance could be heard. Yiwon peeked in and whispered, "Did you have a blast today? You look exhausted." Shinemo chuckled and shook his head. "These two little girls have so much energy. They're almost killing me." "Whatever," Yiwon yawned. "Only you could come up with so many ideas on a rainy day." Shinemo glanced one last time at her sleeping daughters, then gently closed the door. Although she was exhausted, she felt incredibly fulfilled. There would be many more rainy days like this in the future. Chapter 94. Dad's lying, you weren't asleep. The clock on the wall had just struck 1 in the afternoon when Shinemo looked at the two energetic little girls on the sofa, and his temples began to throb. "It's time for a nap." He tried to hug Inuwa. "No, no." Inuwa slipped out of his arm like a slippery little mudfish. Nuonuwa wasn't sleepy at all. Although she didn't say a word, she quietly shrank into the corner of the sofa, burying her face in the cushions, showing her attitude through her actions. Shinemo took a deep breath, sensing that today was going to be another tough battle. Just last week she could easily get them to sleep, but this week, for some reason, the two kids seemed to have suddenly figured it out and learned to team up to resist naps. "Well, shall Daddy tell you a story?" He changed his strategy, trying to achieve his goal indirectly. Inuwa's eyes lit up immediately. She wanted to hear the princess's story. The princess defeated the giant monster. A whispered addition, "Listen to the little rabbit is looking for carrots." Well, the requirements are different. Shinemo had no choice but to make up a story on the spot about a princess raising rabbits, which he told with great difficulty and stuttering. Halfway through, Inuwa interrupted, "Why does the princess have to wear a pink dress? Can't she wear purple?" Shinemo was speechless for a moment. Iyen blinked her big eyes. "Besides carrots, what else do little rabbits eat? Do they eat cookies?" After finally finishing the story, the two children were not sleepy at all. In fact, they were even more energetic. Inuwa jumped up and down on the bed, saying that she was the bouncy princess. Iyen didn't jump alone, but her eyes were wide open, showing no sign of sleepiness whatsoever. Shinemo used his trump card, pretending to be asleep. He plopped down on the bed and deliberately made an exaggerated snoring sound. Inuwa crawled over and poked his cheek with her little finger. "Daddy, stop pretending. Your eyelids are moving." Iyen leaned closer and gently touched his eyelids with her small hand. The ticklish sensation almost made Shinemo lose his composure. He suppressed his laughter and continued to play dead. "Is Dad really asleep?" Inuwa muttered, half believing. Suddenly, someone said, "Then let's go to sleep too." Shinemo was overjoyed, thinking he was finally going to succeed. But then he heard a rustling sound beside him and peeked out with a crack in his eye. Good heavens, the two children were indeed lying down next to him, but all four of their eyes were wide open like saucers, staring straight at the ceiling. "Close your eyes and go to sleep." Shinemo couldn't help but speak up. Inuwa immediately pointed at his nose. "Daddy's lying. You weren't asleep at all." Well, he'd been completely exposed. Shinemo had no choice but to sit up, scratching his head and racking his brains for another trick. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he took out his phone and played some soft music. Soothing piano music filled the room for about 10 minutes before Inuwa started yawning. Just as Shinemo thought things were looking up, Inuwa shook her head violently, as if fighting off sleepiness. "I'm not sleepy." "Not at all." Iyen lay quietly, but her little feet kept moving around under the blanket, so she obviously wasn't asleep. Shinemo had no other choice but to resort to his last resorted drive. He settled the two children in their car seats, and the back seat fell silent shortly after the car started moving. He peeked into the rearview mirror and saw that both children were indeed asleep. Inua's little head was tilted to the side, and drool was almost dripping onto his collar. Ian's little mouth was slightly open, and he was sleeping soundly. Shinemo breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately drove around the neighborhood for an extra 20 minutes before going home. Parking the car was like defusing a bomb. Every movement was incredibly quiet, for fear of waking them. As soon as I picked up Inua, the little darling woke up, rubbing his eyes and asking sleepily, "Are we home?" She was woken up by the slightest noise, and sleepily snuggled into her father's arms, rubbing her little head against his neck. Well, all that effort for nothing. Shinemo sighed inwardly, resignedly carrying the children back to bed, preparing for a long haul. "Dad," Inua suddenly said, "sing a song." He nodded in agreement. "We want to listen to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." Shinemo cleared his throat and began to sing. To be honest, he was tone deaf. His off-key singing was enough to circle the earth 3 times, but the children listened very attentively. Inua hummed along, while Ian clapped her little hands gently to the beat. After singing it once, Inua immediately asked, "One more time." Shinemo sang the song over and over again 5 or 6 times until his throat was practically parched. Looking down, he saw that Inua was finally rubbing his eyes, and Ian was yawning, looking so adorable it melted his heart. "Sleep well, my darlings." Shinemo gently patted their backs. Inua rolled over and muttered softly, "Daddy, don't go." Ian had already closed her eyes, but her little hands were still tightly gripping her father's clothes, as if afraid he would run away. Shinemo remained in that awkward position, afraid to move. After a long time, only after confirming that the children were all asleep did she carefully withdraw her hand. He tiptoed out of the room, where Yiwon was leisurely drinking tea in the living room. "All done?" It was more tiring than negotiating a project. Shinemo slumped on the sofa, feeling like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He suddenly refused to take a nap this week. Yiwon poured him a glass of water. Is he about to enter a new phase? Shinemo rubbed his aching arm. "I hope this is just temporary. Who can stand being tortured like this every day?" He had only been asleep for less than an hour when he heard noises coming from the children's room. Shinemo quickly ran over and found that Inua was already sitting up, and Ian had also been woken up, rubbing his eyes in a daze. "Why are you awake?" Shinemo checked the time. He had only slept for less than 40 minutes. Inua jumped out of bed, full of energy. "I've had enough sleep." Although Ian didn't say anything, it seemed she wasn't planning to continue sleeping. Shinemo obediently dressed the children. Inua excitedly planned what to play in the afternoon, while Ian quietly cooperated with her father as he dressed her, but her eyes were bright, clearly showing she wasn't sleepy at all. During afternoon playtime, Inua was exceptionally active, jumping and running around. Ian, on the other hand, quietly played with a puzzle, but would yawn every now and then, looking rather pitiful. "Are you still sleepy?" Shinemo pulled Ian onto his lap. She buried her face in his chest and nodded gently. "Then why not sleep?" She whispered, "I'm afraid of missing out on fun things." Shinmo's heart was touched in the most tender spot. It turned out that the children were afraid of missing something if they fell asleep, so they were forcing themselves to stay awake. As evening approached, Ian started throwing a tantrum. The usually well-behaved child was now finding fault with everything, even throwing her favorite doll aside. Inua was also unusually irritable, crying and screaming over the smallest things. Shinemo knew this was a sign that they hadn't slept enough. He held the two children in his arms and gently comforted them. Inua, exhausted from crying, leaned on his shoulder, sobbing softly. Ian quietly shed tears, looking particularly heartbreaking. "From now on, you must take a nap properly, okay?" Shinemo wiped away their tears. Inua nodded, her voice trembling with tears, and said, "But I can't sleep." She whispered, "I want to play with Daddy." Shinemo kissed their cheeks. "When you wake up, Daddy will play with you. We can play anything." At dinner, both children were listless. Inua only ate half of her favorite chicken wing, and Ian started to doze off while eating, her little head nodding off and almost falling into her bowl. From now on, the children must take a nap at noon. Yuan looked at the children's sleepy faces and gave them a firm order. Their bodies couldn't take it if they continued like this. While taking a bath that evening, Inua started nodding off in the tub. Ian was even more exaggerated, almost slipping into the water. Shinemo was so frightened that she quickly pulled them out and wrapped them in a large towel. The bedtime story was only halfway through when both children fell asleep. Inua was still holding a toy, while Ian's little mouth was slightly open. They were sleeping very soundly. Shinemo sat by the bed for a long time, watching the children's peaceful sleeping faces. Although the afternoon nap battle had exhausted him, the thought that the children were staying awake because they didn't want to be apart from him made his heart melt. He gently turned off the desk lamp. Chapter 95 Deba was naughty, the picky eater battle. At dinner time, Shinemo stared at the plate of bright green stir-fried shredded pork on the table. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. Sure enough, Inua's eyebrows were furrowed into a tight knot, and her little mouth was pouting so much it could hang an oil bottle. No vegetables. The little girl pushed the bowl far away, as if it contained some kind of poison. He didn't say a word, but he was quietly picking out the greens one by one and piling them into a small mound around the edge of the bowl, his concentration like that of someone doing scientific research. Shinemo took a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't avoid this tough battle tonight. Last week, they ate whatever we gave them and ate with great relish. But this week, for some reason, they suddenly started being picky. Just one bite to try? He picked up a glistening green vegetable and carefully brought it to Inua's lips. Inua immediately turned her head to the other side, her mouth shut like a clamshell. Seeing this, Ian also silently pushed her bowl away, showing her stance through her actions. Shall we eat the meat first? Shinemo changed his strategy and picked up a piece of shredded meat. Inua reluctantly opened her mouth, but only ate meat, her eyes fixed on her father's chopsticks, afraid he would sneak in some vegetables. She ate the meat in small bites, but her eyes were as wary as a little squirrel, always on guard against her father's next move. Yuan frowned as she watched from the opposite side. If you don't eat vegetables, you won't grow tall, and you'll become a dwarf. Nono is already very tall. Inua puffed out her little chest and said it with a straight face. Ian chimed in softly, Yen is tall too. She gestured with her little hand to indicate her height. Shinemo had no choice but to chop the vegetables into small pieces and mix them into the rice, thinking that this way, no one would notice. But Inua spat it out after the first bite, her little face scrunched up. There are vegetables. You're lying. She went even further, pushing the bowl away, leaning back with her small body, and striking a pose of unyielding defiance. How about some soup? Shinemo settled for second best and served himself a bowl of soup. Inua took a sip and found fine bits of green vegetables floating in the soup. She immediately threw down the spoon and refused to drink any more. Ian didn't spit it out, but her little mouth was tightly pursed, and no matter how her father coaxed her, she wouldn't drink a second sip. Shinemo felt a throbbing headache starting to appear. Last week he was a sweet little boy who would eat anything. How did he suddenly turn into a difficult, picky eater this week? The war escalated further at breakfast the next day. Inua absolutely refused to drink milk, saying it had a strange taste. Ian, on the other hand, drank milk, but resolutely refused to eat eggs, not even wanting to look at them. Didn't they eat well yesterday? Shinemo looked at his two daughters, completely puzzled. Inua declared confidently, I don't like it today. Yesterday, Nuonuo liked it, but today, Nuonuo doesn't. A quick whisper, the egg yolk is choking me, it's so uncomfortable. Shinemo had no choice but to try different methods. She made the eggs into a smooth custard and added a little honey to the milk for flavor. Inua tasted the custard and managed to eat a few small bites. Ian drank a sip of sweet milk, and her little brows finally relaxed a bit. But when lunchtime came, new problems arose. Inua suddenly announced that she wouldn't eat carrots, saying they had a strange taste. Ian refused to eat green peppers, saying they were too spicy. And this time she meant it, preferring to go hungry rather than touch them. Just a tiny bite? Shinemo held up his spoon, practically begging them. Inua shook her head vigorously, carrots smell bad. They're like mud. Although he didn't say anything, he showed his stance through his actions, carefully picking out each green pepper, arranging them neatly on a napkin, and then pushing them far away. Shinemo was completely at a loss and had no choice but to secretly call a childcare expert for help. The expert said this was a typical period of heightened sensitivity to taste, a normal phenomenon, and suggested making the vegetables into cute shapes to increase their appeal. So Shinemo spent the entire afternoon busy in the kitchen, cutting carrots into little stars and green peppers into tiny flowers, his dedication comparable to a Michelin-starred chef. At dinner, seeing the glistening star-shaped carrots on the plate, Inua finally agreed to take a small bite. It's sweet. She stared wide-eyed in surprise, as if she had discovered a new continent. Ian looked at the emerald green flower and bell pepper, hesitated for a long time, and then took a small bite of a petal. After finding that it was indeed not bad, she slowly ate the whole flower. Shinemo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had finally seen a glimmer of hope. However, on the third day, new problems arose. Inuwa suddenly announced that she would not eat meat anymore, saying that meat would get stuck in her teeth. He refuses to eat fish, saying that fish have bones and he's afraid of them. Shinemo almost knelt down in admiration. This picky eating habit even evolves? It's practically impossible to guard against. He had no choice but to mince the meat into fine paste, make it into small and cute meatballs, and carefully remove every bone from the fish to make golden fish cakes. Inuwa tasted the meatballs and said it was acceptable. Ian ate the fish cake in small bites, without saying anything, but also without protesting. But Shinemo knew in his heart that this war was far from over. Sure enough, at breakfast on the fourth day, Inuwa announced that she would not drink porridge and insisted on drinking juice instead, and Ian did not want bread and specifically asked for cookies. You can't just eat snacks all the time. Shinemo tried to reason with them. Inuwa immediately burst into tears, her voice trembling with sobs. Nuwa is thirsty. I want to drink juice. Although she didn't cry, her big eyes were filled with grievances, which softened people's hearts. Shinemo was defeated again and obediently went to make juice and find cookies, feeling that he was becoming less and less principled as a father. Lunchtime was even more outrageous. Inuwa announced she wanted to eat red food, while Ian insisted on eating green. Shinemo stood in front of the refrigerator, looking at the colorful ingredients inside, and almost cried. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spinach soup, barely managing to get by. The two children only eat foods of the corresponding color. Inuwa only picks tomato and won't touch the egg, while Ian only drinks spinach soup and ignores the rice next to him. Shinemo felt that if things continued like this, he would end up in a mental hospital sooner or later. That evening, he decided to try a different approach, cooking with the children and involving them in the process. Inuwa was in charge of washing the vegetables, which made the kitchen look like a waterfall. Ian was in charge of plating, which was crooked and had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. But then a miracle happened. At mealtime, Inuwa ate heartily the vegetables she had washed herself, boasting as she ate, "The vegetables Nuwa washes are the best." As she ate a small bite of the carrot she had arranged on her plate, she whispered, "Yen, you arranged it beautifully." Looking at his two daughters, Shinemo suddenly realized. The children weren't really picky eaters, they just wanted autonomy and to participate in deciding what they ate. From then on, he involved the children in cooking every day. Although the kitchen was always a mess and cleaning up was exhausting, at least they were willing to eat, which was better than anything else. Sometimes Inuwa still throws a tantrum, saying she won't eat this or that. But as long as she's involved in making it herself, she always ends up eating it obediently, and might even proudly show off, "This was made by Nuwa." Although she is quiet, she expresses her preferences through her actions. She will gently push away food she doesn't like, and quietly ask for more of what she likes. The satisfaction in her eyes is impossible to hide. Gradually, Shinemo figured out the pattern. Inuwa liked brightly colored and cutely shaped food. She was definitely a sucker for good looks. One person prioritizes texture, preferring soft and chewy foods. They are an experience-oriented person. This long-running battle of picky eating has finally found a solution. Before going to bed that night, Inuwa suddenly snuggled into her father's arms. "Daddy, I want rainbow rice tomorrow. I want lots of colors." Whispering, "I want it soft, not hard rice." Shinemo smiled and agreed. Although she knew she would be busy in the kitchen again tomorrow, seeing the children's expectant faces made it all worthwhile. At least now, they're willing to try new foods. That's progress, albeit at a snail's pace, but it's definitely moving forward little by little. Chapter 96. A fever in the middle of the night. Taking care of a child is not easy. That night, Shinemo was fast asleep. He was suddenly awakened by a faint, mosquito-like sobbing sound. He groggily reached to his side and touched her forehead. Good heavens, it was burning hot, like a small furnace. He sat up abruptly, turned on the nightlight, and saw the little guy's face burning red, tears welling up in his eyes, looking at him pitifully. Dad's voice was soft and hoarse, with a thick nasal tone, which broke my heart. There was a noise from the crib next to them. Inuwa rubbed her eyes and sat up, a few strands of hair sticking up on her little head, looking dazed and still half asleep. Shinemo touched her forehead. Thankfully, her temperature was normal, but she was a little unhappy about being woken up. Yen has a fever. Shinemo frantically rummaged for a thermometer while explaining to Inuwa. Inuwa immediately crawled over on all fours, imitating her father by placing her little hand on her sister's forehead, her brows furrowing into a frown. Yen, don't cry, your sister's here. With a beep, the thermometer showed 38.9 degrees Celsius. Shinmo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly rummaged through drawers and cabinets looking for fever-reducing medicine. But we encountered a problem when feeding him medicine. Ian, who is usually the most obedient, becomes as stubborn as a little donkey when he is sick. No matter how we coax him, he keeps his little mouth tightly shut and buries his face in the pillow. Yen, you'll feel better after taking your medicine. Shinmo coaxed her gently, feeling as if she were dealing with a frightened little animal. Suddenly, Inuwa slid off the bed and ran back, clutching her treasured strawberry candy jar. Little sister, have some candy. Eat candy before you take your medicine. Perhaps it was her sister's encouragement that worked, for Ian finally opened her mouth slightly. But as soon as the medicine went in, she vomited it all up, and then cried even harder, her little body convulsing. Shinmo had no choice but to use a fever-reducing suppository instead. Ian sobbed pitifully, her little fists gripping her father's clothes tightly with surprising force. Inuwa was so anxious that she paced around in circles, dragging all her plush toys to her sister's side, piling them up like a small mountain. Don't be afraid, little sister, Nuonyuo is with you. Inuwa patted her little chest, looking like a little adult. By the time they finished, it was already 3 a.m. Ian finally fell asleep, but her sleep was restless, and she would occasionally sob in her sleep. Inuwa insisted on staying with her sister, and eventually fell asleep next to her sister's bed, her little mouth still unconsciously smacking. Shinmo stayed up all night with his two daughters, feeling his eyelids were so heavy they could hold an oil bottle. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ian's fever hadn't subsided. The first thing Inuwa did upon waking was to touch his sister's forehead, finding it still burning hot. He stamped his feet anxiously. Daddy, when will my sister get better? Shinmo replaced Ian's fever-reducing patch with a new one, which almost completely covered the little guy's forehead. It will get better soon, you'll be fine after taking the medicine. But the illness was more complicated than expected. As soon as she started coughing, her little body trembled with each cough, a truly heartbreaking sight. This usually quiet child became unusually clingy when sick, insisting on being held by her father the whole time, and crying as soon as she was put down. When Inuwa saw her younger sister monopolizing her father's embrace, she surprisingly didn't get jealous. Instead, she dragged her own blanket over to cover her sister, her movements clumsy yet earnest. Nono is helping her dad take care of her younger sister. The little girl is looking up, her serious expression making you want to laugh at the same time. Feeding her porridge became another tough battle. Ian had absolutely no appetite. She'd spit out half a spoonful after each spoonful, rice grains smeared all over her chin. Seeing this, Inuwa immediately picked up her own little bowl and deliberately ate with gusto. Yen, look, it's so delicious. Perhaps it was the effect of her sister's live mukbang that made Ian finally manage to swallow a few bites. But more troublesome things followed. Inuwa also started sneezing, and Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took her temperature. 37.8 degrees Celsius. She had indeed been infected. Now look what's happened, too little patience. Although Inuwa's fever isn't high, her spirits are noticeably lower. Usually, she's lively and energetic like a little monkey, but now she's listlessly leaning on the sofa, not even interested in her favorite cartoon. When Ian discovered that her older sister was also sick, she cried in distress, which only made her cough worse, and her little face turned red. Shinmo held one in his left arm and hugged the other with his right, feeling like a zookeeper taking care of two sick cubs at the same time, and a particularly difficult one at that. Feeding Inuwa her medicine was a complete disaster. Although Inuwa was willing to take the medicine, she would only swallow it if her dad sang "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." As soon as she saw the medicine, she desperately tried to burrow into her father's arms, burying her face in his chest and refusing to come out. One by one, they lined up to take their medicine. Shinmo felt like she was about to collapse, and her voice had become hoarse from talking non-stop. Finally, he had a bright idea and told Inuwa to eat first, to set a good example for her sister. In order to be a good role model, Inuwa pinched her nose and drank the medicine. Although her little face was scrunched up from the bitterness, she still forced herself not to spit it out. Seeing that her older sister had already taken the medicine, Ian reluctantly opened her mouth, but as soon as the medicine went in, she gagged. She looked at her father with teary eyes, her gaze filled with such grievance that it seemed like tears were about to fall. Around noon, both children's temperatures rose. Ian's fever reached 39 degrees Celsius, and Inuwa's rose to 38.5 degrees Celsius. Shinmo looked at the glaring numbers on the thermometer and had no choice but to take them to the hospital. At the hospital, Inuwa was relatively cooperative, but she cried so loudly during the blood draw that her wailing could be heard throughout the entire infusion room. Ian was even worse. She trembled at the sight of the white coats and started crying uncontrollably before the needle even touched her, clinging tightly to her father's neck with her little arms. "Daddy, take me home." Ian buried her face in her father's neck, her voice muffled and trembling with sobs. Although Inua was terrified herself, she still managed to hold her sister's hand tightly. "Yen, don't be afraid, Noonua was here, Noonua will protect you." After the doctor's visit and returning home, both children were exhausted. Ian fell asleep in the car, her little head bobbing with the car's swaying. Inua, however, struggled to stay awake, her eyelids drooping, but she insisted, Nua wants to stay with Daddy and take care of her little sister. As soon as they arrived home, Inua collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep, forgetting to even take off her shoes. Looking at the two sleeping patients, Chinemo felt a pang of sadness and tenderness in her heart. After settling them in, she hurried to the kitchen to cook porridge, prepare warm water, and organize medicines, keeping herself extremely busy. The children woke up in the evening, feeling a little better. Inua even asked to eat, though she only ate half a bowl before shaking her head and saying she was full. Ian still had no appetite, but was willing to drink some juice, sipping it little by little. When it came to feeding her medicine, Inua came up with a new trick, a competition to see who could finish their medicine first. This trick worked especially well on Ian. Although it was so bitter that she frowned, she still insisted on drinking the medicine and then looked at her father expectantly, waiting for the result to be announced. Yen won. Inua clapped enthusiastically, even though she was also a contestant. It was rare for him to show a weak smile, and although it was fleeting, it finally put Chinemo at ease. At night, the two children insisted on squeezing into one small bed. Inua held her younger sister and patted her back like a little adult. The movements were clumsy but very earnest. Ian nestled in her older sister's arms and slept much more peacefully than before, her breathing more even. Late at night, Chinemo got up again to take the children's temperatures. To his delight, he found that Inua's fever had completely subsided, and Ian's temperature had dropped to 37.8 degrees Celsius. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his chest. As I tucked the children in, Inua suddenly mumbled sleepily, "Dad, is my sister all better?" "Almost there, you'll be better tomorrow." Chinemo kissed her forehead, which still felt cool from the fever. Ian smacked her lips in her sleep, unconsciously snuggling closer to her older sister and placing her little hand on her sister's arm. Chinemo stood by the bedside, watching his two daughters sleeping peacefully in each other's arms. He suddenly felt that this illness wasn't all bad. At least he saw that the two sisters, who usually bickered and competed for his attention, would naturally support each other in times of difficulty. That blood is thicker than water. Kinship was warmer than any medicine. As dawn approached, Ian's temperature finally returned to normal. Chinemo touched his two daughters' foreheads to make sure their temperatures had gone down before closing his eyes in relief and taking a nap in his chair. This illness came on suddenly and went away quickly. Chapter 97. Daughter switched for baby, after emergency after recovery. The fever had subsided, but Chinemo felt as if her two daughters had been switched at birth. Their behavior after recovering from the illness was completely different from before. He became like a piece of chewing gum, sticking to people like glue. Before, she could play quietly with building blocks by herself for a while, but now she wants to be with her dad 24/7. Chinemo followed her everywhere. Even when he went to the toilet, she would stand guard at the door, her little footsteps following him closely. "Dad!" A soft, weak voice slipped in from under the door, still carrying a slightly nasal tone, sounding pitiful. Chinemo quickly pulled up his pants and opened the door. The little guy immediately pounced on him like a frightened rabbit and hugged his leg, rubbing his face against his knee, making his hair all messy. "What's wrong?" Chinemo bent down and scooped her up, feeling that the little one was even lighter than before she got sick. Afraid that her father would disappear, she buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled and trembling slightly. "Well, this is a lingering effect of her illness. She lacks a sense of security." Chinmo's heart softened, and he carried her around the room, pointing out each piece of furniture as proof. "Look, Dad is here, he's always been here." Inua isn't as clingy anymore, but she's become extremely neurotic. She keeps having nightmares and waking up crying, and then she insists on sleeping with the lights on. The wild girl who used to be fearless and dared to catch insects with her bare hands is now so scared that even her own shadow can startle her. "Dad, there's a monster under the bed." Inua huddled under the covers, only her two round eyes peeking out, warily scanning every corner of the room. Chinemo had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and lie down on the floor, checking every corner under the bed, making sure there wasn't even a single ant. Finally, having exhausted all other options, I went to the supermarket and bought a bear-shaped nightlight. Only then did Inua reluctantly agree to turn off the main light and go to sleep. But that wasn't all. Ian started being picky about food, and wouldn't even touch her favorite steamed egg anymore. As soon as the food is brought to her mouth, she turns her head to the side, her little mouth tightly pursed, and she won't open it no matter how you coax her. Yen, just a tiny bite? Shinemo held up his spoon, feeling like he was begging his ancestors. She shook her head, her little hand firmly pushing the bowl away, bitter, no. Shinemo tasted it himself, and it tasted exactly the same as before, fragrant and delicious. It seems that the trauma of being forced to take medicine when he was sick has left him with a negative impression. Now everything tastes bitter to him. Inua is even more outrageous. She refuses all liquids. She avoids water, milk, and juice as if she's seen a ghost. It's likely that he was forced to take medicine while he had a fever, which left him with psychological trauma. Is Nuonuo thirsty? Would you like some water? Shinemo chased after her all over the house with a water glass in his hand. Not thirsty. Inua ran faster than a rabbit and scurried under the dining table. Finally, Shinemo had a flash of inspiration and poured water into her favorite cartoon rabbit cup, then inserted a colorful straw. Inua stared at the cup for a long time before cautiously leaning over to take a small sip. It's sweet. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Shinemo breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had won a tough battle. Ian's problem is even more troublesome. She always has to touch her father's face when she goes to sleep at night to make sure he is by her side before she can feel at ease. Shinemo moved slightly and she woke up, then began to sob softly, her cries like those of a kitten, which tugged at the heartstrings. Dad's here, Dad's right here. Shinemo could only maintain an awkward posture, not daring to move even though half of his body was numb. Although Inua isn't clingy, she's become incredibly bossy. All her toys have to be placed in a specific spot, not even a centimeter off. The little girl who used to throw things around and make her room look like a battlefield has now become a neat and tidy person. This change is too sudden. The baby wants to sit here. Inua pointed to the corner of the sofa, her little face very serious. Shinemo placed the doll over there, and then she demanded, the eyes must face the window. That way the doll can see outside. Okay, so you've become a little housekeeper after your illness, and you're doing a pretty good job of it. What troubled Shinemo the most was that the two children's schedules were completely messed up. Ian is sleepy during the day but energetic like a night owl at night. Inua is the opposite. She always wakes up in the middle of the night and insists on having someone with her. So Shinemo began living a life with his days and nights reversed. He would play puzzles with Ian at night and coax Inua to catch up on sleep during the day. After a few days, my dark circles have almost reached my chin, and I look like I've been drained of all my energy. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. This won't do, we have to find a way to adjust our schedule back to normal. Everyone understands the principle, but putting it into practice is too difficult. Ian's eyes are always bright and alert at night, completely unable to sleep. Inua is so sleepy during the day that she's practically swaying, but she just won't sleep, forcing herself to stay awake while rubbing her eyes. Shinemo tried various methods, including telling Ian bedtime stories, but the more he told her, the more energetic she became, and she kept asking questions. When he took Inua to exercise, the little girl simply lay down on the floor and fell asleep, and he couldn't wake her up no matter what he said. Finally, a brilliant idea struck him, a swapping arrangement for companionship. At night, Yuan would play quiet games with Ian while he lulled Inua to sleep. During the day, the roles were reversed, he would spend time with Ian, and Yuan would take care of Inua. Although it's still tiring, at least everyone can get some sleep and doesn't have to work around the clock anymore. Their diet is also gradually improving. Shinemo made the food into the shapes of little bears and rabbits, and Ian finally agreed to try it. Although she would only eat it if her father tasted it first to make sure it wasn't bitter, it was still progress. Inua's fear of liquids is slowly fading. She's now willing to drink water from a sippy cup, but she resolutely refuses to touch those cups that look like medicine spoons, apparently leaving her with a psychological trauma. It's been almost half a month since I recovered from my illness, and these aftereffects are only slowly subsiding. Ian isn't as clingy anymore and can play by herself for about 10 minutes. Inua is also brave enough to sleep with the lights off now, although she still needs to hold her dad's hand. At least she doesn't need to have the nightlight on. That evening, Ian suddenly hugged her father's neck and said, "Dad, Ian isn't afraid anymore." Inua nodded, though she didn't say anything, but her eyes were definitely more determined than before. Shinemo looked at his two daughters, his heart aching with a bittersweet feeling. This illness, though agonizing, had also given him a deeper understanding of his children's vulnerability, revealing a dependence and fear they wouldn't normally show. Even now, Ian still occasionally checks if her father is there, but she no longer follows him around like a little shadow. Inuwa still has nightmares occasionally, but she can turn over and continue sleeping on her own, without waking up the whole family every time. Take your time, no rush. Chi and Emo kissed their foreheads. Daddy will always be with you, whenever you need Daddy. It was late at night, and both children were asleep. Ian's little hand was still unconsciously clutching her father's clothes, but she slept soundly, her breathing even. Inuwa turned over, mumbled something inaudible in her sleep, and continued to drift off to sleep. Chi and Emo gently released Ian's hand and tucked the blanket around her. The battle against the aftereffects of her illness was finally showing signs of victory. Chapter 98. They're 2 years old now, growing pains. Time flies. Chi and Emo noticed that Inuwa was acting strangely lately. The little girl had suddenly become obsessed with looking in the mirror. You can often see her little figure in front of the full-length dressing mirror at home. Turning left and right, sometimes tugging at her skirt, sometimes fixing her bangs. She's so serious, it's like she's going to participate in a beauty pageant. Ian remained calm and composed, sitting on the carpet next to her building blocks, occasionally glancing at her sister before continuing with her own tasks. Daddy, is Nuonuo pretty? Inuwa suddenly turned around and looked at him expectantly. Beautiful, of course it's beautiful. Chi and Emo blurted out without thinking. Inuwa was very dissatisfied with this perfunctory answer, and pouted, where is it pretty? Tell me. Chi and Emo was speechless. How could he describe it? Eyes? Nose? Or that chubby little face? This little girl's questions were getting harder and harder to answer. Ian, who was standing to the side, put down the building blocks in her hand and whispered, Sister's eyes are bright, like grapes. Inuwa immediately ran back to the mirror and carefully examined her eyes. After looking at it for a long time, I turned back and asked uncertainly, does it really look like grapes? Or not like stars? Chi and Emo quickly seized the opportunity. It looks like a star. Especially like the brightest star in the night sky. The little girl finally managed to smile, which meant she had passed the test. But troubles kept coming, and Inuwa started to care about other people's opinions. Yesterday, Aunt Wang downstairs casually remarked that Nuonuo's hair was a bit messy today, and the little girl was upset all night. This morning, she insisted on having her dad style her hair in a very complicated way. Daddy, I want braids like these. Inuwa pointed to the princess's full head of braids in the picture book, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chi and Emo stared at the dense braids, his scalp tingling. He was a grown man who couldn't even manage his own hair, let alone this. He tried for a long time, but the braids he produced were crooked and twisted, like earthworms crawling. After looking in the mirror, Inuwa pouted, as if it were about to rain, it doesn't look good, it looks like a straw rope. Ian silently rummaged through her small jewelry box and pulled out a strawberry hair clip, handing it over, try clipping it here. Chi and Emo quickly did as instructed, and to his surprise, it did look much better without the hair clip. Inuwa looked at herself in the mirror from left to right, and finally stopped crying and started smiling. Besides her appearance, Inuwa has also started to care about winning and losing. Now she even has to compete to be the best at a jigsaw puzzle, and she gets sulky if she loses. The carefree and easygoing little girl she used to be has suddenly become extremely competitive. Dad, look. Nuonuo won. Inuwa held up the puzzle she had just finished, her little face full of pride. Ian was still slowly and steadily putting together her work. Hearing this, she wasn't in a hurry and continued to find the right piece by piece at her own pace. Chi and Emo observed from the side and found that the two children had completely different personalities. Inuwa wanted results, while Ian wanted process. One was impulsive, while the other was slow and methodical. That afternoon, Inuwa encountered a new problem. She wanted to wear her favorite blue princess dress, but found it was a bit tight. The little girl stood in front of the mirror, pulling hard on the waistband, her face looking as bitter as a gourd. Nono has gained weight. Her voice was trembling with tears, and her eyes were already starting to redden. Chi and Emo quickly reassured her, she's grown taller. Our Nuonuo has grown taller, not gained weight. Inuwa was skeptical but insisted that her father measure her height. After measuring, she found that she had indeed grown 2 centimeters longer than last month, and then she smiled again, puffing out her little chest. The dress was too small for Inuwa to wear anymore. She hugged her beloved dress, tears welling up in her eyes. Upon seeing this, she silently took her brand new pink dress and said, "Give it to my sister." Inua looked at her younger sister, then at the dress, and suddenly hugged Ian tightly. No, Ian looks better in it. Shinemo watched from the side, her heart filled with warmth. Although Inua had many growing pains, her love for her younger sister had not diminished at all. Before going to bed that night, Inua suddenly hugged her father's neck and asked, "Dad, will Nuonuo always be this beautiful?" Shinemo patted her little head. In Daddy's heart, Nuonuo will always be the most beautiful little princess. Ian also came closer and asked in a low voice, "Where is Yen Yen?" Yen Yen is also the most beautiful little princess. Inua objected, "We can't both be the prettiest. There can only be one prettiest." This question really stumped Shinemo. He racked his brains for a long time. It's like the sun and the moon, both the brightest things in the sky, but with different kinds of beauty. Our Nuonuo is the sun, warm and bright. Yen Yen is the moon, gentle and quiet. Inua seemed to understand, but thankfully didn't ask any further questions. The next day, the troubles escalated. Inua started to care a lot about what others thought. At the neighborhood playground, a little boy said her strawberry hair clip was tacky, and the little girl immediately took it off and stuffed it into her pocket, refusing to wear it again all day. She remained calm and unperturbed by what others said. But she had a new worry. She had become afraid of the dark. The brave little girl who used to sleep alone in her crib now insisted on having a nightlight on. "Dad, there's a sound." Iyen huddled under the covers, only her big eyes showing, nervously looking around. Shinemo listened carefully and heard the hum of the air conditioner. Explaining this to a 2-year-old was too much trouble, so he simply carried her and checked every corner of the room. Although Inua wasn't afraid of the dark, she started having nightmares. She would wake up crying in the middle of the night, sobbing as she said that she dreamt she couldn't fit into any of her dresses. Shinemo had no choice but to take all the dresses out of the closet in the middle of the night and try them on for her one by one to prove that she could still wear them. The troubles of growing up seemed to spring up like mushrooms after rain, one after another. Inua has started to care about order, wanting to be first in everything. She wants to be the first to take a bath, the first to eat, and even the first to put on her shoes before going out. Iyen usually gives in to her older sister, but one night she couldn't help but quietly express her grievances. Yen Yen also wanted to take a bath first. The little one stood at the bathroom door, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. Inua was clearly stunned, obviously not expecting her younger sister to argue with her. The two children stood frozen at the bathroom door, neither willing to give in. Finally, Shinemo came up with a solution: rock paper scissors to decide. Inua won, but seeing her sister's disappointed expression, she suddenly changed her mind. "Let Yen Yen go first." Iyen shook her head. "Sister wins, sister goes first." In the end, Inua washed first, but she washed very quickly. While drying her hair, she urged, "Dad, hurry up and run the water for Yen Yen, don't keep your little sister waiting." Late at night, Shinemo looked at her sleeping daughters, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Growing up is like that. It has its sweetness and its troubles, its laughter and its tears. But thankfully, through all the stumbles and falls, they gradually learned to understand and forgive each other. Inua rolled over in her sleep, muttering, "Yen Yen's hair clip is the prettiest." Iyen smiled in her sleep, her little hand unconsciously reaching towards her older sister. Chapter 99. The toy broke, Dad's magic. Inua sat on the floor, pouting, looking like an angry little pufferfish. The block castle she had just built had somehow collapsed, and the carefully stacked towers were now scattered all over the ground. Her little mouth was pouting, her eyes were already starting to redden, and it looked like tears were about to fall. "Daddy can't fix it either," she muttered to herself, her little hands helplessly fiddling with the scattered building blocks. Shinemo was cutting an apple in the kitchen when she heard the noise and peeked out. Iyen sat quietly next to her sister, patting her back gently with her little hand, as if soothing a ruffled kitten. "What's going on?" Shinemo wiped his hands and walked over, squatting down in front of the pile of building blocks. "The castle is broken, collapsed." Inua pointed to the pile of ruins, her voice full of grievance. Shinemo looked closely and found that the bottom few blocks weren't stable. He suggested his father give it a try. He rolled up his sleeves, and his fingers moved nimbly. The blocks seemed to be under a spell in his hands, stacking up one by one, this time deliberately placing the larger blocks at the bottom. Inua stared wide-eyed, forgetting even to cry. Iyen also moved closer, her little face full of curiosity, even her breathing becoming soft. In no time, the castle was erected again, not only restored to its original state, but Shinemo also added a small flag made of red cardstock on top. "Daddy is so amazing." Inua stopped crying and smiled, reaching out her little hand to gently touch the spire of the castle. She whispered, "Dad has magic." This unintentional remark planted a magical seed in the children's hearts. From that day on, the two children firmly believed that their father had magic. A button fell off your clothes? Dad can always conjure up an exact match and sew it on. A toy car wheel fell off? Dad bangs and taps it for a while, and the wheel starts spinning again. Even torn pages in picture books can be repaired by Dad so that they are almost invisible with transparent tape. Dad, Inua runs over holding a crayon that's broken in two, let's transform. Chinemo looked at the broken pink crayon and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he fix it? Finally, he found a piece of colored paper, carefully rolled the two pieces of crayon together, and secured them with tape, which he considered a rough repair. Inua, however, found it incredibly magical and ran around the house holding the repaired crayon. Daddy fixed it. The crayon can draw again. Even more outrageous, she would turn to her dad for help even when she fell and hurt herself. If she scraped her knee, she would insist that her dad make the pain go away. Chinemo could only gently blow on it and then put on a band-aid with a cartoon pattern. Surprisingly, after doing this, Yen Yen really stopped crying and even encouraged herself, "Yen Yen, be brave, don't cry." Dad blew on it and it didn't hurt anymore. She earnestly shared her experience with her older sister. So now, whenever the two kids have a minor injury or pain, their first reaction is to ask their dad to blow on it. Chinemo feels like he's becoming a professional air blower sometimes, even when they haven't actually hurt themselves, they still come to him for a preventative blow. That afternoon, the arm of Inua's favorite rag doll came undone, and the cotton stuffing was showing. The little girl came to her father with tears in her eyes, clutching her doll. She looked even more heartbroken than if she herself were injured. Daddy transforms the doll. Chinemo rummaged through drawers and found a sewing box, then clumsily began to sew. To be honest, the stitches were crooked and the thread ends were sticking out, making it look like a centipede crawling on a doll's arm. But in Inua's eyes, it was simply the most perfect needlework in the world. Daddy's so great. She hugged the repaired doll and kissed it again and again, her joy as if she had received a precious treasure. A few days later, Ian's rabbit doll lost an ear and came to find her father. This time, Chinemo was smarter and used superglue to fix it, which looked much better than sewing it, and the traces were almost invisible. Daddy can do everything. Ian looked up at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Chinemo was so flattered by the children's praise that he almost actually believed he had some superpowers. But he soon encountered a real challenge. Inua's little music box stopped working no matter how much he wound it up, it wouldn't make a sound. The little girl hugged the music box, looking at her father with pleading eyes. "Daddy, fix it." Chinemo took it apart and found that a part in the small mechanism inside was loose. How could he possibly repair such a delicate thing? He fiddled with it for a long time, sweating profusely, but the music box remained silent. "Can't Dad fix it?" Inua's voice was already trembling. Chinemo gritted his teeth and secretly went to the toy store the next day to buy an identical one. He hid the old music box at the very bottom of his toolbox, saying the new one was repaired. Inua didn't even notice the difference and happily hugged the music box, spinning and dancing around the living room. Dad is the best. He can fix everything. Chinemo felt a little guilty. Was this considered deceiving his child? But looking at his daughter's bright smile, he comforted himself, it was a white lie. A few days later, Ian's picture book got wet from a cup of water, and the pages were all wrinkled. Chinemo tried various methods, and finally used an iron set to the lowest temperature, carefully ironing it flat with a towel underneath. Although the pages were still a bit wrinkled, Ian found it particularly magical. Daddy made the books look new. She touched the pages with great delight. Now, whenever the two children encounter any problems, their first reaction is to turn to their father. In their eyes, their father is practically omnipotent, even more powerful than the superheroes in cartoons. Even magic can fail sometimes. At the park on the weekend, Inua lost her grip on her helium balloon and it flew away. The little girl insisted that her dad turn it back. Chinemo looked up, watching the red dot fly higher and higher until it disappeared into the clouds. He was at his wits' end. Dad can't be the same again. He confessed helplessly. Inua was stunned for a moment, but instead of crying, she innocently asked, "Did the balloon go to play with the clouds?" "Yes, I went to play with the clouds and make friends with the birds." Chinemo quickly continued along with this beautiful imagining. Ian held tightly to her balloon string and whispered, "Yen Yen's balloon won't fly away." She seemed frightened. Shinemo picked her up. Yan Yan's balloon is tied tightly, it won't fly away. That night, Enua had a nightmare and woke up crying. Shinmo tried everything to comfort her, but nothing worked. Finally, he had a brilliant idea. Daddy would use magic to drive the nightmare away. He gestured a few times in the air, pretending to grab something, then walked to the window and threw it out forcefully. Enua actually believed him, gradually stopped crying, and asked curiously, "Will the nightmare come again?" "No, Dad made it disappear, and it won't dare to come back." Another night, when Yen wanted a drink of water, Shinemo, too lazy to turn on the light, poured her a glass in the dark. To Yen, this was another of her father's magic pouring water without looking and without spilling a drop. The two kids' adoration for their dad has reached its peak. Enua bragged to her friends at kindergarten, "My dad can fix everything. He can even fix a falling star." When the teacher later told Shinemo, he was both amused and exasperated, feeling both proud and under immense pressure. Now, if anything breaks at home, the two kids won't let you throw it away. They insist on waiting for their dad to perform magic. Shinemo spends all his free time researching how to fix all sorts of toys. His toolbox is crammed full of glue, screwdrivers, and spare parts, making it look like a general store. Yuan looked at Shinemo, who was casting a spell on a toy car, and couldn't help but laugh at him. "Serves you right for showing off. Now you're embarrassed, aren't you? Should I enroll you in an appliance repair course?" Shinemo looked at the small screwdriver in his hand and smiled to himself. Although he was tired, it felt pretty good to be treated like a superhero by the children. Every time he fixed something and saw the children's surprised expressions, the sense of accomplishment was indescribable. Before going to bed, Enua suddenly hugged her father's neck and asked, "Will Daddy's magic disappear?" "No," Shinemo kissed her forehead. "Daddy's magic is always there, always ready for Nuonuo and Yen." He mumbled incoherently, "Love is the greatest magic." Shinemo was taken aback. Where did she learn that from? Looking down, he saw that Yen had already fallen asleep, her little mouth still unconsciously smacking. Perhaps the child is right, love truly is the greatest magic. Because of love, he was willing to learn skills he knew nothing about before. Chapter 100. Nono is the best girl, Daddy's little helper. Just as dawn broke, Enua dragged her little stool and clattered into the kitchen, insisting on helping her father crack eggs. As a result, her little hand slipped, and the egg mixture spilled halfway across the table, while the eggshells splattered into the bowl like dumplings being dropped into a pot. "Nono, come here. Nono, you can do it." The little girl was very confident, and with a wave of her little hand, she went to reach for the second egg. Shinemo quickly stopped the restless little hand. That's enough. If you keep hitting it, we'll be eating fried eggshells today." Yen Yen stood quietly at the kitchen door, watching her sister finish her mess, before whispering, "Yen Yen wants to stir the egg mixture." Shinemo thought for a moment and handed her a chopstick. Yen took the chopstick, tiptoed over the counter, and began to stir earnestly. Although her movements were as slow as a snail's pace, she didn't spill a single drop, her focused expression like that of someone conducting a chemistry experiment. "Look!" Enua pointed to her bowl of eggs mixed with shells, her face full of pride. "These are the eggs Nuonuo cracked." She had no idea that her bowl of eggs was old enough to be thrown directly into the trash can. At the breakfast table, Enua insisted on distributing bowls and chopsticks to everyone. The bowls were placed crookedly, and the chopsticks were up and down, looking like someone was practicing some kind of evil martial arts. Yen couldn't stand it anymore, and while her sister turned away, she quietly arranged all the chopsticks neatly. Nuonuo is showing off. Enua is still taking credit, her little chest puffed out high. Shinemo and Yuan exchanged a glance, pretending not to notice Ian's little gesture, and complimented her, "It's arranged really well." After finishing their meal, Enua insisted on wiping the table. The rag was wrung out too wet, and the entire table was dripping water after she wiped it, like a flood. Ian followed behind with a dry rag, silently wiping away all the water stains until everything was spotless. "Dad, look. Nuonuo has cleaned it up." Enua stood with her hands on her hips, waiting for praise. Looking at the still reflective tabletop, Shinemo forced a smile and praised, "Great job, it's so clean." He smiled slightly, hung up the damp rag, and kept his good deed hidden. This morning, while playing with toys, Enua insisted on being the little teacher, teaching her younger sister to recognize colors. Her teaching was a complete mess. She called red pink, green blue, and purple grape. She didn't correct her at all, nodding to everything her older sister said, so obedient it was heartbreaking. "Has Yen Yen learned it yet?" Enua asked. "I've learned it." she replied tactfully. Shinemo listened from the side, secretly amused. These two girls, one daring to teach recklessly, the other daring to learn recklessly, were a perfect match. After waking up from her nap, Inuwa announced that she would help her dad organize the bookshelf. She arranged the books by size, with the larger ones at the bottom and the smaller ones on top, making it wobbly and almost toppling over. Ian quietly moved the thicker books to the bottom and the thinner ones on top, even using bookends to prop them up on the outermost edge. Nuonuo arranged them. Inuwa is still showing off, they're so neat and tidy. Shinemo looked at the bookshelf that had been saved and suppressed a laugh. They're arranged so well, so securely. She lowered her head and played with the hem of her clothes, her ear tips turning slightly red. It was strangely cute. What gave Shinemo the biggest headache was bath time. Inuwa insisted on adjusting the water temperature herself, either turning it too hot or too cold. After adjusting it, she insisted on being the first to try it, and every time she got burned and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It's hot. Dad, it's hot. After her older sister finished fussing over it, Yen Yen whispered, Yen Yen can wash herself. Shinemo was worried and stood by watching. As it turned out, Yen really could wash herself, although her movements were as slow as a sloth's, but she washed herself very clean, not even missing the back of her ears. Look! Inuwa is washing her hair herself, with foam all over her head. Foam got into her eyes, and she cried, looking for her dad for help. My eyes hurt. Daddy, help me. She quietly washed herself clean and even picked up the showerhead to rinse the foam off her sister's back, her movements as gentle as a professional caregiver. Before going to bed that night, Inuwa insisted on making her own bed. The blankets were spread out crookedly, and the pillows were almost on the floor. After her sister finished making the bed, Ian secretly straightened the blankets, straightened the pillows, and carefully tucked the corners of the blankets in. Nuonua's bed is the most comfortable. Inuwa snuggled into the covers, looking completely satisfied. She nodded and quietly lay down in her blankets, placing her little hands neatly on her stomach. After the children fell asleep, Shinemo and Yuan chatted quietly in the living room. Inuwa is such a terrible kid, yet he loves to play too much, Yuan laughed. He's good for nothing, but he's number one at causing trouble. Ian is so sensible, Shinemo feels a little sorry for her. She is clearly better than her sister, but she never competes or fights for anything. It's really heartbreaking to see her like this. It's their personalities. Yuan said that one of them loves to show off, and the other loves to observe. They complement each other quite well. The next day, Inuwa's help escalated. Seeing her father watering the flowers on the balcony, she insisted on helping. As a result, she spilled water all over the floor and almost knocked over the flower pots, but luckily Shinemo reacted quickly and caught her. Oh dear! Inuwa was startled at first, but then she became confident again, saying that Nuonuo was watering the flowers. Ian took a small rag and followed behind, wiping up the water stains on the floor. After wiping, she even helped her dad straighten the flower pots, her serious little face resembling that of a professional gardener. Nuonuo waters the flowers. Inuwa holds up the empty watering can, eager to show off. Looking at the wet ground and the unharmed flowers, Shinemo was both amused and exasperated. You did a great job watering them. Next time, Dad should do it again. During afternoon snack time, Inuwa insisted on distributing fruit to everyone. She gave the biggest piece to her father, the second largest to herself, and the smallest to her mother and younger sister. Inuwa received the smallest piece of apple, but she wasn't upset. She ate it slowly and sweetly, as if she were savoring some delicacy. Did Nuonuo do a good job? Inuwa asked. Okay. Shinemo looked at the huge apple in his hand, not knowing where to start taking a bite. She finished her small piece of apple in one go, quietly put the rest of her sister's unfinished apple into the refrigerator, and carefully covered the bowl with plastic wrap. Gradually, Shinemo realized that Ian's help was the real help. Every time Inuwa caused trouble, Ian would quietly clean up the mess. And she did it very carefully, rarely making mistakes. She was practically an angel. Yen Yen is really amazing. Shinemo couldn't help but praise her one day. Ian blushed and hid behind her older sister, only showing half of her head. Inuwa retorted, Nuonuo is amazing too. Nuonuo is the best. Yes, they're both amazing, they're both great helpers to Dad. Shinemo quickly tried to smooth things over, afraid of upsetting either of the little darlings. That evening, Inuwa was again trying to tell a bedtime story. She insisted on telling it herself, and her story became increasingly incoherent, with Little Red Riding Hood suddenly running off to have tea with Snow White. Ian listened quietly, not interrupting when she heard something illogical, only occasionally blinking in confusion. After her older sister finished speaking, Ian quietly asked her father, "Did the little rabbit go home later? Was its mother worried?" Shinemo completed the story, and Ian listened very attentively, nodding occasionally as if taking notes. Yen Yen can talk too. Inua is about to start her impromptu creation again. Shinemo quickly stopped him. "It's time to sleep, let's talk about it tomorrow, okay?" After turning off the lights, she whispered to her dad, "The story my sister told was fun." Shinemo patted her head. Yen Yen spoke better, and her logic was clearer. "Don't tell my sister," she whispered, her voice tinged with shyness. Chapter 101. A few days on a business trip, new tricks to win favor. Inua, that clever little devil, has recently learned a new trick from somewhere playing the victim. Shinemo was frying eggs in the kitchen when he heard intermittent sobbing coming from the living room. He ran over with a spatula in hand and saw Inua sitting on the floor, holding up a small, white finger, tears welling up in her eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. "Daddy, Nuonuo's hand hurts." Shinemo put down the spatula, held her little hand and examined it carefully for a long time, but couldn't find even a red mark. Just as he was about to speak, Ian silently crawled out from behind the toy box and handed him a band-aid with a cartoon pattern on it. "It won't hurt anymore once you put it on." He said this very seriously, as if he were imparting some life experience. Inua immediately put on the band-aid, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. She waved her finger around the room as if she had won some big prize. Shinemo then realized that he had been tricked by this little girl. Before long, Ian started to imitate her. However, her acting was more sophisticated. She didn't cry or make a fuss, she just sat quietly in the corner fiddling with the hem of her clothes, her little eyes filled with such a wronged expression, as if she had been bullied by someone. "What's wrong with Yen Yen?" Shinemo quickly put down what he was doing and went over to her. "It's okay." Her voice was soft and trembling. Who could stand that? Shinemo picked her up, and the little one immediately buried her face in his shoulder and secretly winked at her sister. Seeing this, Inua was unconvinced and immediately clutched her stomach, starting a new round of performance. "Daddy, Nuonuo's tummy hurts. I need Daddy to rub it." "Well, here we go again." Shinemo had no choice but to carry one in each arm, feeling like a living balance scale, constantly needing to maintain equilibrium, lest a slight misstep trigger a family war. The battle escalated at lunchtime. Inua insisted on being fed by her father, saying her hands hurt and she couldn't hold the spoon. Ian wasn't going to back down either, her little mouth wide open, eagerly waiting for her father to feed her. "You too." Shinemo looked at the two expectant little faces, resignedly picked up 2 spoons, took a bite from the left and a bite from the right, to distribute them fairly. Inua ate incredibly slowly, holding each bite in her mouth for ages, like savoring tea. Ian, on the other hand, ate quickly, but after finishing one bite, she would eagerly await the next, her eyes looking just like a little bird waiting to be fed. Yuan watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. "You're feeding her like a duck being force-fed, stuffing her left side first and then the right." While playing with toys in the afternoon, Inua invented a new trick pretending not to know how to play. Daddy helped Nono. She held up the simplest 3-piece puzzle, her little mouth pouting, her eyes blinking rapidly. "This is so hard." Just as Qin Ming squatted down to help, Yen immediately came over with another puzzle piece. Yen Yen doesn't know how either. Her voice was so soft and gentle that it was impossible to refuse. In the end, Qin Mo was left to work alone on both puzzles, while the 2 children sat beside him as supervisors. Inua would occasionally point and say, "Dad, this piece is wrong. It should be here." Although Yen doesn't speak, she can point to the correct location with her little finger, and the accuracy is like GPS positioning. The most surprising thing was bath time. Inua suddenly claimed that she was afraid of water and insisted that her father hold her while she was bathed. Yen also said she was afraid, but her way of showing fear was to hug her father's neck tightly, bury her face in water, and occasionally steal a glance at her sister's movements. Shinemo was so busy with the 2 children that he couldn't move. Taking a shower felt like a battle, leaving him exhausted and covered in sweat. "Didn't you guys used to really enjoy playing in the water?" he asked, puzzled. Now she's scared. Inua said confidently, her little feet still paddling energetically in the water. She nodded in agreement, and her little body even gave a slight tremor. Her acting was quite convincing. Before bedtime, the competition for attention reached its climax. Inua insisted that her dad sing 10 songs and tell 10 stories. After much bargaining, they finally reached an agreement: 5 songs and 5 stories. During the 3rd song, Inua suddenly interrupted. "Daddy, my back is itchy, I need to scratch it." As the second story began, someone whispered in a low voice, "Yen Yen's legs are numb, she needs to rub them." Shin Emo hummed off key nursery rhymes while telling stories from different channels, and also had to use his hands to scratch the children's backs and massage their legs. He felt like he was about to have a mental breakdown, with 3 unrelated storylines running through his mind at the same time. Once the children finally fell asleep, Shin Emo collapsed onto the sofa, unable to move, feeling completely drained. "Do you know why they're acting so strangely today?" Yuan handed him a glass of water, her smile meaningful. Shin Emo shook his head weakly. "They must have sensed that you're going on a business trip tomorrow." Shin Emo was taken aback, then remembered that he was indeed going on a business trip for 2 days tomorrow. No wonder the children were unusually clingy today, they were afraid he would leave. The next morning, the 2 kids were even more outrageous. Inua clung to his leg, refusing to let him leave, while Ian quietly packed her little backpack, insisting on going on the business trip with her dad. "Dad will be back soon, in just 2 days. Shin Emo knelt down and kissed each of their little faces. "How long is soon?" Inua asked, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is it as long as eating 2 meals?" Although Ian didn't cry, her big eyes were full of reluctance, and her little hands tightly gripped her father's clothes. Shin Emo felt a pang of sadness and almost wanted to cancel her plane ticket. Only after much pleading and promises of daily video calls and gifts upon her return was she able to escape the children's encirclement. "During the few days I was away on a business trip, the 2 children vied to talk to their father during video calls. Inua insisted on showing off her newly learned dance, even though she danced like she was cramping up. Ian wanted to recite her newly learned nursery rhyme, even though she kept forgetting the lyrics. Each of them was more eager to perform than the other, as if afraid that their father would forget them. On the day he returned, Shinmo deliberately finished work early and rushed home. As soon as he opened the door, the 2 children rushed over like little cannonballs. Inua clung to his father's neck, while Ian clung tightly to his father's leg, almost tripping him. "Dad," they said in unison, one loud and the other soft, both filled with deep longing. That night, the 2 children were exceptionally well behaved. They didn't compete for attention or make a fuss, they just quietly nestled beside their father, like 2 kittens who had finally found their home. Every now and then, they would reach out and touch their father's face to make sure he was really back. "I'll avoid business trips as much as possible from now on," Shin Emo said to Yuan with a sigh. "Do you think you can have your way?" Yuan laughed at him, but seeing them like this, it was quite hard to part with them. Before going to bed, Inua suddenly hugged her father's neck and said, "Dad, Nuonua will not pretend to be in pain anymore." With a nod, Yen Yen stopped pretending. "Why are you suddenly so sensible?" "Because Dad will be sad," Inua whispered. Last time, Dad's eyes were red. One more thing, Dad was tired, and Yen Yen saw it. Shin Emo hugged the 2 children tightly, his heart warmed. He realized that behind their little thoughts lay their deep affection and reluctance to part with him. Although their constant vying for his attention and causing him headaches was a source of amusement, the children actually cared for him deeply. Chapter 102. Time flies, time to go to school. The large calendar on the living room wall has recently become the focus of the whole family's attention. The date Shin Emo circled in red pen is like a conspicuous bullseye, getting closer day by day. Every morning, the first thing Inua does after waking up is to run to count the days, pointing at the numbers with her little finger and muttering to herself, as earnest as a little monk chanting sutras. 5 more days, she announced, bouncing around, her little braids swinging back and forth. Yen stood quietly to the side, her eyes following her sister's finger. Her little face showed neither anticipation nor nervousness, she just watched with her lips pursed. Shin Emo began to take every opportunity to prepare the children psychologically. He tried to make his tone light and cheerful, as if he were describing a playground, with tall slides, swings, and lots of other children to play with. Inua's eyes lit up like little light bulbs. "Nuonua wants to play on the tallest slide," she asked in a low voice. "Will Dad come to pick me up?" Of course he would. Shin Emo picked her up and let her sit in his arms. Every day after school, her father would be the first to pick her up, faster than any of the other children's parents. This has been going on for almost half a month. Now the 2 children are particularly fixated on the word first, and Inua even asks her father to practice running in the neighborhood every day, saying that she wants to make sure she can get ahead of the other parents. To help them get used to it in advance, Shin Emo specially chose a weekend to take the children to buy small backpacks. Inua wandered around the mall for a long time, and finally chose a bright pink one with a sparkly princess pattern. She put it on and refused to take it off. Ian lingered in front of the shelf for a long time before finally choosing a light blue one with cute little rabbits printed on it, which matched her usually quiet personality. What should I put in my school bag? Inua examined her new school bag from all angles, opening and looking at every pocket. Shinemo put a small water bottle and a pack of tissues inside. Inua wasn't satisfied and insisted on adding her favorite plush toy. He carefully straightened the kettle and zipped it up meticulously, his earnest little face resembling that of a master organizer. The next day, Inua carried her school bag all over the house, refusing to take it off even when eating, just like a little snail carrying its home. Ian remembered her father saying that she didn't need to carry her backpack at home, so she neatly placed her little backpack on the bedside table, making sure the little rabbit pattern was facing outwards. Dad, Inua suddenly thought of something, with half a mouthful of food in her mouth. Does kindergarten provide lunch? Yes, I've heard it's delicious, and you can have a different one every day. It tastes even better than Dad's cooking? Shinemo was stumped by the question. How should he answer? He quickly came to his father's rescue. It tastes different. This little girl always hit the nail on the head, like a little philosopher. As the day of starting kindergarten drew closer, Inua's questions came out one after another. Is the teacher strict? Does she have to nap by herself? What should she do if she misses her dad? What if Nuonyuo needs to go to the toilet but is too embarrassed to say so? Shinemo patiently answered each question, feeling like he was becoming a kindergarten encyclopedia. Although Ian didn't ask any questions, he listened very attentively each time, his little head seemingly pondering something, occasionally nodding as if he understood something. That day, Shinemo took the children to visit the kindergarten. Inua was like a little explorer, looking at every corner and even opening the lockers to peek inside. Ian, on the other hand, held tightly to her father's hand, observing from a safe distance like a wary little deer. This will be your classroom from now on. The teacher squatted down to greet the children warmly. Inua boldly walked in, plopped down on a small chair, and swung her little legs back and forth. Ian hesitated for a moment before slowly sitting down with her father's encouragement, placing her little hands neatly on her knees. Look, how fun! Shinemo pointed to the colorful children's drawings on the wall. Inua had already started examining the toy shelf, picking up this and putting down that. Ian, however, noticed the small potted plant on the windowsill, gently touching its lush green leaves with tender eyes. The teacher took out some cookies for the children. Inua took one and stuffed it into her mouth, crunching it loudly. Ian, however, looked at her father first, and only after receiving a nod of permission did she start eating, taking small bites with great deference. On the way home, Inua talked excitedly, from the slide to the swing, from the children to the teachers. Ian listened quietly, nodding occasionally, her little hand always holding her father's. Before going to bed that night, Inua suddenly hugged her father's neck and asked, Dad, will you miss us? Of course, Shinemo kissed her forehead. Daddy will always be thinking of you and counting down the days until school is over. Yen Yen snuggled closer to her father and said softly, Yen Yen will miss her father too. 3 days before starting kindergarten, Shinemo began to strictly adjust his schedule. His previously unrestricted afternoon naps now had to be taken at set times. Inua was very unhappy about this, tossing and turning in bed like a little eel. She was cooperative in saying a few words, but clearly couldn't sleep. Her big eyes blinked in the darkness. They closed their eyes and slowly fell asleep. Shinemo gently patted their backs, the rhythm like a lullaby. Inua gave up after counting to 50. Nono's not sleepy. Nono wants to play. She whispered, Yen Yen is trying to sleep. Her tone was so pitiful. Finally, Shinemo had no choice but to resort to his trump card, pretending to be asleep. Sure enough, not long after, he heard 2 even breathing sounds, one light and one heavy, like a duet. Breakfast times have become stricter. Inua complained that it was too early to eat, and although Ian didn't say anything, her appetite had obviously decreased. She could drink half a bowl of porridge for a long time. Take it slow, you'll have to eat it this time every day when you go to kindergarten. Shinemo tried to be patient, even though she was anxious. The most troublesome part was dressing training. The kindergarten required the children to be able to put on and take off their coats by themselves. Inua learned very quickly, but she always buttoned the buttons wrong, and they were not aligned properly. Ian moves as slowly as a sloth, but she always dresses neatly, even smoothing out her collar. Nuonyuo is helping Yen Yen. Inua volunteered to be the little teacher. She ended up wearing her sister's coat inside out, with the tag on the outside. Without a word of anger, she silently took it off and put it back on, her patience leaving Shinemo deeply impressed. The night before the children started kindergarten, Shinemo prepared brand new clothes for them. Inua wore a pink dress, and Ian wore blue overalls. They were neatly placed on the bedside table, like a small ceremony, exuding solemnity. I'm starting kindergarten tomorrow. Shinemo tried to keep her tone light, but she was actually quite nervous inside. Inua rolled around on the bed excitedly. Nuonua is a big girl now. She's going to go to school. Holding her teddy bear, Ian asked softly, will Daddy really be the first one to arrive? Really, Shinemo said, extending his little finger. Pinky promise, 100 years from now, no take-backs. After making the pinky promise, Ian seemed a little relieved and hugged the teddy bear even tighter. After the children fell asleep, Shinemo sat by the bed for a long time. Looking at the two little ones' peaceful sleeping faces, he was filled with mixed emotions. I was looking forward to them growing up, but when the day actually came, I was reluctant to part with them. That conflicting feeling was like a spilled spice jar, with all sorts of flavors. Yuan walked in quietly and put her hand on his shoulder. Nervous? A little. Shinemo honestly admitted, his voice a little hoarse. I think you're more nervous than the children, Yuan said with a smile, pointing out his obvious remark. Chapter 103. It's the first day, time to go to kindergarten. The sky was still overcast when Inua quietly got up on her own. The little girl slipped on the pink dress she had carefully prepared yesterday in the dark, buttoning it crookedly, with one side of the collar turned inside and the other sticking out, looking just like a little kitten who had just learned how to dress up. Daddy! Nono's ready! She snapped on the bedside lamp, stood by the bed, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Shinemo opened his eyes groggily and saw his daughter already dressed, and his heart skipped a beat. So fast? It's already started? Yen was also awakened by the light and noise, and sat up rubbing her eyes. Seeing her sister fully armed, she silently picked up the blue overalls from the bedside table, her movements slow and deliberate, like a slow-motion scene in a movie. No rush, there's still plenty of time. Shinemo lifted Yen onto his lap and helped her get dressed. As his fingers touched her warm little body, he suddenly felt a little reluctant to let go. Inua couldn't wait any longer. She spun around the room with her still empty school bag on her back, her little leather shoes clicking loudly. Time to go to kindergarten. Time to go to kindergarten. At breakfast, Inua surprisingly didn't pick at her food and obediently finished everything in her bowl, even swallowing the carrot she hated the most. Yen, on the other hand, ate very slowly, chewing each grain of rice in 3 bites, as if she were using her life to prolong the time. Yen, eat more, or you'll be hungry this morning. Shinemo added half a spoonful of porridge to her bowl. She lifted her little face to look at her father and said in a soft voice, I'm full. Before leaving, Shinemo insisted on taking a commemorative photo of the children. Inua smiled so wide her eyes disappeared, making a tacky peace sign. She managed a forced smile, her little hands gripping the backpack straps tightly until her knuckles turned white. On the way to kindergarten, Inua chattered incessantly, just like a happy little sparrow. Yen, on the other hand, quietly watched the street scenes rushing past the car window, her little face tense and her lips pressed into a thin line. When they arrived at the kindergarten gate, there were already many parents and children, and the scene was quite lively. Inua let go of her father's hand and was about to rush inside when Shinemo grabbed her arm. Remember to say good morning to the teacher? Shinemo reminded her. Inua then remembered and shouted at the top of her lungs, hello, teacher. Her voice was so loud it could startle anyone. Yen hid behind her father and muttered something in a low voice, probably only she could hear it. The classroom was bustling with activity, almost like a vegetable market. Some children were crying and wailing, some were playing with toys, and a chubby little boy was chasing balloons all over the room. Inua was immediately drawn to the colorful slide in the corner and ran over without looking back, completely forgetting about her dad. Yen, however, seemed to be nailed to the spot, her little hands tightly clutching her father's clothes. Dad, his voice was clearly choked with sobs, and his eyes were already red. Shinemo squatted down, looking directly at her daughter. Look, how happy your sister is playing. Yen, why don't you go play too? There are lots of building blocks over there. She shook her head vigorously, buried her face in her father's arms, and her little body trembled slightly. Just then, the teacher walked over. She was a young girl with a gentle smile. Is Yen right? How about I take you to play a jigsaw puzzle? We have a really beautiful castle jigsaw puzzle. Yen peeked out from her father's arms, peeking at the teacher with one eye, then looked up at her father again, her little hands gripping even tighter, her nails almost digging into Shinmo's arm. Dad will be waiting outside, he won't go anywhere, Shinmo whispered, promising that he would be the first to pick her up after school, and that he would keep his word. In the end, Ian let go of her hand and followed the teacher, turning back every few steps. Shin-emo stood outside the classroom window, watching his little daughter's lonely figure, feeling a pang of sadness, as if he had swallowed a lemon. Inua has absolutely nothing to worry about. In just a short while, she has already made new friends and is leading them down the slide, acting as if she owns the kindergarten. Shin-emo wandered aimlessly outside the kindergarten for the entire morning. His phone's photo album was full of photos he had secretly taken earlier, which he looked at over and over again, even zooming in on the blurry children in the background for a long time. Yuan messaged him to ask what was going on, and he replied, "Nuonua went crazy having fun. Yen might not be very happy, it's heartbreaking to see. I received photos from the teacher at noon." Inua was eating, smiling happily, with rice grains still stuck to the corners of her mouth. Yen was also eating, but her little face was expressionless as she slowly scooped rice from her bowl. Yen eats very well, but doesn't talk much and doesn't interact with other children. The teacher sent a voice message. Shin-emo sighed. This child is always like this in unfamiliar environments, like a frightened little turtle, shrinking into its shell. After finally getting through the school day, Shin-emo waited at the gate early, squeezing in with the other parents. As soon as the bell rang, he was the first to rush in. Inua was riding her little rocking horse when she saw her dad. She immediately jumped off and rushed over like a little cannonball. "Dad! I played on the slide today. And I ate a chicken leg. It was so delicious." Yen sat on the cushion in the corner. Her listless little face lit up the moment she saw her father. She ran over and hugged her father's leg tightly. "Dad," his voice was filled with grievance, as if he had been greatly wronged. Shin-emo held one daughter in each arm, listening to her two daughters chattering about their day. Inua talked non-stop, gesturing wildly. He would occasionally add a few words, his voice soft, but at least he was willing to speak. On the way home, Inua was still excitedly planning, "I want to go to kindergarten again tomorrow. I want to play with that big building block." Yen leaned against her father, playing with his buttons with her little hands, and whispered, "I miss Daddy. Daddy misses Yen terribly." Shin-emo kissed her forehead, smelling the familiar milky scent, and felt much more at ease. That evening, Inua covered the entire wall with her drawings from kindergarten, a colorful display that looked like an abstract art exhibition. Yen only put up one drawing, a picture of a family of 4. Although the lines were crooked, everyone was smiling. The teacher said we have to go again tomorrow. Inua announced this while putting up posters, as if she were announcing some major news. Without saying a word, she quietly prepared her clothes for tomorrow, neatly placing them on the bedside table, even matching socks. Before going to bed, Inua suddenly hugged her father's neck and asked, "Dad, did you wait outside today? Did you really wait?" After waiting, Shin-emo pinched her little nose. Her father had been there the whole time, just wandering around outside the wall like a security guard on patrol. Yen snuggled closer to her father and whispered, "Yen knows." It turns out the child sensed it. Perhaps she caught a glimpse of her father through the window, or perhaps it was a strange telepathic connection between father and daughter. The next morning, Inua was more proactive, brushing her teeth and washing her face by herself, and even helping her younger sister get her socks, although she got 2 different pairs. Yen cooperated in getting dressed, but her mood was noticeably low, and she resumed eating breakfast at a slow, bite-sized pace. When we dropped her off at kindergarten, Yen still clung to her father, like a koala. This time, the teacher was more experienced and took out the puzzle she hadn't finished yesterday. "Yen, shall we finish this? We only need a few more pieces." She glanced at the colorful puzzle, then looked up at her father, hesitated for a long time, and finally slowly let go of his hand. "Dad will definitely pick you up after school, I promise." Shin-emo extended his little finger and made a pinky promise with her. The day seemed to go more smoothly. In the photos the teacher sent at noon, Yen was playing with building blocks. Although she was still sitting alone in the corner, her expression was much more relaxed, and there was even a faint smile on her lips. When school was over, Inua couldn't wait to share the new nursery rhyme she had learned, singing it with great enthusiasm. Yen also hummed along softly for a few lines, though her voice was so low it was like a mosquito's hum, but at least she was willing to speak. On the 3rd day, a miracle happened. When we dropped her off at kindergarten, Yen took the initiative to let go of her father's hand, although her little hand remained suspended in the air for a long time before she finally put it down. "Goodbye, Dad." The voice was soft, but firm. Shin-emo stood at the door, watching his youngest daughter walk into the classroom with her little school bag on her back. Suddenly, his nose felt a little sore, so he quickly looked up at the sky and pretended to be studying the clouds. A week later, both children had fully adapted to kindergarten life. Inua became the class's source of joy, surrounded by a group of friends wherever she went. Ian, though still quiet, had made her own best friend, a little girl with pigtails. Every morning, they would pack their school bags themselves, say goodbye to their fathers, and already look like proper elementary school students. After school, they would eagerly tell each other about the interesting things that happened that day, and they would even say a few extra words. Shinmo's phone photo album is now filled with many photos of the children at kindergarten doing crafts, singing, taking naps, each one telling a story of their growth. Chapter 104, Rushing to the Front, Fun Things at Kindergarten. Now, Inua is like a chatterbox every day after school, talking non-stop from the kindergarten gate all the way home. The little girl is so excited, gesturing wildly, as if she wants to pour out everything that happened that day, as if she's won the lottery. Dad! Xiaoming fell down today and cried really loudly, she said, mimicking her classmates crying with great skill, even pretending to wipe away tears. Ian walked quietly beside him, like a little secretary, adding details as needed. The teacher put a band-aid on him, it had a Peppa Pig pattern. Shinemo held one daughter in each hand, listening to them recount their day's events. His daily pleasure now lay in listening to the children's stories about kindergarten. It was more interesting than watching the evening news. And what else, he teased them, wanting to hear more. Inua got excited and said, gesturing wildly, Xiaomei poured rice on her head and said it looked pretty. Like a princess. Shinemo almost burst out laughing, but quickly held it back. She explained in a low voice, she was imitating a princess from an animated film, but she made her hair all sticky. That day, Inua brought back a new term that caught Shinemo off guard. Dad, what is unrequited love? Shinemo was taken aback by the question. Who told you that? Little Fatty said he had a crush on me. Inua tilted her head, looking confused. But Inua didn't want to be secretly loved, she wanted to be openly loved. Shinemo sighed, are kids these days so precocious? This is only in kindergarten. He calmly added crucial information, little Fatty brought his sister cookies for 3 days, Oreos. I see. Shinemo was both amused and exasperated. You think you can win over my daughter with just 3 packs of cookies? Dream on. The next day, Ian brought back some big news, the teacher was angry today. Inua immediately interrupted, describing vividly, because Xiaoqiang put the snail in the teacher's bag. A live one. Shinemo imagined the scene of the young female teacher opening her bag and finding a snail, and couldn't help but feel sorry for the kindergarten teacher. This job is really not easy, she has to be a teacher, a detective, and occasionally even a zookeeper. Gradually, through the children's lively descriptions, Shinemo got to know all the children in the class. There was Xiaoming, who cried easily, Xiaochang, who was mischievous, Xiaomei, who loved beauty, and Xiaopang, who was persistent in delivering cookies. Little Fatty gave Nuonuo cookies again today. Nuonuo pouted and complained, but Nuonuo doesn't like cookies because they're too dry. She whispered to her father, my sister shared the cookies with the other children, one for each of them. It seems that little Fatty's unrequited love is still a long road ahead, even his snack offensive has failed. That day, Inua whispered mysteriously in her father's ear, Dad, the teacher has a boyfriend. Shinemo raised an eyebrow, you know that? An uncle came to pick up the teacher from get off work, and Inua, acting like a little adult, described it in great detail, even saying that they were holding hands. One more detail, the uncle brought flowers for the teacher, pink ones. Now they even know the teacher's gossip. Shinemo felt that the children's information-gathering ability in kindergarten was comparable to that of little detectives. Nothing could escape their eyes. What made Shinemo both amused and exasperated was that the children started imitating the teacher's catchphrases, and their imitations were incredibly lifelike. Mind your manners. Inua mimicked the teacher's tone, walking back and forth in the room with her hands behind her back, her little expressions serious yet adorable. In one sentence, I learned another classic line from the teacher, you have to share. The last syllable was drawn out, just like the original. Now, when the two kids play games at home, they have to announce the rules first, no fighting over toys. They have to line up. They have to help each other. They've learned all the rules from kindergarten. One day, Inua brought back some shocking news, Dad, Xiaomei said she wants to marry Xiaoqiang. Shinemo was drinking water and almost choked. Why? Because Xiaoqiang gave her the last piece of chocolate. A little insider tip, but yesterday, Xiaomei said she liked Xiaoming because he let her play on the swing. The romantic storyline was more complicated than any prime-time drama, leaving Chin Mo speechless. Besides gossip, the children also brought back many new skills. Inua learned to sing an English song, although her pronunciation was a bit strange, pronouncing apple as pu. Ian learned to write numbers, although her writing was crooked, she could roughly recognize them. Dad, listen to Nuonuo sing. Nuonuo started singing at the top of her lungs, but the tune was so off-key it could circle the earth 3 times. Ian waited until her older sister finished singing before starting to sing softly. Her pitch was much better, but her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz, you had to get very close to hear it. Now, every dinner time is like a press conference. Inua is in charge of the main narration, gesturing wildly and speaking with great emotion. Each word provided a concise and to-the-point explanation of the details. Chin Mo and Yuan listened with great interest, finding it even more fascinating than watching a TV series. What was the most fun thing that happened today? Yuan teased them on purpose. Inua answered quickly, Xiaoqian got paint on the ceiling. It's blue. With a quick gesture, she said, it's so high, the teacher has to stand on tiptoe to reach it. Chin Mo imagined the scene and couldn't help but feel sorry for the cleaning lady. How much work must she be doing? That day, Ian brought back heartbreaking news. Xiaohua missed her mother and cried. Inua continued, the teacher hugged her for a long time and told her stories. And then? Chin Mo asked with concern. She whispered, if we play a puzzle with her, she will stop crying. It seems the children have learned to comfort each other and are considerate of their friends' feelings. What made Chin Mo most gratified was that Ian had made good friends at kindergarten. Xiao Yu and I ate together. She rarely took the initiative to talk, and she wasn't very talkative, so we ate quietly. It turned out she had found someone like her. Chin Mo was happy for his youngest daughter. She finally had a little friend who could understand her quiet world. Inua has made many friends. She plays with this one today and that one tomorrow. The little girl is very popular, and different children give her stickers every day. Now her little backpack is almost full of stickers. Now the refrigerator at home is covered with artwork that the children brought home from kindergarten. Inua's paintings are brightly colored and boldly expressive. Ian's paintings are characterized by delicate lines, gentle and subtle style, and each painting has a little story behind it. This is a chubby little boy drawn by Nuonuo. Inua points to the round-faced little boy in the drawing. He is crying because Nuonuo won't eat his cookies. Chin Mo looked at the chubby little boy in the drawing, who looked so wronged, and couldn't help but laugh. This little guy still has a long way to go in his pursuit of girls. The painting depicts her and the quiet Xiaoye sitting in a corner playing with a puzzle. The scene is heartwarming. The 2 quiet children have found companionship in each other, and their unspoken understanding is evident in the painting. Before going to bed, Inua suddenly hugged her father's neck and asked, Dad, did you go to kindergarten when you were little? Yes, Dad grew up from a kid too. Do you also put snails in the teacher's bag? Inua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course not. Chin Mo quickly clarified, Dad is a good boy. She asked softly, Dad, do you miss Grandpa and Grandma? Yes, just like you miss your dad when you're in kindergarten. The children nodded as if they understood, their little minds probably imagining what their fathers were like when they were young.